Chapter 1. I command you to cultivate, not to surpass. In the world of Dragon Ball, the year is 755 of the Age of the Dragon. The setting is within the realm of the God of Destruction in the fourth universe. Damn it, I shall unleash my true power now. A roar echoed through the air as a yellow figure flashed into view. The one who roared was a mouse with yellow skin, his forehead glistening with cold sweat as he glared angrily at the figure opposite him, panting slightly. This mouse is no ordinary creature, he is Quitela, the God of Destruction of the fourth universe. Haha, Lord Quitela, you have already declared that 3 times. The speaker was a middle-aged man with blue skin and white curly hair, standing on the ground. A large blue halo adorned his neck, and he held a staff radiating a sacred glow in his hand. This man is Conic, the angel of the fourth universe. TCH, silence. I was not addressing you, Quitela retorted, his expression filled with displeasure as he clenched his fists tightly. Opposite him stood a young boy, who had not spoken a word, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Quitela. His name is Lin Shi, a traveler from another world. When he first arrived, the young Lin Shi, still in the form of a small child, was bewildered as he touched his own tail. However, within a mere 3 minutes, Lin Shi accepted his new reality with composure. Though he lacked the system typical of travelers, Lin Shi was unfazed. With the blood of a Saiyan coursing through his veins, he was determined to carve out his own destiny. Subsequently, as Lin Shi wandered through the cosmos, he encountered Quitela, the God of Destruction of the fourth universe, who had sneaked into the 7th universe for some amusement. Due to his extraordinary talents, Quitela was eager to persuade him. Thus Lin Shi became a candidate for the God of Destruction of the fourth universe. Indeed, since being found by Quitela, today marks the 20th year of his stay in the realm of the gods of destruction. Lord Quitela, I shall now engage earnestly, Lin Shi declared, his smile fading as seriousness overtook his countenance. Ha! With Lin Shi's roar, his long black hair transformed into silver. The crimson fur covering his upper body also shifted to silver, while his golden eyes were framed by a hint of purple, and lightning danced around him. When did you acquire a new transformation? Quitela exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock at Lin Shi's transformation. This is Super Saiyan 5. Lin Shi said, a smirk playing on his lips as he clenched his fists and shouted, Lord Quitela, here I come. In the next moment, Lin Shi vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Quitela, delivering a swift punch that caught Quitela off guard. Ugh! Quitela's face was struck, and he let out a pained groan as he plummeted from the air. Just a few inches above the ground, Quitela steadied himself and soared toward Lin Shi to retaliate. Bang! Their fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding air, creating a series of howling gusts. Lin Shi showed no signs of mercy before retracting one fist. He unleashed another aimed squarely at Quitela's cheek. The speed and force of this blow were such that Quitela was unable to react in time. With Lin Shi's final kick, Quitela was sent flying once more, crashing into the ground and leaving a web of cracks in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the ground erupted in a thick cloud of dust, with debris flying everywhere. The outcome is clear. Lin Shi is victorious, Conic proclaimed, gently tapping his staff on the ground, restoring the earth to its previous state. As the smoke dissipated, Quitela, covered in dirt and grime, clenched his fists and roared, Lin Shi, you scoundrel. I told you to train diligently, not to surpass me. How dare you strike a god of destruction? I shall obliterate you. Quitela shouted in a fit of rage. Ho ho, Lord Quitela, how can you be so unreasonable? It was you who insisted on engaging in a genuine, no-holds-barred battle with Lin Shi. Conic interjected, mocking Quitela's inconsistency. Conic, Lord Quitela is merely jesting with us. Lin Shi chimed in, landing gracefully on the ground and cheerfully extending his hand toward Quitela. Quitela snorted in disdain, ignoring Lin Shi's outstretched hand, and stood up, brushing off the debris from his body with a serious expression. Kid, today marks the day of our challenge against the 7th universe. Are you prepared? Haha, rest assured about your candidate. Lin Shi replied, a confident smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Conic chimed in elegantly, Lord Quitela, worry not. Lord Lin Shi's current power surpasses yours. Sigh. Quitela shot a glare at Conic, exhaling a resigned sigh. This is utterly absurd as a god of destruction. I cannot even best a mere candidate. With a smile, Conic gestured for both to place their hands on his shoulders. Then let us be off. It is time to give Beerus a taste of hardship. Quitela quickly composed himself, excitement radiating as he beckoned. Lin Shi, let us depart. You must teach that bald cat a lesson. Of course. Lord Quitela, Lin Shi replied with a gentle smile, placing his hand on Quitela's shoulder. Whoosh! The three figures swiftly vanished from the spot, setting off for the seventh universe. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of the seventh universe, by the riverside stood a figure dressed similarly to Conic, wielding a staff of his own. Sensing movement behind him, he turned, revealing a visage even more youthful and handsome than Conic's, adorned with an elegant smile. He is Whis, the angel of the seventh universe. It has been a while, Conic. Lord Quitela. Whis greeted, nodding at Conic and Quitela. Hi. Lin Shi popped his head out from behind Conic, waving at Whis. A Saiyan? Whis instantly noticed the tail at Lin Shi's waist, casting a puzzled glance at Conic. Before Conic could respond, Quitela, hands on his hips, surveyed the surroundings. Where is that hairless cat? Where is he? Lord Beerus has been asleep for the past 15 years, and may not awaken for some time. Whis replied with a faint smile. But soon. I wonder why I caught a whiff of something so unpleasant. A purple, hairless cat with a long tail lazily emerged from a massive stone dwelling, yawning. He is Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Is that you, the incessantly chattering mouse, Quitela? What brings you here? Beerus scoffed, eyeing Quitela and his companions. Humph, you cursed bald cat. Upon seeing Beerus, Quitela's expression twisted with fury, akin to that of a sworn enemy. Who are you calling a bald cat? You loquacious old mouse. Beerus shot forward, appearing right in front of Quitela. The two gods of destruction glared at each other, their tempers flaring as they exchanged heated words. Lord Beerus, what has awakened you? Whis inquired, his previously calm smile now somewhat strained. Humph. Quitela, hands on his hips, addressed Beerus with intent. Let us fight, Beerus. Do you remember our previous wager? You lost me once. This is your second chance. Are you certain you wish to battle me? Can you truly defeat me? Beerus retorted arrogantly, his disdain evident. Furthermore, that was an arm wrestling match, not a fight. How can you claim to have lost a second time? I assure you, this time it will be a fight. To prove my point, I will send forth my candidate, Lin Shi, Quitela declared, patting Lin Shi's shoulder. This is my greatest pride. Chapter 2, Super 5 to Super 6, enter Lin Shi. You miserable old mouse, are you here to amuse me? Beerus' gaze was rife with mockery and derision. Only the sixth and seventh universes possess Saiyans, and the Saiyans with tails are only found in the seventh universe. Therefore, he is a Saiyan of the seventh universe. Beerus stated, crossing his arms behind his back, his tone growing increasingly incensed. How could there be a loose end? Whis, quickly investigate this thoroughly. What on earth is happening? Oh, Whis replied nonchalantly, swiftly gliding over his magic orb, soon casting a sympathetic glance at Beerus. Lord Beerus, this Saiyan was deceived from our universe by Lord Quitela. Beerus' expression darkened further, veins throbbing on his forehead. Oh dear, poor Lord Beerus. Always someone coveting what belongs to your universe. For instance, the Super Dragon Balls discovered by Lord Compa last time. In response to Whis' sardonic remarks, Beerus clenched his feline fists in anger. Damn it. Compa didn't borrow them, he stole them. Stole. To think someone would snatch my universe's people and brazenly challenge me to a fight. Beerus glared at Lin Shi, who stood silently behind Quitela. This young lad may appear youthful, yet the palpable power that surrounds him. It is infuriating. This is indeed a fortunate catch, a hidden gem that has slipped through the net. I'm exceedingly enraged. The more I ponder, the angrier I become. Heh! Quitela showed no signs of embarrassment, boldly retorting. I unearthed this candidate for the god of destruction through my own prowess. So why should it be claimed as belonging to your universe? TCH. Beerus cast a scornful glance at Lin Shi. Then I choose. Wait, I have no candidates. Lord Beerus, you have an agent. Whis kindly reminded him. TSK. That fellow Frisia is likely no match for this one. Beerus' expression turned icy as he regarded Lin Shi with disdain. Do you wish to spar with me? Lin Shi locked eyes with Beerus, his gaze crackling with electric intensity, burning with a fervent fighting spirit. Please do, Lin Shi shouted, entering his Super Saiyan 5 form. His silver hair swayed, enveloped in a similar hue, exuding an air of majesty and charm that momentarily stunned Beerus. A transformation of the Saiyans? Ultra instinct? No, that's not it. Whis exclaimed in shock before shaking his head in denial. Haha, this is called Super Saiyan 5. Quitela's grinned widely, the mightiest existence. Indeed, Conic chimed in nonchalantly. Even more formidable than Lord Quitela's. What did you say? Beerus squinted, seeking to confirm the truth behind Conic's words. Hey, powerful is one thing, but why compare me to him? Quitela's felt a mix of pride and acute embarrassment. Is that so? Gazing at Lin Shi, Beerus cursed. Young man, from which universe do you hail? daring to venture into another universe. Could it be that he is aware of his own actions? It matters not from which universe I come, I merely seek the path to ultimate strength. Lin Chi's expression remained calm, yet his eyes burned with a frenzied, fighting spirit. Beerus, do you wish to battle me? You are a fool who knows not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Beerus' demeanor grew increasingly frigid as he swung a fist toward Lin Chi. Lin Chi's gaze was solemn, but before he could prepare himself, Beerus suddenly vanished. No, that is incorrect. Beerus' speed was simply too swift, having already positioned himself behind Lin Chi. Before Lin Chi could turn, Beerus unleashed his claws toward Lin Chi's head. Though Lin Chi had been on guard, his speed was no match for Beerus'. His cheek was struck with tremendous force. Bang! Lin Chi immediately countered, yet his punches and kicks landed mostly on empty air. Beerus' speed was astonishingly swift. He was far from the level of a deity of destruction like Quitela's. Defeating him with the Super Saiyan 5 form was simply inconceivable. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest god of destruction in the 12 universes, unmatched. Hey Lin Chi, what is the matter with you? Get it together. Seeing Lin Chi being overwhelmed, Quitela grew anxious. Your strength should not be so limited. Beerus is far mightier than I. Shoo. Lin Chi placed his hands on the ground, his form continuously retreating, carving a deep trench through the earth, exposing the brown soil beneath. Once the inertia was shed, Lin Chi stood upright, crossing his hands over his chest, and bellowed hot. Flames of energy erupted. Waves of pressure surged, causing the surrounding debris to tremble. Since my full power in Super Saiyan 5 form is inadequate, then you are fortunate indeed. This candidate you have discovered is truly formidable, and the energy is still climbing. Whis noted, recognizing Beerus' seriousness with surprise. Konik nodded in agreement, indeed. Thus, Lord Quitela's luck is entirely invested in Lin Chi. In other respects, he is rather unfortunate. Ultra Instinct. As Lin Chi roared once more, the energy radiating from him became increasingly resplendent, with multicolored glimmers surrounding the aura. Oh, it appears to be shining silver. Beerus' eyes narrowed, the mockery on his face gradually dissipating. Konik, do you think Lin Chi can defeat Beerus? Quitela clenched his fists in anxiety. Only time will reveal the answer, Konik replied with a subtle smile, pondering the worth of predicting the outcome. Prepare to witness my newly attained form. Lin Chi's expression grew ever more solemn. His entire being surged with power. An immense, invisible pressure ascended, shaking the realm of divinity itself. The tempest uprooted trees from the ground, sending waves of intense pressure toward the trio by the riverbank, causing their garments to flutter violently. Is he transforming again? Beerus observed, allowing Lin Chi to unleash his full combat prowess. At the eye of the energy storm, Lin Chi floated, the eruption of his formidable power sweeping away the surrounding dust. Debris defied gravity, levitating around him. At that moment, he was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiance, his silver hair transformed into a vivid orange, with the formerly silver fur on his body adopting the same hue. Lin Chi continued to release the power of his Super Saiyan 6 form. Thus, the Super Saiyan 6 form, Lin Chi has arrived. Wow, this is indeed unexpected. Is this also a transformation of a Saiyans? Whis covered his mouth with a hand, chuckling, though his eyes were filled with astonishment. No wonder Lord Beerus. The earth trembled as it began to crumble. Lin Chi's body radiated an overwhelming light, which, when intensified, transformed into a pillar of light soaring into the heavens. A terrifying power erupted in an instant, releasing boundless pressure in all directions. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle Duel of Gods and Mortals. Even Beerus, positioned closest, felt the impact of this astonishing energy. As he beheld the colorful brilliance emanating from Lin Chi, Quitela found himself momentarily entranced, a sensation he could not quite articulate surging within him. It felt as though he were both proud and terrified, tinged with a hint of joy. Then, Beerus, it is time for you to unleash your full strength. Lin Chi's expression grew increasingly serene and divine. He resembled a deity descending upon the mortal realm. This solemn declaration ignited disbelief in Beerus' eyes, yet he swiftly transitioned to a smile. But it seems you are indeed a remarkably gifted child. Beerus' face lit up with excitement, nearly contorted with exhilaration. The long-lost thrill of rivalry ignited within him, a joy akin to encountering a worthy opponent, and Beerus was on the verge of becoming utterly exhilarated. With a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, Weiss raised a hand to conceal his laughter, exclaiming, Lord Beerus remains as playful as ever. Lin Chi faced Beerus from a distance, and in the next moment, both revealed a bloodthirsty smile as they charged towards one another. The fist of the god of destruction was unstoppable. A faint purple aura ignited around Beerus, suddenly unleashing a formidable power that enveloped his claws as he surged towards Lin Chi. Lin Chi smiled excitedly, his lips curving upward, as he intertwined his hands to block Beerus's punches. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a fierce battle, moving so swiftly that their figures became nearly indistinguishable. In the realm of destruction, Universe 6, Kampa leisurely sipped from a glass, while Vado stood beside him with a look of exasperation. Lord Kampa, you are far too corpulent. Perhaps you should refrain from consuming such high-calorie beverages. Kampa was about to retort when the ground quivered slightly, causing him to widen his eyes and spray a mouthful of drink. What on earth? Is that the power of Beerus? It's even affecting my Universe 6. In a flurry, Kampa discarded his drink and rose to his feet with enthusiasm. Vados. Let us hasten to witness the spectacle. Anyone who can contend with that fellow Beerus must be an extraordinary deity. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, the Kaioshin realm. Kaioshin Shin scratched his head awkwardly as he gazed at Whis within the crystal ball. Good day, Mr. Whis. Kaioshin Shin felt increasingly embarrassed. I apologize for the intrusion, but the entire universe is trembling. Could you enlighten me as to what is transpiring? Whis looked upon Kaioshin Shin with a gentle smile. What is occurring now is a contest between gods and mortals. As Whis gestured slightly with his staff, Kaioshin Shin perceived the cause of the cosmic disturbance. A howling tempest swept across the divine realm, causing the surrounding planets to tremble. How is this possible? Is there truly such a formidable human? As he observed the scene within the crystal ball, Kaioshin Shin's eyes widened to their utmost limit, almost bulging from their sockets. That is the Saiyan who was thought to be extinguished. Destruction god Beerus, you are indeed powerful. Lin Chi sensed Beerus's strength escalating further. Lin Chi, with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of energy, but Beerus merely inclined his head slightly to evade it. Of course, my strength is beyond your comprehension. Beerus grinned, revealing a confident smile. As he spoke, the energy blast surged past him, obliterating a nearby planet into countless fragments. The explosion scattered the remnants of the shattered planet, while Lin Chi and Beerus once again engaged in another round of fierce combat. Lin Chi's energy wave radiated brilliantly, while Beerus's purple destructive energy erupted. The figures of both combatants flickered incessantly, their rapid movements creating afterimages that barely captured the essence of their punches and kicks. Super energy wave. Lin Chi placed his hands on his waist and let out a mighty roar as he released his energy. Beerus, unfazed, countered with his own destructive energy, effortlessly neutralizing Lin Chi's Kamehameha wave. It has been countless millennia since I felt such exhilaration, Beerus exclaimed, his excitement growing, causing his attacks to become increasingly rapid. Their close-quarters combat and the occasional bursts of energy manifested like vibrant fireworks. At that moment, Vados and Kampa appeared beside Whis. What is happening? Kampa exclaimed, his eyes widening. Earlier, he sensed a subtle tremor throughout the universe, but now, within the divine realm, the vibrations intensified. The sporadic sound of sonic booms echoed through the air. Damn it, this sounds like an explosion. I can barely keep my eyes on Beerus's battle. Kampa cursed, visibly displeased. Vados and Whis paid no heed to Kampa's outburst, their expressions serious as they observed the clash between Lin Chi and Beerus. No, this was no mere sparring session. It was an epic battle at its zenith. Truly worthy of being my prodigy. Quitela beamed with pride, nearly losing his composure. Ahem. Lord Quitela, please maintain your decorum. Konik awkwardly covered his eyes, struggling to suppress his laughter. They are drifting further away. Kampa scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on the diminishing silhouettes above. Come, let us pursue them. Realizing the fighters were moving farther apart, Quitela called out to Konik. From the divine realm, the battle between Lin Chi and Beerus had already transcended into the starry expanse. By the time the spectators arrived, the surrounding cosmos bore the scars of their conflict, utterly transformed. Any planet they traversed was obliterated, leaving only remnants of celestial debris floating in the void. Occasionally, a few planets emitted faint signs of life, which constrained Lin Chi's actions. Destruction. A flicker of fury ignited in Beerus's eyes as he unleashed another wave of suffocatingly potent energy. Gazing at Beerus, who seemed indifferent to the lives on those planets, Lin Chi felt a sense of helplessness. Is this not my very purpose? Beerus grinned, his sharp fangs glinting menacingly. Lin Chi had no time to contemplate. He swiftly unleashed a destructive energy wave, dissipating the sphere of annihilation that Beerus had hurled towards him. In that instant, Lin Chi, who had previously held a slight advantage, found himself at a disadvantage. As he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent, Whis and Beerus exchanged complex glances, while Kampa looked on with envy. The fierce battle raged on. If this continued, the universe itself would be on the brink of collapse. Glancing sideways, Beerus noted the calm demeanor of Whis and Konik. Whis nodded in agreement, suggesting they send their adversaries to the void. However, before he could act, both Beerus and Lin Chi unleashed their formidable energy spheres simultaneously. The collision of these two powerhouses caused the surrounding space to shatter and warp. Oh no, their strength is too great. A distortion in time and space is occurring. Konik shouted, rushing forward to intervene. Yet, no matter how swift Konik was, he could not outpace the gravitational pull of the temporal distortion. Unprepared, Lin Chi was abruptly drawn into the vortex. Lord Beerus, Whis exclaimed in alarm. In a flash, he unleashed his full angelic power and soared towards Beerus, managing to grasp him just in time. Ah. Witnessing this, Quitela's eyes widened in fury, unable to articulate his outrage. It was all happening too fast. Konik, lacking Whis' prowess, felt powerless. His candidate was lost. Damn that hairless cat. You owe me my candidate. Beerus, momentarily steadied, felt a cold sweat on his back. Had it not been for Whis' might, he too would have been ensnared in the warped space alongside Lin Chi. Your candidate was pilfered from our universe. What do you have to say about it? My candidate. Lin Chi. Tears welled in Karaya's eyes. This was the candidate he had painstakingly nurtured for 2 decades, and now he was gone. If you wish to weep, return to your universe, and do so. Beerus turned his head away from Whis' ministrations, wishing to avoid the painful sight. Humph. That fellow is my equal. He won't perish so easily. Quitela sniffed, gazing hopefully at Konik. Is it true? Will Lin Chi return? Well, Konik hesitated, unable to provide certainty, finally responding, perhaps. After all, Lord Quitela, you have treated him so well. He will surely find a way back. Konik himself found this reasoning absurd. With so many dimensions, the chances of returning to this exact time and place were exceedingly slim. Beep, beep. The incessant honking of car horns was grating on Lin Chi's nerves. He opened his eyes to behold a cerulean sky. And soon a somewhat familiar face emerged above him. Long, teal hair, a bright red top, and a short skirt. Are you all right? You suddenly fell in front of my car. Thankfully, my driving skills are quite good. The girl flashed a charming smile, her concern evident. I'm fine. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. Rising to survey his surroundings, he found himself standing in a bustling town square. He had been drawn into a distorted black hole. So where was this? Lin Chi turned to the girl, a hint of bewilderment on his face. The street was abuzz with hurried pedestrians. West City. The girl replied, scrutinizing Lin Chi. Are you really okay? Did you hit your head? I'm fine. Lin Chi shook his head slightly. All right, if you need anything, just call me. I'm Bra, the girl said, handing Lin Chi a business card. Lin Chi gazed at the business card as he watched Bra depart in a sports car, still somewhat dazed. Is this West City? Has Bra truly grown up so much? I should return and inquire with Beerus about the current year. Lin Chi carelessly stuffed the business card into his pocket and began to probe the aura of the divine. However, a look of confusion soon crossed his face. Strange. He could not sense the presence of Whis and Beerus. What about the Supreme Kai? Still here. Lin Chi's figure vanished in an instant, indeed. He possessed the kind of instantaneous movement characteristic of the King of Worlds. In addition to this technique, Lin Chi had also mastered the perfect form of the angel's ultimate freedom, previously utilized. Furthermore, he had acquired the destructive techniques of the god of destruction. Quitela had been exceedingly generous towards him. As long as he expressed a desire to learn, anything was within reach of his instruction. Within the realm of the King of Worlds, upon Lin Chi's arrival, he beheld an elderly figure and a youth seated upon the verdant grass, both transfixed by a crystal orb. The younger of the two was adorned in peculiar attire, his skin a pale lavender, with pointed ears reminiscent of an elf, and long silvery hair cascading down his back, complemented by a pair of patera earrings. Is that Jebet God? Lin Chi pondered in astonishment. The other individual, clad in similar garb but bearing the marks of age, had a bald crown save for a tuft of hair. He was the old Kaioshin. Who are you? Upon hearing Lin Chi's voice, Jebet God was taken aback by his sudden appearance. I am Lin Chi, the Saiyan candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 4. Lin Chi announced with pride. Although these 2 Kaioshins were rather feeble in strength, they were gods nonetheless, deserving of a modicum of respect. Furthermore, he had inquiries to address to these peculiar beings. A candidate for the god of destruction? What does that entail? Jebet God inquired. His expression one of bewilderment as he turned to the old Kaioshin. Elder, do you have any knowledge of this? The old Kaioshin, evidently more informed, initially appeared astonished. But his demeanor swiftly transformed into a smile. I am the Kaioshin of this universe. He rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Lin Chi, his visage shifting to a glare directed at Jebet God as he admonished. You ought to adjust your demeanor. He is also a deity. But Jebet God tilted his head, extending a finger towards Lin Chi. He is a human, like Goku and the others. Silence. The old Kaioshin swiftly delivered a sharp rap to Jebet God's head. Your attitude could easily offend a god. You audacious little brat. If you provoke this individual, you may find yourself ground into the earth. After all, even gods could meet their demise. At this admonition, Jebet God, chastened, retracted his finger and placed his hands behind his back, adopting a more reserved posture. Hello? Lin Chi exhibited a rather subdued reaction. Yet the old Supreme Kai responded with great fervor. You rascal, silence yourself. The old Supreme Kai extended his hand towards the head of Lord Jebet, delivering a sharp thump. I hope the god of destruction finds amusement in this. This Supreme Kai's intellect appears somewhat unconventional. I trust you will not take offense. The old Supreme Kai rubbed his hands together nervously. Lin Chi disregarded the antics of the 2 comical performers, fixating his gaze upon the old Kaioshin, and solemnly inquired, where are Beerus and Whis? In this universe, apart from the two of you, I sense no other deities. There are no angels. I cannot perceive any other universes. What is happening? Cold sweat trickled down the old Kaishin's cheek as he grappled with Lin Shi's question, struggling to swallow and hesitating for an extended period. Speak. Lin Shi interjected, furrowing his brow as a surge of power radiated from him. The formidable pressure manifested as a tempest, instantly propelling the old Kaishin into the sky. Ancestor, oh, ancestor! Jebet God exclaimed, his eyes widening as he swiftly soared to pursue him. The rescued old Kaishin hung his head, his voice laden with melancholy. This is a forgotten time and space. Lin Shi, somewhat bewildered, queried. What do you mean by forgotten? 5 million years ago Beerus deemed my strength too feeble, quarreled with me, and subsequently sealed me within the divine sword. The old Kaishin clasped his hands behind him, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, an expression of profound sorrow etched upon his face. Enveloped in an ineffable and intense grief. Chapter 5. Where is Sun Wukong? Lin Shi's lips twitched imperceptibly. Isn't it quite normal for Beerus to seal you? You, an old Supreme Kai with feeble strength, are still wandering about recklessly. For the sake of your own life, Beerus will undoubtedly seal you, understand? And then? Lin Shi observed the old Supreme Kai in silence, urging him once more. The old Supreme Kai shook his head slightly, still wearing that sorrowful expression, seemingly at a loss. Even Lin Shi, who usually regarded himself as indifferent, felt veins throbbing on his forehead. Sensing Lin Shi's displeasure, the old Supreme Kai appeared somewhat flustered, wearing an expression that seemed to plead for trust. Truly, I have no idea when it happened, but they suddenly vanished. All of them disappeared. Even our universe has been severed from the others, becoming an independent universe. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, cursing under his breath. What the hell? After all this sorrowful deliberation, is this all you have to say? I thought something significant, like the emergence of Black Wukong, was at hand. Only beings like Beerus would vanish. And here I am, having stripped down, only to be met with this? His indifference transformed into disdain. Have you even investigated the cause? Well, it's not that there isn't one, but my strength, that is universally acknowledged. The gaze of the old Supreme Kai wandered aimlessly. Universally acknowledged rubbish. Lin Shi nodded, acknowledging that the old man had a modicum of self-awareness. Jebet, somewhat helpless, responded, even with Goku and the others' assistance, we have yet to uncover any explanation. Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance at the old Kai, sensing that this fellow had no intention of providing any information. Noticing Lin Shi's expression, the old Kai felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and struggled to swallow hard, exclaiming, I truly do not know. This old Kai was remarkably cunning, and despite Lin Shi's relentless intimidation and persuasion, he could extract nothing of value. Even if they compelled the old Kai to wield his divine powers, they would still be trapped within this universe. Lin Shi's own instant teleportation would yield the same result. He was ensnared. Following your suggestion, esteemed one, it appears the distortion of space-time was caused by the clash of combat energy. Perhaps employing a similar method might allow us to return? The old Kai ultimately presented this somewhat questionable suggestion. Who is the strongest in the universe at present? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the elderly figure before him. The eager Kibito raised his hand, exclaiming, I know. It is undoubtedly Goku from Earth. Thus, before Kibito could finish his sentence, Lin Shi instantaneously teleported away, to Earth, West City. Lin Shi gazed irritably at the unfamiliar splendors surrounding him and the hurried passers-by, a sense of bitterness welling up within. Oh, the absurdity. Is this really the famed Baozi Mountain? Lin Shi inquired for directions and arrived at the summit of Baozi Mountain, where he found only Chi-Chi sitting by the window, sighing despondently in the half-circular house. Her expression bore the sorrow of a wronged wife, and indeed, Gokong was not a commendable husband in this regard. Lin Shi closed his eyes in frustration, attuning himself to the essence of all living beings on Earth. A formidable presence was detected, yet it bore no resemblance to that of a Saiyan. Lin Shi instantaneously transported himself to the summit of a towering mountain, where he beheld Piccolo seated in a meditative posture. It is indeed Piccolo. The next, Lin Shi vanished once more, while Bick, still in meditation, opened his eyes to find nothing before him. Was it an illusion? He couldn't shake the feeling that there had been some kind of disturbance moments ago. Suddenly, Lin Shi materialized in a university, observing Sun Wukong, who sat in class. Lost in thought. Forget it, damn it. I might as well head straight to Capsule Corporation. Lin Shi irritably raked his fingers through his hair. Those fellows from Dog Kong probably keep their energy in check when they're not fighting. Lin Shi traveled by air this time, taking the opportunity to admire the breathtaking aerial vistas of Earth before gracefully descending into the villa courtyard adjacent to the capsule company. As Lin Shi descended, he beheld the figure of Beulah approaching the villa, flanked by a throng of robotic servants. The robots were laden with numerous shopping bags, clearly indicating that Beulah had just returned from a shopping excursion. Is it you? Beulah exclaimed, taken aback upon noticing the person standing in the courtyard. Are you here to ask me for money? Lin Shi, somewhat bewildered, thought to himself, what on earth would I want from a woman? Does he have no sense of pride? What? In the next moment, a voice filled with extreme discontent roared from the distant path, Beulah, you actually keep a gigolo. Lin Shi looked over and was taken aback to discover the perennial second son of the Gu family right there before him. with a cold visage, a noticeably receding hairline, and hair standing on end. He was sharply defined, and the blue bodysuit he wore accentuated his muscular physique. Who else could it be but Vegeta? Dad, what on earth are you rambling about? Bulma exclaimed in indignation, hands placed defiantly on her hips. You needn't say another word, you little brat. I swear I'll make you pay. Vegeta, resembling a ruffled cat, glared fiercely at Lin Chi. No, Dad, you are being completely unreasonable. Lin Chi protested. But Vegeta, who was utterly devoted to his daughter, paid no heed. His eyes zeroed in on Lin Chi's tail coiled around his waist. Humph, a Saiyan? How could there possibly be other Saiyans in this world? In his typical manner, Vegeta charged at Lin Chi with a fist raised, and Lin Chi observed coolly, indeed. That punch could inflict serious harm on an ordinary person. Vegeta, your paternal instincts are commendable. You wish to strike me, but do you possess the capability? Lin Chi regarded Vegeta with disdain, assessing his meager combat prowess. TSK. Such arrogance. I hope you can still speak after this. Vegeta, seething with rage, laughed bitterly. It seemed the world had enjoyed peace for far too long, allowing someone to speak to him in such a manner. After all, he was merely a Saiyan. Could he possibly rival the Saiyan Prince? Only Kakarot stood as an exception. He was determined to teach this fellow a lesson. But Lin Chi did not evade. Without even a glance, he directly countered with a gentle punch. Yet, Vegeta was sent hurtling backward. Ah, father, brah, who initially intended to feel anxious for Lin Chi, was taken aback by the turn of events. How infuriating! Vegeta, in a fit of rage, roared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged recklessly at Lin Chi once more. In his normal state, Lin Chi delivered another punch, sending Vegeta flying once again. Lin Chi threw a punch, sending Vegeta hurtling backward. After repeating this 4 or 5 times, Vegeta's expression turned ashen, gasping for breath as he knelt on one knee, clutching his painfully throbbing abdomen. Who are you, exactly? His gaze was filled with terror, a look of utter disbelief. Where did this Saiyan come from? Lin Chi cast a faint glance at Vegeta and inquired, I am searching for Sun Wukong. You know his whereabouts, do you not? Chapter 6. This is the GT timeline. Is it not? What is your connection to Bra? Why are you seeking money from her? Vegeta appeared to be quite concerned about this matter. After a brief explanation from Bra, the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly, yet he could not bring himself to apologize to Lin Chi. How could a proud prince ever bow his head? Where is Sun Wukong exactly? Lin Chi felt his patience waning. What do you need Uncle Wukong for? Bra tilted her head, looking at Lin Chi with curiosity. He and Xiao Fang, along with my brother, have gone to the universe to search for the Dragon Balls. Bra, why are you divulging this to a stranger? Vegeta admonished softly, his brow furrowing. Going to the universe to find the Dragon Balls? Lin Chi mused, furrowing his brow. Are they in search of the Super Dragon Balls? But why did he not consider that this segment might be contained within the Dragon Balls? Could it be an event that is yet to transpire? Lin Chi's indifference and his dismissive expression towards Vegeta only served to intensify the latter's fury. How infuriating. This insufferable scoundrel is even more detestable than that Kakarot fellow. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, pounded his fist against a nearby tree. Father, he's truly a good person. He hasn't done anything wrong. Bra, utterly defenseless against Lin Chi, chattered incessantly. Impossible. Who on earth are you? There can be no such terrifying individual on this planet. Vegeta paid no heed to Bra's words, lost in his own tumultuous thoughts, utterly rejecting this reality. Seeing that she could not persuade Vegeta, Bulma reluctantly turned to Lin Chi to explain. Because of that red Shinron from before, Uncle Goku has shrunk. The only way to restore him is to search for the Dragon Balls in the universe. It's all that Pilaf's fault, really. It's been over 8 months. And he still hasn't returned. Lin Chi listened intently, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Xiao Fang, the diminutive Wukong, and Trunks, 3 companions embarking on a cosmic odyssey. Could it be that this was not the very beginning of Dragon Ball GT? Goodness. So, Sun Wukong has reverted to his childhood form? Lin Chi furrowed his brow. Seeking confirmation, surely this transformation would not diminish his prowess? This was the crux of his concern. Indeed, Uncle Wukong has become a child. Bulma chimed in with a casual tone, yet in the next instant, she let out a piercing scream. Boom. The ground trembled violently and simultaneously. A tremendous explosion erupted in a nearby city not far from Capsule Corporation. A plume of smoke rose ominously into the air. Bulma, be careful, Vegeta exclaimed, swiftly regaining his composure to shield Bulma, who was on the verge of losing her balance. What on earth is happening? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, soaring into the sky to gaze at the billowing black smoke in the distance. It appeared that the city's safety was rather lacking. Bulma, be extra cautious. I will investigate, Vegeta declared, following suit into the air, his expression laden with confusion. An ominous energy emanated from that direction. What could possibly be the cause? Vegeta clenched his fists, muttering angrily under his breath. We will find out soon enough, Lin Chi remarked, raising an eyebrow as he swiftly darted toward the side of the explosion. Such incredible speed. Vegeta observed as Lin Chi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Amidst the panicked crowd and the desolate streets, a building lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of its former structure. Lin Chi did not descend directly. He hovered in midair, gazing at the towering, smoke-emitting figure of the blonde man ahead. Is it time for baby to appear? A slight smirk graced Lin Chi's lips, for if this were the timeline, then little Wukong and the others would soon return. Through his sensory perception, Lin Chi quickly discerned that amidst the panicked crowd, several individuals were under baby's control, 4 or 5 at most. At that moment, Vegeta also emerged behind Lin Chi, his eyes questioning the figures standing on the ground. Hey, do you know where the Saiyans are? The blond man seized one of the bystanders and inquired. The captured middle-aged man, terrified, began to scream upon noticing the man's eerie blood-red eyes. What do you want with the Saiyans? Vegeta's abrupt appearance caused the middle-aged man to be roughly shoved aside as he stood before baby. Why, you are Vegeta? The blond man's eyes glowed even more intensely with rage. What a stroke of luck, to find you without any effort. Haha. Listening to the man's nonsensical ramblings, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly vigilant. Despite the opponent's weak aura, a sense of danger loomed. Damn Saiyans, all of you must die. Vegeta refrained from attacking immediately, fixating his gaze on the blond man under baby's control. Who are you? Unfortunately, upon encountering Vegeta, baby was already consumed by rage. Heedless of consequence as he swung his fist in attack. Bang. To Vegeta, this level of strength was merely a step above that of an ordinary earthling. With a single punch, he effortlessly blocked baby's strike. What is wrong with you, human? Baby, infuriated, attempted to push his fist forward. But Vegeta stood like an immovable mountain in his path. Damn Saiyan. Baby's fury escalated. Why are these accursed Saiyans so powerful? How could the Zafirians exact their revenge? No, if he could injure Vegeta, he could seize the opportunity to invade Vegeta's formidable body. You bizarre creature. Observing baby's crimson eyes, Vegeta once more seized baby's incoming punch and delivered a powerful kick. Bang. Get lost. Vegeta's leg, imbued with immense power, struck baby squarely in the chest. The towering blonde man was sent flying, trailing dust as he crashed into the building across the street. Boom. How incredible. That person is truly formidable. Bystanders on the street, witnessing the spectacle, ceased their escape and gathered to watch the commotion. Humph. Vegeta disdainfully glanced at the man sprawled among the rubble. What a nuisance. Even the trash can't refrain from causing trouble. In the crowd, several individuals with similarly crimson eyes exchanged glances and quietly retreated from the scene. It was clearly unwise to confront the powerful Vegeta at this moment. A more strategic approach was required. Humph. Vegeta soared into the sky, brushing past Lin Chi with a cold huff. You'd best stay away from my daughter. Oh, the prince with such inflated pride. Lin Chi raised an indifferent eyebrow and instantly teleported to Bulma's residence. Stay away from your daughter? I'm off to find your wife, Bulma. Hey, Bulma. Lin Chi, unfazed, navigated through the courtyard and soon arrived at the door of Bulma's laboratory. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Bulma inquired, opening the door upon hearing the commotion. Is the time machine still around? Lin Chi displayed a polite smile. I've come to ask you for the time machine. You actually know about the time machine. Although Bulma's smile was radiant, it could not conceal her aging visage. You see, I'm a Saiyan from a century into the future. Lin Chi explained courteously. I don't know why I suddenly intruded into this timeline. I need your time machine to return to my rightful time. Future? A century ahead? Bulma's curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lin Chi, inviting him inside. Come, let us have some tea. With warmth, Bulma had a robot serve tea as they settled across from each other at the coffee table. What is the world a century from now like? Who are you a descendant of? Bulma bombarded Lin Chi with questions. We must have died long ago, right? How do you know about the time machine? Are you Trunks' son? No, wait. Grandson? Lin Chi suddenly realized that this casual excuse was becoming difficult to maintain, so he decided to abandon it altogether. I cannot disclose matters that could affect the past, or else I might never be born. What a foolish excuse. He regretted not claiming to be Vegeta's grandfather instead, but considering that Bulma had not even been born in the past, how could a time machine exist for him to know about? Oh dear, it has become a secret. How intriguing. Bulma continued to scrutinize Lin Chi. Eventually, she surprisingly believed him and wrapped her arms around his neck. A Saiyan from the future. I truly wonder whose child you are. She actually believed it. Lin Chi's forehead was marked by 3 dark lines as he carefully grasped Bulma's arm and continued speaking softly. However, when I was researching wormholes in the future, I suddenly found myself in this space-time. If I wish to return to the future, it quickly brought you to mind, Bulma. You are a remarkable scientist. Remarkable, you say? Not really. This flattery was quite effective on Bulma, who bashfully touched her own cheek. Lin Chi smiled faintly, dismissing the earlier remarks as mere nonsense. The current timeline still resided within the realm of baby, which meant that Sun Wukong had yet to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. If he sought formidable adversaries, how many years would he have to linger in this GT world? He desperately needed Bulma's time machine. With it, he could directly traverse to the era of Super Xinglong, thus saving precious time. If only Sun Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 5 at that moment. If all else fails, he could use the time machine to leap forward 3 more years. Let those characters from fanfiction, such as Ace, Rager, and ZHIK, emerge as well. With the power of Super Saiyan 5 and 6, the ensuing energy collision could potentially create a distortion in space. That would facilitate a successful departure from this timeline. Contemplating this, Lin Chi's smile grew more pronounced as he eagerly inquired, "So, where is the time machine?" "None," Bulma replied. Her expression filled with maternal warmth and unruffled calm. "I have never built a time machine. Perhaps the future you inhabit is not the same as mine." Lin Chi displayed a perplexed expression. The time machine was indeed crafted by Bulma in Dragon Ball Super. "Do not fret, regardless of the world. As long as it is my creation, I will ensure its existence." Bulma reassured him, gently patting Lin Chi's shoulder. "Give me some time, and I am confident I can construct one for you." "Really?" Lin Chi exclaimed in delight, gazing at Bulma, who had risen to her feet. "You can make it?" "Of course. I am Bulma," she declared, hands tucked into her lab coat pockets, striding toward a screen resembling a computer. "Just describe the appearance of the time machine to me." Bulma busily swiped across the screen, occasionally muttering to herself. "I have conducted research on the theory of time jumps for quite some time. If we can identify the nodes of the timeline and warp both ends to the same dimension, truly remarkable." Lin Chi praised earnestly, genuinely impressed by Bulma's brilliance as a scientist. At dinner, Bulma led Lin Chi to the dining table. Upon seeing him, Bra's face lit up with joy. "Oh, you're back again? Ah, you must feel a sense of familiarity with him. He is a scion from the future. Who knows? He might even be your great-grandson," Bulma enthusiastically introduced. "Is that so? No wonder you fell from the sky. It must be fate." Bra quickly embraced Lin Chi's playful deceit regarding Bulma. Damn it, Vegeta, who had just reached the doorway, was visibly agitated, veins protruding from his forehead. "Not only are you a nuisance to my daughter, but you also deceive my wife," chuckling at the sight of Vegeta recklessly attempting to intervene with the two women. Lin Chi scoffed. "Regardless of what you say today, I shall obliterate you." Before the door to the gravity chamber could even close, Vegeta erupted into Super Saiyan 2. Charging at Lin Chi with a fierce punch. Bang, bang, bang. Bulma, with a worried expression, glanced at the swaying drink in the goblet on the table and asked with concern, "Bra, do you think that child will be all right? Vegeta is as volatile as ever." "It's fine," Bra replied nonchalantly, grabbing a sandwich, utterly unconcerned about Vegeta's pride. "Dad cannot defeat my great-grandson." She quickly placed Lin Chi in the role of her descendant. "Ha ha ha," Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth in an effort to stifle her laughter. "If you say such things about your father, he will surely suffer a considerable blow later." "What blow?" Lin Chi, now appearing at the dining hall entrance, asked casually. "Where's Vegeta?" Bulma looked back at Lin Chi, surprised that Vegeta had not followed him back. Meanwhile, Vegeta was in a state of utter disarray, sprawled on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain the Super Saiyan 2 form. He furiously pounded the ground with his fists, shouting, "Damn you bastard! Bastard!" Lin Chi leisurely resided in Bulma's home, caring little for the turmoil outside and merely waiting for Bulma to complete the time machine. He paid no heed to the number of individuals controlled by Baby or the havoc wreaked upon Earth. As long as Bulma remained unscathed, that sufficed. These messes would naturally be tidied up upon the return of little Goku. "Hey, Dad, will you accompany me shopping?" Under the twinkling stars of the night, Lin Chi reclined on the second-floor balcony, hearing Bra's furious cries as she chased after Vegeta in the courtyard below. "If you don't come with me, I'll never acknowledge you as my father again, you jerk." Chapter 8. The incessant Baby, offering himself up suddenly, footsteps halted, followed by Vegeta's restrained response, "Fine. I'll go with you. Haha, I still like Dad the most." Then, two sets of footsteps departed simultaneously. Lin Chi leisurely sipped his red wine, relishing the delightful evening. "However, if you continue to gaze at me, I might just let you vanish along with this night." At that moment, as Lin Chi set down his goblet, a faint voice broke the tranquility. "Sir, are you aware of everything happening on Earth?" It was the voice of the Elder Kai, who, with a furrowed brow, observed the indifferent Lin Chi through the crystal ball. "Yes, but what does it matter to me?" Lin Chi replied coolly. "I believe you should be more concerned about the Supreme Kai, after all. If he falls under Baby's control, he will undoubtedly hand over the Black Star Dragon Balls. But Dandy's power." The anxious Jebbit pressed closer to the crystal ball. "Fear not. Isn't there's super divine water beneath their temple?" Lin Chi took another sip of wine. "The super divine water can eliminate the eggs left by Baby." "Thank you, sir." Ignoring Jebbit's impending words, the Elder Kai swiftly redirected the crystal ball's view to the Supreme Kai's temple. "Why is that?" "This gentleman clearly possesses the ability to obliterate that Zuffel's power in an instant." Jebbit lamented helplessly. "Humph. What do you know? Powerful individuals often harbor peculiar quirks." The Elder Kai remarked, delivering a playful tap to Jebbit's head. "Perhaps he, like Goku and the others, enjoys waiting for his enemies to reach their full strength?" While Lin Chi awaited Bulma's invention of the time machine, far across the cosmos, little Goku, Trunks, and Little Pan finally gathered all the Black Star Dragon Balls and were now on their journey back to Earth. Day and night swiftly exchanged places. Lin Chi stretched languidly and stepped onto the balcony, inhaling the fresh scent of the green grass wafting from the courtyard. "Master! Master!" The voice of the old Kai was filled with urgency as he called out recklessly. "Master, please lend your assistance. In just a single night, every human on Earth has been ensnared by that Zephyrian. Even Vegeta, who returned last night, has fallen under their control. That rascal Baby has systematically dismantled the Saiyans on Earth, starting with the weakest, Goten. Now, even Vegeta has been parasitized. And the only one who can save Earth seems to be you, Lin Chi. Is it truly that swift? Lin Chi remarked, lowering his arms as he walked towards the dining room. It has only been one night. Baby's speed is quite formidable. What of Goku and the others? Have they not yet returned to Earth? They're on their way back, but it is uncertain whether they will arrive in time. The old Kai sighed deeply. Lin Chi arrived at the restaurant, and as soon as he took his seat, robots began to gracefully serve an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. Lin Chi listened indifferently, engrossed in his breakfast. There was no need to be anxious. Little Wukong and the others would undoubtedly arrive in due time. Even if Baby successfully parasitized Vegeta's body, with his strength, he would likely only reach Super Saiyan 3 at most. Even if he were to absorb the powers of Gohan and Goten, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3 would merely be a concession to Baby. He was far from being Lin Chi's match. Lin Chi leisurely finished his breakfast, but to his surprise, it was not he who sought out Bebe. Rather, Bebe had come knocking at his door. Could it be that she required Bulma's technological prowess? In an instant, Lin Chi teleported to Bulma's laboratory. At that moment, Bulma appeared to be quite weary from an all-nighter, peacefully slumbering with her head resting on the desk. Lin Chi squinted, peering through the window at the figure of Vegeta, now possessed by Baby, sprawled on the ground. This fellow seemed unable to effectively control Vegeta's body or harness his strength, rendering him even weaker than Vegeta himself. Following closely behind were Gohan and Goten, whose abilities were equally perplexing. After all, these two Saiyans had integrated seamlessly into earthly life, one consumed by scholarly pursuits, while the other was perpetually preoccupied with romantic endeavors. Yet, there was still a Saiyan. The blood-red eyes of Vegeta, now under Baby's control, were filled with a ruthless murderous intent. Baby, is it? At this moment, Vegeta could hardly be termed as such. It would be more fitting to call him Baby. Even though Baby had taken over Vegeta's form, there were still discernible differences in appearance, such as the silver hair and the unsightly vertical lines etched upon his face. You dare to seek me out? Do you believe you have lived long enough? Lin Chi disdainfully regarded Baby. If Vegeta could be subdued so effortlessly, what chance did Baby, who was inferior to Vegeta, have? Were it not for Baby's ability to enable Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 4, would he tolerate such a parasitic being bouncing around? This disrespectful wretch towards Lord Baby shall be taught a lesson. Gohan, standing behind Baby, eagerly volunteered. No need for that. The detestable Saiyan, I shall personally twist his neck. Baby grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, stepping deliberately towards the window. Lin Chi cast a fleeting glance at the peacefully slumbering Bulma before instantaneously transporting himself outside the window, coming to a halt before Baby. Damn it. What sort of gaze is that? Upon witnessing the sympathy reflected in Lin Chi's eyes, Baby was filled with rage. I simply find you pitiable. Unable to discern the reality of your current situation. As Lin Chi's words fell, he grasped Baby's wrist and hurled him into the air. He could not allow this scoundrel to disturb Bulma, who was diligently constructing the time machine for him. You wretched creature, you have successfully ignited my fury. Baby stabilized himself in midair and unleashed a purple energy sphere towards Lin Chi. The explosion of the energy sphere enveloped Lin Chi in a cloud of smoke. Observing this scene, Baby scoffed disdainfully, thinking, this mere Saiyan was merely a result of my carelessness. Otherwise, could he have thrown me away? However, looking at his own hands, he mused that Vegeta's body was indeed impressive. What a pity it was that he could not torment him to vent his anger. Son Goten also leaped into the air, flattering Baby. A cold smile creased Lin Chi's face as the smoke dissipated, revealing an increasingly contemptuous gaze. In a fleeting moment, Lin Chi appeared before the astonished Baby, delivering a swift and powerful punch to his abdomen. The tremendous force arched Baby's back, resembling a boiled shrimp. With a pained cry, Baby spewed a copious amount of blood, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 9. How is it possible that someone could be stronger than me? Baby, whether from fear or pain, felt his pupils constrict, unable to suppress his terror. How could he have been struck while he was still processing the situation? How could the opponent possess such overwhelming strength? Impossible. You pathetic jester. Lin Chi taunted, extending his hand towards Baby's bent form. It cannot be. How can there exist a being stronger than I? Baby found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Was Vegeta not powerful enough? How could he not withstand even one of the opponent's moves? He couldn't even discern what had happened. He was supposed to be the strongest in the universe. Why was there now someone stronger than him, especially a Saiyan, whom he loathed and despised the most? Baby, the once self-assured Gohan and Goten, witnessing the sudden shift, shouted in alarm. The two brothers soared into the air, intent on attacking Lin Chi. But they could not even approach him due to the overwhelming aura he exuded. Finally managing to quell his pain, Baby gazed at Lin Chi in terror. Why you? Who are you? He could not allow the revenge of its Sufal race to be thwarted by this individual, absolutely not. Have you considered what price you are willing to pay? Lin Chi's lips curled coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I am sorry. Baby blurted out without a moment's thought. I will leave immediately. His eyes darted around, scanning for Gohan and Goten in the distance, realizing that once he absorbed their powers, he would surely be able to eliminate the Saiyan. At that moment, Lin Chi's gaze shifted upward into the endless sky, where a spaceship was swiftly approaching. Is it Goku and the others? You too, hurry and transfer all your power to me. Baby shouted anxiously as Lin Chi's attention diverted from them. Yes. Gohan and Goten responded in unison. As they transformed into Super Saiyans, the swirling golden aura surged towards Baby. With the absorption of their powers, Baby's appearance began to alter. The lines on his face grew thicker, and even Vegeta's attire morphed. The yellow jacket, the green suit, and a similar line appeared on his forehead. This transformation caught Lin Chi's attention once more. The resemblance between Vegeta and Baby was becoming increasingly pronounced. Trust that I now possess energy that surpasses yours. I am the mightiest Saiyan. The once fearful Baby regained his misplaced confidence. You wretched scoundrel, how do you wish to meet your demise? Detestable Saiyans. You all should simply vanish. Lin Chi Yue increasingly despised Baby. How utterly repugnant. He parasitically clung to the Saiyans, exploiting them, all the while expressing disdain and loathing for them. How shameless it is to call for one's mother while simultaneously cursing her upon setting the bowl down. Lin Chi exerted a sudden burst of speed. Too swift for Baby to perceive, and launched a punch aimed at his abdomen. You're putting down the bowl but still cursing. Baby let out a heart-wrenching scream, expelling a large mouthful of blood. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, an enraged Baby retaliated with his own punch towards Lin Chi. The impact of his strike felt like hitting an object harder than iron or steel, and the recoil forced Baby to cry out in agony once more, clutching his wrist. The peculiar arm suggested a fracture. Lin Chi, increasingly sympathetic towards this unfortunate soul, remarked, "Look at this. What do you call it? It's simply a case of seeking trouble. If you provoke me, there must be a price to pay." As he spoke, a sphere of energy began to coalesce in his palm. At that moment, a spaceship descended into the backyard of Bulma's residence, and as the hatch opened, 3 figures rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively around Baby. A 7- or 8-year-old Goku glared fiercely at Lin Chi, demanding, "Who are you? What do you intend to do to Vegeta?" Lin Chi inexplicably felt a certain lyric echoing in his ears. "Little friend, do you have many questions?" Trunks anxiously turned to Vegeta, who was clutching his injured arm. "Dad, what happened to your face?" The bewildered Trunks wondered if his father's appearance was some sort of trending meme or yet another mess created by Bulma. Xiao Fang also appeared dazed as he gazed at Gohan, who wore a peculiar smile. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Isn't it the trouble you all caused?" Lin Chi's voice cut through the moment, prompting the 3 young warriors to turn. Run. Seizing the opportunity, Baby swiftly ensnared Trunks by the neck, whisking Gohan and Goten away in a flash of light. Hey. Vegeta. Little Goku was evidently caught off guard, staring blankly at the streaks of light disappearing into the distance. What is happening? Xiao Fang's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandpa, Dad and the others have become so strange. They possess a bizarre malevolence within them. Do you know what is going on? Little Goku looked down at Bulma, who emerged from the lab with a yawn, then turned his gaze to Lin Chi. You know, don't you? Were you just protecting Bulma? Isn't it obvious? Lin Chi landed gracefully on the ground, waving to Bulma. How about taking a nap? You've worked hard. Oh dear, what a thoughtful child. Bulma rubbed her eyes and feigned energy. By the way, what was all that commotion outside? That guy Vegeta has such a temper, just a bit prideful. You should be more magnanimous as a junior. As Bulma stretched, she noticed little Goku and Xiao Fang landing beside her. You're back. Have you collected the Dragon Balls? What a foolish question. With my radar and spaceship, how could you not? Anyway, I'm off for a glass of milk and a beauty nap. With that, Bulma yawned and departed, lost in her own thoughts. What on earth is happening? Little Goku and Xiao Fang exchanged bewildered glances. Do you remember that entity named Baby we encountered while searching for the Dragon Balls in the cosmos? Lin Chi placed his hands behind his head and leaped onto the balcony of the 2nd floor. Vegeta and your 2 sons had been subdued. No, to be precise. The entire human population on Earth had fallen under the control of that vile creature, Baby. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated in the ears of the 3. Chapter 10, Goku arrives to defeat Baby what? Xiao Fang exploded in anger upon hearing this. She looked around in terror and hid behind Xiao Wukong. Was it that horrid creature created by Dr. Meow? But had we not defeated it and made it flee? Xiao Wukong also wore a confused expression, wondering how it managed to come to Earth. I don't know. Lin Chi nonchalantly walked over to a lounge chair and lay down, leaving you to clean up this mess. He had no intention of intervening. Their strength was far too inadequate. Goku, hurry and pursue. Trunks is also in danger of being controlled. The voice of Jebbit was increasingly frantic. Is that so? Xiao Wukong clenched his fists and called out to Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang, it's too dangerous over there. You must stay here. No. I want to go with you, Grandpa. Xiao Fang stubbornly shook her head, grasping Xiao Wukong's arm. Fine. After all, this is something we released. Xiao Wukong's gaze grew more resolute. The battle intent that erupted from him, along with his excitement, was indeed steadfast. Then go quickly, Lin Chi replied indifferently. He was quite eager to see Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Lord Lin Chi, you could have prevented Baby from escaping just now. Why did you unnecessarily let Goku? Before Jebbit could finish, Lin Chi coldly interrupted him. Rely on me? What if I weren't here? But with Mr. Goku's current power, Jebbit said, somewhat anxiously. At this moment, no one is guaranteed to defeat Baby, let alone in the future. That is not my concern. I am merely an indifferent passerby. Lin Chi shrugged dismissively. Little Wukong's strength is utterly insufficient to contend with me. I have already given up. He must seek the future Goku. The old Supreme Kai was furious but had no outlet for his anger, so he directed his hand at Jebediah's head. Idiot. Idiot. Think of a way. Current Goku cannot match baby. Ow, ow, ow. Ancestor, please don't hit me. Jebet ducked and covered his head. Feeling helpless. What could he do? This lord refused to help. He was equally at a loss. Ancestor, perhaps Goku will find a way to resolve this. Do not fret. Jebet insincerely reassured, hoping to protect his own head. Meanwhile, Xiao Wukong and Xiao Fong had already soared into the air above the ravaged city and scarred earth. Xiao Wukong's fists tightened. That detestable baby was challenging his limits. Earth and family. Xiao Fong. Satan, carried by Bu. Soon noticed the streaks of light in the sky and shouted excitedly. In his excitement, he accidentally fell from Bu's back. Ah. Help, Bu. Detecting the evil energy was a simple task for baby. Soon, Xiao Wukong, Xiao Fong, Satan, and Bu arrived at baby's location. Step back a bit, Bu. Remember to protect Satan and Xiao Fong. Xiao Wukong landed in front of baby. At that moment, having ingested the Senzu bean from Gohan, baby was revitalized and brimming with confidence. Goku, your current strength seems inadequate to challenge me, or do you truly have the heart to harm these people? Baby laughed triumphantly as those familiar individuals under his control surrounded Xiao Fong. Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Krillin, Chi-Chi. Satan was on the verge of tears. These were all old acquaintances. Can't we just avoid fighting? Bu quickly knocked them out. Meanwhile, Gohan, Goten, and the recently controlled Trunks had also surrounded Xiao Wukong. You despicable creature. Xiao Wukong shouted, charging towards baby with a punch. I will defeat you and return them to normal. But the diminutive Xiao Wukong was no match for baby, who was parasitically controlling Vegeta. Baby mockingly blocked Xiao Wukong's punch with his elbow. You annoying Saiyans should all vanish. Baby glared at Xiao Wukong with increasing disdain. Dad, it's me, Goten. Goten leaped and aimed a punch at Xiao Wukong. Goten, you. Xiao Wukong swiftly dodged Goten's punch, shouting. Ignoring his father, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan and yelled. Can you really bring yourself to strike me, Dad? If Lin Chi were present, he would likely have given Goten a sound thrashing for his arrogance. Mr. Goku. How can you strike us? Trunks sneered, closing in on Xiao Wukong. Dad, join us. Baby is our true master. Gohan's face was filled with malice. Damn it. Surrounded by everyone and constantly distracted, Xiao Wukong was no match for them. Caught off guard, he was struck to the ground by Trunks, only to have Gohan swiftly appear beneath him, delivering a kick to Xiao Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Xiao Wukong was entirely in a position to take a beating, while baby stood with his arms crossed, mocking him. Haha, unwilling to accept your fate, are you, Saiyan monkey? Xiao Wukong found the battle increasingly challenging. He dared not attack excessively for fear of harming his loved ones. Damn it, I can't continue like this. The pressure from Trunks and the others was becoming unbearable for Xiao Wukong. With a roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Huh! With Xiao Wukong's scream. His form suddenly grew taller, a powerful aura erupting from within him. Golden energy flared at his feet, and gusts of wind swept outward like a hurricane. His hair, now golden and flowing to his waist, the cold and indifferent Goku swiftly blocked Gohan's punch. Wake up, Gohan! Xiao Wukong quickly countered and sent Gohan flying back. Soon, the three were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. Xiao Wukong then turned his icy gaze towards baby, who hovered with arms crossed in midair. You despicable scoundrel. Humph, I will not allow you loathsome Saiyans to live. Baby scoffed, effortlessly dodging Xiao Wukong's punches. However, after only a few exchanges of blows, Xiao Wukong found himself falling to the ground. Baby seized Xiao Wukong's punch, lifted his leg, and landed a knee strike to his abdomen. My power is beyond your imagination. Baby grew increasingly arrogant, rapidly retreating as an energy sphere began to form in his hands. Chapter 11. Goku is overpowered. Look at you rejoice, a formidable energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Wukong with astonishing speed. Enduring excruciating pain, he deftly employed instantaneous movement to evade the attack. The ground erupted in a cacophony of explosions, sending debris and thick smoke into the air, while the earth trembled violently. Cursed fate. Sun Wukong gazed at the newly formed crater, pondering the countless lives lost in its creation. His eyes bore into baby, his clenched fists tightening with resolve. I shall defeat you. Humph, your actions hardly align with your words. Baby scoffed, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a fierce determination, Sun Wukong roared. I will not let you escape, you scoundrel, as he desperately defended himself against baby's relentless assault. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Is this truly your full power? Baby taunted, smirking as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Sun Wukong. Skillfully maneuvering, Sun Wukong dodged the projectiles and retaliated with a powerful punch, striking baby's cheek. Yet, baby appeared unfazed, grinning as if he felt no pain. Sun Wukong, filled with confusion, soon sensed a surge of energy approaching from behind. He quickly distanced himself from baby, preparing to block the incoming blast, only for it to inexplicably curve and collide with his back. Ugh! Sun Wukong cried out, plummeting to the ground as his aura dissipated, reverting to his miniature form. This is bad. As he fell, he caught sight of Baby, who bore a sinister grin, rushing towards him with energy gathering in his palm. Meanwhile, Lin Chi, lounging lazily on the balcony, yawned, sensing Sun Wukong's power plummeting. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air, punctuated by the heart-wrenching cries of the diminutive Sun Wukong. Ugh! Baby, hands on hips, coldly surveyed the scene. Have I finally vanquished you, Sun Wukong? Not a chance. As the smoke began to dissipate, the small warrior struggled to rise, clutching his injured arm. Even standing, he remained vulnerable to further assault. Ugh! Another agonized scream escaped him as Baby's fist landed heavily in his abdomen, forcing bile from his throat. Lin Chi, can you not assist Wukong? Jebet, filled with urgency, implored. If there exists an enemy that Wukong cannot conquer, surely Lin Chi can overcome it effortlessly. Wukong is on the brink of collapse. The Elder Kai, witnessing through a crystal ball as Baby sent the small warrior crashing through layers of buildings, felt a surge of anxiety. It's time to employ the technique. The Elder Kai's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to the frantic Jebet. Quickly, teleport Wukong here. Yes, ancestor. Jebet vanished from sight, seizing upon the directive. Haha, now, it's time to send you to your demise. Baby's features contorted with excitement as he cackled cruelly. All Saiyans deserve to perish. A colossal energy sphere coalesced in his hands, aimed at the rubble where Sun Wukong struggled to rise. This is it. We are truly doomed. With Gohan and the others incapacitated, there would be no energy to sustain him. A bitter smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips. Is this truly the end? Helpless and immobile, he watched as the ominous black energy sphere drew ever closer. All Saiyans, you say? Lin Chi squinted, Baby's words echoing around him. In an instant, his form vanished from the reclining chair. Baby, sometimes, arrogance invites disdain, Lin Chi declared, appearing before the dark energy sphere. With a mere whisper, he unleashed a kick that sent the black energy projectile hurtling away. It sped towards Baby, who would face dire consequences if it struck him. Mr. Wukong, are you alright? A small, dark-skinned youth arrived, lifting the small warrior to his feet. It was Sun Wukong's disciple, OOB. What on earth is happening? OOB's face was a mask of confusion and concern. Why are father and son at odds? And who is that individual resembling Vegeta, attacking Mr. Wukong? Is this merely a normal state? Sun Wukong gazed at Lin Chi and Baby with disbelief, struggling to rise. You again, you insufferable fiend, Baby exclaimed, dodging his own energy sphere and glaring at Lin Chi, infuriated that this unexpected figure had allowed the small warrior to escape. Why did you save him? Baby's forehead pulsed with rage, his teeth clenched tightly. Perhaps, I, too, am a Saiyan, Lin Chi replied with a faint smile, his lips curling. Moreover, I find your arrogance quite distasteful. You dare to insult me repeatedly. Baby's fists tightened, his temper flaring. With a swift motion, Baby lunged at Lin Chi, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Ugh, Lin Chi grunted, looking up at Baby. Just as Baby's triumphant smile appeared, Lin Chi calmly retaliated with a punch to Baby's midsection. Ugh, Baby was sent soaring into the air, his wails echoing. Look how pleased you are. Lin Chi mocked, as Baby, still airborne, attempted another strike. Ah, Baby cried out in pain, desperately gathering energy for a counterattack. Bang! Lin Chi effortlessly swatted the energy sphere aside, reappearing behind Baby with a speed that left him bewildered. Another punch followed. Aya! Baby roared in fury, realizing this relentless Saiyan was merely toying with him, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Death Revenge Ball. A dark energy sphere materialized in Baby's raised hands, which he forcefully pressed downward, shouting, Die. Humph. Lin Chi remained motionless, gazing coolly at the approaching revenge ball. Dodge it. Sun Wukong implored desperately, though his voice was barely louder than a whisper. Chapter 12. I'll strike you down to the point where you cannot even parasitize. Is this fiend intent on annihilating the earth? Cradling the diminutive Wukong, the expression on the small Obu's face was a complex tapestry of emotions. Such formidable energy rendered him powerless despite his intentions. The black energy sphere engulfed Lin Chi, followed by a resounding explosion that shattered the silence. Smoke billowed, fragments scattered, and the tremors of the detonation resonated through the ground, prompting even the robust Son Gohan and his companions to quietly retreat behind the rocky outcrop. How formidable! Trunks mused, shielding his brow with a hand as he peered from the rocks, filled with admiration. Indeed, Lord Baby is truly remarkable, Son Goten echoed, his voice laden with envy. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Chi's figure slowly emerged. Are you happy? Unscathed. Lin Chi brushed off the dust that had not touched his shoulders, casting a glance at the somewhat dazed Baby suspended in the air. You bastard! You bastard! Ah! Witnessing his ultimate move fail to affect Lin Chi, Baby trembled uncontrollably. Die! Die! In a fit of rage, Baby unleashed the signature attacks of Vegeta, relentlessly firing energy blasts. His emotions had spiraled into chaos. Amidst the flurry of energy blasts, Lin Chi danced like a swift butterfly, weaving effortlessly through the onslaught, disdainfully appearing before Baby. A punch was thrown, swiftly followed by another. Ah! Baby took 2 blows to the abdomen, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Lin Shi followed closely behind and commenced a one-sided assault. Isn't baby the kind who revels in play? Isn't he fond of tormenting others? Then let him experience it himself. Lin Shi's relentless strikes were executed with perfect precision, inflicting maximum pain upon baby while sparing Vegeta's physical integrity. The onslaught left baby sputtering and wailing in agony. After yet another fall, baby struggled to rise from the deep pit, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. In truth, the tormentor from the beginning was never truly me. Baby wore a smug grin as he gazed up at Lin Shi, who was approaching him with deliberate steps. This fellow possesses Vegeta's body. Although baby was oblivious to the nature of the relationship between Vegeta and Lin Shi, the fact that Lin Shi resided with Vegeta's wife suggested a connection far from simple. His mind was likely brewing even more sinister thoughts. I am aware of this. Lin Shi replied indifferently. Does Vegeta have any ties to me? None at all. Hitting Vegeta's body is no different from striking baby himself, so what is the issue? Still none. Humph. Do you think I would be swayed by your fabrications? Baby did not believe him at all, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you possess the power to kill me in one blow, why not eliminate me directly? Humph. Look at your arrogance. Lin Shi's disdain for baby grew as he began to gather energy in the palm of his hand. Damn it. How can this guy be so formidable? Sensing the lethal power capable of ending his life, baby soared towards Son Gohan and the others. Come to me. Find a way to restrain him. Yes. Son Goten, though somewhat intimidated, was the first to emerge from behind the rocks. Lord Baby, are you alright? Son Gohan expressed genuine concern for baby. His expression filled with worry. Is this the troublesome fool trying to command me? Lin Shi observed coldly as Trunks and the others rushed towards him. Get away. Lin Shi moved with remarkable swiftness, appearing behind Sun Wukong and his companions in a blur, delivering 3 swift strikes. With a resounding series of thuds, Sun Wukong and his friends plummeted to the ground like dumplings falling from a basket. Just then, Jebbit, having rushed from the Kaioshin realm, materialized beside little Wukong. Wukong, are you alright? I will attend to your injuries at once. I will also enlist the aid of those two from the Heavenly Temple. The super divine water can eradicate baby's parasitic influence. Lin Shi cast a fleeting glance at Jebbit and then turned his attention to the astonished baby. Did you just assert that I lack the courage to eliminate you? As he spoke, Lin Shi's palm once again gathered an orb of energy. How is this possible? Baby's face was contorted with disbelief, his brow furrowed tightly. How are you moving? Why is it that you cannot see clearly? Lin Shi swiftly appeared before baby once more. It is due to the gap between us. As baby witnessed the energy in Lin Shi's hand slowly advancing towards him, he let out a terrified shriek. No. You cannot kill me. This is Vegeta's body. You cannot kill me. Lin Shi replied coldly with a smirk. No worries. I can simply wish for resurrection with the Dragon Balls afterward. Just as the energy orb was about to strike baby, Lin Shi redirected it, landing a powerful punch to baby's abdomen instead. Ugh! Baby screamed in agony, but still managed to wear a smug smile. As expected. You truly lack the resolve to kill me. Quickly retreating, baby positioned himself in front of the unconscious Son Gohan, seizing him to shield his own body. Go on. Kill me, Gohan. Witnessing Gohan's predicament, the recently revived Goku yelled in fury. What a despicable creature. Jebbit clenched his fists in anger. In an instant, he teleported Trunks and Goten back to Ub's side, determined to prevent baby from seizing another opportunity. What should we do? Xiao Fang looked helplessly at Satan, who was equally bewildered, his eyes darting around in confusion, ultimately unable to come up with a single plan. But you cannot contend with that monster. Indeed, the beating was insufficient. Lin Shi hovered in midair, his gaze chilling further. Suddenly, baby's triumphant grin froze as Lin Shi teleported before him, yanking Son Gohan away. I shall continue to strike you. Lin Shi sneered, and his fist collided with baby's cheek. You repugnant creature. With Lin Shi's relentless barrage of iron fists, baby was left sputtering, yet Lin Shi's force only intensified. As baby began to cough up blood, Lin Shi continued to strike, remaining indifferent. Now, do you still believe I am merely beating you? My parasite. After another spurt of blood, baby sensed something was amiss. His body began to tremble violently, panic etched across his face. No. My parasite. Did you think I was playing with you? Lin Shi's lips curled into a sinister smile, his fist raining down upon baby like a torrential downpour. I intend to strike until your parasite can no longer survive. With Lin Shi's declaration, baby's parasite became increasingly unstable, ultimately forcing it out of Vegeta's body. Chapter 13. The demise of baby and the arrangement of GT's Super 4. A small, fleshy orb emerged from Vegeta's body, and the moment Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness, he plummeted to the ground. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the diminutive meatball, wondering if this creature had developed a psychological scar from his earlier beating. Was it truly attempting to flee? The little meatball, baby, scurried away in the opposite direction from Lin Shi, filled with indignation. How dare I think of perishing at the hands of such a scoundrel? Slap. Lin Shi had no desire to capture that revolting mass of flesh. Instead, he simply swatted it away and sent a gust of energy towards it. With a resounding bang, the grotesque orb transformed rapidly back into its original form. leaving Baby in a state of utter disarray as the energy blast surged towards him. Vanish. Lin Qibing's cold voice resonated as he once again summoned a blast of energy from his palm, propelling Baby out of the atmosphere and towards the sun. The despicable Saiyan. Baby let out a horrific scream. His figure ultimately collided with the sun, creating ripples of crimson that radiated outward. A blinding explosion of energy engulfed the entire galaxy. In an instant, Baby was seared by the intense heat, slowly being consumed and devoured by the solar waves. Eradicated. Little Goku gazed up in astonishment at Lin Qi, whose towering silhouette shimmered brilliantly in the refracted sunlight, resembling a deity descended upon the mortal realm. At that moment, Baby's energy completely dissipated. Meanwhile, on this clear day, it began to rain, seemingly celebrating this moment of triumph. A hazy spectrum of colors emerged on the horizon, a breathtaking spectacle to behold. Lin Qi gazed impassively, aware that this was the divine water dispensed by the Hall of Gods. It would not be long before it extinguished Baby's parasitism. Humanity across the entire Earth would soon return to normalcy. How splendid! Xiaofang pulled Obu, skipping joyfully, brimming with delight. As the rain fell, those present gradually regained their senses. As Lin Qilua descended to the ground, he observed the crowd rushing towards little Wukong. He sighed helplessly, realizing that Super Saiyan 4 was now lost. Thank you, exclaimed Xiaofang, suddenly appearing before Lin Qilua, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dad, are you all right? Son Wukong displayed an expression of guilt as he approached little Wukong, directly offering his apologies. Although he had been under control, his memories remained intact, and he was appalled by his own actions. It's all right, you cannot blame yourselves, little Wukong said with a reassuring smile, casually patting his head. You are also under control. At that moment, Vegeta stirred awake, his gaze towards Lin Qilua a mixture of anger and shame. He had been overly arrogant. This is wonderful. Now that Baby has been dealt with by Lord Lin Qilua, I shall return. Jebbet God observed the crowd returning to normalcy, contemplating his departure. However, before he could utilize instant transmission, Lin Qilua intercepted him. You cannot leave yet. Lin Qilua's gaze shifted to little Wukong. Take little Wukong along. Let that old man restore his tail. If little Wukong cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4, can we still call it GT? The original plot should involve chaos on Earth, with son Wukong traveling to the King Kai's realm to have his tail restored before successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Jebbet God appeared perplexed. The matter seemed perfectly resolved. So why must they take Wukong back? Wukong's current combat power is inadequate, and greater foes will undoubtedly emerge. Lin Qilua stated calmly. Are there indeed stronger enemies? Little Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Thus, I must reach a higher level, understand? Lin Qilua looked indifferently at Jebbet God. Do you think I would remain here? Come, quickly take me to the King Kai's realm. Little Wukong was bursting with enthusiasm. Seeing little Wukong grasping Jebbet God's hand, Xiaofang hastily joined them, exclaiming, I want to go too. I wish to see Grandpa grow stronger. Humph. Vegeta merely responded coldly, saying nothing further, but he too approached, placing his hand on Jebbet God's shoulder, silently expressing his intent. This was the prideful Vegeta. I will go too. Son Wukong's guilt faded as he turned seriously to little Wukong. Dad, I will not hold you back again. Then I shall go as well. I want to grow stronger. Trunks shouted, clenching his fists. He could not simply stand by. Next time, at the very least, he must ensure his own protection and not burden others. In the brief exchange, every reachable part of Jebbet God was touched by the eager hands of the group. Jebbet God was bewildered. Wasn't it just supposed to be one Wukong going over? Why is everyone now set to accompany me? Hurry up, Lin Qilua urged with indifference to the number of people. It was better for a multitude to accompany them. Should little Wukong lose his sanity in his golden Oazru form, there would be others to help him regain his composure. Lin Qi was the first to teleport to the realm of the King of Worlds, casting his gaze upon the old King of Worlds, who was crouched on the grass, engrossed in a crystal ball. Surely you possess a method to extract Goku's tail, Lin Qi stated nonchalantly, his cold eyes fixed on the old king. The atmosphere hinted that should he refuse, dire consequences would ensue. Why yes. The old King of Worlds recoiled slightly, then nodded vigorously. Subsequently, under Lin Qi's deliberate guidance and reminders, young Goku, with the old king's assistance, experienced the peculiar sensation of an artificial tail extraction, a synthetic moon. Observing the crowd's intrigue as they gathered around young Goku, who was proudly flaunting his tail, Lin Qi extended his right hand. A surge of energy emanated from his palm, soaring skyward. When the azure energy sphere reached a certain altitude, Lin Qi skillfully controlled the energy, causing it to expand rapidly. In the next moment, a colossal figure emerged against the azure sky. Wukong, look up. Lin Qi smiled as he glanced at the small Wukong encircled by the crowd. Confused, the little Wukong looked up, but in an instant, his eyes widened to their fullest extent. Son Wukong's tail began to thrash wildly, and a tumult of emotions, confusion, excitement, began to swirl in his bewildered gaze. Soon, the feelings of bloodlust and brutality overwhelmed his mind, and little Wukong roared as his form grew larger. Reason was drowned in the chaos. The giant ape Wukong pounded his chest, each footfall resounding like thunder, shaking the ground beneath. Why is it not the golden great ape? Lin Shi frowned, gazing discontentedly at the massive black gorilla. Daddy, Grandpa, Kakarot. Chapter 14. From Great Ape to Golden Great Ape, Super Saiyan 4. The crowd swiftly dodged, casting puzzled glances at Lin Shi, questioning his intentions towards Wukong. What are you doing? Son Gohan shouted angrily, shattering the artificial moon in the sky. He had witnessed the destructive power of the great ape firsthand. Boom. However, once transformed into a great ape, Son Wukong could only revert to his normal form by severing his tail. Why are you making my father turn into a great ape? Lin Shi had his reasons. Gohan, do not panic. The old Kaioshin, hands clasped behind his back, addressed the bewildered crowd, speaking slowly to clarify. Really? Little Fong looked at the old Kaioshin with skepticism, uncertain whether he was jesting about her grandfather. Transforming and pulling tails. It's as if they don't regard humans at all. Please, remain calm. The old Kaioshin continued to soothe the crowd. Lord Lin Shi is aiding Wukong in enhancing his power. Is that so? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with interest. Could it be that I too can bypass Super Saiyan 3 and descend directly to Super Saiyan 4 with Lord Lin Shi's method? As the rampaging great ape loomed, Lin Shi leapt into the air, determined to intervene. This is too noisy. He soared upwards, delivering a kick to the giant ape's head. Roar. The struck great ape halted momentarily, turning its blood-red eyes upon Lin Shi. With no trace of reason, the great ape lunged at Lin Shi, their forms resembling a spectacle akin to swatting a fly in the eyes of the onlookers. Lin Shi's evasive maneuver caused the giant ape to miss its grasp, prompting it to roar fiercely and lunge toward Lin Shi once more. Lin Shi stood upon the bridge of the giant ape's nose, urging it to regain its senses and proceed to the next step. However, the colossal creature was utterly unresponsive. It raised a hand to strike its own nose, only to inadvertently inflict pain upon itself with a yelp. Lin Shifei positioned himself behind the colossal ape, delivering another powerful kick that elicited a series of deafening roars from the beast. Through Lin Shifei's relentless provocation and taunting, the enraged giant grew increasingly furious and irrational. With each resounding bellow, the ape's fury ignited a fiery aura around it. As the flames intensified, a shimmering golden hue began to manifest amidst its fur, rapidly spreading until it enveloped its entire form. The golden great ape. It had transformed into gold. Who would have thought the giant could undergo such a metamorphosis? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. I shall remember this. The next transformation into Super Saiyan 4 will be mine. This path to greater strength appears quite promising. Observing Goku seamlessly transition into the golden great ape form, Lin Shifei shifted his attention to Xiao Fong and the others. Awaken his rationality, Lin Shifei stated with indifference, distancing himself from the golden great ape. What? Son Gohan and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a mission during their visit. Father. Before Son Gohan could take flight, he was abruptly swatted away by the golden great ape. This. Son Goten felt a tinge of fear, hesitating to confront such a formidable father. Grandpa. Xiao Fong stood trembling before the great ape's blood-red eyes, choking back tears as she implored. Please return to your former self. I am terrified of you like this. Why don't you go and persuade him? The old Kai stood beside Vegeta, perplexed. Did you not see that even Jebet had eagerly approached to offer advice and received a beating for it? Humph, I cannot utter such nauseatingly sentimental words. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, directing his ire at the rampaging golden great ape. Kakarot, you wretched scion, you deserve to lose control of your reason. Roaring with increasing agitation, the golden great ape seemed to engage in a futile argument. Grandpa, this was the outfit I wore during my first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You personally crafted it for me, and it is our family photograph, our cherished memories. Have you forgotten it? Ultimately, moved by Xiao Fong's sorrow, Gohan and the others found themselves in a precarious situation as Goku, in his golden great ape form, wreaked havoc upon the Kaioshin realm. He finally succeeded in entering the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Ah, my Kaioshin realm. The old Kai and Jebet exchanged horrified glances at the devastated landscape. Amidst a tempest of golden light, flashes of lightning erupted, and the towering golden great ape began to shrink. As the blinding radiance faded, a man with long black hair and a red-furred upper body emerged before the onlookers, with blood-red eye sockets and piercing golden irises. He bore an expression both sharp and indifferent, complemented by a swaying tail. Super Saiyan 4 Goku had arrived. The power is overwhelming. Super Saiyan 4 Goku gazed at his own hands in bewilderment, softly murmuring to himself. He had actually succeeded. Vegeta felt a mix of anger and elation. Anger that Kakarot had surpassed him once again while he remained stuck in the Super Saiyan 2 form, unable to reach Super Saiyan 3. That fool Kakarot had already achieved Super Saiyan 4. Elated, he resolved to test this newfound method upon his return. How infuriating. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly at his sides. Gohan and Trunks, however, remained oblivious to Vegeta's emotional turmoil as they watched Goku with excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible. Father's power is astounding. Haraha, this is my contribution." The old Kai shamelessly claimed credit for Goku's success. You wish to spar with me? Lin Shifei noticed Goku's intense gaze directed at him and responded with a dispassionate demeanor. That is unfeasible. Even if little Goku has successfully attained Super Saiyan 4, he still pales in comparison to my own initial form. Not to mention my current abilities, which rival those of Beerus. I wish to test the strength that comes with this transformation. Is that permissible? Goku eagerly tightened his fists, brimming with the desire to fight. I never engage in sparring with those whose battle power is inferior to mine. Lin Shifei firmly dismissed the notion without hesitation. I concede that your current strength is formidable, surpassing that of baby, but you remain no match for me. Goku lowered his gaze, having contemplated a proper sparring session with Lin Shifei before. Yet he was acutely aware of their disparity in power. Furthermore, with baby's recent defeat, he felt emboldened. His strength had significantly increased thanks to the old Kai's assistance. Father. Gohan hesitated, grappling with his father's penchant for combat and his inherent desire to challenge others. How can one know without trying? Goku lifted his gaze. Seriousness etched on his face as he addressed Lin Shifei. I wish to spar with you. I am aware of your might, yet I do not consider myself weak. Lin Shi curled his lips. Is this the Wukong of GT? Chapter 15. Even Super Saiyan 4 cannot withstand my punch. I believe you would be better off using this method to push Vegeta into Super Saiyan 4 and fight with you. Lin Shi declined once more. There is truly no need. Even the full strength of Super Saiyan 4 Goku cannot withstand a single punch from me. Goku clenched his fist, assuming a combat stance. I wish to know the extent of our disparity, then give it your all. Lin Shi spoke calmly, unable to be persuaded otherwise. Father, I'm scared. Little Fong huddled behind Sun Wufan, suddenly recalling the tragic image of baby's demise. The beating, how could one describe such misery? Ancestor. How many rounds do you believe Goku can endure at the hands of Lord Lin Shi? Jebet God glanced at the old Kai standing nearby with an air of indifference. What do you ask me for? The old Kai shot a disdainful glance at Jebet. You truly are foolish. Of course, he wouldn't last even a single round. Since you say to give it my all, Goku continually roared, unleashing all his battle power, his aura swelling immensely. What tremendous energy! Jebet's eyes widened. Perhaps Goku could indeed challenge Lord Lin Shi on his own? Then here I come. Goku, filled with excitement, propelled himself swiftly towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi smirked slightly, knowing this type would never turn back until he hit a wall. For Goku, who had just stepped into the threshold of Super Saiyan 4, his base battle power was already formidable. Yes, he is that powerful. Look, Lin Shi is still in his base form. He truly isn't afraid of facing his father in Super Saiyan 4? Son Goten asked, bewildered. Fighting at a higher level? Is that how it works? Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold glance at Son Goten. Do you not realize that each transformation escalates geometrically? Do you not think that fellow is deliberately holding back? At that moment, Trunks nudged Vegeta's elbow. Father Vegeta turned to observe the two fighters. At this moment, Goku in Super Saiyan 4 threw a punch, only to be effortlessly blocked by Lin Shi's palm. How is this possible? Vegeta, stunned, even relaxed his crossed arms, questioning his own existence. In Super Saiyan 4 form, the battle power should be at least 1,200 times greater, yet Lin Shi remains in his base form? Not only was Vegeta astonished, but the others were equally dumbfounded. What unit measures his base battle power? Mega, or perhaps Jing, or even Gai, or maybe even Ji? The knowledgeable Sun Wufan trembled in shock. Regardless of the exaggerated expressions of the crowd, after blocking Goku's punch, Lin Shi retaliated with a punch of his own. This strike was so swift that Goku could hardly perceive it. He only felt an intense pain in his abdomen. In an instant, he was sent flying, becoming a mere speck on the horizon. How is this possible? Little Fong trembled, gripping Sun Wufan's pant leg tightly. How could he be this powerful? I feel as if I am wasting time. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, glancing at the onlookers. It seems I must rely on Bulma's time machine after all. Nevertheless, GTS Super Saiyan 4 Goku has indeed made his appearance. Swish. Goku, in a disheveled manner, instantaneously appeared beside Vegeta, his gaze towards Lin Shi filled with seriousness. I have not yet lost. Again, Goku declared as he swung his fist towards Lin Shi once more. Goku truly had not anticipated that even if he had overestimated Lin Shi's strength, the reality of the experience was something entirely different. Lin Shi's displayed strength exceeded his expectations. You have merely just entered the Super 4 form, with a combat power of only a few tens of millions. You are utterly no match for me. Lin Shi lost interest in battle. His base combat power was already present in the capital, let alone his transformed strength. Even the full force of Super Saiyan 4 Goku could not withstand a single punch from him. When faced with another attack from Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Lin Shi did not even lift a finger, merely the intimidation of his aura sent Goku flying. Goku, barely stabilizing himself, gazed at Lin Shi in disbelief. Was the gap really this vast? So formidable? Vegeta clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Lin Shi. When confronted with his Super Saiyan 2 form, Lin Shi had likely been toying with him like a child. There was no need to continue fighting. Lin Shi glanced indifferently at the downcast Goku. What you need now is to spar with someone of equal strength. Employ this method and let Vegeta ascend to Super Saiyan 4 as well. Lin Chi spoke calmly. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Those words struck a chord deep within him. Humph. Vegeta, with a hint of pride, pursed his lips and finally murmured a soft thank you to Lin Chi. Though quiet, everyone present possessed remarkable hearing. Vegeta recounted the process of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 4, but Lin Chi showed no interest, opting instead to instantaneously teleport back to Earth. Now on Earth, Lin Chi hovered above West City, surveying the disheveled landscape. In the next moment, he vanished again, leaving behind his faint voice in the wind. I must pay a visit to Master Karen. It cannot be avoided. Karen's sacred land, Karen Tower. The tower, in an elliptical shape, stood tall with several pillars. Yet Lin Chi did not see Master Karen leaning on his staff. Ah, the Senzu beans must be on the lower level. Lin Chi scanned the area and noticed a small staircase. Who are you? A large white cat, leaning on a tall wooden stick, emerged from around the corner, its eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Lin Chi. This fellow, a scion, the one who defeated baby Master Karen? Lin Chi regarded the diminutive white cat, scarcely able to believe it had lived for over 800 years. Do you have business with me? Sensing Lin Chi's overwhelming power, Master Karen shrank back, frozen in place, entirely forgetting that he was blocking the way, and even that this was his home. You need not be anxious. I merely seek some Senzu beans, Lin Chi stated plainly. Senzu beans. Master Karen wished to relax, yet he found it utterly impossible. What? Lin Chi furrowed his brow. Was this little white cat daring to refuse? Noticing Lin Chi's displeasure, the trembling cat blinked rapidly, hurriedly explaining, and no. There are Senzu beans. Watching Master Karen scurry away only to return promptly with 2 Senzu beans in his paws, he presented them to Lin Chi. Are you jesting? Lin Chi was genuinely displeased this time. No, I'm not. Master Karen shook his head repeatedly. There are only these 2. Chapter 16. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. The conspiracy of hell. In recent years, Earth had been beset by numerous foes, compounded by the earlier incident with Yajirobe treating the Senzu beans like candy. Fine, just these 2. Keep them for yourself. Lin Chi expressed his disdain, using instant transmission to depart. Where did he go? Master Karen blinked in confusion, leaning closer to the edge of the railing to look down. Was that instant transmission? When Lin Chi reappeared, it was already within Bulma's laboratory. It was truly an unremarkable place. Lin Chi settled himself at a nearby desk, casually leafing through documents. With the current state of Son Goku, returning to his own world seemed less appealing than anticipating Bulma's research results. Lin Chi, when did you arrive? Bulma, taken aback upon entering her laboratory, was surprised to see Lin Chi. How is the research progressing? Lin Chi expressed his discontent. His stay in this world was undeniably tedious. He yearned to return and continue his battles with Beerus, and even face Whis. All right, Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm as she approached the desk, picking up the files Lin Chi had previously examined. The theoretical groundwork is nearly complete. What remains is the actual creation. She pointed casually at the dense text and formulas. In approximately 2 days, you shall witness the time machine you desire. Great. Lin Chi glanced over, acknowledging her brilliance. 2 days it is. Time passed swiftly, and Lin Chi even made a trip to the Kaioshin realm, where Vegeta had successfully attained his Super Saiyan 4 form. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to Lin Chi, Baby was unable to utilize the Dragon Balls. Hence, under Dandy's summons, Goten was restored to his original form, no longer a mere child, his strength fully regained. What a fated confrontation. Lin Chi observed the intense clash taking place in midair. Kakarot, take this seriously, or you might just lose. Vegeta, newly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, had never felt such confidence, playfully deflecting Son Goku's incoming punch. Son Goku, brimming with excitement, retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Unable to contain himself, the onlookers below were captivated, eventually drifting towards Old Kaioshin and Jebit. Kamehameha. The final flash erupted as 2 energies collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The billowing smoke dissipated, revealing Son Goku and Vegeta in a rather disheveled state, yet their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. After regaining his composure, Son Goku exclaimed, Vegeta, you have become incredibly powerful. Humph. Soon, the strongest Saiyan will be me. After defeating you, I shall challenge Lin Chi. Vegeta's confidence soared. Son Goku tilted his head in confusion and asked, how do you intend to defeat me? We have yet to determine a victor. Then let us continue, Vegeta proclaimed, adopting his battle stance once more as he charged at Son Goku. Son Goku responded in kind. Their fierce clash in Super Saiyan 4 form threatened to shatter the Kaioshin realm. The sounds of their physical collisions and sporadic energy explosions resonated continuously. Meanwhile, the spectators below eagerly watched Son Gohan, who was being tugged by a giant claw. Dad, hang in there. Little Fong clenched her fists, cheering him on. Mr. Gohan, you can do it. Trunks echoed her excitement, equally thrilled. Lin Chi approached the old Kaioshin, observing the absurd scene before him. Is Gohan about to pull out his tail as well? Indeed, Lord Lin Chi. The old Kaioshin responded respectfully, seemingly having come to a realization after the incident with Baby. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, it is certainly no error to grow stronger. In Dragon Ball Super, the enigmatic Gohan has transformed into a version reminiscent of Goku. It appears that another individual in the Super Saiyan 4 form is likely to emerge. The Kaioshin of Universe 7 exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. However, it was premature to assert that. Even though Gohan had acquired a tail, he still struggled to maintain his sanity in the form of the Golden Great Ape. Thus his success was not yet assured. Nevertheless, having already transformed into a Golden Great Ape, it was merely a matter of time before Gohan would achieve the Super Saiyan 4 form. Subsequently, Lin Chi shifted his focus away from the Kaioshin realm. Under Bulma's guidance, he beheld a time machine identical to the one belonging to Trunks. I have fully charged the energy, and the timeline is set, precisely 100 years into the future. However, I lack extensive experimental data to confirm that this 100 years corresponds to your timeline. Bulma, clad in her familiar white lab coat, stood beside the time machine with her hands on her hips, gazing sternly at Lin Chi. Are you truly determined to use it? Indeed. Lin Chi leaped to the door of the cabin and seated himself inside. Wait, this does not guarantee your safe return to your designated future. Shouldn't we conduct a few more tests? Bulma exclaimed, her concern evident as she witnessed Lin Chi's hasty actions. Moreover, each timeline contains numerous parallel worlds. If you exhaust your energy, you may find yourself trapped in that timeline. No worries. Lin Chi flashed a gentle smile at Bulma. I will endeavor to expedite the journey, ensuring that I deplete my energy before Lin Chi could finish his words. The time machine had already taken flight. As Bulma raised her hand to shield herself from the gust, the time machine vanished from her sight. With Lin Chi's departure, a conspiracy was silently brewing in the depths of hell. Ever since being slain by Baby, Dr. Mew had been wandering aimlessly in this infernal realm. Dr. Mew, I have awaited your arrival for far too long. A chilling voice echoed in Mew's ears. Who are you? Where are you? Mew exclaimed, scanning the ominous surroundings with vigilance. Show yourself. A tall, gaunt figure with long hair and a white beard, clad in a jacket and wearing a black hat adorned with a crimson ribbon emblazoned with the letter R, emerged from behind the shadowy rocks. Doctor, Mew had no recollection of this frail old man and questioned him with curiosity. Who are you? How do you know me? In a wretched place like hell, very few good souls exist. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the genius scientist from Earth, Jero. It is an honor to finally meet the esteemed Dr. Mew. Jero replied with a seemingly cheerful demeanor, though his eyes were filled with a cold malice. I have encountered some obstacles in my research, and I wish to. Ridiculous. Your research troubles have nothing to do with me. Mew interrupted without a second thought. Once I am finished speaking, I believe you will feel differently. Jero remarked with a grin, slowly beginning his narrative. Mew listened impassively, but soon his eyes gleamed with hatred. Son Goku. Indeed, he is our common foe. Jero's eyes brimmed with resentment. Thus, Doctor. Mew and Jero swiftly reached an accord. A delightful collaboration. Lin Chi was aware of these developments, yet remained indifferent. His sole concern was to locate a formidable existence capable of engaging him in a fierce battle, one that could warp the very fabric of time and space. Whoosh. Is this, a century later? The time machine materialized in midair, and Lin Chi leaned out to observe the scenery below. The air was filled with deafening cheers, as he beheld a square, open-air amphitheater brimming with spectators. It bore resemblance to a modern sports arena, yet was exponentially larger, with the center not occupied by grass and foliage, but rather an expansive arena. The next event is the 36th match of the Youth Division. Please welcome the contestant, Son Goku Jr. The announcer's spirited voice resonated, and a massive screen beside the arena displayed a miniature version of the young warrior. What? Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. Broly's grandson, Ripid, had he unwittingly stumbled into the saga of Dragon Ball's epic of battles? Lin Chi hastily attuned himself to the vital essence of the earth. It was gone. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Son Goten, brah. Truly. Lin Chi covered his face with his hand. The weight of his despondency was beyond description. He sought out formidable beings, not to engage in the trivial squabbles of children, whose lineage was even uncertain. Adjusting to the year 789 of the Age of the Gods, shortly after Baby's demise, Lin Chi took a deep breath and swiftly prepared himself. He had anticipated that the Saiyans would endure for many more years, yet upon arriving a century later, this was what he was presented with? The cheers from the arena below continued to resound as Son Wukong Jr. took his stance in the ring, followed by a miniature version of Vegeta advancing towards the stage. Meanwhile, the time machine suspended in midair vanished from existence. Whoosh. The time machine of Lin Chi once again materialized in midair, yet the sky above was cloaked in darkness, with a gentle drizzle cascading down. What was that? Vegeta, just emerging from the gravity chamber, furrowed his brow and gazed skyward. Ah, is that not the time machine I fashioned for Lin Chi? Bulma, holding an umbrella and traversing a distant path, also looked up. She waved her hand, calling out to the time machine, Lin Chi, have you returned? Bulma jogged over, observing Lin Chi as he leapt down from the time machine, his expression one of melancholy. What happened? Was it not smooth sailing? It's been 3 months. Well, Lin Chi replied softly, watching as Bulma transformed the time machine back into a capsule. Raindrops fell around him, Yet they did not dampen his hair in the slightest. What is going on? Vegeta, now curious, approached with a provocative smile. Lin Chi, shall we engage in a spar? Bulma, please replenish some energy for the time machine. Lin Chi remarked casually, a mocking smile emerging on his face. You haven't increased your battle power significantly. You must enhance your base combat strength. Feeling somewhat irked, Lin Chi considered Vegeta the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Humph, aren't you the same? Vegeta retorted with a cold scoff, his confidence unwavering. Let us head to the desolate wilderness to spar. All right. Lin Chi responded eagerly, eager to push Vegeta to the brink of existential doubt. However, in such a short time, Lin Chi wondered where Vegeta found his confidence. He glanced at Vegeta, who had already soared into the sky. The air was thick with swirling yellow dust, mingled with the soft patter of rain. Vegeta and Lin Chi descended from the sky onto the barren sandy ground, standing at a distance from one another. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, smirked. I have become far more formidable since you left. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta transitioned into the same Super Saiyan 4 form as Goku. The surge of energy unleashed a whirlwind of sand, creating a dust storm that spiraled away into the distance. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training these past days. Vegeta bent his legs slightly and charged at Lin Chi with astounding speed, akin to a bullet fired from a chamber. Confidence indeed, Lin Chi remarked coolly, extending his palm to intercept Vegeta's punch. Vegeta's strike was evidently a feint, lacking in strength, as he swiftly lifted his foot to deliver a kick to Lin Chi's abdomen. Sharp mind, Lin Chi, bending his arm, blocked the incoming kick with his elbow. Is that so? Vegeta, using the momentum, pivoted and swept his other leg towards Lin Chi's neck. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chi seized Vegeta's ankle, raising an eyebrow. For you, that is. As his words fell, Lin Chi hurled Vegeta away. Rustling sounds filled the air as Vegeta steadied himself mid-flight, continuously unleashing energy blasts towards Lin Chi below. Ha ha ha. The typical combat style of a prince was on full display. The figure of Lin Chi was shrouded in the smoke raised by the explosion, and at that moment, Vegeta halted his energy blast assault. Here, Vegeta suddenly pivoted, launching a fierce punch. Standing behind Vegeta, Lin Chi extended his hand to intercept the incoming blow, declaring, "It's time for my counterattack." Lin Chi delivered a gentle yet forceful punch, sending Vegeta soaring into the sky. Vegeta clutched his abdomen, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach, the pain intensifying mercilessly. Undeterred, he dove downwards, launching another strike at Lin Chi. However, his fist was deftly blocked, and Lin Chi retaliated with a single punch that sent Vegeta flying once more. Undoubtedly, Vegeta's resolve only grew stronger despite the setbacks. His teeth clenched in frustration. Are you still toying with me? Vegeta roared, attempting to kick Lin Chi with ferocity. With a smirk, Lin Chi sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's back, sending him crashing into the swirling sands. Ugh, damn it. Vegeta glared, his eyes ablaze with fury, wondering why he had let himself be so reckless. Just then, several streaks of light dashed towards them from a distance. Ha! I knew it. Lin Chi, you have returned. Goku exclaimed, arms akimbo, hovering in midair with a broad grin. Lin Chi calmly intercepted Vegeta's punch and nodded at Goku. Yes, I have returned. Get lost, Kakarot. Do not interrupt my battle with Lin Chi. Vegeta snapped, retracting his fist in anger and glaring at Goku. Chapter 18, Conspiracy. The passage between Hell and the mortal realm. As Vegeta and Goku exchanged words, several more streaks of light approached from afar. Lin Chi gazed ahead, and there stood the familiar faces he had encountered before, likely sensing the aura he shared with Vegeta. Xiaofang, Trunks, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Son Goten. Is that person Lin Chi you mentioned? Piccolo inquired subtly, observing Lin Chi. Indeed, despite his young age, Lin Chi's strength surpasses that of my father and Uncle Vegeta by a considerable margin. Son Gohan nodded in affirmation. Piccolo, it's a pity you missed Lin Chi's battle with Baby last time. Is that so? Piccolo's gaze lingered on Lin Chi, perceiving a faintly peculiar aura that felt oddly familiar yet uncertain. Hey, Vegeta, how could you secretly spar with Lin Chi? That's rather inconsiderate. Son Goku grumbled, quickly casting an angry glare at Vegeta. Let me spar with Lin Chi as well. Grandpa, really? Xiaofang looked at Son Goku, exuding a sense of helplessness. What if I also join for a spar? Son Gohan scratched his head awkwardly, joining the conversation. As laughter and chatter filled the air with everyone eager to spar with Lin Chi, Piccolo continued to observe him quietly. Meanwhile, beneath their joviality, a sinister plot in the depths of hell had commenced. Dr. Gero glanced at the enormous machinery operating within the cave, a smirk spreading across his face. At last, this thrilling moment has arrived. Is that so? Dr. Mew cast a sidelong glance at the figure lying within the machine and erupted in laughter. The time for vengeance has come. Then let us act swiftly. Dr. Gero pressed the red button on the machine. With a mechanical hiss, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a man identical to Android 17. Hell 17. Dr. Gero's excitement surged as he waved his arms. Once we unleash Hell 17 to guide Human 17. Dr. Gero. The 17 within the chamber opened his eyes and turned to Dr. Gero, greeting him coolly. Let us hasten our plans. Dr. Mew urged with a sinister grin. The gates of hell are about to open. At Bulma's dining room, the weather had been quite bothersome, hindering enjoyable outings. Bulma grumbled discontentedly while munching on a sandwich. Indeed, it has rained incessantly for several days, she remarked, leaning against the window, sipping her coffee. Outside, the sky remained overcast, occasionally drizzling. Hey, what's happening with the sky? Bulma quickly turned to Vegeta, waving him over. You must see this. Trunks rushed to the dining room entrance, shouting at the lunch crowd, it's chaos outside. Take your time, Trunks. What on earth is going on? Bulma hurriedly reassured him, glancing at the breathless Trunks. Has the gate to hell been opened? Lin Chi remained remarkably calm at the table, savoring a cup of tea. What? The gate to hell? Vegeta, who had been peering at the sky, turned back to Lin Chi, puzzled. What do you mean? Earlier, Krillin's family took me and Goten to the island where 17 works. But suddenly, 17 went berserk. Trunks explained anxiously. He mentioned something about hell, and then a massive hole appeared in the sky. In the end, 17, with glowing red eyes, declared that Mr. Goku must go to hell alone. Trunks inhaled deeply, finishing his account and awaiting Vegeta's reaction. I wonder if Mr. Goku has already ventured into hell. As Vegeta showed little reaction, Trunks grew increasingly distressed. When I flew back, the city was in disarray. What does 17 intend by sending Kakarot to hell? Vegeta's gaze shifted to the composed Lin Chi. To lure us away. Lin Chi set down his teacup and stood, heading towards the exit. Those you previously vanquished have returned. Oh, like Frieza? And that elf fellow? Vegeta smirked, quickly matching Lin Chi's pace. I must settle the score with Frieza. And Cell as well? Indeed. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, regarding those former foes with such weakness that he felt no desire to engage. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Lin Chi turned to glance at Vegeta. Frieza and Cell have not made their way here. They remain in hell. What did you say? Humph. Those two cowardly fiends. Vegeta clenched his fist in indignation. Meanwhile, as Trunks feared, Son Goku soared toward the gaping hole in the sky. Whoever caused this truly lacks any regard for others, he muttered, leaping into the tunnel. Haha. That infernal Saiyan monkey has truly taken the bait. Dr. Mew watched the scene unfold within the crystal ball, laughing with glee. Dr. Gero maintained his composure, raising a glass of wine and surveying the Hell 17 behind him. The plan is progressing smoothly. Soon, Earth will be ours. Humph, do not think so narrowly. Dr. Mew sneered at Dr. Gero. Our ambition extends beyond Earth, gazing toward the galaxy and the universe. The future shall be mine. Dr. Gero squinted, fully aware of Dr. Mew's disdain. Soon, this individual would lose his usefulness. Now, let us bestow some gifts upon the Earthlings. As Dr. Gero spoke, he turned to Hell 17, who nodded slightly, directing the majority of malevolent beings into the tunnel. As Son Goku landed on the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. Who called me here? Come out. Hey, where's everyone? Haha, foolish Saiyan monkey, you actually came. Dr. Gero's mocking voice echoed from the shadows. Gero, you scoundrel. Son Goku fumed, clenching his fists. But before he could react, Dr. Gero, alongside Hell 17, and Drive Mew, flew toward the black hole. As the three departed, the smoke from the black hole gradually dissipated. Chapter 19. Goku trapped in Hell, 2/17. Finally, the black hole vanished. Hey. Son Goku felt bewildered. They summoned him here, said barely 2 words. And then fled? What is going on? Wait. Son Goku sprang into the air, but it was too late. The passage between Hell and the living world had closed. As the smoke cleared, the once gaping black hole transformed into solid rock. Son Goku rubbed his throbbing head, growing increasingly enraged. You bastards. What on earth did you summon me here for? Well, is that not our old acquaintance? A malevolent laughter echoed from behind Sun Wukong. There stood Frieza, swaying his tail, alongside the green-hued Cell, both with arms crossed, mocking Sun Wukong with a taunt. Sun Wukong, I never imagined you would return to Hell. This time, I fear you may not find your way back. Frieza? Cell? It has indeed been a long time. Sun Wukong leaped from the ground, a broad grin spreading across his face. The location is of little consequence. What truly matters is the presence of worthy opponents for a spirited duel. Lin Chi hovered in the air, gazing at the city shrouded in swirling black smoke. With an air of indifference, he addressed Trunks, who stood silently behind him, his brow furrowed. There is no need to worry excessively about Goku. Although he may often appear foolish, his combat intelligence surpasses that of anyone else. The first to arrive, Piccolo, unleashed a powerful punch, sending the adversary Dale staggering back. Instead of dwelling on such matters, it would be more prudent to swiftly resolve the chaos engulfing the city. In the distance, several streaks of light approached rapidly, with Gohan at the forefront waving towards Lin Chi and Trunks. Uncle Vegeta. Lin Chi, Trunks. We have come to lend our assistance. Lin Chi crossed his arms, exhibiting no intention of engaging in combat, and spoke with a hint of indifference. These fellows. Let them return from whence they came. Vegeta. You shall deal with number 17 shortly. Humph. No need for you to elaborate. The most formidable foe is undoubtedly mine to conquer. Vegeta retorted with a cold grunt, soaring into the chaos of the city below. The streets were in disarray, with crumbling edifices and panicked crowds, the smoke rising ominously as if heralding the apocalypse. Well, is that not a Saiyan monkey? Guldo mocked, perched atop the wreckage of a fallen skyscraper, casting a derisive glance at Vegeta below. Here to join me. Lord Guldo? I could offer you a planet, free of charge. Humph, fool. Vegeta scoffed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Guldo. With a mighty shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, gathering energy in his palm and pressing it against Guldo's chest. What? How is this possible? Guldo's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the smirking Vegeta. When did the Saiyans become this powerful? With a thunderous blast of energy, Guldo was obliterated, reduced to a mere cloud of smoke. TSK, another great real estate mogul has met his demise, Lin Chi remarked from midair. Everyone was occupied, even Xiao Fang, who was diligently restoring order. Fortunately, these were merely foes previously vanquished by Goku. For the current Son Gohan, they posed little challenge, albeit in greater numbers. Before long, Son Gohan and his companions had nearly concluded the battles. That is Dad, Trunks exclaimed as he approached Lin Chi, immediately following his gaze to the fray below. On the ground, amidst the ruins, Super Saiyan Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Hell's number 17, the intensity palpable. Meanwhile, Dr. Mew, Dr. Gero, and the red-eyed human number 17 observed from a vantage point. It's Uncle Vegeta. Why is he fighting number 17? Son Gohan joined Trunks, his expression one of bewilderment. Xiao Fang pointed to the three observers. Dad, look, there's another number 17 over there. How can this be? Son Gohan was taken aback. Even Trunks found it hard to believe that another number 17 had appeared. Are you all right? Lin Chi casually scanned the scene, noting that Even Up had arrived. Let us descend and take a look. The group swiftly descended to the ground, focusing on the clash between Vegeta and Hell's number 17. This is hardly an even match, Lin Chi observed, as Hell's number 17 was clearly at a disadvantage, battered and bruised, his once stylish attire now in tatters. Seems your infinite energy isn't all that impressive, Vegeta taunted, looking down at the prostrate Hell's number 17. Hey, Dr. Gero, what should we do? Dr. Mew's brow furrowed, glancing at the motionless human number 17, standing behind Drive Gero. Initially, I thought that only Goku could stand against us on Earth. I never imagined Vegeta would be this formidable. No need for concern. We still have our human number 17. Dr. Gero replied calmly, turning to issue commands to the red-eyed human number 17. Go, number 17, become my most exquisite masterpiece. Oh, unleash any technique you desire. Do not underestimate Kakarot. I am far superior to that fool, Vegeta declared, retracting the energy he had prepared to unleash, his gaze now fixed on the human number 17 atop the rocky outcrop. His words dripping with arrogance. Then anticipate the spectacle. Once Hell's number 17 and human number 17 fuse, they shall become the ultimate warrior. Listening to Dr. Gero's sinister words, Dr. Mew wore a malevolent grin, as if sharing in the triumph. Go, human number 17. At Dr. Gero's command, human number 17 soared towards the prone Hell's number 17. Trunks grew anxious. Dad, hurry and defeat them. Don't let them fuse. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta. Let us assist you, Son Gohan urged, eager to join the fray. It's unnecessary. I can handle them alone, Vegeta snapped, silencing Trunks and Son Gohan with his brusque demeanor. Vegeta cast a cold glance at the two number 17s now hovering before him. Hurry up. I lack the patience to wait for your sluggish fusion. Honestly, Trunks clenched his fists, accustomed to his father's attitude. Let us observe for now. Piccolo remained composed, hoping for Lin Chi to intervene. Watch closely, Vegeta. Soon you shall regret your actions. Dr. Gero laughed maniacally. At that moment, the two number 17s spoke in unison. I am you, and you are me. Fusion. Chapter 20, Vegeta, fierce battle against Super 17 as the two number 17s uttered their emotionless incantation. They began to merge, enveloped in a radiant glow, their blood-red eyes shining ever brighter. I must admit I am somewhat intrigued, Vegeta remarked, a smirk forming on his lips. The energy fluctuations from their fusion caused the very earth to tremble, fissures spreading like a spider's web beneath them. As the ground shook, countless structures crumbled, and the blinding light gradually dimmed. The newly formed Super 17 emerged, taller and with longer hair than before. Damn it, Trunks tightened his fists, realizing that the fused number 17 was now even more powerful. Can Uncle Vegeta defeat the fused number 17? Son Gohan cast a worried glance at Vegeta. It's done, Dr. Gero exclaimed excitedly, turning to Dr. Mew. The ultimate android I have long desired has finally been born. In contrast to Dr. Gero's exhilaration, Dr. Mew remained composed, coldly observing Vegeta. Go ahead, Super 17. It seems your strength is passable, Vegeta declared with a smile upon witnessing Super 17's emergence. After all, the previous foes were akin to garbage. Now, with the appearance of Super 17, Vegeta was invigorated, eager to showcase his own formidable Super Saiyan 4 prowess. Vegeta, soon you shall not hold that opinion, Dr. Gero sneered contemptuously. The previous number 17 was merely my perfect creation. Now, Super 17 is my ultimate masterpiece. Vegeta paid no heed to Dr. Gero's ramblings, his excitement palpable as he faced Super 17. Let me see what you've got. Very well. Super 17 flashed a sinister smile and charged towards Vegeta. Observing Super 17's relentless advance, Vegeta dared not underestimate him. With a fierce shout, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form and swung his fist to meet the oncoming foe. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, Vegeta's face alight with excitement. While Super 17's devilish grin faltered slightly. I didn't expect you to be on par with Goku. Super 17 remarked with a cold chuckle. Of course. I'm far superior to that cockroach. Vegeta retorted, retracting his fist only to strike again at Super 17's cheek. Noticing a slight numbness in his arm, Super 17 seized the opportunity as Vegeta attacked, landing a punch to his abdomen. Humph. Vegeta staggered back a few meters, but quickly regained his footing. It seems your strength is not as formidable as I thought. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta raised his arm and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Super 17. To everyone's astonishment, the energy was absorbed by Super 17's right hand. What just happened? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief, watching as his father's energy was consumed. We can't use energy attacks, Piccolo interjected coldly. Gohan looked anxiously at Piccolo. Can Uncle Vegeta still defeat Super 17? We'll find out soon enough. Lin Chi replied with an expression of indifference, noting that Vegeta's combat power was nearly equal to Super 17's. However, the issue lay in Super 17's boundless energy. This battle is beyond our control. Piccolo's forehead glistened with cold sweat. As the energy was absorbed, Vegeta caught sight of a dark crystal embedded in Super 17's palm. How surprising. Vegeta feigned calmness, casting a scornful glance at Super 17. Is that all you have? Super 17 smirked, revealing his wicked smile. Enough of your chatter. I can fight without energy attacks, Vegeta declared, closing the distance between them with a punch. This time, Super 17 sidestepped instead of countering Vegeta's blow, launching an energy wave of his own. With a resounding explosion, Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Super 17. Are you wasting energy with such an attack? Vegeta taunted, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Super 17's lower body. Quick to respond, Super 17 evaded the kick with agility. Vegeta moved like lightning, his attacks leaving only afterimages in their wake, the force of his blows slicing through the air. Impressive. I didn't realize Dad was this strong. Trunks clenched his fists in excitement, while Gohan exhaled in relief, sensing that Uncle Vegeta might triumph. However, their moment of hope was fleeting. Piccolo's brow furrowed deeper. If Vegeta faltered, what would they do? Gohan had yet to successfully transition from the Golden Great Ape to Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo turned his gaze to Lin Chi, who remained unfazed, arms crossed, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding chaos. Aware of Piccolo's scrutiny, Lin Chi pretended not to notice. The android possesses infinite energy. Piccolo spoke gravely. What can we do? Mr. Goku is still trapped in hell. Ub's dark expression revealed a bitter smile. If Mr. Vegeta can't win, Lin Chi, will you lend a hand? Xiao Fang pleaded, her fists clenched in desperation. It's still too early. Lin Chi neither agreed nor disagreed. The battle between Vegeta and Super 17 intensified, their strikes growing increasingly ferocious. Yet, the damage inflicted upon each other remained minimal. As Vegeta's sweeping kick met Super 17's elbow, the conflict appeared to reach an impasse. However, as time passed, Vegeta began to tire, his stamina waning. He crossed his arms in front of him to block a punch from Super 17. But the android's other fist swiftly followed, aiming for Vegeta's face. Vegeta had no choice but to duck, narrowly avoiding the blow before vanishing behind Super 17. With a rapid punch aimed at Super 17's back, the android seemed oblivious, but he quickly darted forward, creating distance between them. Impressive. But how long can you endure? Super 17 remarked, his breath steady, his gaze fixed ominously on Vegeta. Vegeta, panting heavily, lacked the energy to respond. Dad, let us help you. Trunks called out as he witnessed Vegeta faltering. I can handle this myself. Vegeta replied, not taking his eyes off Super 17. With that, he charged once more, delivering a powerful strike. Caught off guard, Super 17 was hit and sent crashing into a nearby rock formation. The impact sent debris flying. And as he struggled, rocks tumbled down around him. It seems you still have some strength left, Super 17 remarked, unfazed as he leapt into the air, quickly re-engaging Vegeta. Dad, you must win, Trunks urged, watching the escalating battle with clenched fists. The combat between Super 17 and Vegeta grew increasingly fierce, their blows fast and furious. They transitioned from the sky to the mountainside, then vanished again, reappearing on another terrain. The battlefield echoed with explosive sounds, the air rippling with their energy. Vegeta's breath became more labored, and he found himself overwhelmed, unable to withstand Super 17's relentless assault. He was struck under the chin and then sent flying by a powerful kick from the android. As he plummeted, Vegeta skidded across the ground, leaving deep grooves in his wake. Be careful, Gohan shouted urgently. Vegeta looked up to see Super 17 suspended in the air, his hands sparking with brilliant energy. A dark energy sphere radiating terrifying power. Dad, Trunks' expression turned anxious as he hesitated, unsure of how to intervene. This attack will ensure your swift demise. Super 17 snarled, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Hell's bullet. A thunderous roar erupted, and Xiaofang, gripped by terror, shielded her face, too afraid to look. The cacophony of violent explosions resounded as the hellish missile struck the ground, enveloped in billowing smoke. The earth trembled violently, and as the haze dissipated, a colossal pit came into view, alongside the inexplicably vanished Vegeta. Ha ha ha, he's dead. One down. Dr. Gero reveled in the sight of the empty chasm, laughing triumphantly. Yet, Super 17 glanced towards the sky, his expression darkening. The opponent's speed was such that he could scarcely perceive it. How delightful. Trunks also turned his gaze, overwhelmed with joy. In midair, Lin Chi draped Vegeta's arm over his shoulder, deftly evading Super 17's energy sphere. Saved. OOB murmured softly. And Xiaofang peered through her fingers, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. I can't discern his movements. Piccolo felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Indeed, as Gohan had said, he is formidable. Cursed be. Dr. Mew clenched his fists in frustration, lamenting the missed opportunity, pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure. He had never encountered anyone so powerful before. To think he could save Vegeta at such a critical juncture. TSK. Super 17's countenance grew increasingly grim. Rescuing someone right under his nose was a slap in the face. Lin Chi, Vegeta, in utter disarray, found himself devoid of even the strength to lift a finger. Still yearning to continue the battle? Lin Chi cast a disinterested glance at Vegeta before descending to the ground. No, I wish to. Vegeta hesitated, his words faltering as Lin Chi assisted him to the earth, just as Lin Chi intended to release his grip. Vegeta trembled, clutching Lin Chi's arm, his voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Lin Chi, please, protect the earth. Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback. What had he just heard? Was it a figment of his imagination? You still need a time machine. You must protect Bulma. Vegeta's vision blurred, a result of his excessive physical exhaustion. Please. Vegeta's voice dwindled to a whisper until he completely fainted, leaning against Lin Chi's shoulder. Dad. Trunks swiftly flew in, reaching out to support Vegeta. Dad, what happened to you? He simply overexerted himself and fainted. Lin Chi replied calmly. Yet his gaze remained profoundly fixated on the unconscious Vegeta. Please. I beg you. Such words, could they truly emanate from Vegeta? Had anyone else uttered such a plea, Lin Chi would not have been nearly as astonished. Yet here was Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince. How could someone with such a strong sense of pride resort to begging for assistance? To request someone to safeguard the earth? It was utterly unimaginable. Equally shocked was Piccolo, who, due to his unique auditory perception, heard Vegeta's words distinctly and clearly. The once arrogant Vegeta was now beseeching Lin Chi. Just how formidable was this Lin Chi? Lin Chi pursed his lips and withdrew his gaze, turning instead to the hovering Super Android 17. Vegeta, I shall no longer tease you. Lin Chi's expression was grave, his voice barely above a whisper. The long-held desire to provoke Vegeta's pride evaporated in that moment. Vegeta's dignity could be sacrificed for Bulma. Thus, I shall deviate from the original plot and await Goku's return. Lin Chi clenched his right fist. Android 17, eliminate them swiftly. Gero, unable to bear the sight any longer, urged Super Android 17 repeatedly. Who knows when that rascal Goku will return from the underworld? You all shall perish alongside Vegeta. Super Android 17 coldly extended his hand, unleashing an energy sphere once more. Observing the rapidly approaching sphere, Lin Chi effortlessly batted it away. The energy ball hurtled toward Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, resulting in a sudden explosion that birthed a mushroom cloud. The earth trembled once more, a mountain crumbling into a myriad of stones, leaving Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew in a state of disarray. Damn it, that wretched fiend. Hurry, 17, finish him. Dr. Gero yelled in fury, sprawled atop a large fragment of stone. Chapter 22. The Unleashing. Your height of 250 is quite noisy. In an instant, Lin Chi teleported behind Dr. Gero, his demeanor devoid of emotion as he pressed his hand against the scientist's back. You should return to hell. No. 17, save me. Doctor. Gero shook his head frantically, terror evident in his eyes. But it was too late for words. With a resounding boom, Lin Chi's energy blast was unleashed, and Dr. Gero met his end, dissipating into smoke. 17, come save me. Witnessing Dr. Gero's disappearance, Dr. Mew had long abandoned his previous composure, fear gripping him as he reached toward the sky. The airborne Super Android 17 appeared indifferent, as though he had not heard. You worthless scrap metal. How dare you disregard my commands? Dr. Mew shouted in anger. Heh, who are you calling worthless? Super Android 17 turned to drive Mew, a sinister grin spreading across his face. With a swift motion, Super Android 17 raised his hand, gathering an energy blast directed at Dr. Mew. Do you really think I need you to instruct me? Super Android 17 coldly remarked as the blast struck Dr. Mew, reducing him to ashes. What? Are they experiencing infighting? Xiaofang questioned Gohan, perplexed. How cruel. To slay one's own ally. Gohan's expression mirrored his discomfort. They hardly qualify as allies. Piccolo interjected. Haha. Super Android 17 laughed maniacally, reveling in the freedom from feigning compliance to them. 17. The approaching Android 18 glared at the sky. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Thus, both scientists met their demise before Super Android 17 could act. Super Android 17 flashed a wicked smile, brushing a stray lock of hair behind his ear, and turned to Lin Chi. Next, shall you be my opponent? Aren't you grateful? Lin Chi regarded Super Android 17 with a blank expression, retorting, or do you still intend to wreak havoc upon Earth? Heh, no need for gratitude. I never intended to spare those two. Super Android 17 disdainfully glanced at the spots where the two scientists had stood. Oh, Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. Inquiring once more, are you certain you will not cease your actions? Humph. Super Android 17 smirked, fists clenched as he charged at Lin Chi. This is a demonstration of intent. Clearly, you have made your choice. Lin Chi's fingers converged, transforming into a hand blade as he unleashed an energy slash towards Super Android 17. A faint sound echoed as Super Android 17 stared in disbelief at his severed arm, revealing the mechanical wound. I clearly evaded that. Incredible! Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Chi. Just one move. So effortlessly dismantled one of Super Android 17's arms. Hooray! Xiaofang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Chi truly is formidable. Trunks jubilantly echoed, eager for retribution on behalf of his father. 17. Android 18 was left aghast, staring at the one-armed Super Android 17, her hand clasped over her mouth, bewildered by the turn of events. Super Android 17, ignoring his fallen arm, scanned the surroundings with vigilance, but his caution proved futile. Any last words? Lin Chi appeared above Super Android 17, delivering a powerful kick. Caught off guard, Super Android 17 plummeted to the ground, crashing into the earth and creating a new crater. As he soared from the depths of the pit, Lin Chi waved his hand, his energy once again radiant. Humph, merely a stroke of luck. Super Android 17's gaze darkened, his expression denying the reality of the previous events. As Super Android 17 swung another fist toward him, Lin Chi shrugged indifferently. If you refuse to believe, then let the truth serve as your lesson. Your speed is insufficient. Lin Chi scoffed, seizing Super Android 17's incoming fist and flinging him away. The force of the throw was akin to a bullet, soaring through countless rocks before skidding to a halt after several thousand meters, carving deep gorges into the ground along the way. How is this possible? Damn it, bastard. Super Android 17 was forced to accept that this opponent surpassed even Vegeta in prowess. Once more, Super Android 17 ascended into the air, closing the distance to Lin Chi, relentlessly swinging fists and legs. The speed was so rapid it seemed as if he had sprouted numerous limbs, creating an array of afterimages. Incredible. Xiaofang could only utter this one phrase throughout the ordeal. Piccolo's green visage began to pale slightly, surpassing even Gohan's expectations of what he had imagined. Unable to keep pace with Lin Chi's speed, Super Android 17 grew increasingly enraged, bombarding Lin Chi with a barrage of energy spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres erupted around Lin Chi, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Damn you. Perish. Die. Super Android 17's fury escalated, yet his attacks remained futile. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Chi's figure emerged, the assaults proving utterly ineffective. You've sullied my attire. Lin Chi remarked impassively as he brushed off the dust on his shoulder. Damn it. Super Android 17 was driven nearly to the brink of madness, raising one hand high as a larger hell sphere coalesced between his palms. Is it ready? Lin Chi materialized behind Super Android 17, questioning. Are you aiming this attack at me, or at the Earth? The chilling words from behind startled Super Android 17. When did you arrive behind me? So powerful. Lin Chi, Sun Wukong, filled with excitement, clenched his fist, eager to test the extent of the gap between himself and Lin Chi. Hurry and defeat him. Trunks gazed at the still unconscious Vegeta in his arms, his expression growing increasingly cold. Die. Afterward, I shall gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Lin Chi spoke indifferently about the life and death of Super 17. I am not particularly fond of your demeanor, standing at 250. What kind of reasoning is that? Super 17 turned back, his face contorted with rage, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his Hell Sphere at Lin Chi. Is it not so? Lin Chi raised his hand, swatting the Hell Sphere into the sky, expressing his disdain. I detest those who tower over me. Chapter 23, Super 17. Sudden how infuriating. Witnessing his energy sphere being repelled, Super 17's anger intensified, yet it was a futile rage. Why do you keep repeating the same few words? Lin Chi delivered a swift kick to Super 17, sending him flying. As Super 17 crashed to the ground, he knelt on one knee, squinting up at Lin Chi, suspended in midair. This guy is truly insufferable. Do you not have any parting words to convey? Lin Chi inquired once more, gesturing toward the silently weeping Android 18 nearby. Look, you've made your sister cry. You bastard, cease your humiliation. Super 17's fury escalated, the relentless verbal taunts driving him to the brink of madness. Lin Chi, however, slightly curved his lips, revealing a playful smile. There was no alternative. He had promised Vegeta Henceforth, he could no longer tease Vegeta. He could only seek his retribution upon you. Scoundrel. Super 17 exerted force beneath his feet and charged towards Lin Chi once more. Observing Super 17's fist coming at him, Lin Chi merely tilted his head to evade, delivering a powerful blow to Super 17's abdomen. That is how one should strike, Lin Chi coldly remarked with a smirk. Super 17 widened his eyes, unable to suppress a cry of pain, incredulously spitting out blood. Is this the extent of your infinite energy? Lin Chi frowned slightly, finding him too weak. I have lost interest in you. Dragon Fist. Lin Chi clenched his fist and swung it again at Super 17. The tremendous force piercing directly through Super 17's abdomen. Lin Chi furrowed his brow, realizing that this punch was merely a demonstration of raw power, not comparable to Goku's Dragon Fist. Piccolo and the others had experienced the true eruption of Goku's Dragon Fist, leaving them rather embarrassed. Earlier, upon hearing Lin Chi's shout, they had thought he would execute that very technique. Farewell. Lin Chi effortlessly withdrew his arm, disdainfully shaking it as he gazed at the plummeting Super 17. 17. Android 18 looked at the fallen Super 17, tears streaming down her face like pearls strung loose. His substantial abdomen crackled with electric sparks. At this moment, Super 17 finally ceased to appear menacing. Android 18 gently cradled 17 in her arms, reassuring him, do not worry, I shall gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. 18. 17 managed a faint smile, reaching out to wipe away the tears trickling from 18's eyes. I am sorry. I did not intend to kill Krillin. It is all right. Sobbing. Android 18's tears surged even more fiercely as she held Super 17 tightly in her embrace. I do not blame you. I do not blame you. It is all the fault of those two despicable doctors. Chimed in. So moving. Xiaofang also found herself wiping away her tears. It is fine. We will go to Aunt Bulma for the Dragon Radar shortly. Son Gohan comforted Xiaofang with a pat on the shoulder. Trunks. At that moment, Vegeta also stirred awake, struggling to rise as he gazed at Lin Chi, who stood before him. How do you feel? Lin Chi casually inquired, resting his hands behind his head as he observed the choked-up Android 18. The atmosphere is quite palpable. Indeed, beauty must be paired with handsomeness. Humph. Vegeta did not respond, giving a haughty snort before turning to look at the shattered ground. Thank you. Lin Chi cast a peculiar glance at Vegeta, choosing not to respond, instead becoming lost in thought as he observed the sorrowful expressions of those around him. Having vanquished Android 17, the next adversary should be the malevolent dragon, the cigar-smoking evil dragon, perhaps? Alas, his strength remains inadequate. When might he return to his own timeline? He found himself missing that little mouse and the hairless cat. Speaking of which, wasn't the Super One-Star Dragon defeated by the combined might of Son Wukong and Vegeta? Was it Gogeta? Or perhaps Son Wukong's Spirit Bomb? Lin Chi. Lin Chi. Son Gohan gently tapped Lin Chi's shoulder. Lin Chi snapped back to reality, puzzled. What is it? Do you have any solutions? Dad is still trapped in hell and cannot return, Son Gohan said, his face etched with worry. Oh. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, glancing at Son Gohan, fully aware that it was a case of the Emperor being anxious while the eunuch was calm. The current Son Wukong was no longer that naive little boy. Doesn't he possess the ability to instant transmission? Lin Chi murmured, under the perplexed gazes of his companions. He vanished from sight. Though he had voiced such thoughts, Lin Chi himself was uncertain whether Son Wukong could indeed return to Earth. After all, his instant transmission was merely a technique learned from the Yardrats, and he had no idea how far hell was from Earth. Before Son Gohan could articulate his confusion, Lin Chi utilized instant transmission to bring Son Wukong back from hell. Hey, why did you bring me back? What is going on? Son Wukong grumbled, his expression one of discontent. I hadn't even started my match with the ribs rice. Ignoring the sulking Son Wukong, the group gathered to deliberate. Although peace had been restored to Earth and all the denizens of hell had been returned, the ravaged environment, the loss of human lives, and a series of ecological disasters triggered by the aftermath of their battles still loomed over them. These issues required resolution. At this moment, it was imperative to gather the Dragon Balls and make wishes to Shenron. Lin Chi, is it once more you who resolves our enemies? Son Wukong remarked, his hands resting behind his head, his tone tinged with envy. Lin Chi cast a fleeting glance at Son Wukong. Indeed, it was Vegeta who implored me tearfully. Is that true? Son Wukong exclaimed, astonishment evident in his gaze as he turned towards Vegeta. Nonsense. Vegeta retorted angrily, clenching his fists as he confronted Lin Chi. When have you ever seen me weep? And when have I ever begged you for anything? Sighing, Son Wukong lamented, I've never even encountered the fused Android 17. I envy you all. Had I known, I would have refrained from descending into hell. As his sense of regret deepened, Lin Chi chose to disregard the indignant Vegeta and turned to Son Wukong, inquiring, did you ever engage with the evil contamination wave while in hell? Oh, you are aware of the evil contamination wave. Son Wukong responded with a hint of surprise, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Lin Chi. How about we spar a bit? Not necessary, Lin Chi replied, his attention shifting to Xiaofang, who was approaching Son Wukong. It is time for you to collect the Dragon Balls. As Xiaofang tugged him away, Son Wukong wore a reluctant expression. All right then, Lin Chi. Once the Dragon Balls are gathered, you must definitely engage in a spar with me. Chapter 24. The resounding entrance of my brother Long in society. Lin Chi remained silent, and Sun Wukong's wish was destined to remain unfulfilled. As they continued to gather the Dragon Balls, the malevolent dragon was bound to make its appearance. When will you return to your own timeline? Vegeta stood nearby, making no move, as he deemed it unnecessary to deal with the aftermath. With wealth at his disposal, why exert himself further? I don't know, Lin Chi replied coolly, intent on observing the formidable strength of the Super One-Star Dragon before determining his own course of action. Sighing, Lin Chi felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he fixed a contemplative gaze on Vegeta and inquired, "Do you have an older brother?" Vegeta shot a disdainful look at Lin Chi. As a scion, are you truly unaware of our royal lineage? Lin Chi boldly exposed the shortcomings of Vegeta 3, asserting, "You have a rather cowardly and useless brother." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chi's words, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he retorted, "I really have an older brother?" With a smirk, Lin Chi turned and leapt gracefully into the air, soaring away. Vegeta remained rooted in place. His brow furrowed deeply as he pondered the implications. Could it be that he truly had an older brother? How did Lin Chi come by such knowledge? This was an absolute secret. Upon returning to Bulma's home, she quickly noticed Lin Chi's arrival on the balcony and waved in greeting. "Ah, Lin Chi, you're back. The time machine's energy has been fully charged. When do you plan to use it? However, I suggest that I conduct further tests and also check your physical condition. Science must be approached with rigor." Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback, yet he swiftly resumed his indifferent demeanor. "Go ahead and amuse yourself." Presently, he felt no urgency to venture into the future. He recalled that after the malevolent dragon, little Wukong had fled alongside the divine dragon. Was the divine dragon residing in the realm of dragons? Subsequently, Lin Chi quietly observed a series of events unfold. And soon it reached the moment of summoning the Dragon Balls. Lin Chi leisurely leaned against the balcony railing, observing the throng of people gathered around the Dragon Balls on the grass below. The 7 Dragon Balls, positioned at the center, bore fine cracks. What could have caused this? Bulma furrowed her brow tightly. Were they like this when you collected them? Yes. Goku nodded helplessly. Do you think the Dragon Balls are still usable? Trunks inquired, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the fractured orbs. What about Piccolo? Bulma looked around, recalling that the Dragon Balls were connected to him. We should ask him. No, the Dragon Balls belong to Dandi. Should I go to the Sacred World and ask? Goku corrected Bulma. It's just a few cracks. Hurry and summon the dragon. Vegeta leaned against the wall, displaying signs of impatience. It is indeed quite troublesome. Xiao Fang stared at the Dragon Balls, her eagerness bubbling over. Let me summon the dragon. Before anyone could stop her, Xiao Fang shouted with fervor, Come forth, dragon. Time passed slowly as everyone waited in silence. A chilling breeze swept through. Xiao Fang grew increasingly embarrassed, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the others with a pitiful gaze. What? Am I not calling it correctly? Lin Chi gazed up at the sky, which remained a serene blue, with clouds as pure as snow, while a refreshing breeze brushed against his cheeks. Should we call out again? Sun Wufan hesitated before voicing his uncertainty. Very well. Sun Wukong hoisted the Dragon Ball onto his shoulder and bellowed at the ground. Come forth, Shenlong. A gust of chilly wind swept through, lifting a few withered leaves from the trees, which spiraled down to the earth. Sun Wukong felt a twinge of awkwardness, scratching the back of his head, wondering if they had all mispronounced the incantation. Perhaps we should try calling again? Trunks suggested, insisting that they must summon Shenlong. As his words echoed, the sky suddenly darkened. Yet the expressions of the crowd did not brighten. For while the sky had indeed turned dark, it had morphed into a sinister shade of crimson, entirely different from the expected transformation of Shenlong. Simultaneously, the barely perceptible crack in the Dragon Ball widened, releasing billowing clouds of black smoke. Crack. All eyes were fixated on the Dragon Ball, each person's gaze reflecting a unique mix of emotions. Only Lin Chi, standing calmly by the balcony, observed as the Dragon Ball began to shimmer and emit a brilliant glow. Boom. Blue smoke coalesced above them, vaguely forming the shape of a dragon. With a resounding crash, a Western dragon, holding a cigar in its mouth and a lighter in its hand, materialized before them. Greetings, it's your dragon brother, making a grand entrance. Is this a botched transformation? Bulma appeared momentarily dazed, staring blankly at the malevolent dragon. Do dragons really need cosmetic enhancements? Trunks questioned, bewildered as he glanced at Bulma. So ugly, is he truly Shenlong? Xiao Fang exclaimed in shock, pointing at the wicked dragon. This can't be right. He emerged from the Dragon Balls, didn't he? Sun Wukong seemed unfazed, boldly launching into his wish. Hey, Shenlong, resurrect the deceased. Humph. The evil dragon scoffed disdainfully, producing a cigar seemingly from thin air to place between its lips. Whoosh. At that moment, Piccolo swiftly descended, casting a wary glance at the malevolent dragon. This creature exudes an overwhelming aura of evil. How did you summon such a repulsive being? Such audacity. How dare you speak to me like that? The evil dragon snarled menacingly. Its grotesque visage caused Xiao Fang to instinctively hide behind Sun Wufan. What manner of creature are you? Piccolo demanded, glaring fiercely. You are the creature. The evil dragon disregarded the crowd entirely, lighting the cigar with its lighter. What is this behavior? The onlookers were utterly confounded. The evil dragon leisurely puffed on the cigar amidst their bewildered expressions, exhaling clouds of smoke. With a twisted grin, it declared, I shall no longer be your puppet. Why does this Shenlong seem so peculiar? Trunks could hardly tolerate the acrid smoke, voicing his disdain. Humph, farewell, foolish humans. With that, the evil dragon discarded the cigar and devoured all the Dragon Balls in one gulp. Instantly, it transformed into a cloud of black smoke, splitting into 7 entities, each clutching a Dragon Ball, dispersing in 7 different directions. Chapter 25. The Twin Dragons. Infused with unfounded confidence, they've flown away. Bra shielded her eyes with her hand, watching the fleeting shadows of the dragons vanish. This is indeed a strange Shenlong. Chi-Chi echoed in astonishment. What about the wish? Sun Wufan's lips twitched, perplexed by the unfolding situation. The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss as the bizarre Shenlong departed in such an odd manner. Clearly, it was evident that this dragon was not the original Shenlong. Vegeta scoffed derisively. Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong, exasperated. What now? What will happen to the deceased? Hey, what just appeared was the evil dragon. The voice of North Kai suddenly rang in their ears. Following closely, Old Kai began his incessant chatter, while North Kai, having explained the origins of the evil dragon, settled into silence. However, Old Kai continued to grumble for a full half hour, exchanging blame and complaints. After the fact, one behaves like a sage, but before, like a fool. Lin Chi interjected coolly, silencing Old Kai instantly. If you were useless, don't blame others. Bulma nodded vigorously, in complete agreement with Lin Chi. Precisely. Why didn't you mention this sooner? It's your incompetence that has led us to this predicament. If it weren't for our allies sacrificing their lives, would we need to summon the Dragon Balls so frequently? And what about your previous wish to restore youth? Old Kai grumbled, still resentful, but fell silent at Lin Chi's piercing gaze. Wow, how beautiful. Are those auroras? Xiaofang pointed at the breathtaking colors slowly appearing in the sky. They appear stunning, yet radiate an overwhelming aura of evil. Piccolo frowned, turning to the serious-faced Sun Wukong. Hiki. Sun Wukong suddenly broke into an excited grin. Though it is unclear, as long as we locate those mutated Dragon Balls, we can defeat them, right? He turned to Vegeta, who stood poised and ready. Vegeta, we can fight again. Quit dawdling, let us set off. Vegeta exclaimed, eager to take flight. I want to go too. Upon seeing Sun Wukong ascend, Xiaofang hurriedly called out. No way. Chi-Chi was the first to object. But I want to go. Xiaofang stuck out her tongue at Chi-Chi, unafraid of her father's strict mother. Clutching Jiro, she playfully pouted, I don't like you, Grandma. With that, Chi-Chi took to the sky to chase after Sun Wukong, while Sun Wufan looked apologetically at Chi-Chi. Mom, I'm sorry. With all the fighters gone, Bulma turned to Lin Chi, who remained leaning against the second-floor balcony, perplexed. Aren't you going? I will go. Lin Chi replied calmly, intending to take his time to ascertain the locations of the 3-star and 4-star dragons. The 1-star dragon is stealthily hiding behind the 4-star dragon. 3 minutes later, Lin Chi quickly pinpointed the location of the 3-star dragon. Ah, an icy chill emanating from the east. Whoosh. Lin Chi materialized in midair, gazing down at the once vibrant city now transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. A biting chill permeated the atmosphere, and numerous frozen figures of humanity sparkled under the sun's radiant glow. The howling winds raged fiercely, while Son Gohan and Piccolo valiantly battled against the 3-star dragon. In the original narrative, it was primarily Xiaofang and Sun Wukong who confronted all the malevolent dragons, yet now, there were so many combatants. Besides Piccolo and Son Gohan below, Vegeta, Trunks, and Son Goten had also joined the fray to hunt down the wicked dragons. Fearing that if they delayed even a moment longer, there would be no opportunity left to confront the evil dragons, Lin Chi hovered in midair, refraining from directly assisting Piccolo and Gohan, for such help was unnecessary. In the established narrative, the 3-star dragon was simply no match for the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The only reason it managed to blind Goku was through treacherous and insidious tactics. At this moment, the battle in the frozen city was nearing its conclusion. Although Gohan possessed a gentle heart, he could not disregard Piccolo's words. After all, in his previous life, Piccolo was a malevolent demon king. All right, Gohan, deliver the final blow. Piccolo urged as he observed the icy technique hurtling toward him. As he narrowly evaded, Gohan's hands shaped into a flower-like stance at his waist. Came. The 3-star dragon attempted to evade, yet was too late. The Kamehameha struck its body with devastating force. A pained scream echoed as the 3-star dragon's form disintegrated under the energy wave. We did it. Gohan landed beside Piccolo, and they exchanged a triumphant smile. The 3 Dragon Balls rolled at their feet, and Gohan bent down joyfully to collect them. However, as he did so, a ki blast surged rapidly towards him. Watch out, Gohan. Piccolo's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively raising his arms to shield Gohan. Emerging from the ruins was a figure identical to the 3-star dragon. In a swift motion, Lin Chi extended his finger and unleashed a beam of light, neutralizing the ki blast aimed at Piccolo. The 4-star dragon, a twin to the 3-star dragon, possessed the same thick, sausage-like lips and small wings, albeit with a different skin tone. Naturally, the two dragons exhibited contrasting personalities. The four-star dragon, treated as a relic through generations, was infused with the righteous spirit of Goku's lineage. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Gohan, having picked up the Dragon Balls, looked at Piccolo with concern. I'm fine, Piccolo replied, tilting his head towards the sky and giving a slight nod to Lin Chi, acknowledging the favor. Lin Chi descended from the air to the side of Piccolo, casting his gaze upon the four-star dragon opposite them. The waves of heat surged forth, silently melting the surrounding ice and snow. Son Goku's offspring, perhaps. The four-star dragon shifted its attention from Gohan to Lin Chi. I initially awaited Goku's arrival, yet the passage of time has proven far more protracted than I anticipated. It seems I shall first deal with all of you. The four-star dragon's gaze fixated on Lin Chi. Deal with me? How audaciously confident you are. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, finding the statement somewhat amusing. To claim superiority over him, the four-star dragon, who could at best be compared to Super Saiyan 4 Goku, was indeed laughable. Chapter 26. The four-star dragon's ultimate technique. The four-star dragon exhibited an air of haughtiness, its disdainful gaze directed at Lin Chi, exuding an intoxicating confidence. Lin Chi, perhaps it would be prudent for me to take over. Gohan, observing the tense standoff, felt a surge of excitement. Gohan. This creature is unlike the previous three-star dragon. Even united, we cannot hope to defeat it. Piccolo, with a broader perspective, shook his head slightly and descended into the air with Gohan, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly. Shall we make this quick? In his eyes, the formidable four-star dragon posed no threat whatsoever. I fail to perceive any significant strength from you. I suggest the three of you attack me together. The four-star dragon cast a scornful glance at Lin Chi. Huh, are you instructing me on how to act? Lin Chi could not help but let out a derisive laugh. You insolent fool. The four-star dragon, feeling insulted, turned in anger towards the provocatively smiling Lin Chi. You truly have no sense of your own limitations. I shall end your life. Lin Chi was not in the mood to frolic with the four-star dragon. Rather, he was eager to ascertain the true strength of the super one-star dragon that would soon emerge. He had watched GT a long time ago and was uncertain about the ultimate conclusion. Was it Goku's spirit bomb, or was it the fusion of Vegeta and Goku, known as Vegeto, that vanquished the super one-star dragon? Before Lin Chi made any move, the four-star dragon exuded an air of haughty disdain. However, once Lin Chi initiated his action, the four-star dragon's perspective shifted dramatically. Caught off guard and utterly unprepared, he could only perceive a blur before Lin Chi materialized before him. His foot already in mid-kick, the four-star dragon hastily crossed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from Lin Chi's strike. As Lin Chi continued to exert force, the four-star dragon's arms began to tremble uncontrollably. Observing the astonishment etched on the four-star dragon's face, Lin Chi smirked wickedly, relishing the moment. Are you shocked now? In a fit of frustration, the four-star dragon realized he could not withstand Lin Chi's onslaught. He instinctively withdrew his hands and performed a series of backflips to create distance between them. Once he regained his footing, he charged at Lin Chi once more, determined not to let his pride be tarnished. As the four-star dragon unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Chi remained unfazed, as if strolling through a serene garden, effortlessly deflecting each of his attacks. Why is your speed so astonishing? The four-star dragon was on the verge of blood-boiling frustration. Among the 7 malevolent dragons, he prided himself on his speed, confident that no other dragon would dare claim superiority. Yet now, the very swiftness he held dear paled in comparison to that of the individual before him, inciting a deep-seated anger, refusing to yield. The four-star dragon threw another punch at Lin Chi, driven by sheer determination. If you obediently surrender the four-star dragon pearl, I shall let you go, Lin Chi stated impassively, extending his palm to intercept the four-star dragon's fist. You shall not succeed. The increasingly obstinate four-star dragon was not one to concede easily. He exerted all his might, striving to push his fist forward. Unappreciative. With a firm press of his palm, Lin Chi sent the four-star dragon hurtling backwards. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Lin Chi, causing the surrounding melted structures to collapse under its force. The sheer power of the seemingly gentle pressure was astonishing. The area was strewn with debris as the four-star dragon found himself plummeting through the ruins, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this be? The four-star dragon began to doubt his very existence. He had always believed that Sun Wukong was the most formidable of all. Determined to confront Sun Wukong, he realized he might perish before ever crossing paths with him. A profound sense of unwillingness surged within him, struggling to rise from the ground. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. It appeared that he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. Oh, do you still have a secret weapon? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, feigning interest in the four-star dragon. Then please, commence your performance. Ha ha ha. The four-star dragon, unceremonious, spread his arms wide and roared. As his voice echoed, cracks began to form on his body, shimmering with golden light. What was that? In the air. Gohan was taken aback. His energy was surging higher by the moment. No. Focus on the sensation. In addition to his power, the temperature around them was rising. Piccolo's forehead glistened with sweat, unsure whether it was from heat or shock. Inferno Needle. With the four-star dragon's shout, flames enveloped him. The extreme heat radiated outward, warping the very air around them. Countless massive fireballs materialized around the four-star dragon as he issued a command with a flick of his arms. The fireballs surged forth as if animated by life itself, hurtling towards Lin Chi. The four-star dragon, relishing the moment, proclaimed, "You shall burn to ashes in my flames." His pride swelled. This was his trump card. TSK, TSK. I expected something more inventive. Lin Chi replied coolly, his gaze filled with derision. So it's just the same old trick, merely high-temperature flames. Even in this dire situation, the four-star dragon continued to boast. Surrounded by flames, Lin Chi remained unfazed. And the four-star dragon chuckled as he thought, just a slight movement from you will disrupt the balance of the fireballs. Can you withstand the ensuing explosion? This is over 6,000 degrees. What? Gohan's eyes widened at the four-star dragon's arrogant declaration. Over 6,000 degrees? Who could possibly survive such heat? What should we do, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan turned anxiously to Piccolo. Do not panic. Observe Lin Chi's expression. Piccolo replied solemnly, focusing on the battlefield. Lin Chi remained composed. He surely had a plan to escape this predicament. Balance? Lin Chi shook his head helplessly and pointed at the nearest massive fireball. With a gentle poke, all the fireballs surrounding him began to tremble in a chain reaction. You are doomed. The four-star dragon grinned mockingly at what he perceived as Lin Chi's reckless act. Hey. Lin Chi, noticing the four-star dragon's expression, swiftly struck the original fireball. In that instant, all the fireballs violently quaked as if reaching a critical point. Boom. In a heartbeat, every fireball erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that swept across the landscape. A torrent of fierce winds, scorching heat, dazzling flames, and billowing smoke engulfed the entire town in mere moments. Chapter 27. Here I come. The fated duel with the sound of the explosion. The four-star dragon soared into the air, his words tinged with regret. I told you. Is Lin Chi all right? Gohan swallowed hard, fear etched across his face. Do not worry. I can sense his energy still exists. Although it is faint, Piccolo remained fixated on the heart of the inferno. Amidst the raging flames, crimson blossoms flickered, and as the smoke began to clear, the fire's intensity gradually diminished. The four-star dragon gazed towards the area of greatest destruction. Stones had been reduced to ash, leaving behind vast expanses of emptiness. Is that the direction of my father? Xiao Fang, cradling Jilu and following closely behind Sun Wukong, shaded her eyes to scan the horizon. The sky was painted crimson by the reflected flames, reminiscent of a breathtaking sunset. Such immense energy. Sun Wukong paused, then urged Xiao Fang onward. Let us investigate. Okay. Xiao Fang nodded eagerly, clutching the six-star Dragon Ball. There is still fighting over there. Trunks glanced at his Dragon Ball radar before turning to Goten. OOB, let us go see. Goten shouted towards OOB, who had just picked up a Dragon Ball from the ground. Vegeta, gazing at the five-star Dragon Ball in his hand, looked towards Lin Chi's direction. Damn. Why must the powerful evade me? After dispatching the other vile, evil dragons, the group began to soar towards the town where Lin Chi resided. The flames in the town continued to dwindle but still burned fiercely, distorting the air around them. The four-star dragon, having waited long enough, was finally convinced that Lin Chi had perished beneath his ultimate attack. He turned his gaze towards Gohan and Piccolo. Call for Sun Wukong. You have already lost one of your own to me. Though it was not intentional, he did indeed perish because of me, and I harbor no guilt. Hiki. The four-star dragon was interrupted by a soft laugh behind him. He spun around in disbelief, staring at the unscathed Lin Chi, astonished as he roared. How is this possible? How can you still be alive? His ultimate technique had inflicted no harm on Lin Chi whatsoever. How could anyone endure such a cataclysmic explosion? This is the reality. Lin Chi scoffed, a mocking grin on his face. The world is vast, yet your perspective is exceedingly narrow. Will you not surrender the Dragon Balls? Lin Chi's voice remained calm, yet his words held a terrifying weight. If you do not comply, you shall not see Wukong, who is already on his way. Really? The four-star dragon's expression was one of skepticism as he summoned a Dragon Ball into his palm and tossed it to Lin Chi. Here, take the Dragon Ball. For the four-star dragon, death was of little concern. What mattered most was the chance to battle Sun Wukong. What I truly desire is a fateful confrontation with Sun Wukong. Lin Chi paid no heed to the overly dramatic declaration. All that mattered was securing the Dragon Ball. Make sure you manage your time wisely. Lin Chi caught the Dragon Ball and tossed it to Gohan. This statement was somewhat ambiguous, leaving Gohan puzzled while Piccolo scanned the four-star dragon warily. This fellow, is he a good dragon? If not, why would Lin Chi let him go? Gohan, Lin Chi, Piccolo. In the distance, radiant lights swiftly approached, heralding the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions. Sun Wukong. The four-star dragon fixed its gaze intently on the approaching lights, with none other than Sun Wukong leading the charge. At last, I have awaited your arrival, exclaimed the four-star dragon. TSK. Vegeta spat disdainfully, irritated that these wretched, evil dragons dared to disregard him, the Prince of Saiyans. All they ever spoke of was Kakarot. Kakarot. How infuriating. Sun Wukong, tilting his head in confusion, turned to the four-star dragon and inquired, Do you know me? Who are you? I don't recall you at all. Wukong, don't you recognize this fellow? It's the 4-star Dragon Ball you have at home, Piccolo kindly reminded him. Indeed, the one passed down through your family. Lin Chi chimed in. Haha, are you referring to the 4-star Dragon Ball that little Fong enjoyed playing with as a child? Sun Wukong chuckled, patting his head. So, this is what you look like when you're not a Dragon Ball. Are you mocking me? The 4-star dragon's forehead bulged with veins, glaring at Sun Wukong with displeasure. The peculiar exchange felt oddly unsettling. If one were familiar enough with Sun Wukong, they might suspect he harbored ill intentions. The situation turned bizarrely comical, morphing into an introductory meeting between Sun Wukong and the 4-star dragon. Hello. Sun Wukong boisterously extended his hand to shake with the 4-star dragon. However, the 4-star dragon haughtily scoffed. I awaited your arrival solely to engage you in battle. Come forth. A fated duel awaits. And thus, amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers, the two stood at a distance, poised as if ready to clash at any moment. What is happening here? Vegeta glared at Lin Chi, frustrated. Why does that creature specifically demand a duel with Kakarot? Lin Chi cast a glance at the disgruntled Vegeta and succinctly explained the matter. Humph. Upon hearing about the connection between Son Goku and the 4-star dragon, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. The onlookers began to discuss the unexpected bond between the 4-star Dragon Ball and Mr. Goku. Trunks couldn't help but exclaim in awe. I never imagined the Dragon Ball had such a significant history. Son Goten, equally astonished, remarked, I thought that Dragon Ball was merely a decorative trinket. It belonged to my grandfather's grandfather. Xiaofang felt a pang of guilt for having treated the Dragon Ball as a mere plaything. Son Goku, I have awaited you for a long time. The 4-star dragon declared, its expression a complex mix of anticipation, excitement, combativeness, and a touch of apprehension. Although I do not quite grasp why you have transformed, I shall not hold back. Son Goku replied nonchalantly, striking a battle-ready pose with a serious demeanor. I am coming. 4-star dragon. With a resounding cry, Son Goku launched himself towards the 4-star dragon, but in a moment's notice, he was sent flying by a powerful punch, crashing into a pile of rubble. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Son Goku rubbed the back of his head, rising from the debris with a fierce glint in his eyes. You appear formidable. Son Goku, your strength should exceed this. The 4-star dragon's countenance grew increasingly grave as it fixated its gaze on Son Goku. Very well. I shall not hold back. Son Goku declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and charging once more at the 4-star dragon. The immense energy released created a tempest that swept through the surrounding ruins, clearing them away in its wake. TCH. Vegeta, feeling a twinge of envy, muttered. Had I known this was all so trivial, I would not have come. Trunks awkwardly wiped his nose and gently advised, Father, please do not speak like that. Go for it, Mr. Goku. OOB cheered, clenching his fist in support. If it were true that Son Goku needed to endure a blow to enter his combat state, then the true battle had indeed commenced. The clash of punches from Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the 4-star dragon was so swift that it was almost impossible to follow. Their hands intertwined, they vied for dominance, pushing against one another, the veins on their foreheads bulging. With a surge of strength, they momentarily distanced themselves, ready to unleash their energy against each other. Indeed, you are my destined rival, Son Goku. You are truly powerful, the 4-star dragon exclaimed, a hint of a smile gracing its features. You are not lacking either. Super Saiyan 4 Goku replied, his hands resting on his hips, his spirit soaring higher. Came. As they completed their energy waves, both charged at one another once more, fists and feet colliding in a fierce exchange. Have we gathered 6 of them? Lin Chi's gaze shifted back to the small Jilu in Xiao Fang's arms, pondering the location of the final Dragon Ball. It does not reveal itself. Jilu flailed its limbs, cowering in Xiao Fang's embrace, avoiding Lin Chi's gaze. What shall we do then? Trunks, snapping back to reality from the battle, glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be deliberately hiding? With Earth being so vast, how are we to locate it? Lin Chi glanced at the Dragon Balls held by everyone and spoke in a calm voice. Let us gather the Dragon Balls together. Oh. Trunks took the lead in handing the Dragon Balls to Lin Chi. The strength of those present was no match for him, making it quite safe to entrust them to him. However, soon, under Trunks' puzzled expression, Lin Chi surprisingly stuffed all the Dragon Balls into Xiao Fang's backpack. Wouldn't it be unsafe to leave them with Xiao Fang? Watching her adjust the backpack, Sun Wukong felt uneasy about this arrangement. So, who will carry them? Lin Chi's cold gaze swept over the group of men present. Didn't you notice the Hello Kitty print on Xiao Fang's backpack and that oversized bow on the zipper? Oh, look, Dad is about to win. Sun Wutian excitedly leaped to the mountaintop nearby. The saying goes, he who stands high sees far. The aerial battle was indeed nearing its conclusion. This was the end of the fight, but rather, the 4-star dragon's form was slowly fading, becoming increasingly transparent. What is happening? Super Saiyan 4 Goku's fist passed through the body of the 4-star dragon, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The 4-star dragon, however, wore a calm expression, revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you. What? Super Saiyan 4 Goku was momentarily confused. What did this nonsensical statement mean? I have learned so much from being by your side. To meet you and have a chance to battle with you is truly fulfilling. As the four-star dragon's form grew even more transparent, he turned to Lin Chi, expressing gratitude. And thank you for not killing me, for allowing me to wait for Son Goku. I did nothing. Lin Chi's expression remained indifferent. He truly had done nothing. If one were to argue about his actions, it would be that he compelled the four-star dragon to reveal the Dragon Ball, leading to its disappearance. The four-star dragon was inherently evil. Be wary of the one-star dragon. The four-star dragon looked back at Son Goku. He is quite malevolent. Even stronger than I am. Stronger than you? Son Goku blinked in surprise, then clenched his fists in anticipation. Goodbye. With a smile, the four-star dragon's form became entirely transparent, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke and vanishing. How peculiar. Returning to normal. Son Goku floated down in front of the others, pondering how that fellow had disappeared. No idea. By the way, how do we find the last one? Piccolo asked coldly. Arms crossed. That guy just said the remaining Dragon Ball is not only powerful but also very evil. How would I know? Son Goku muttered. It can't have left the Earth. Could it be that the radar is malfunctioning? OOB suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiro immediately leapt in front of OOB, scolding. You're the one who is malfunctioning. Your whole family is. While everyone huddled together deliberating, a shadow stirred in a dim corner of the town's ruins. If one were to look closely, they would find this figure cloaked in milky white, with several black spikes on the back, elbows, and knees. At this moment, his gaze was filled with solemnity as he covertly watched Son Goku surrounded by the crowd, as well as Xiao Fang with her backpack. Shall we head back? Son Gohan surveyed the group, uncertain of what to do. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Chi suddenly raised his hand to halt their movements. He is coming. Before anyone could express their confusion, a terrifying energy shot towards Xiao Fang's position. What? The first to react was Son Goku, who instinctively pulled Xiao Fang away. Boom. The energy struck the ground, instantly enveloping the area in smoke, swirling dust, and flying debris. Amidst the billowing smoke, everyone leaped into the air, gazing at the one-star dragon stepping out from the shadows. Xiao Fang, already terrified by this sudden turn of events, stared wide-eyed at the grotesque evil dragon that had appeared. Hand over all the Dragon Balls. The chilling voice of the one-star dragon echoed, looking up at the airborne group. What a clever tactic to completely conceal your energy. Lin Chi smirked, praising the one-star dragon's strategy. Not even the dragon radar can detect you? So, you are the last of the evil dragons? Son Gohan remained on high alert, fixated on the ground. Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it. How come one powerful evil dragon after another has appeared here? It seems never-ending. If you don't want anyone to die, obediently hand over the remaining Dragon Balls, or else. The one-star dragon sneered menacingly, issuing a threat. Chapter 29. Release Vegeta. Let me take over. Don't wait until any of you are alone. You fiend. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's forehead bulged with veins. He sensed the truth. This guy's fighting power is on par with mine. Vegeta growled indignantly. If this guy successfully ambushes us, aside from himself, Kakarot, and Lin Chi, the others wouldn't stand a chance. You dare threaten us. You have quite the nerve. Vegeta roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and charging at the one-star dragon. It is you who should be surrendering the Dragon Balls. Bang. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta's swift punch was effortlessly caught by the one-star dragon. Humph. You really are quite the fool. The one-star dragon's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his tone icy. How is this possible? Vegeta was taken aback. He had exerted at least 80% of his strength. How could it be so easily blocked? Humph. I don't regard your strength at all. The one-star dragon scoffed. Refusing to accept defeat, Vegeta raised his leg and kicked at the one-star dragon again, only to be blocked once more. Vegeta, you are no match for him. Lin Chi remarked coldly, glancing at the one-star dragon. Although Vegeta was outmatched, the one-star dragon was merely at the peak of Super Saiyan 4's power. Far from the formidable opponent he sought. Damn it. Vegeta roared in fury, retracting his leg and unleashing a full-powered punch, determined not to lose face. The one-star dragon chuckled derisively as he intercepted Vegeta's fist, sending him flying. Humph, a mere clown. Damn it. Vegeta seethed with rage. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? However, the disparity in combat power between Vegeta and one-star dragon is insurmountable. Within a mere 2 rounds, one-star dragon had Vegeta pinned to the ground, his head pressed into the earth, creating a deep dent. With a sinister grin, one-star dragon unleashed a flurry of punches to Vegeta's face, causing blood to trickle from his nose. The assault continued mercilessly. One-star dragon seized Vegeta by his tail and swung him around like a whip, inflicting immense suffering. Vegeta, battered and bruised, was hurled to the ground, lying prostrate before being slammed into another spot, now sprawled with his limbs in the air. Such brutality ignited fury among the onlookers. Yet their own feeble powers rendered them helpless, unable to intervene. Lin Chi furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of frustration, fearing that Vegeta's tail might snap at any moment. Vegeta. Goku could no longer bear the sight. He transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at one-star dragon. Let go of Vegeta. As Goku rushed forward, Vegeta, propelled by the momentum, was flung into the air. Dead Trunks soared upward, catching Vegeta, but the tremendous force sent them both crashing to the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the earth. Trunks coughed up a mouthful of blood, anxiously glancing at the battered Vegeta. "Dad, are you alright?" After barely fending off One-Star Dragon's punch, Goku was forced back, sliding several hundred meters. Damn it, so powerful. The eyes of Super Saiyan 4 Goku gleamed with madness as he roared once more and charged at One-Star Dragon. With a fierce cry, he unleashed his full strength, sending debris flying as he swung his fist at One-Star Dragon's face. One-Star Dragon merely tilted his head, coldly regarding Goku. "Your punch feels rather underwhelming." Frustrated, Goku gritted his teeth and launched another attack. Yet, with each strike, either his efforts proved futile or One-Star Dragon effortlessly dodged. "It's time to counterattack," One-Star Dragon grinned, abruptly swinging his fist. The air crackled as his punch surged toward Goku's chest, leaving Goku struggling to withstand the force. He crossed his arms over his chest, watching in horror as his arms trembled and bent against his body. Just as Goku felt he would collapse, One-Star Dragon retracted his fist and aimed for Goku's abdomen. "Ugh!" Goku cried out, feeling his stomach churn as he expelled a large mouthful of bile. With another kick from One-Star Dragon, Goku was sent flying, while One-Star Dragon conjured a black energy sphere. In midair, Goku desperately twisted his body, narrowly evading the energy blast. The ensuing explosion sent shockwaves through the air, but One-Star Dragon was already gone from sight. "Old son, above you," Piccolo shouted anxiously, but the warning came too late. Goku hastily looked up, only to find One-Star Dragon's fist descending toward his cheek. Ugh! Goku felt as though a heavy object had struck him, his body propelled like a bullet. One-Star Dragon relentlessly pursued Goku, raining down punches and kicks that drove him into the ground. Goku crashed into the earth, creating a massive pit as he lay in the depths. One-Star Dragon then targeted Goku's position again, unleashing another energy sphere. The already smoke-filled ground erupted further, debris scattering wildly. One-Star Dragon's gaze shifted to Xiao Fang, who was clutching a backpack. Hand over the Dragon Balls trembling, she retreated until she was behind Lin Chi, her eyes brimming with tears. "It's too terrifying. Even Grandpa can't save me." As the smoke finally cleared, Goku lay at the bottom of the pit, battered and bruised, his breath labored. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks struggled to support each other, trying to rise. "Give it to him," Lin Chi spoke calmly, slicing the straps of Xiao Fang's backpack. "What?" Piccolo looked incredulously at Lin Chi's actions. "Lin Chi, what are you doing?" "Lin Chi." Gohan stared at Lin Chi in shock. What if giving the Dragon Balls to One-Star Dragon makes him even stronger? After all, his father and Uncle Vegeta could not defeat One-Star Dragon. As One-Star Dragon caught sight of the thrown backpack, he smirked in surprise. Opening it, he confirmed it contained the Dragon Balls and shot Lin Chi a satisfied look. What a perceptive boy. But soon, his expression twisted into a sneer. "Don't think that by giving me the Dragon Balls, I will spare you. You fools. I shall obliterate the Earth and the entire universe. Damn it." "Lin Chi, what are you doing?" Vegeta, supporting Trunks, stood up angrily. "Lin Chi, do you have a plan?" Goku looked at Lin Chi with hope, wondering if he had a brilliant strategy. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Chi, anticipating a solution. "No, I merely wish to witness the extent of One-Star Dragon's power." Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the cackling One-Star Dragon. "You'll be satisfied soon. I'll send you all to hell for a reunion." One-Star Dragon beamed with self-satisfaction. He gazed at the Dragon Balls in the backpack, and with outstretched arms, 6 Dragon Balls emerged, forming a circle before him. One by one, the Dragon Balls embedded into his chest, coalescing around the One-Star Ball, regaining their sinister black hue. One-Star Dragon's power surged, his aura intensifying, radiating an overwhelming force. Goku, Vegeta, Lin Chi descended from the air, facing the exceedingly arrogant One-Star Dragon. "Are you two considering fusion?" What Vegeta questioned, puzzled by the sudden shift in topic. Goku remained silent, but fixed his gaze intently on Lin Chi. "If you fuse into Vegeto, you can defeat this guy." Lin Chi spoke with an air of indifference, one hand resting upon his chest while the other was clasped behind his back. "If you are unwilling, then I am prepared to take action," he declared. "I have granted you this opportunity, yet you have failed to meet my expectations, which leaves me rather displeased." His words remained as serene as ever, yet beneath that calm facade, both Vegeta and Son Goku sensed a subtle hint of disappointment and impatience in Lin Chi's voice. "Very well." Lin Chi's demeanor grew increasingly detached, reaching a chilling intensity. A violet radiance coalesced in the palm of his hand. Destruction. In an instant, the unleashed energy stirred the very fabric of the heavens and earth, unleashing waves of terrifying force that radiated outward. The ripples cascaded like a tempest, generating a colossal gale that howled across the landscape. Those watching from midair were caught off guard, swept away by the ferocious winds, while the ground trembled violently, sending dust and debris flying. The earth itself cracked, with fissures spreading like a spider's web. How terrifying! What manner of energy is this? Grasping tightly onto the lifted trunks, Vegeta gritted his teeth, struggling against the hurricane's might. Son Goku too clutched a nearby rock, his eyes filled with trepidation, acutely aware that should that energy strike, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Super Saiyan was rendered speechless, desperately raising his hand in a futile attempt to shield himself from the rampaging winds. Lin Chi approached the Super One-Star Dragon with an air of indifference, each step echoing like the death knell resonating within the heart of the One-Star Dragon. Thud, thud, thud. No. Confronted by the overwhelming energy that instilled fear within him, the Super One-Star Dragon was paralyzed with terror, pleading silently for him to stay away. You have disappointed me greatly. Lin Chi halted before the Super One-Star Dragon, his palm imbued with destructive power pressed against its forehead. Snap. Contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, there was no explosive sound or tumult. As the destructive force made contact, the Super One-Star Dragon's body began to disintegrate. Starting from its forehead and spreading throughout its form, its body shattered into myriad specks, dissolving into the air. Soft pink starlight cascading gently in the weakened breeze toward the heavens. The scene was enveloped in profound silence. After steadying themselves, the crowd stared blankly at Lin Chi. His imposing figure now shrouded in mystery, evoking a palpable sense of dread. We have triumphed. Trunks spoke uncertainly, summoning Vegeta's spirit back. Vegeta stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Lin Chi, utterly bewildered by the simplicity of that single move. Who is he truly? Is he not a Saiyan? Gohan, suspended in midair, wore a similarly perplexed expression as he glanced towards Piccolo, descending towards the ground. Uncle Piccolo. Dad. Upon witnessing Gohan chase after Piccolo, Xiao Fang hurriedly followed him down. Lin Chi, what energy did you just employ? Transforming back into Goku, he approached Lin Chi with an unrestrained curiosity. Indeed, it appeared remarkably impressive. Goten joined in, eager to inquire. However, Vegeta crossed his arms, disdain etched across his face, retorting, just showing off. Dad, Trunks, catching up from behind, looked helplessly at Vegeta. Your words reek of sour grapes, don't they? Sighing heavily, Lin Chi glanced back at the carefree Goku and swept his gaze across the inquisitive crowd. He then turned his attention to the proud Vegeta and the resigned Trunks. Narrowing his eyes slightly, are you both perhaps a bit stronger than the Super One-Star Dragon? Why don't you fuse and face me in battle? Lin Chi's voice was light, but the weight of disappointment loomed heavier. Huh? Why? Goku's face was a mask of confusion, yet excitement quickly bubbled within him, urging Vegeta to fuse. Humph. On what grounds? Can't you see how severely I am injured? Vegeta shouted indignantly at Goku. Oh, I'm coming. Jebbit, who had been quietly observing the crystal ball, sprang up with enthusiasm, instantly teleporting to Lin Chi's side. Whenever you need me, I am at your service. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched slightly as Jebbit quickly healed the severely wounded Vegeta and Goku. Noticing that everyone remained still, he eagerly ran to collect the Dragon Balls that had fallen from the Super One-Star Dragon. Hey, Vegeta, do you really want to fuse with me, or not? Goku queried, looking at the proud Vegeta, who was still turning away. Chapter 31. The dragon appears, perfectly free and unrestrained just as Vegeta was about to speak. Jebbit redirected everyone's attention. Look quickly, the Dragon Balls are glowing on their own. Jebbit exclaimed, holding the 7 gathered Dragon Balls aloft. What? Xiao Fang immediately rushed over, observing the rhythmic flickering of the Dragon Balls. Did you secretly summon the dragon? No, Jebbit feigned innocence, stating he merely picked up a Dragon Ball. Perhaps the Dragon Balls have returned to normal. Goten glanced at Xiao Fang, then continued to observe Lin Chi, pondering just how powerful he truly was. The light emanating from the Dragon Balls intensified until it burst forth as a brilliant radiance shooting skyward, capturing the attention of all. What is happening? Goku tilted his head towards the sky. Did anyone call for the dragon? Not me. Xiao Fang quickly shook her head, cradling Jiru, asserting her innocence. How strange. No one has summoned it. Goku mused, gazing upward in confusion. The others also wore expressions of astonishment. Has the dragon now become independent of summons? What is going on? We clearly did not call upon the dragon, so why is it appearing suddenly? Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide and brow furrowed, recognizing that such occurrences had never happened before. Even the evil dragons appeared only after a summoning. The sky remained unclouded. Vegeta, seemingly detached, was nonetheless taken aback. Well, since the dragon is coming forth, let us make a wish. Goku quickly dismissed the query. Indeed, Gohan nodded, asserting that they must revive those who had been slain. At that moment, a long, majestic figure traversed the clouds, soon revealing its enormous head. It was the true dragon. Long unseen. It is the original dragon. Upon seeing the familiar, grand green head, Xiao Fang joyfully exclaimed. Lin Chi squinted at the still azure sky, sensing an unsettling familiarity in the unfolding narrative. Sun Wukong, along with the others, stood before the dragon, whose blood-red eyes surveyed the gathered assembly with an air of authority and solemnity. You must now comprehend the truth. The emergence of these malevolent dragons serves as a warning. The Dragon Balls must not be wielded recklessly. Otherwise, such calamities will inevitably return. Oh, I see. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his cheek at being singled out. We shall never misuse the Dragon Balls again. Sun Gohan chimed in, casting a glance towards the dragon. This incident should serve as a lasting lesson. The Dragon Ball shall ultimately vanish from this world, as shall I, the dragon remarked, casting a discreet glance at Lin Chi. Piccolo, though taken aback, accepted this reality. He turned to the dragon and asked, before you depart, can you grant us one final request? Speak. The dragon inquired in a deep tone. Following the ordeal with the malevolent dragons, the vast majority of Earth's populace has perished. Can you resurrect them? Sun Wukong queried, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. It was a stark contrast to his earlier readiness to agree. Now he found himself requesting a favor. Even his thick skin felt the weight of the moment. This is the final time. I hope you remember, the dragon cautioned, as if sensing the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, the dragon's eyes gleamed brightly, and the fallen humans across the earth were resurrected one by one. Thank you, dragon, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he expressed his gratitude. Now, your wish has been fulfilled. The dragon directed his gaze back to Sun Wukong. A long silence ensued, with everyone appearing bewildered, as if the dragon was silently communicating something profound to Sun Wukong. Then let us depart, Wukong. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes sharply, scanning the divine dragon suspended in the air. The plot had once again returned to the climax of GT. Now, he was the one annihilating the Super One-Star Dragon. Why then, did the conclusion remain the same? Sun Wukong was not dead. How could the divine dragon wish to take him away? Sun Wukong rested his hands behind his head, responding carefree and even flashing a grin at everyone. Grandfather. Father. Mr. Wukong. What on earth is happening? Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, determined to inquire until he received an answer. Come on, Wukong. Yet the divine dragon offered no explanation, lowering its head before Sun Wukong, an unmistakable gesture urging him to depart. Then I shall take my leave for a moment, but I will return shortly. Sun Wukong turned to glance at Sun Gohan and Xiao Fang, flashing a reassuring smile. Wait a moment, Kakarot. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeply, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. Clarify your intentions. What do you plan to do with the divine dragon? Heh. Vegeta, we shall fight together upon my return. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, remaining silent as he prepared to leap onto the divine dragon's head. The scene grew increasingly unsettling, and Lin Chi placed a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder just as he was about to jump. Hold on. As he took that step, a white aura ignited around him, transforming his hair into silken strands of white. His expression turned solemn, radiating an energy akin to that of a deity. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. I can't sense any energy. Sun Gohan blinked in confusion. The being stood before him, yet he felt no aura. What is happening? Xiao Fang was equally perplexed. This. Piccolo's expression shattered, astonishment etched on his face. What transformation is this? Sun Wukong turned curiously to gaze at the white-haired Lin Chi. White hair. Vegeta searched his mind for past legends, finding none. This was not the form of a Saiyan. As Vegeta had surmised, Lin Chi was not in a Saiyan state, but rather had entered the form of an angel, embodying supreme freedom. Upon witnessing Lin Chi's transformation, the divine dragon was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in shock. In that instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta beheld a horrifying sight. The divine dragon appeared utterly frantic, its head drenched in cold sweat. No. It could be described as a torrential downpour. The once mighty dragon was now stripped of its previous grandeur. You. The divine dragon trembled as it gazed at Lin Chi, its words faltering. What kind of energy is this? It radiates an extraordinarily holy divine aura. But it is not that of the Kaioshin. When did such a figure emerge in the universe? Could it be the universe alongside others? Father. Why do I feel as if the divine dragon recognizes Lin Chi? Xiao Fang tugged at Sun Gohan's sleeve. Chapter 32, altering the GT conclusion. Unite. No. The divine dragon is afraid. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. The divine dragon was actually fearful of a Saiyan. Such an exaggerated reaction had never occurred before. It was Lin Chi's transformation. Trunks also expressed his astonishment. Lin Chi, just how powerful are you? Sun Wukong sighed, marveling at yet another miracle. Lin Chi remained unfazed by the exclamations of the crowd. Dragon, why have you inexplicably taken Goku away? Do not allow him to senselessly slay the Super One-Star Dragon. Only for you to present me with the original GT ending. Do you know how many people lament the conclusion of GT? The dragon's forehead glistened with increasing beads of sweat as he stammered for a considerable time. Ultimately, it was Goku who could no longer contain himself, bluntly stating. The dragon just informed me that the emergence of the evil dragons has left residual malevolent energy within the Dragon Balls. Yet the 4-star ball is free of it. This is because I can eradicate their evil energy, and the dragon hopes that I will accompany him to the Dragon Realm. Chuckling, Goku bashfully scratched the back of his head. You scoundrel, you actually intend to sneak off to the Dragon Realm. Vegeta exclaimed, exasperated. Isn't there a formidable adversary waiting there? Those evil dragons will indeed appear in the Dragon Realm. However, they won't possess this level of malevolence. Goku grinned, his eyes alight with excitement and battle fervor. Damn it, Vegeta seethed, infuriated by the thought that this wretched Kakarot intended to venture alone into the Dragon Realm. I want to go too, Xiao Fang declared, raising her hand with Jiro. Looking at Goku. I want to be with Grandpa. Purification. Does it truly require Goku? Lin Chi subtly cast a glance at the dragon. If he follows you, does that mean he is doomed? If he desires to summon Vegeto, wouldn't he that leave us without a viable option? This. The dragon's crimson eyes dimmed slightly, too intimidated to meet Lin Chi's gaze. Perhaps we should have Dondi create new Dragon Balls. There is more than just you. Lin Chi turned his gaze towards Piccolo, his meaning unmistakable. Goku, you cannot leave. Yes. Jebet nodded in agreement. Only Goku is the strongest in the universe. If he perishes and cannot be revived, what shall we do when formidable foes arise? Rely on Vegeta? Ah. The dragon was taken aback by Lin Chi's unexpected words, hastily seeking a means of salvation. There are alternative methods for purifying the Dragon Balls, such as the sacred power that resides within you, my lord. Lin Chi cast a disdainful glance at the divine dragon, mocking, why not present the Dragon Balls? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. No, this cannot be. Xiaofang resolutely positioned herself before Lin Chi, determined not to allow him to take her grandfather's place in peril. Xiaofang, I believe you may have misunderstood. Sun Wukong gently patted her shoulder, offering a sympathetic smile. He is merely borrowing a certain power from Lin Chi, Trunks added, attempting to reassure her with an explanation. Is that truly the case? Xiaofang regarded Lin Chi with an air of skepticism, seeking confirmation. It is nothing of great significance. Lin Chi calmly brushed past Xiaofang, directing his gaze toward the divine dragon as it levitated the Dragon Balls before him. Lin Chi extended his hand and gently touched the Dragon Ball, using his divine power to perceive its essence. Indeed, there remained a considerable amount of malevolent energy within. Who exactly is he? Piccolo found Lin Chi increasingly enigmatic, as each encounter unveiled new wonders. With each layer unraveled, one would realize that this merely scratches the surface of Lin Chi's profound mysteries. The sacred power emanating from Lin Chi intensified, as his palm, resting upon the Dragon Balls, gathered a radiant white light. This dazzling luminescence enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, subsequently permeating into their core. The divine dragon immediately sensed the transformation within the Dragon Balls, its crimson eyes gleaming with heightened brilliance. Purify, Lin Chi uttered firmly, and the Dragon Balls beneath his palm erupted in a blinding glow. An inexhaustible force of divinity seemed to flow ceaselessly into the spheres. At that moment, the clear sky was suddenly pierced by thunder, and dark clouds surged from all directions. The 7 Dragon Balls were all infused with this divine energy, their explosive light illuminating the surrounding earth. How beautiful! Xiaofang exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the kaleidoscopic radiance before her. This. Vegeta's eyes widened in terror as he sensed Lin Chi's energy. Had he truly eradicated the malevolent power of the Dragon Balls? Sun Goten cast a discreet glance at Vegeta, realizing that the long-standing second position might soon be relinquished to his father. As the glow of the Dragon Balls began to wane, Lin Chi withdrew his hand and impatiently inquired of the divine dragon, "How is it?" "Thank you, my lord." The divine dragon fervently nodded, expressing its gratitude for Lin Chi's assistance. If it possessed a corporeal form, it might very well kneel before him. Strangely, such a thought crossed Jebediah's mind as he observed Sun Wukong, who appeared deeply moved. "Now, Wukong, you need not perish." Sun Wukong, however, wore a somber expression, sighing softly. I can no longer ascend to the dragon realm." Sun Gohan and Vegeta exchanged subtle twitches at the corners of their mouths. Sensing Lin Chi's impatience, the divine dragon eagerly bid farewell. "Well then, goodbye." The Dragon Balls transformed into beams of light, soaring into the sky, while the gathered dark clouds dissipated in an instant, restoring the brightness of day. "It feels as though the divine dragon is fleeing," Trunks remarked, turning to Sun Goten. "Do you sense it too?" Sun Goten met Trunks' gaze, and after a moment of shared understanding, they both burst into laughter, its escaping quite swiftly. Lin Chi withdrew his gaze and turned to face Sun Wukong. "All right. Back to the previous question, are you merging?" "Hiki." Sun Wukong also directed his attention towards Vegeta. "Vegeta, let us witness just how powerful Lin Chi truly is." Vegeta wore a proud expression, with a hint of vexation flitting across his face. "What are you talking about? Be quiet and strike your pose." It was evident that he was equally eager. "Hee." Sun Wukong grinned and positioned himself to Vegeta's left. "Humph." A blush crossed Vegeta's face as he reluctantly struck a pose. "Let us retreat." Piccolo turned to the surrounding crowd, leaping to the distant mountaintop. "Indeed. We cannot withstand the aftermath of their battle." Sun Gohan nodded, pulling Xiaofang to create more distance from the trio. Chapter 33, Super 4 Goku and Vegeta vs. Super 4 Lin Chi. Go for it. You looked at Sun Wukong, clenching his fist in encouragement. Lin Chi observed with a serene demeanor as Vegeta and Son Goku created some distance between themselves. Simultaneously, they extended their hands, their index fingers touching. A golden radiance abruptly emanated from their fingertips, intensifying into a blinding brilliance before gradually waning. At the core of this luminous display, a figure began to materialize, exuding formidable energy and an overwhelming aura. This figure, adorned with striking crimson hair, a proud signature vest, and a lengthy red tail swaying behind, became increasingly discernible as the light dimmed. The figure's azure eyes sparkled with confidence, complemented by an unmistakably self-assured smile. It was Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Lin Chi gazed at the figure before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The power surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. Such immense energy. OOB stared in astonishment, marveling at how his master had grown even more formidable post-fusion. Trunks voiced his admiration, acknowledging the terrifying strength. "Haha, Grandpa is the strongest." Xiao Fang exclaimed with exuberance, tightening her embrace around Jiru. "Hey, Xiao Fang, you're squeezing me too tight." Jiru pleaded for mercy. "Humph. I am not Son Goku." Gogeta cast a cold glance towards the distant mountaintop before breaking into a devilish grin. "Nor am I Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you." "Gogeta is." Lin Chi chuckled, bemused by the unwavering arrogance of his opponent. Indeed, such power could easily crush a super one-star dragon. Yet it still seemed rather feeble in comparison to his own capabilities. Observing Lin Chi's smile, Vegeta crossed his arms and laughed with unrestrained bravado, urging him to unleash his full strength, declaring himself to be extraordinarily formidable. Very well, let us commence. With a low roar, Lin Chi unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. This marked his inaugural transformation. His fists clenched tightly as he entered the Super Force state. Clad in his customary black martial arts uniform, his hair stood on end, save for a few loose strands, while a dark red aura enveloped him, crackling with electric sparks. His demeanor shifted from calm to solemn. Here I come. With a swift motion, Lin Chi propelled himself towards Vegeta, eager to test whether he could induce a distortion in space by directing his primary energy outward. Oh, it appears you are quite the hidden talent. Vegeta grinned, charging towards Lin Chi in kind. In the desolate expanse of the ruins, their forms abruptly vanished upon collision, only to reappear in midair. The howling wind stirred the dust on the ground as Sun Wutian watched in awe, murmuring, I can't see them. Their speed is astonishing. Cold sweat trickled down Trunks' forehead, feeling the earth tremble beneath him. Xiaofeng glanced at the trembling debris beneath her feet. Huh. Vegeta spread his arms wide, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Lin Chi, who darted swiftly, closing the distance between them. In an instant, countless energy spheres rained down, exploding upon impact and wreaking havoc. The battle had barely begun, yet the ground was shrouded in billowing smoke, littered with craters of varying sizes. Boom, boom. Both Vegeta and Lin Chi consciously evaded the lower altitudes, ascending their battle into the skies. Their figures materialized high above, where fierce winds howled, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! You are indeed quite strong. Vegeta swiftly retracted his fist, delivering a sweeping kick towards Lin Chi's lower body. This statement was heartfelt, for as the battle commenced, the pressure on Vegeta steadily intensified. But would Vegeta panic? Absolutely not. I believe you can surprise me a little more. Lin Chi sidestepped, retaliating with a punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta perceived a fleeting shadow, instinctively retreating just in time to evade Lin Chi's blow. However, Lin Chi's kick found its mark, striking Vegeta's right shoulder with such force that he was sent hurtling backward. Ugh! Vegeta winced in pain. Yet before he could vocalize his discomfort, Lin Chi was already hot on his heels. The power of fusion is indeed extraordinary, Lin Chi exclaimed, his hands coming together to deliver a powerful strike to Vegeta's back. Vegeta plummeted towards the ground, twisting to unleash energy blasts in a desperate attempt to strike Lin Chi, who was suspended in the air. Boom. The skies erupted with explosions, clouds of smoke enveloping Lin Chi, while Vegeta hastily stabilized his position. Humph, is that all you've got? Just a slight edge over me? Vegeta ascended once more, defying the odds. Incredible. I'm at a loss for words. Xiaofeng tilted her head back, feeling the strain in her neck. The spectacle was utterly mesmerizing, far surpassing anything she had previously witnessed. The immense energy surged between them as Vegeta and Lin Chi frequently vanished and reappeared. Their forms became nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, only the sounds of their fierce exchanges echoing from above. The air rippled with the force of their strikes, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Vegeta, is this truly the extent of your power? Lin Chi's expression remained stoic as he delivered another punch aimed at Vegeta. Once brimming with confidence, Vegeta now gritted his teeth, unable to muster a retort. The moment their fists connected, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing veins to bulge on his forehead, leaving him devoid of the energy to respond. Ha! 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 Vegeta, feeling a surge of anger, roared once more, his aura flaring up, releasing an even greater power. So fast. The typically composed Piccolo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A faint smile curled upon Lin Chi's lips as he sensed Vegeta's explosive power, and he responded with increased force behind his own strikes. The impact of Lin Chi's fist left the onlookers atop the mountain utterly astonished, with but a gentle touch upon Vegeta's abdomen. It seemed as though he had been struck by a thunderous blow. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricted, and he opened his mouth to expel a mouthful of bile. What on earth is happening? Even Son Gohan was rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on the unfolding battle, utterly transfixed. Chapter 34. This is Super Saiyan 5, Goku's menacing grin. How infuriating. I am the strongest. Vegeta's eyes, blood-red and wild, betrayed his madness. A primal roar erupted from him as his power surged with each bellow. He unleashed a flurry of indistinguishable punches towards Lin Chi, each strike generating a terrifying wind, rupturing the very air around them. With every blow, the fabric of space itself warped, sending ripples emanating outward. Excellent. Lin Chi's smile broadened as he deftly evaded, their forms vanishing from the spectator's sight once more. What followed were mere flashes of red and white light colliding high above in the sky. Boom. Crash. The deep sounds of their clashes resonated continuously, punctuated by explosive reverberations. Vegeta's silhouette emerged in midair, arms raised high as a colossal energy sphere coalesced above his palms. A massive explosion. Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, The gigantic energy sphere hurtled toward Lin Chi with tremendous speed. Lin Chi merely gazed indifferently from the heights, showing no intention of countering the impending threat as an energy sphere materialized mere inches before him. What was he doing? Trunks stared up in bewilderment, perplexed by Lin Chi's refusal to evade or retaliate. Uncertain, Gohan wore a similarly bewildered expression, fixated on the sky, awaiting the unfolding drama. As the terrifying energy sphere collided with Lin Chi, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending ripples through the air. With this formidable assault, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta reverted back to their original forms. The fusion duration had elapsed. Look, they've separated, Goten exclaimed, pointing at the two figures materializing in the air. Meanwhile, the others remained transfixed on the billowing smoke, eager to ascertain Lin Chi's fate. As the mist dissipated, Lin Chi remained unscathed, suspended in midair, his once blood-red hair transformed into a shimmering silver. His hair glistened like strands of silver, and his aura surged with unparalleled intensity. What transformation is this? Vegeta gazed up in astonishment. Goku, equally curious, looked skyward, brimming with excitement, feeling an overwhelming strength. However, shouldn't our fusion last for half an hour? Vegeta's countenance darkened as he regarded his outstretched hands. This time, it barely lasted 8 minutes, even shorter than before. That is because your powers are gradually amplifying, naturally reducing the duration of the fusion. Lin Chi returned to his usual demeanor, standing before Vegeta and Sun Wukong with an air of indifference, as if nothing could disrupt his placid emotions. What transformation was that you just displayed? Sun Wukong inquired, clenching his fists in persistent curiosity. I've never seen anything like it. It feels immensely powerful. Ah, that is the Super Saiyan 5 form. It is the next level beyond Super Saiyan 4, Lin Chi explained. Lin Chi's indifferent remarks left the individuals leaping from the mountaintop in shock. Is there really anything beyond Super 4? Vegeta asked, bewildered, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Chi. Could there possibly be a Super 5? Indeed. However, it is still a bit premature for you at this moment, Lin Chi responded before utilizing instant transmission to return home. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, he made his way to his designated guest room, collapsing onto the bed without a care for appearances. Sigh. Lin Chi's voice was somewhat muffled as he pressed into the blanket, feeling yet another wave of disappointment wash over him. Time passed while Bulma continued her testing of the time machine, leading Lin Chi to indulge in a state of lethargy for several days. The next day, he lounged lazily on a deck chair on the balcony, basking in the sunlight, while overhead, Goku and Vegeta engaged in their fierce sparring. Oh dear, our dad and Mr. Goku training again? Trunks remarked, holding a drink as he glanced skyward before approaching Lin Chi and offering him the beverage. Lin Chi responded languidly, accepting the drink and taking a sip. Aren't you going to the company today? There's not much on my agenda today, so I thought I would return early, Trunks replied, flashing a gentle smile. Lin Chijing was about to respond when Sun Wukong was struck down by Vegeta. He reached for the back of his head, wincing in pain, exclaiming, ouch, ouch, ouch. Are you all right, Mr. Wukong? Trunks asked, concern evident as tears began to well in his eyes. It's nothing at all. Just happened to hit an old injury from my childhood. Sun Wukong flashed a grin at Trunks before soaring back into the sky. All right then. Trunks turned to Lin Chijing, who was lazily reclining on a lounge chair. Mr. Lin, can I ask my mother to create another time machine for me? Lin Chijing looked at Trunks with surprise. Why are you asking me that? That device was designed by Bulma. If you want several, why not just ask her? Below, Trunks and Lin Chijing conversed, while the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta raged fiercely above them. A massive energy blast erupted in midair, unleashing a powerful gale that howled toward the balcony, causing the trees in the courtyard to sway precariously. Hey, Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? You're destroying my home, Vegeta scolded angrily, leaping from the billowing smoke to confront Sun Wukong. It's just a spar, Sun Wukong replied with a peculiar smile, rapidly gathering energy at his waist. Came. Ha. With Sun Wukong's thunderous shout, not only was Vegeta taken aback, but even Trunks looked up in astonishment. If Mr. Wukong's attack were to target his father below, and it were to go unchecked, then the earth. Lin Chi furrowed his brow as his figure swiftly vanished from the recliner, reappearing before Vegeta. With a swift kick, he sent Goku's Kamehameha soaring into the heavens. An explosion reverberated, and a blinding light illuminated the sky, causing the earth to tremble in response. Hey, you damn fool, Vegeta seethed, his fists clenched in fury as he gazed at the colossal energy erupting above. What are you doing unleashing such formidable energy? What do you intend to do to Earth? Humph. Goku retorted coldly, his expression devoid of emotion as he launched a kick towards Vegeta's cheek. Bang. Vegeta, caught off guard, executed a backflip to dissipate the momentum and steadied himself, glaring angrily at Goku. You bastard, what are you trying to accomplish? Chapter 35, The True Nature of the Saiyans. Vegeta abruptly halted his words, a look of confusion crossing his face as he regarded Goku. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Ha. Goku disregarded Vegeta, shouting as he charged towards Lin Chi, his fists and feet imbued with an insatiable murderous intent. Kakarot, what is wrong with you? Vegeta was taken aback by Goku's sudden seriousness. Why are you so intent on this? And why are you attacking Lin Chi? Have you gone mad? Lin Chi deftly dodged Goku's relentless strikes, swiftly delivering a precise blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. As Goku fell into Vegeta's waiting arms, Lin Chi frowned. Lost in thought. Could this be the Kakarot from Dragon Ball who has regained his Saiyan instincts? But Lin Chi discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, who lay with his eyes closed. Remarkably, there were no dark circles beneath his eyes. His eyelids remained unblemished. What on earth could be amiss with Wukong? He gently placed the man onto a reclining chair, awaiting his awakening to uncover the truth. Lin Chi spoke with an air of indifference, signaling Vegeta to attend to his tasks. The wait felt interminably drawn out. However, fortune smiled upon them as Sun Wukong roused from his slumber after merely 2 hours. He sat up, bewildered, gazing at Lin Chi, the grim-faced Vegeta, and the anxious Trunks surrounding him. What happened? Sun Wukong inquired, tilting his head in confusion at the trio. Do you feel unwell in any way? Lin Chi asked with vigilant concern. Not at all, Sun Wukong responded, rubbing the back of his neck. Though it is a bit sore, and my head aches somewhat as well. Ugh, what were you thinking? You gave us quite a scare. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. He seemed perfectly fine. Perhaps he had merely become overly exhilarated during their sparring session. You truly frightened me. Trunks echoed, relieved to see Mr. Wukong in good health. Then let us refrain from sparring for now. Lin Chi continued to scrutinize Sun Wukong's eyes for a moment before declaring, all right. Let us go and have a meal. Lin Chi was the first to stride towards the balcony door, followed closely by Vegeta and Trunks, who also turned around. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of malevolence began to emanate from Son Goku. As he cast a sinister smile at the 3 retreating figures, Lin abruptly turned, crossing over Vegeta and Trunks, and cast his gaze towards the menacingly grinning Son Goku. At that moment, dark shadows formed around his eyes as he extended his hand, aiming directly at Trunks. Vegeta, observing Lin's expression, turned back in surprise at Son Goku's demeanor. Kakarot. That familiar smile. Is this the true nature of a Saiyan? Humph. Son Goku raised a malicious grin, and the energy orb in his palm shot forth towards Trunks. Bang. Lin Chi swiftly moved in front of the unsuspecting Trunks and deflected the energy blast. The projectile hurtled towards the artificial lake not far from the balcony, whereupon it detonated upon impact, sending a cascade of water splashing down as if a torrential rain had begun to fall. You felt the dampness of the lake water drenching you, while Vegeta stared in disbelief at Trunks, who was shielded behind Lin Chi, and unleashed a furious tirade at Son Goku. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Why would you attack Trunks? Mr. Goku has suddenly become quite peculiar. Trunks slowly regained his composure and glanced at Son Goku, speaking in measured tones. It seems something has changed. Listening to Vegeta's furious bellow, Son Goku furrowed his brow and touched his forehead. At this moment, his mind was in utter disarray, with numerous memories slowly fracturing, consumed by darkness. The pain intensified, and Son Goku's form began to levitate, his fist clenched as he howled toward the heavens. The fiery aura igniting beneath him caused the balcony to tremble and crack with each pulse. Bulma, Vegeta, witnessing the destruction of their home, turned in panic, desperate to find Bulma. Daddy, Mommy took Bra out shopping earlier. Trunks shouted urgently, which momentarily calmed Vegeta. That insufferable Kakarot. Vegeta spun around, his gaze icy as he glared at Son Goku. You dare to destroy my home. What are you shouting about, my esteemed Saiyan Prince? Son Goku grinned wickedly, casting a provocative look at Vegeta. Have you finally reverted to your Saiyan instincts? Vegeta paused momentarily, only to become even more enraged. Spare me your prattle. Let us engage in a true battle, Vegeta. Son Goku's demeanor grew increasingly hostile, his smile more menacing. You actually dared to lay a hand on Trunks. Vegeta stepped forward, flying to stand before Son Goku, declaring, I shall not let you escape. Hey. Lin Chi squinted at the two suspended in midair, sweeping his gaze across the disheveled villa. Find another place to fight. Son Goku scoffed, fixated intently on Vegeta, completely disregarding Lin Chi below. However, Vegeta noticed Lin Chi's peculiar expression and gestured with his thumb towards Son Goku's right side, saying, let us go to the desert zone. Is this the place you have chosen for your burial? Son Goku sneered disdainfully at Vegeta before soaring into the sky like a streak of light. Lin Chi saw Trunks was also about to pursue, and he reached out to stop him, saying, there's no need for you to go, stay here and handle this. It would be wise to wait for Bulma's return so you can explain things to her. Leave the matter concerning Goku and Vegeta to me. After Lin Chi finished speaking, he approached Vegeta and Son Wukong. Upon reaching the arid desert, he observed the two hovering mid-air, leisurely engaged in idle chatter. Yet the battle had yet to commence. As he drew closer, Lin Chi noticed the dark contours encircling Vegeta's eyes. Had Vegeta reverted to his true nature? Or was it akin to the influence of Babidi? Lin Chi furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin sighed deeply as he gazed into the crystal ball. It's over. Ancestor, what has become of Wukong? He murmured. The god Jebet, perplexed, inquired. Do you recall those Saiyans on planet Vegeta? Those purebred Saiyans. The old Kaishin cast a disdainful glance at Jebet. I find Frieza to be far more terrifying than the Saiyans. Jebet stammered, terror creeping into his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. The old Kaishin's lips twitched as he clenched his fist, delivering a light thump to Jebet's head. Do you remember the purpose behind sending the infant Wukong to Earth? Chapter 36. The fated confrontation. Are you implying that Wukong is now our adversary? Jebet turned his gaze towards the crystal ball. Above the desert, Sun Wukong and Vegeta faced each other, surrounded by howling winds and swirling sands. Wukong's temperament was altered after his fall from the cliff in his childhood. The old Kaishin, hands clasped behind his back, wore a worried expression. If this is the state Wukong is in, how can he be anything but an enemy? The original Saiyans were like Vegeta. Could Wukong be contemplating conquering the universe as well? Jebet's demeanor turned grave, and he abruptly stood, taking a few steps aside. The old Kaishin observed his movements with confusion. What are you doing? I'm going to assist Vegeta when they engage in battle. I will strive to restore Wukong's pure and benevolent nature, Jebet declared, preparing to use instant transmission. Wait a moment, come here first. I have a task for you to undertake. The old Kaishin turned to Jebet. Ancestor, what else do you require? Jebet hesitated before stepping closer to the old Kaishin. With a sudden motion, the old Kaishin struck Jebet on the head with the crystal ball, exclaiming, with your meager abilities, you would only cause chaos. No, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Jebet rubbed the swelling bump on his head, looking quite aggrieved as he observed the impending battle within the crystal ball. In the air, Vegeta appeared increasingly agitated, his temper flaring more than it had when he was at Bulma's villa. Do you think this destroyer prince fears you? He scoffed. Lin Chi, arms crossed, perched upon a mountain peak, surveyed the two warriors poised for their fateful clash. Now, let us witness this destined confrontation. You've been relentlessly pursuing me since our first battle. Sun Wukong taunted disdainfully, launching himself towards Vegeta with a series of cold smirks. Is that any way to address a prince? Vegeta, growing ever more irate, charged at Sun Wukong. Despite both combatants appearing to be in their normal states, the sheer force of their rapid assaults collided with tremendous power. In a mere exchange, they had already engaged in hundreds of rounds. Vegeta roared, his battle power surging dramatically as a fierce aura radiated outward, stirring the winds and sending sand flying. With his transformation into Super Saiyan form, Vegeta swiftly overpowered Sun Wukong, delivering a punch aimed at Wukong's cheek with blinding speed. Wukong was compelled to focus, narrowly evading the blow. Is transformation your only skill? He retorted, entering his own Super Saiyan form. Vegeta remained silent but unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Sun Wukong, each strike imbued with formidable strength. The two exchanged fierce blows, their figures flickering in the air as they fought with unparalleled intensity. After distancing himself from Vegeta, Sun Wukong paused to catch his breath, surprised by the intensity of the fight. Truly, you are a prodigious fighter, Prince. Isn't it you who is the genius? Vegeta shot back, glaring intently at Wukong. The gap between us has widened since the Cell Games. What you can conceive, I cannot achieve. After an extensive period within the hyperbolic time chamber, I made no advancements whatsoever. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. How did these two manage to transition from combat to mutual flattery? You have always been one step ahead of me, even in this Super 4 form. My dignity has been utterly shattered by you. And you dare to call me a genius. Damn you. As Vegeta spoke, the veins on his forehead bulged, and with a furious roar, he transformed into Super 2, launching a punch at Son Goku. That is your own doing. Son Goku snorted coldly, also transforming into Super 2 to meet Vegeta's fist. TSK. From his vantage point on the mountaintop, Lin Chi observed in exasperation, wondering if anyone would mistake these two for merely sparring. How long do they intend to escalate this transformation? Ugh. With a cry of anguish, Son Goku was sent flying by Vegeta's punch, hurtling towards the rocks where Lin Chi stood. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chi swiftly leaped into the air, the mountain he had previously occupied crumbling beneath him. Sun Wukong crashed through several rocky formations before finally coming to a halt, embedded amidst the debris. The mountains surrounding him were marred with spiderweb-like fissures, ultimately leading to their collapse as large boulders cascaded downwards. Sun Wukong found himself buried under the rubble. Yet, with a resounding roar, he shattered the stones encasing him with an explosive burst of energy. Flames of power enveloped him, sending sand swirling into the air as the surrounding desert felt the tremors of his might. Witnessing Sun Wukong transform into his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, let out a fierce shout and ascended to his own Super Saiyan 4 transformation. I thought you would need more time to warm up, he remarked, charging towards Sun Wukong with a swift punch. However, Sun Wukong vanished with instantaneous movement, leaving Vegeta's fist swinging through empty air. The two combatants soon became invisible again, the sounds of their physical clashes echoing around them. Explosive detonations reverberated, filling the earth with a terrifying aura of destruction that caused the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, engrossed in his studies, snapped the lead of his pencil against his notebook. Kakashi uncle, he exclaimed, abruptly rising from his desk, pencil still in hand, and hurried into the hall. There, Piccolo sat on the sofa, watching television with Xiao Fang. He turned to Son Gohan and inquired, what is it? Can you feel it? The desert in the west. Son Gohan's brow was slick with cold sweat. They are fighting with true power. I must stop them. This is bad for the earth. Gohan. Piccolo calmly placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I sense Lin Chi is there as well. Perhaps it's merely a lesson from him. It's not impossible. Really? Son Gohan pondered, feeling a surge of embarrassment for his earlier overreaction. Chapter 37. Who is Wukong? I'm Kakarot. Dad. Trunks gazed sorrowfully at the robots tidying their villa, glancing up at the powerful energy waves erupting from the western desert. Uncle Wukong. I hope you all are safe. Bang, bang, bang. Son Wukong and Vegeta continued their relentless exchange of blows, ascending from the ground to the sky and back again. Vegeta seized an opening, appearing before Son Wukong in a heartbeat, throwing a quick punch. Son Wukong promptly reacted, blocking Vegeta's fist with his elbow and countering with a powerful strike of his own. Vegeta, slightly slower, was struck in the face and sent reeling as Son Wukong followed up with a sweeping kick. Vegeta plummeted from the air, but before he hit the ground, he regained his composure. How on earth can Son Wukong revert to his original character? Lin Chi mused, observing the escalating battle from above. I've pondered for half a day and still cannot foresee the conclusion of the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, is it discontinued? Lin Chi's eyes widened in shock. The Elder Kai and Jebbet were also observing this fateful confrontation from their realm. Neither side is yielding, Jebbet remarked, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball, astonished by the display of power. The Elder Kai, though lacking in combat prowess, keenly assessed the situation. Both are fighting with all their might, but the energy expenditure is immense. If this continues, they will tire quickly. It remains to be seen whose stamina will prevail. In midair, Son Wukong's expression grew increasingly fierce as he evaded another of Vegeta's attacks. Ha! With a mighty shout, he propelled himself towards Vegeta, landing a punch. Vegeta staggered back, but Son Wukong seized the opportunity to relentlessly barrage him with blows. It seems Wukong's skill is superior. Lin Chi sighed, observing Vegeta slowly falling behind. I can knock Wukong unconscious, but how to restore him is the pressing concern. Was it when Vegeta was sparring with him that he was struck on the back of the head? Could it be necessary to hit him again? Lin Chi contemplated. Vegeta, strike Wukong's head with your original strength and see if it can bring him back to himself. Vegeta frowned, distancing himself from Son Wukong while replying to Lin Chi. It's easy for you to say. As the battle resumed, Vegeta attempted to hit Son Wukong on the back of the head. Yet, Son Wukong, now on guard, made it increasingly difficult for Vegeta to land a hit. Growing frustrated, Vegeta suddenly smirked. What are you laughing at? Son Wukong retracted his fist, casting a glance at Lin Chi standing in the distance. As long as Lin Chi did not intervene, victory over Vegeta was merely a matter of time. I just thought of something amusing. Vegeta's cold laughter dripped with disdain as he regarded Son Wukong. I believe you care deeply for this planet. Haha. Son Wukong burst into laughter, looking at Vegeta as if he were deranged. You think I care about this planet? How absurd. He waved dismissively at the ravaged ground. Do you see any concern in my demeanor? Is that so? Vegeta did not argue further, tightening his fists as he glared at Son Wukong. If you truly think that way, then I will not hold back. Lin Chi furrowed his brow as he gazed at Vegeta, pondering the intentions of this unpredictable warrior. In truth, the fate of this earth held little significance for me. Vegeta, raising his hands high, channeled formidable energy into his palms, tauntingly proclaiming, let us see how long you can maintain that smile. Apart from Lin Chi's bewilderment, Son Wukong appeared indifferent, even voicing his admiration. I can't believe you've been hiding such immense power. Perhaps you should gift it to the earth you no longer cherish. With a powerful shout, Vegeta prepared to unleash his energy upon the ground. Hey, hey. Lin Chi watched in astonishment at Vegeta's reckless actions. Have you truly forsaken Bulma? Is this for real? Lin Chi briefly sensed the energy, realizing that if unleashed, Earth would face dire consequences. Lin Chi. In the distance, Son Gohan and Piccolo rushed to Lin Chi's side. Are Dad and the others merely sparring? With such tremendous energy, although I know you're here, I still couldn't shake my unease, so I came over. Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? Do you intend to destroy Earth? Piccolo exclaimed, stunned by Vegeta's actions. Playing around is one thing, but to threaten the Earth is quite another, isn't it? Looking at Vegeta's seemingly genuine demeanor, Son Wukong's brow furrowed. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind the moment he met Krillin, training under Master Roshi, encountering Chi-Chi. The day spent with Gohan in the Room of Spirit and Time, the fierce battle against Cell, and the horrifying scenes of Majin Buu's rampage. Not to mention his first encounter with Vegeta. Ugh. Son Wukong reached for his head, feeling a sudden pain. The ache intensified, and he clutched his head tightly. Ugh. Dad, what's wrong with you? Son Gohan, alarmed by his father's sudden outburst, moved closer. Wait. Lin Chi interjected, halting Son Gohan with a raised brow, his gaze towards Vegeta laced with admiration. This move, it's effective. Flash cannon. As Vegeta shouted, Son Wukong instinctively teleported to a high altitude, calling out, Vegeta, I'm over here. Ha. Vegeta sneered, hurling the energy ball towards the airborne Son Wukong. I knew it. In disguise, as the energy sphere approached, Son Wukong exhaled in relief and teleported again to evade it. The energy ball soared beyond the atmosphere, while Son Wukong's furious glare at Vegeta intensified. You damn fool. You actually intend to destroy Earth. Don't you care about Bulma and Trunks anymore? Humph. Vegeta flashed a triumphant look at Lin Chi, akin to a student awaiting praise from a teacher, brimming with pride. Chapter 38, Life and Power, which will you choose? That was close. Son Gohan, slow to comprehend, had failed to notice the earlier shift in Sun Wukong. What on earth is happening? Piccolo, more astute, turned to Lin Chi with concern. After all, Vegeta had lived on Earth for decades. Such a drastic action seemed implausible. Look closely at Wukong. Lin Chi's voice was cold and devoid of elaboration. The dark outline that had vanished briefly now reemerged, contorting Sun Wukong's expression into a grimace. He stared at his hands, bewildered. What just happened? Humph, that's because the thoughts in your mind have long taken root. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Is this the extent of the effect? Sun Wukong lowered his hands, gazing at Vegeta with an increasingly indifferent expression. I feel as if something lingers within my body. But what does that matter? His countenance twisted into a fierce snarl, a sinister aura enveloping him. I shall eradicate this weakness myself. You wish to strike at Earth? Vegeta seemed taken aback, but a deeper sense of unease brewed within him. It felt as though he had committed a grave error. Humph. First, I will deal with you, and then those fools over there. Sun Wukong swept a dispassionate glance at Lin Chi and the others. Dad, what are you saying? Son Gohan asked, bewildered. Aren't you just sparring with Uncle Vegeta? Wukong, what is going on with you? Piccolo shouted, alarmed, sensing something amiss. What Wukong? I'm Kakarot. Sun Wukong shot a scornful look at Piccolo, charging once more at Vegeta. What? A cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he turned to Lin Chi, seeking denial of this revelation. He speaks the truth. The current Wukong has reverted to his Saiyan nature, his bloodlust re-emerging. Lin Chi mercilessly exposed the situation. Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave. Your words remind me of what Raditz said. Wukong was sent here as a child to eliminate all Earthlings. What? Uncle Piccolo? Are you suggesting that Dad is now our enemy? Son Gohan was utterly flabbergasted, staring blankly at Son Wukong battling Vegeta. That can't be. Dad has always protected Earth. What is impossible about it? Wasn't Vegeta once your enemy too? Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Son Gohan. Vegeta had taken decades to integrate into human society. Piccolo's expression darkened considerably. Can we ensure Wukong will have the time to acclimate again? Lin Chi, think of something quickly. Son Gohan felt helpless, relying on Lin Chi to assist against such a powerful father. I'm contemplating, but there seems to be no feasible solution. Lin Chi shrugged in resignation, witnessing Vegeta successfully strike Son Wukong on the back of his head. Yet the troubling reality was that time had already elapsed. The repeated blows appeared ineffective. Was I to continually knock him out? An unrealistic endeavor. Piccolo too turned his gaze to Lin Chi, realizing they needed to halt the conflict immediately. The combat prowess of Vegeta and Wukong was too overwhelming. A careless mistake could obliterate Earth. Piccolo glanced at the distant mountains. Obliterated by Son Wukong's energy waves, his lips twitching in distress. I must stop my father. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, preparing to rush into the fray. Going there would be futile. Piccolo intercepted him, recognizing that the battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta had reached its zenith. Son Gohan, you cannot stop them. You would only be caught in the crossfire. But Son Gohan's expression grew increasingly anxious, noticing the surging bloodlust emanating from his father with each passing moment. Lin Chi, you need to intervene and halt their battle. Piccolo instructed, turning to Son Gohan. Let us collect the Dragon Balls. Perhaps Shenron holds the solution. Truly. The intellect of the Z-Fighters shines brightly. Lin Chi smirked, casting his gaze toward the exhausted Vegeta. Vegeta, there's no need to continue fighting. As Lin Chi's words fell, he appeared behind Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 5 form and swiftly struck with a chop. Son Wukong had no time to react before being hit on the back of his neck, instantly reverting to his normal state and plummeting to the ground. Dad! Son Gohan exclaimed, rushing forward to catch Son Wukong. Hurry and gather the Dragon Balls. Lin Chi coldly glanced at Piccolo, urging him not to intervene again. To save time, Lin Chi directly teleported everyone back to Bulma's villa. The villa was still in disarray. After borrowing the Dragon Ball radar from Trunks, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks set off to collect the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Lin Chi remained to oversee the situation, ensuring that Son Wukong would not awaken without restraint. Vegeta leaned against a crumbling wall, arms crossed. Humph. Once he recovers, I will settle the score for this destruction of my home. He sneered at the unconscious Son Wukong. I wonder if the dragon can actually help. Lin Chi leisurely sipped his tea. Hey, what on earth happened here? In the distance, Bulma and Bra returned, laden with bags. Upon seeing the devastated villa, Bulma dropped her bags in shock. Who did this? Vegeta, Lin Chi. What happened? Bulma's eyes widened as she glanced at the slumbering Son Wukong. Why is Wukong sleeping here? Humph. He was knocked out, Vegeta retorted, clearly displeased. Briefly recounting the events. Really? Bulma looked astonished at Vegeta. Is he becoming as irritable as you? Hey, how can you speak like that? Vegeta shouted angrily. When did I become irritable? Will we still have dinner tonight? Lin Chi interjected, genuinely concerned about the matter. Order takeout, or we can eat out if necessary. Bulma turned to Lin Chi. I'm more worried about where we will sleep tonight. Find a decent room and set up a makeshift bed. Vegeta glared furiously at the unconscious Son Wukong. It's all this damned guy's fault. Wasn't it you who knocked him out to revert to his Saiyan nature? Lin Chi shot Vegeta a disdainful glance. Just as they were speaking, Piccolo and the others returned with the Dragon Balls. Thankfully, Son Wukong had not yet awakened. Chapter 39. On King Kai's planet, the poor King Kai come forth, Shenron. Son Gohan shouted anxiously as he placed the Dragon Balls together. The sky darkened, and Shenron appeared before them, his blood-red eyes surveying the group. State your wishes. Can you return my father to normal? Son Gohan eagerly inquired. Shenron stared at the unconscious Son Wukong for a long moment before responding. My abilities cannot accomplish that. What if we killed Wukong and then revived him? Would he return to normal? Lin Chi suggested. Shenron's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Can you please think through your wishes first, preferably something achievable, before summoning me? I find that unlikely. Bulma shook her head. Even if revived, he would still be in his current ferocious state. Is it possible to separate Son Wukong's Saiyan nature? Piccolo tentatively asked. It is possible. Shenron replied awkwardly, but doing so would significantly weaken his power. TCH. What's the difference between life and power? Lin Chi said indifferently, gazing at Shenron. Shenron's forehead was now dripping with sweat. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just a dragon trying to get by. This reminds me of you and the Supreme Kai. Lin Chi turned to Piccolo. Did the Supreme Kai not separate as good and evil? In that case, it's better to be dead. Power loss. Vegeta interjected coldly. If we wake Wukong, he can make the decision himself. Lin Chi tossed the dilemma back. Vegeta maintained his stance. He would undoubtedly choose power. Saiyans understand Saiyans best. Gohan, you know your dad best. Would he choose life or power? Lin Chi posed the question to Son Gohan. Son Gohan faltered, unsure of how to respond. Shouldn't we be asking my dad directly? Hey, have you all come to a decision? Bulma looked at the indecisive group, pointing to the trembling Shenron. Can't you see he's about to collapse? Power can be regained through training, Bra commented. Noticing everyone's troubled expressions. TCH, a bunch of adults can't even see clearer than a child. Lin Chi distanced himself from the group. Then let. Son Gohan began to make a decision, but just then, Son Wukong on the recliner abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and instantly teleported behind Bulma, grasping her by the neck. Who gave you the right to decide my matters? Damn it, Kakarot, let go of Bulma. Vegeta's eyes widened in fury. Dad, what are you doing? Son Gohan was taken aback. Piccolo also lost his composure. Wukong, stop. TCH. I think it's better to just kill Wukong. Lin Chi contemplated the simplest solution to this headache-inducing situation. Lin. Piccolo's words of caution were cut short as Son Wukong forcefully pushed Bulma away and vanished from their sight using instant transmission. Dad. Son Gohan was left in shock. Can our wish still be granted? He runs away so swiftly. He must have been pretending to be unconscious. Lin Chi was rather unconcerned. The universe is vast. Where could Wukong possibly run to? In that case, I cannot fulfill your wishes. Shenron's forehead was now drenched in perspiration. He must be present for his other personality to be separated. All right, you can go now. We will summon you again once we find him. Lin Chi waved his hand. Dismissing Shenron. Possessing many abilities akin to the old Kai, Lin Chi was too lazy to visit King Kai's realm and instead contacted the old Kai directly. Old man. Find out where Wukong has run off to. Lin Chi issued his command coolly. Even if Wukong had concealed his presence, what difference would it make? The old Kai was initially taken aback upon hearing Lin Chi's voice. However, the reaction of Kibito was remarkably swift. He glanced around and exclaimed with surprise, Is that you? Lord Lin Chi? Where are you? No need for idle chatter. Lin Chi exhibited a trace of impatience, as it was now his turn to inquire. Jebbit silently took the crystal ball and directed it towards the unfolding scene within. Wukong had ventured to the North Kai. North Kai's planet. The Kai stared at the figure of Son Wukong appearing before him, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall, while the long whiskers on his head trembled uncontrollably. Accompanied by the quaking of his entire being, the 2 small companions huddled behind the North Kai, not daring to peek out even slightly. Do not attempt to contact them. That Saiyan must not discover us yet. The murderous intent in Son Wukong's eyes was palpable as he pressed his hand firmly against the North Kai's back, contemplating the fate of those individuals. Wukong, what is the meaning of this? The North Kai stammered, his voice trembling. Despite standing before him was Wukong. His demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. Do you wish for death? Son Wukong cast a disdainful glance at the quivering North Kai. With your pitiful combat prowess, I lack even the desire to strike you. The North Kai, with his back turned to Wukong, was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly demoralized. Such ruthlessness. After all, I was once Wukong's half-master. The techniques of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb were all imparted by me. Misfortune always seemed to target him, while calamity found its way to him alone, reminiscent of the past with that menace. Cell? How many years had it been since the halo above his head? Wukong. Silence, fool. I'm Kakarot. Son Wukong's contempt grew, his eyes glinting with frost. The North Kai felt a mix of anger and trepidation at the disrespect hurled his way. What predicament have I stumbled into? Someone, please. Take this wretched Saiyan monkey away. I cannot bear to serve such masters. The North Kai wished to voice a retort. Yet the ferocity emanating from Son Wukong choked his words in his throat. Those despicable individuals. Once I grow stronger, I shall annihilate them all. Chapter 40. Super Saiyan 5 Kakarot. The malevolent spirit bomb. As Son Wukong spoke, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face, coinciding with the growl of his stomach, which echoed a symphony of hunger. Gur. North Kai, fetch me some food. I know your culinary skills are quite commendable. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand from the North Kai's back. Do not make any reckless moves, or I shall send your soul into oblivion. The North Kai glanced back at the bloodthirsty Sun Wukong, ultimately opting for silence, feeling a sense of betrayal. Perhaps the wicked aura surrounding Wukong was due to their past mentor-student relationship, which spared him from a graver fate. The North Kai was quite efficient in his culinary endeavors. By the time Lin Shi arrived on the North Kai's planet, he observed a large bowl of fragrant fried rice placed before Sun Wukong. Mealtime. Lin Shi approached the wary Sun Wukong and addressed the North Kai, who still wore his apron. Serve me a bowl too. I happen to be a bit hungry. The North Kai, glancing at both Sun Wukong and the tail behind Lin Shi, sighed and turned back towards the kitchen, the atmosphere growing rather awkward. With a vigilant Sun Wukong and a relaxed Lin Shi, they sat face to face, devouring the enormous bowl of fried rice before them. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan and his companions were filled with unease, watching as Bulma brought over refreshments that remained untouched. Trunks. What do you think has caused my father to change so drastically? Sun Wufan gazed absently at the tea leaves in his cup. Trunks sighed, responding helplessly. I'm not quite sure. It seems Mr. Wukong suddenly transformed into this state. Dad. A streak of light dashed across the air, as Xiaofang hurriedly landed before Sun Wufan. How's Grandpa? I'm not certain. Sun Wufan shook his head slightly, reassuringly patting Xiaofang's shoulder. But have faith. Everything will be all right. Grandpa. Tears brimmed in Xiaofang's eyes as she whispered, clenching her fists. On the North Kai's planet. The harmonious atmosphere shattered after Sun Wukong and Lin Shi finished their meal. Without even standing, Sun Wukong erupted into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Roaring as he unleashed the Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken. He seemed utterly reckless, intent on dispatching Lin Shi in short order. An immense gale erupted around Sun Wukong, causing the entire North Kai's planet to tremble uncontrollably. In an instant, the North Kai's hut, trees, and grass were swept away by the tempest. And even the North Kai and his two small companions were carried off by the wind. What? The cries faded into the distance. Sun Wukong unleashed a punch aimed at Lin Shi, striking his chin. Aside from a slight reddening, it caused no harm. How long can you endure using the Kaioken in this manner? Lin Shi smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. I fear it won't be long before you collapse from the side effects. Speed up. Sun Wukong. Of course, with the Kaioken's amplification, Sun Wukong's speed surged. And he launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Lin Shi, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Sun Wukong's increased speed, he still could not land a hit on Lin Shi. Damn it, Kamehameha. Seeing his attacks thwarted, Sun Wukong retreated, gathering energy rapidly at his waist before unleashing a brilliant Kamehameha wave towards Lin Shi. Futile. Lin Shi disdainfully raised his hand, swatting the Kamehameha aside. Your struggles are in vain. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the unscathed Lin Shi. How could I possibly concede so easily? I am the strongest being in the universe. I, Kakarot, am the most powerful. With a deafening roar, Sun Wukong's power surged dramatically, forcibly enhancing himself. His aura grew increasingly potent, a strange crimson hue blending with the Kaioken's energy and his Super Saiyan 4 form. Like alcohol poured into a raging fire. The flames surged higher. Sun Wukong's roar resonated louder, the North Kai's planet crumbling beneath him as his strength multiplied. His upper garments vanished, replaced by a coat of silver fur and flowing silver hair reaching his waist. The contours of his black eyes became more pronounced as he flashed a devilish grin at Lin Shi. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 5? I truly appreciate your relentless pursuit. He could no longer be called Sun Wukong. This being was Super Saiyan 5 Kakarot. A most unexpected delight. Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement as he observed Kakarot's fist swinging toward him. The battle-hungry Kakarot had long abandoned Son Goku's tentative warm-up routine. Each punch he threw was a genuine strike. A cold smirk crept across Lin Shi's face. His evasion remained effortless. Just because Kakarot had attained Super Saiyan level 5 did not guarantee his victory over me. As Kakarot's fist approached, Lin Shi raised his hand to block it while delivering a punch aimed at Kakarot's cheek. With a resounding thud, Kakarot let out a cry, his form hurtling backward into the vast expanse behind him. Once he regained his balance, he gazed incredulously at Lin Shi, now a distant speck. How could this be? He too had achieved Super Saiyan level 5. Why was he still no match for Lin Shi? Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from Lin Shi's position. Hurtling toward Kakarot, it was Lin Shi's energy wave. Gritting his teeth, Kakarot crossed his arms in front of his chest in a futile attempt to shield himself from the oncoming force. Yet, as soon as he made contact with the energy wave, a wave of regret washed over him. The energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Before he could react, Kakarot was launched away by the might of the energy wave. It exploded upon impact, eliciting a piercing scream from him. As smoke enveloped the area, Lin Shi had already teleported behind Kakarot. A formidable fist descended upon him, delivering a crushing blow that resulted in another anguished wail. I told you. Your struggles are in vain. The indifferent words of Lin Shi resonated in Kakarot's ears, causing his already volatile emotions to surge even further. Damn it. There is no way I will be defeated by you. With a steadying breath, Kakarot charged once more towards Lin Chi. The sound of their fierce collision echoing in the air. In the void of the sky, their fleeting silhouettes clashed continuously, streaks of light darting swiftly past. Alas, there were no spectators to witness this spectacle. After a brief exchange, Kakarot found himself at a disadvantage as Lin Chi effortlessly maneuvered behind him, delivering another punch to his back. Ugh! Kakarot was struck and hurled backward, his form soaring like a bullet released from a chamber. TSK. Is that all you've got? Lin Chi remarked, his interest waning as he had only just entered the Super Saiyan 5 form. What significance does the stage of Super Saiyan hold if battle power does not accompany it? As the side effects of the Kaioken began to manifest, Kakarot felt his stamina waning rapidly. I see you're nearing your limit, Lin Chi observed coldly, looking at the gasping Kakarot. In that moment, Kakarot hovered in the air. Arms raised high, his expression twisted in a fierce snarl, seemingly preparing for one last desperate attempt. Humph, if you can withstand this attack, I will obediently follow you. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, observing the remarkably familiar movements of Kakarot and exclaimed, isn't that Goku's signature spirit bomb? How could the bloodthirsty and brutal Kakarot wield Goku's spirit bomb? It seems improbable. Humph, as long as I can defeat you. Just as long as it doesn't end in murder. Above Kakarot's raised hands, a dark red spirit bomb materialized. If this could be regarded as a spirit bomb. The ominous energy grew visibly larger, and Kakarot furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, feeling it insufficient to vanquish his opponent. Do you dare not share this with me? Humph. Do you think I won't seize it? Veins bulged on Kakarot's forehead, and his furious rage entirely eclipsed his reason. Ha ha ha, you scoundrel. Stop. The spirit bomb cannot be wielded this way. From a distance, the King Kai, who had finally returned, shouted in indignation upon witnessing the scene. That energy is derived from innocent lives. Yet Kakarot remained unfazed, oblivious to the source of the energy near King Kai's planet. Ultimately, the dark red spirit bomb ballooned immensely and descended ominously towards Lin Chi. While the energy was formidable, it was a pity. Lin Chi sighed softly, raising one hand and gathering purple energy in his palm. Destruction. As the small purple energy sphere collided with the dark red spirit bomb, the latter disintegrated like a deflated balloon, vanishing in an instant. How is this possible? Kakarot's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the disappearance of his dark red spirit bomb. I cannot be outmatched. This is infuriating. How can this happen? I am a Saiyan who has surpassed the prince. With this lamentation, Kakarot's transformation faltered, reverting him to his normal state, plummeting into the abyss below. TCH, unable to move. In a flash, Lin Chi appeared beside Kakarot, grasping his wrist. We're going back. Wah, my King Kai's planet. The King Kai wept as he watched Lin Chi and Kakarot vanish, tears streaming down his face. Behind him, his two pets wept, clutching their heads in despair, lamenting the loss of their home. Upon returning to Bulma's residence, Kakarot was unceremoniously cast to the ground by Lin Chi. In light of this treatment, Kakarot displayed little reaction, appearing as though he had suffered a tremendous blow, exuding an aura of despondency. Observing the faint glow of the Dragon Balls and the subsequent emergence of the Eternal Dragon, Kakarot turned to Lin Chi, attempting a final desperate plea. Can I refuse this arrangement? I will not destroy your planet. Surely that is acceptable. The words of a Saiyan are deceitful. Bulma retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at Kakarot. You are the reason my home is in ruins. You are not my grandfather. Although Kakarot remained unchanged, Xiao Fong sensed a difference. Humph, your current submission is merely a guise for a potential strike. Vegeta leaned against the wall, arms crossed, scoffing. Oh, is this how you behaved under Frieza's command? Lin Chi smirked at the feigned innocence of Kakarot. Are you not eager to eliminate me? Or perhaps, allow me to terminate this fellow, for he is certainly not Goku. Damn it. Kakarot's fist clenched tightly as he glanced at Xiao Fong, a sinister smile forming on his lips. Do you wish to make a move? Lin Chi, discerning Kakarot's intent through his gaze, swiftly reacted. Out of my way. Without hesitation, Lin Chi struck at the back of Kakarot's neck, rendering him incapacitated. Quickly, Lin Chi, exasperated, turned his attention to the Eternal Dragon hovering above. Eternal Dragon. Strip Goku of those malevolent traits. Piccolo also lowered his arms from his chest, directing his gaze at the Eternal Dragon to make a wish. Very well. As the Eternal Dragon's crimson eyes ignited, a dark mist began to envelop Goku, who lay prostrate on the ground. As the black mist thickened, it coalesced into another figure identical to Goku, Kakarot. Goku soon awoke, and upon rising, he beheld another version of himself across the way. What is happening? How strange. I feel an intense pain throughout my body, as if I possess no strength. Humph. Your power has diminished to merely a third of its former self. Vegeta grinned wickedly at Goku. Now, the strongest in the universe is I, Vegeta. Dream on. You are still the perennial second. Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Vegeta before focusing on the motionless Kakarot. This fellow, has he been slain? Observing the discussion between Lin Chi and Vegeta, Goku interjected, Hey, what is going on? Why is there another me here? Piccolo commenced a brief explanation, while Kakarot remained paralyzed. Trapped in the enemy's camp. Instant transmission was futile. Lin Chi could locate him swiftly. Now that good and evil had been separated, excluding Xiao Fong and Bulma. Along with a reluctant Trunks and Piccolo, he was outmatched by everyone else. This was indeed an awkward predicament. Goku, comprehending Piccolo's succinct explanation, quickly grasped the situation. Oh, you are another version of me. He examined Kakarot with curiosity. Which one of us is stronger? Half a pound to 8 ounces. Lin Chi stretched lazily. Turning to Bulma, is it time to eat yet? This fellow must be eliminated for safety. Vegeta reiterated his stance, acknowledging the considerable risk. Chapter 42, Trouble Arises. Strike against Goku. Piccolo, Gohan, and Xiao Fang remained silent, awaiting Goku's response. Trunks remained close to Bulma, wary of a sudden outburst from Kakarot. Our first meeting. Goku grinned widely, extending his hand towards Kakarot for a handshake. What are you doing? Kakarot, on high alert in the presence of the enemy, was startled by Goku's gesture. Let us spar a bit. Huh? Xiao Fang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to anticipate her grandfather's response. I think we should refrain from killing him. Goku scratched his head, smiling, and explained to the group. Look at Piccolo and Vegeta. They were once our foes. Right? The current me is him. Goku pointed at Kakarot. In the future, he will surely improve. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, and Piccolo opted for silence. However, Trunks appeared hesitant, having witnessed Kakarot's malevolence firsthand. Initially, he had intended to kill him. It matters not. After all, Gohan and Vegeta can suppress him. Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows, perhaps in the future Goku and Kakarot may even fuse together. Humph. With me around, he won't stir up any significant trouble. Vegeta cast a sinister smile towards Kakarot, harboring the hope that he could resolve matters himself, thus allowing him to slay Kakarot with a sense of legitimacy. Following Goku's decision, Kakarot obediently integrated himself into Goku's grand collective. However, within his mind, he had vividly envisioned a future where he would surpass everyone in strength and annihilate all in his path. Of course, he still faced several formidable obstacles ahead, such as Vegeta, Lin Chi, and Gohan. Time passed, and Goku ceased to seek out Lin Chi and Vegeta. Instead, he devoted his days to relentless sparring with Kakarot, striving to regain his former prowess. Meanwhile, Vegeta no longer confined himself to the gravity chamber. He frequently sauntered over to the Kaioken mountain, where he would either challenge Goku or unleash his fury upon Kakarot. In summary, his spirits were exceptionally high of late, marking a truly radiant period in his life, a pinnacle of existence. Lin Chi Yue grew increasingly bored, languidly leaning against the exterior of Bulma's laboratory, eagerly awaiting the arrival of something extraordinary. Suddenly, in his languor, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Baozi Mountain. Had Goku just unleashed an explosive surge of energy? What are you talking about? Bulma, who was inspecting the time machine, turned to glance out the window. However, Lin Chi's presence was nowhere to be found. He had already utilized instant transmission to reach Baozi Mountain. What was happening? Upon his arrival, Lin Chi beheld Goku collapsing toward the ground. There was no sign of Vegeta or Kakarot. Kakarot. A streak of light flashed across the distant horizon. It was Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, the closest to the scene, Son Goten arrived in haste, rushing toward the fallen Goku. Dad, what happened? Goku, supported by Son Goten, uttered the words, Kakarot has fled. Before his head tilted and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at Vegeta, inquiring, where have you been? Vegeta scoffed. Humph. Today's training has concluded. But as I was returning, I suddenly sensed the battle between Kakarot and those two. He leaned against the tree trunk, arms crossed, adding, upon my return, I found you with this unconscious fellow. Before long, 3 streaks of light streaked across the distant sky, revealing Piccolo, Gohan, and Xiao Fang. What is happening? I just felt my father's explosive energy. Gohan was the first to descend from the air, rushing to his brother, Goten, with an anxious expression. What's wrong? What happened to Dad? Goten quickly relayed the words spoken by Goku before he lost consciousness. He ran away? Where did he go? Gohan looked incredulously at the unconscious Goku. Xiao Fang, do you have any sins of beans? No. Xiao Fang also wore a worried expression as she gazed at Goku. Grandpa, Kakarot. He must have suppressed his energy. Piccolo, now awake, remarked, I couldn't locate his position. Lin Chi sighed, it would have been better to eliminate that guy earlier. I shall seek out the Kaishin. Lin Chi, having finished speaking, disregarded the opinions of others and instantaneously transported himself to the realm of the Supreme Kai. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai was engrossed in a swimsuit magazine, while Jebba was nowhere to be found. Lin Chi approached and snatched the magazine from the old Supreme Kai, tossing it behind him. As for Jebba, he was sent to Earth to tend to Goku's wounds. Lin Chi remarked indifferently as he walked towards the crystal ball placed on the grass. He extended his hand and placed it upon the crystal ball. As he infused it with divine energy, his eyes narrowed in realization. Lord Lin Chi, did you call for me? Jebba said, drying his damp hands on his apron. My meal is almost ready. Would you like to stay and dine with us? Facing Jebba's somewhat foolish expression, Lin Chi placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. When Lin Chi returned with Jebba, Goku lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by the anxious faces of Xiao Fang and Gohan. Jebba immediately rushed forward to treat Goku, and soon Goku stirred awake. Lin Chi, where's that rascal Kakarot? Goku inquired with a hint of urgency as he sat up. He isn't causing trouble, is he? You needn't hover around me. I'm fine. Goku smiled broadly, despite the worried expression surrounding him. What exactly happened? Piccolo asked coldly, standing nearby. I don't know. Goku shook his head, his expression still bewildered. He just attacked me out of nowhere. Ah. Lin Chi responded, swiftly gathering energy in his palm and directing it towards the still-lying Goku. The onlookers felt the terrifying energy coalescing from Lin Chi's hand and were taken aback in shock. What are you doing? Gohan exclaimed, quickly shielding Xiao Fang and retreating to his safe distance. Lin Chi, what is the meaning of this? Goku's brother, stunned, cried out. In a flash, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form, springing to his feet and evading Lin Chi's attack with a single hand on the ground. His expression held a trace of anger, though he quickly suppressed it. Lord Lin Chi, why are you attacking Mr. Goku? Jebet was equally perplexed by the situation unfolding before him. Chapter 43. The despicable Kakarot Vegeta, though silent, approached rapidly. Release him, Lin Chi said coldly, fixing his gaze on Goku. I've already stated that I should have killed you. What do you mean by that? Vegeta, who was listening behind Lin Chi, sensed something amiss. I don't understand what you're talking about, Lin Chi. Goku frowned at Lin Chi, tilting his head in confusion. What is wrong with you? It's better to end you now. Prepare for death. Lin Chi's palm gathered energy, aimed directly at Goku. Hey, Lin Chi, why are you attacking Grandpa? Xiao Fang shouted desperately at the sight of the overwhelming energy. They could not withstand such immense power. TCH, what has gotten into Lin Chi? Vegeta observed from a distance, neither approaching Goku nor obstructing Lin Chi. What should we do? Gohan was filled with urgency, knowing that even if they all joined forces, they could not withstand Lin Chi's assault. Then farewell. Lin Chi's words rang true, and as he spoke, the formidable energy surged towards Goku. No. Goku. Dad. The crowd gasped in unison, pleading for a miracle, hoping that Lin Chi was merely jesting. Do you truly wish to kill me? Goku's expression mirrored their shock. The energy sphere charged towards him, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Furthermore, given Lin Chi's overwhelming power, if he tried to dodge, Earth itself would be in peril. Boom. The energy sphere collided with Goku's body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, shrouding the area in smoke. Dad. Goku. Grandpa. The onlookers were engulfed in despair, their eyes wide with fury directed at Lin Chi. Why? Why would you do this? Why kill Grandpa? Xiao Fang shouted. Her fist clenched, tears welling in her eyes as she roared at Lin Chi. Xiao Fang, step back. Gohan pulled her behind him, glaring furiously at Lin Chi. Lin Chi, why would you do this? Huh? Gohan, consumed by rage, transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, adopting a fighting stance, clearly intent on avenging Goku. He is not Goku. Lin Chi coldly surveyed the encircling crowd. Do you not trust me? As Lin Chi's gaze swept across the scene, the dissipating smoke revealed a subtle smile, curving at the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth in the deep pit. Our father. Could we possibly fail to recognize him? Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan roared as he swung his fist towards Lin Chi. Damn it. Goten, let's go. Vegeta turned to the unconscious Sun Wukong in the pit. Could Kakarot truly be unable to contend with an evil persona? The howling wind, the swirling clouds, and the brooding sky enveloped them. Lin Chi's indifferent smile met Son Gohan, as he delivered a fierce punch that struck Gohan squarely on the jaw, sending him reeling backward. The following assault came from Son Goten, whom Lin Chi simply dispatched with a sweeping kick, sending him hurtling away like an arrow released from its bow. With a swift motion, he directed another punch towards the approaching Piccolo, landing solidly on Piccolo's cheek and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. As Lin Chi turned, his gaze fell upon the trembling Xiao Fang, who was retreating in fear. Please, no. Help me, Grandpa. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she shielded her head in terror. Suddenly, from the depths of the crater, Son Goku stirred, appearing abruptly before Xiao Fang to block Lin Chi's advance. You've emerged. Lin Chi smirked slightly, his cold eyes narrowing as he addressed Goku. What is going on? I'm not entirely sure. He seemed normal lately. Goku replied, rubbing his aching head. He recounted how, after a confrontation with Vegeta, he had been ambushed from behind and lost consciousness. Now, it seems we have merged into one again. Lin Chi's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Goku. The Dragon Balls won't be usable for another year. Are you planning to seek out Porunga on Namek? What? Goku glanced at his hands, realizing his power had returned. He quickly clasped his head, wincing in pain. As Goku's anguish cries echoed, the contours of his dark eyes reemerged, and he glared coldly at Lin Chi. In a swift motion, he seized Xiao Fang by the neck, using her as a human shield. If you wish to kill me, then you must first eliminate my granddaughter. Xiao Fang struggled to rise as Son Gohan shouted in alarm. Goku, no, you are Kakarot. Piccolo's fist clenched in anger. What means do you have to merge with Goku again? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, searching for an opportunity to strike. Why not pretend to consult the Supreme Kai? Kakarot grinned maliciously, casting a disdainful glance around. This is all your fault for meddling. Look how well I've adopted his mannerisms, they can't even tell the difference. My plan was flawless. Lin Chi regarded Kakarot with indifference, his voice grave. Goku, do you truly intend to take your granddaughter Xiao Fang's life? What are you saying? I am Kakarot. Who is Goku? Kakarot's smile morphed into a sinister grin as he tightened his grip on Xiao Fang's throat. Grandpa, ugh. Xiao Fang gasped for breath, her her complexion paling before turning blue. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto Goku's hand as her voice grew weaker. Grandpa! Xiaofang! Xiaofang! Gohan gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce as he pleaded with Goku. Father, let Xiaofang go. Xiao. Ugh. Kakarot felt a throbbing pain in his head, his hand wavering on Xiaofang's throat. Stop, Grandpa. Xiaofang's tears flowed uncontrollably, and she struggled to breathe. It's so hard to breathe. With a piercing howl, Kakarot's grip loosened at last. In that instant, Lin Chi moved swiftly, rescuing Xiaofang, who gasped for fresh air and began coughing violently. Chapter 44. Goku is dead. What did the time ring? Lin Chi, hurry. Goku gritted his teeth, urging Lin Chi, kill me. Now. Have you made your decision? Lin Chi scrutinized Goku, recognizing him as the true Goku, not Kakarot. Yes. This is the best course of action. Goku relaxed his defenses, arms outstretched, eyes closed. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Lin Chi extended his hand, transforming it into a claw as he pressed down toward Goku's crown. Don't. Xiaofang stumbled and fell to the ground. Gohan's face was filled with sorrow, father. Lin Chi, think of another way. Vegeta urged, their ass still Namek. Old man. Even Piccolo extended his hand in desperation. But it was too late. The youthful figure of Lin Chi, embodying perfect mastery, had already pressed his hand upon Goku's head. The air was filled with a chilling scream, echoing through the mountains near Baozi Mountain, startling numerous birds into flight. The sky remained a brilliant blue, and the stream ran clear. With a resounding thud, Goku's body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiaofang rushed forward in anguish, followed by a distraught Son Goten and a sorrowful Son Gohan. While Piccolo wore an expression of regret, and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, Lin Chi gazed at the wisps of black mist swirling in his palm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Grandfather. Xiaofang leaned beside Sun Wukong, tears cascading like pearls strung on a broken thread, as she incessantly pushed against his body. Grandfather. Grandfather. Father. Son Gohan, his face ashen, knelt beside Sun Wukong, pleading, wake up, father. If you continue like this, mother will be heartbroken. Son Goten's eyes brimmed with tears. Old Sunday. Piccolo felt cold sweat trickling down his cheek, urging, Old Sunday. Open your eyes. What a joke. Vegeta pressed his lips together, staring at the fallen Sun Wukong and the snow-white-haired Lin Chi. Is Kakarot really dead like this? The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, as everyone bit their lips, their eyes reddened. In the midst of this palpable grief, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, weakly uttering, it seems I haven't died. Grandfather. Father. Old son. Kakarot. The expressions of anguish lingered on their faces, yet their words were laced with overwhelming astonishment. Sun Wukong ruffled Xiaofang's hair, sitting up in bewilderment as he looked at Lin Chi, who had returned to his normal state. What is happening? Lin Chi shook his arm dismissively, replying indifferently, I'm not sure. I thought since you were about to die, why not test the power of the angelic state? Let us see if I can exorcise you. A dead horse can be treated as a living one. Lin Chi's words were remarkably nonchalant, yet Vegeta squinted and noticed Lin Chi's trembling hand hidden behind his back. What a tumultuous day. Vegeta huffed, leaping into the air to shout at Lin Chi. Let us go. Why are you still standing there? It's time to head back for a meal. Coming, Lin Chi replied indifferently, waving at the large group from the Sun family with his other hand before following Vegeta into the sky. On their journey back, Vegeta remained fixated ahead, silent and brooding. Just as they neared the villa, he abruptly posed a seemingly random question. Did saving Kakarot have any effect on you? No, but I would prefer to dine in my own room tonight. Lin Chi responded coolly. It merely requires precise control, allowing those rampant dark thoughts and powers to merge. Guided by Sun Wukong's consciousness, which resulted in a slight numbness in my hand. After all, I am not a genuine angel. Sun Wukong had also returned to his usual self, and life resumed its mundane course. The following morning, radiant sunlight bathed the earth. Lin Chi yawned on a lounge chair, shielding his eyes with his hand, lazily rolling over. Bulma approached with refreshments, remarking, You Saiyans are truly peculiar. What is so strange? Lin Chi moved his hand from his eyes and turned to Bulma. That Wukong fellow is always eager to spar with Kakarot, and Vegeta just lounges in that gravity chamber. Bulma continued, placing the treats on the coffee table. While you seem to be waiting for the time machine, lounging about. What else would I do? Lin Chi sat up, took a cup of tea, and blew on it. I am invincible. Is that my fault? He chuckled. The time machine has been successfully tested. When do you wish to use it? Bulma asked, stifling a laugh. After a while, once I've had my meal, Lin Chi replied, stuffing a mung bean cake into his mouth, pondering as he chewed. Now, which year should I travel to? By the way, does old Kai still possess any knowledge worth knowing, such as the time rings? Is it possible to traverse back to my own timeline? Why should he trouble Bulma to create a time machine? Couldn't I simply use the Kai's time rings? Most of what the Kai can do, I already know. Suddenly, Lin Chi recalled something important. He swallowed the mung bean cake, waved at Bulma, and teleported to the Kai's realm. Watching Lin Chi vanish so abruptly, Bulma's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, Saiyans are quintessentially Saiyans, disappearing without a word, just like Wukong. Sigh thankfully. My son and daughter are nothing like Vegeta. As she observed Lin Chi's departure, Bulma lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Being a battle fanatic is far from ideal. Every day begins with training in the Kai's realm. When Lin Chi made his appearance, the old Kaishin was nearly startled into dropping the swimwear magazine he held. Greetings, Lord Lin Chi. The god Jebet was considerably more composed. He offered a casual greeting before lowering his gaze to the crystal ball. My lord, is there something you wish to discuss on this occasion? The old Kaishin carefully tucked the magazine into his bosom and rose from his grand chair. Lin Chi spoke with a sense of indifference, inquiring about the time ring. What is that? Before the old Kai could respond, Jebet raised his head in confusion and asked, You don't know? Lin Chi expressed surprise, then turned his gaze towards the old Kai, awaiting his reply. The old Kai wiped away the cold sweat trickling down his brow, and, after gathering his thoughts, finally spoke. It's gone. In the past, Beerus hid the time ring to prevent me from wandering around. I searched for it, but it seems he destroyed it. Heh. The old Kai's voice gradually weakened, and he furtively glanced at Lin Chi, relieved to see no significant change in his expression. Chapter 45, Dreaming of Vegeta's brother Lin Chi found himself at a loss for words. No wonder the old man had never mentioned the time ring before. Have you thought of a way to let me leave? Lin Chi scanned Jebet, asking if there was any relevant content in the Book of Gods. No. There are many parts of the Book of Gods that I cannot comprehend, Jebet replied, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. TSK. Lin Chi felt it was futile to place hope in these two, as it seemed utterly bleak. I'm leaving, Lin Chi stated flatly before vanishing once more from the sight of the old Kai and Jebet. Ancestor. Jebet stared blankly at the old Kai, bewildered by Lin Chi's purpose for coming. If you ask me, who should I ask? The old Kai exclaimed, spitting as he delivered a light slap to Jebet. Hurry and prepare some food. Can't you see your ancestor is hungry? Why are you hitting me again? Jebet protested, feeling utterly wronged as he placed the crystal ball on the table and walked towards the distant wooden cabin. The time ring. The old Kai clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky, filled with nostalgia. How he longed for that familiar object that had not graced his ears in so many years. Lin Chi returned once more to the balcony of Bulma's home. Bulma had not yet departed. She leisurely indulged in her refreshments while gazing at the scenery of the courtyard. Upon noticing Lin Chi's arrival, she smiled. Back so soon? Lin Chi responded affirmatively and settled back into the lounge chair. What time is dinner? Approximately. Bulma raised her hand to glance at her wristwatch. Before she could articulate her response, the glass door at the far end of the balcony swung open. Lin Chi. Vegeta's expression was grim as he swiftly approached Lin Chi. What is it? Lin Chi, somewhat perplexed, looked at Vegeta and inquired with curiosity. About what you told me last time. Vegeta's countenance grew increasingly dark, his mood as somber as a storm cloud poised to unleash rain. Lin Chi's perplexity deepened as he turned to Vegeta and inquired, What matters are you referring to? What is it? Had he ever explicitly mentioned anything to Vegeta? It seemed not. Could it be that there exists some clandestine affair between them? Bulma observed Vegeta, who appeared hesitant to speak, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Vegeta opened his mouth several times, his hands, resting at his sides, suddenly clenched tightly. You mentioned I have a brother. HM? Lin Chi recalled having asked such a question, albeit casually at the time. I dreamed of him, Vegeta murmured softly. I dreamed of memories from my childhood. Memories of how he was ensnared by our father's schemes due to the overwhelming power he possessed at birth. Lin Chi was filled with questions and exclamations. His excitement piqued by the conversation. But then, nothing further. Vegeta tilted his head back, squinting at the blinding sun, his expression a mixture of incredulity and lament. A feeble and incompetent brother, and yet, he had an elder sibling whose combat power had exceeded 50,000 since childhood. As Vegeta spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and he spat disdainfully at the ground beneath him. Oh, Vegeta, you actually have a brother? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, her curiosity evident as she gazed at Vegeta. Where is he? What does he look like? Does he share your temper? Is he always yearning for battle? I have no brother, Vegeta roared, clenching his fist in indignation. Kiki. Lin Chi reclined once more, casting a contemptuous glance at Vegeta, choosing to ignore him. Thus, Bulma, with her cheerful demeanor, and the furious Vegeta began to bicker in front of Lin Chi. How annoying. Lin Chi turned away impatiently, wishing they would take their affection elsewhere. Vegeta couldn't match his own pride. Satan's boasting paled in comparison, and Krillin's sacrifices were no more than a triviality. Lost in thought, Lin Chi suddenly sensed a formidable power rapidly approaching Earth. Who could it be? Vegeta furrowed his brow, peering into the distant sky. A look of shock and confusion etched on his face. What? Bulma questioned, bewildered. What are you two talking about? Who? Two distinct energies were swiftly closing in on Earth. Cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead as he gritted his teeth. One of those energies rivaled the strength of a Super Saiyan. Oh, if they're foes, then let Lin Chi deal with them. Bulma replied nonchalantly, taking a sip from her teacup. I thought it was something to be alarmed about. There are plenty of warriors on Earth now, apart from those busy with logistics. Vegeta and Goku could challenge the entire universe. If those two fail, they can always fuse, not to mention the godlike presence of Lin Chi. Lin Chi turned around lightly, raising an eyebrow as he asked, Why must I engage in battle? Because you've been living at my place without paying rent. Consider your contribution as safeguarding the Earth. If the Earth were to perish, where would you find such indulgence? Bulma explained matter-of-factly, a cunning smile gracing her lips. And there's also the time machine. As long as you protect the Earth, whatever you desire can be created for you. Lin Chi's smile was more of a grimace as he cast a scornful glance at Bulma. Relying on you is not a viable option. This is not the time for jesting. I must ascertain who our adversaries truly are. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta donned his signature white battle gloves. Turning his back to Bulma and Lin Chi. I can sense it. Those filled with boundless malice are approaching Earth. Lin Chi stood up, brushing off the wrinkles from his attire, preparing to teleport. At that moment, Vegeta had already soared into the air, his speed akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Ah, this guy remains as proud as ever. Lin Chi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Vegeta certainly valued his pride. Hey, aren't you going to have lunch before leaving? Bulma sighed, covering her face as she watched the two vanish. Teleporting at such speed, wouldn't they arrive too early? They should wait a bit longer. Upon appearing on the vast expanse of snowy terrain, Lin Chi furrowed his brow, glancing at the sky. The far north, perhaps? The cold wind howled around him, and soon Vegeta arrived in silence, both waiting patiently. Oh, you guys are even faster than me. Son Goku suddenly materialized behind them. Grinning widely. Not far away, several streaks of light were swiftly approaching, with Trunks evidently leading the charge. Boom. A spacecraft plummeted above Vegeta and Lin Chi, slicing through the atmosphere, leaving a long red trail in its wake. Here they come. Son Goku's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he gazed at the slowly descending vessel. In an instant, the spacecraft landed not far from them, across a mountain. And the hatch opened. Snap. The expressions of Vegeta, Lin Chi, and Son Goku turned grave as they fixed their gaze on the figure emerging, a tall individual accompanied by a petite woman. Is this Earth? The diminutive figure was a woman. Her arms crossed, swaying her tail as she descended, her left eye adorned with the unique scanner of Frieza's army. A woman. Son Goku blinked, taken aback. This was beyond his imagination. Could she be an ally? A Saiyan? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, never anticipating that the visitor to Earth would be a female Saiyan. Following closely behind her was another figure, whose appearance bore a resemblance to Vegeta, with long black hair resembling a hedgehog. His hairline mirrored Vegeta's, and he was clad only in a pair of tight blue trousers, sporting a robust tail. Reg. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Reg. Even Lin Chi was quite astonished. Ah, who is this? Son Goku inquired, bewildered, turning to the astonished Vegeta. Do you know him? Let us go. Vegeta called out to Lin Chi, leading the way. The scenery is rather pleasant. All this white. Reg surveyed the surroundings, disdain evident in his voice. It seems my brother's life isn't as splendid as one might think. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. It appeared that this GT timeline was not as simple as it seemed. Those familiar with fan comics would know that Reg hailed from the Dragon Ball New Era, being Vegeta's half-brother, born with a power level of 937929266. Fearing that this child would usurp his authority, King Vegeta abandoned him, for Reg was exceptionally gifted, capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, and even entering Super Saiyan 5. Alas, it was a pity he was merely a pseudo-Super Saiyan 5. However, he could suppress Super Saiyan Gogeta, and compared to the previous Super One-Star Dragon, Reg was nothing short of formidable. Ultimately, it was only due to Gogeta exploiting a moment of vulnerability that he was thwarted from returning home to recuperate. Oh, is that you, Vegeta? My dear brother. Reg and the petite woman quickly noticed the specks of blue and black amidst the snowy landscape, along with the orange hue trailing behind. Hey, Vegeta, you have a brother? Son Goku immediately queried upon hearing Reg's words. Why have you never mentioned him before? I am Sapari, Reg's wife. The woman following Reg smirked at Son Goku. Are you here on Earth for a family visit? Son Goku chuckled, waving his hand in greeting. Hello there. Humph, I don't recall having a brother. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a sardonic expression. A family reunion, perhaps? Lin Chi glanced around with a hint of amusement, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. He felt quite pleased. Though Reg's arrival was not timely, he was unperturbed. Following this, there would also be Jaco from Dragon Ball AF, a formidable character. The offspring created by West Supreme Kai Lyra from Son Goku's blood. Ace, well, it's better left unsaid. If that were the case. Upon returning to his own timeline, would the sixth universe also see the emergence of Burrito? The cosmic pirate from Dragon Ball Super EX, Frost Brother, resembling Gula and possessing advanced transformation capabilities. This was straying too far. Indeed, the characters from Dragon Ball fan comics are simply too numerous. Lin Chi withdrew his thoughts and turned to the still arguing Vegeta and Reg. It was evident that Vegeta had been provoked. Reg, with an air of disdain, remarked, Indeed. How could that old fool, King Vegeta, ever mention me to you? I have stated it clearly. I have no brother. You scoundrel. Vegeta clenched his fists and roared in fury. Damn it. Did you even hear what I said? I have no so-called brother. Humph. Admit your jealousy. For I was born with a battle power of 937929266, akin to a character from a nihilistic novel, while you, what do you possess? Reg proclaimed arrogantly, casting a contemptuous glance at Vegeta. I am the true heir of planet Vegeta. What are they talking about? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. Lin Chi, weren't they here to acknowledge their kin? Planet Vegeta has been gone for countless years. Does this hollow title hold any significance? Lin Chi refrained from explaining to Sun Wukong, stifling a laugh. What do you understand? Sapali directed a hostile gaze at Lin Chi. You, a lowly scion, cannot comprehend. That old fool, King Vegeta, worked tirelessly to conceal Reg's birth, while Vegeta here indulged in a life of luxury and privilege. Why is it that both are princes, yet Reg alone suffers the scorn of others? Sapali spoke up for Reg. Following Supali's words, seemed to recall past humiliations. His fist clenching in anger as he declared, Indeed, I detest you. Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly, pondering how he had descended to the status of a lowly scion. Yet, he decided against meddling in others' affairs. Let them converse as they please, for it hardly concerned him. Lin Chi spoke with a calm demeanor, assuring himself that in the end, when a battle ensued, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly step in. As for the reasons and relationships involved, it was unlikely that Wukong would be particularly concerned. Oh, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, obediently responding while gazing at Reg. Look, that fellow truly resembles Vegeta quite a bit. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. They claim to be brothers, yet can they not resemble one another? Wukong's intellect is. When planet Vegeta was obliterated, our dear father cast me and Supari onto a commercial spacecraft, asserting it was to save me, when in truth, he intended to destroy that ship and eliminate me. Reg's thoughts plunged into his memories, his expression filled with rage. But Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta was so timely that this plan was thwarted. Surviving in the brutal interstellar war has been an arduous journey. Yet it has all been worthwhile. My strength has become immensely formidable. As Reg spoke, his emotions calmed, and confidence returned to his visage. Settling myself, I soon contemplated revenge, and upon learning that you were still alive, I tracked you down. Chapter 47. If we're going to fight. Speak up. Early Reg clenched his fist, gazing at the furious Vegeta, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, it is time for you to relinquish your position as prince. Such nonsensical words. Vegeta's brow beaded with cold sweat. This so-called brother instilled more terror in him than facing a super one-star dragon. Observing the loquacious Reg, Lin Chi tilted his head, treating it as a spectacle. This fellow certainly has a lot to say. Is it due to years of separation that he is overly emotional? You are utterly oblivious to the strength of my husband. He is a legendary warrior. Witnessing Vegeta's outburst, Supari disdainfully joined the verbal fray, blaming you for our abandonment. What does that concern me? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, casting a scornful glance at Supari. A man speaks. What business do you, a woman, have in this? Finally, after half an hour, Lin Chi stifled his sixth yawn, and with the arrival of the others, the verbal battle was formally concluded. Enough with the idle chatter. We are here for revenge. Supari stepped back, creating distance from the two. Vegeta shot a cold glance at Reg, adopting a combat stance. If we're going to fight, say it sooner. Reg. Means nothing. Father truly bestowed upon you a fine name. TSK. Lin Chi cast a surprised glance at Vegeta. This guy even seeks to gain an advantage in verbal sparring. A fight? Hiki, I'm 1 and 2. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong instantly became enthusiastic, eager to join. The others, being of lesser significance, could not comprehend much, but as long as there was combat, any sparring would suffice. Get lost, this is my battle. Vegeta turned to scold Sun Wukong, roaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What is happening? Trunks, who had arrived midway, was bewildered, turning to Sun Wukong and Lin Chi for clarity. Oh, that guy is Reg, claiming to be Vegeta's brother. Sun Wukong lamented, resting his hands behind his head in defeat. What? Uncle Vegeta's brother? Gohan, too, appeared astonished, casting a complex gaze at Reg. He recalled his father's brother from his childhood. Truly a perplexing matter. As Gohan looked at Reg, Piccolo glanced at him, reminiscing when Gohan was just a tiny child. The past is unrecapturable. Regrettably wasted. Piccolo's attention returned to the battlefield, sighing. Xiao Fang tilted her head in confusion. Grandpa Piccolo, what are you talking about? Xiao Fang, did you not attend school? Son Goten looked at Xiao Fang, cradling Jiro, posing an astonishing question. I skipped class. Xiao Fang's forehead broke into 3 black lines. Why must such a question arise in this context? On the battlefield, upon witnessing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 4, Reg appeared somewhat taken aback, smirking. Not expecting your strength to be commendable. Truly surprising, Super Saiyan 4. As praise turned, Reg revealed a scornful smile once more. But it is merely so. Soon you shall not utter such words. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow as he charged at Reg. Even knowing he was outmatched, he could not afford to lose in spirit, especially as this concerned the battle of the Saiyan Prince. Reg remained utterly composed, watching Vegeta approach. If your combat power is merely this, you may find yourself frightened. Enough with the chatter. Vegeta swung his fist relentlessly at Reg, yet Reg did not retaliate, merely evading with an unhurried demeanor. Ending the battle swiftly would be far too dull, would it not? While dodging, Reg even found the time to taunt. Crack. Vegeta's fists appeared to strike with incredible speed, yet each time, they met only air, testing the limits of the proud Vegeta's patience. You bastard. You are underestimating me. Vegeta launched another punch towards Reg. This time, the speed was even greater than before, the air ripping apart with the force of his strikes. That guy is formidable. Sun Wukong observed the duel, his expression growing serious. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, hands on his hips, watching. Vegeta cannot win against him. Goten, Xiaofang. Sun Wukong turned to the two. You all should leave. The battle here is too perilous. You cannot withstand it, and Trunks too. Gohan, take them back. What? Xiaofang's expression shifted to one of grievance, her eyes pleading, Grandpa, I want to stay with you. Piccolo shot Xiaofang a cold glare. Do not be willful, and do not create chaos. Humph. I can protect myself. Xiaofang reluctantly complied, ultimately being forcibly taken away by Gohan. With people departing, Sun Wukong felt liberated, placing his hands to his mouth, shouting at Vegeta amidst the combat. Vegeta, would you like me to take over? Infuriated, Vegeta distanced himself from Reg, hovering in midair, fist clenched in fury. Can you only evade? If that is your intention, then I shall oblige. Reg smirked with derision. In the next instant, Reg's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Vegeta had no time to react before he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. The vanished Reg reappeared before him, delivering a knee strike. Bang. Oof. After suffering a heavy blow, Vegeta instinctively arched his body, not even able to spit out the blood rising in his throat. Reg followed up with a punch to Vegeta's cheek, sending him flying like an arrow, blood spilling from his mouth. He crashed through several snow-capped mountains, ultimately falling and being buried deep within the white snow. Ha ha ha. Utterly pathetic. Reg laughed heartily, crossing his arms as his gaze shifted to Sun Wukong and Lin Chi. I am the true Saiyan Prince. Come forth, kneel and pay your respects, lowly warriors. Zek. Lin Chi never anticipated that the flames would reach him. Reg was indeed exceedingly arrogant. How could it be? Vegeta was struck down in a single blow? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Vegeta. Goku gazed anxiously towards the distant snow-capped mountains, uncertain of Vegeta's fate. Chapter 48. Let him go. I will fight. Cough, cough. Vegeta stumbled out from beneath the snow, coughing several times. On the pristine white ground, countless droplets of crimson fell, creating a mesmerizing pattern. Wiping the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, his fists tightening even further. That detestable scoundrel, how dare he toy with me? Vegeta roared, charging swiftly towards Reg. What an idiotic fool. Standing a short distance away, Sapari wore a mocking smile. Face reality, Vegeta. You cannot win, even if you have reached Super 4. My husband has even unleashed half of his power. Observing Vegeta's incoming punch, Reg scoffed disdainfully. If our father were to see your current pathetic state, what would he think? Go to hell and ask him. Vegeta, issuing threats, landed a punch to Reg's abdomen. He exerted all his strength, but it felt as though he had struck an unyielding wall, sending a tremor through his hand. Haha, is that all you can do? Reg mocked, delivering a punch to Vegeta's face. Ignoring Vegeta's cries, Reg seized his hair and delivered a knee to his abdomen. Ugh. Vegeta screamed in agony, his body curling in pain like a boiled shrimp. Vegeta, witnessing Vegeta's torment, Goku roared in fury, instantly transforming into Super 4 and charging forward. Ha. You are meant to kneel beneath my feet. I have awaited this day for so long. Reg mocked as he observed Vegeta, who was now on his knees in pain. Goku. Piccolo glanced at Goku, who disregarded everything and rushed forward, attempting to intervene, but Lin Chi restrained him. Let them be. Lin Chi said calmly. After all, the outcome has long been predetermined. That despicable bastard. Vegeta struggled to rise, launching a powerful strike at Reg with one hand. Big bang attack. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, engulfing Reg's figure. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta panted heavily, waiting. Huff, huff, how could this be? As the figure emerged from the smoke, Vegeta was left dumbfounded. He lacked the strength to stand, collapsing to the ground, just as Goku arrived to support him. Vegeta, are you alright? How strange. These individuals can conceal their true power. Sapari mused, stroking her chin, lost in thought. Oh, is this all the power you possess as a prince? Reg cracked his neck, the sound echoing like the grinding of bones. I have merely begun my warm-up. Do you intend to switch fighters already? Seeing Goku protecting Vegeta, Reg sneered. You indeed have quite loyal subordinates. You vile scoundrel, I will defeat you. Goku instantaneously transported Vegeta back to Lin Chi's side. Oh, how much power do you possess? Reg remained unimpressed by the reappearance of Super 4 Goku. It seems you are slightly stronger than Vegeta. Why not find out for yourself? Goku's eyes glinted with fierce battle intent. He leaped, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Goku vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Reg, his fist poised to strike. Reg, without a second thought, curved his arm to block Goku's punch. With his fist halted, Goku swiftly twisted his body and executed a kick. Not bad, but you're still slightly stronger than my useless brother. Reg dodged Goku's relentless attacks with increasing ease, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. After all, He was not even warmed up yet. Huh. Goku's expression grew increasingly serious as he disregarded Reg, pouring all his speed into an attempt to land a hit. Goku unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, but to Reg, it felt like mere child's play. At this moment, even the strongest Goku, returned to full power, seemed to be walking the same path as Vegeta. Are you all right? Lin Chi inquired kindly, casting a glance at the battered Vegeta, who appeared to be in a dire state. Humph. Vegeta huffed coldly, sitting on the ground in disarray while watching the distant battle unfold. Would you like me to help you regain your honor? Lin Chi, sensing Vegeta's foul mood, said playfully. For free. It seems that I must rely on you to take action. Piccolo voiced his concern, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta's pride must surely be wounded. Your strength is merely this? Reg seemed to grow bored after toying with them for a while, delivering a punch to Goku's cheek. Bang! Goku was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, snow erupting around him. Haim. Huh. Rising from the pit, Goku quickly gathered energy at his waist, aiming at Reg in midair. Kamehameha. A powerful energy wave surged towards Reg, who disdainfully kicked the Kamehameha away into the sky. How is this possible? Goku was taken aback, astonished that his attack was so easily deflected. At that moment, Reg appeared behind Goku, commencing his brutal assault. Bang, bang, bang. Reg's fists rained down on Goku like a torrential downpour, leaving Goku no opportunity to counter. Ugh, wow. The ferocity of the onslaught left Goku utterly beleaguered, his clothing shredded, a testament to Reg's might. Beep. Sapari watched the readings on her scouter with glee, noting that this guy's combat power was beginning to wane. Have I dealt with another? It seems this journey has been remarkably effortless. As Goku was sent flying again, he crashed into the snow, creating yet another crater. The falling snow melting upon contact with him. Observing Goku lying in the pit, Reg wore a mocking grin, his face filled with derision. I expected you to be slightly stronger than Vegeta, but you are merely disappointing. Chapter 49. Goku, why don't you transform into Super 5? Hurry. Rise and kneel at my feet, you pitiful low-class warrior. Reg's hand was already aimed at Sun Wukong. Die. A formidable surge of energy shot towards Sun Wukong, causing Piccolo, who stood at a distance, to seethe with rage. How despicable. What on earth is this guy trying to achieve? With planet Vegeta's destruction, has he come to wreak havoc on Earth out of sheer frustration? Rising to his feet, Sun Wukong strained against the energy sphere with both hands, his power rapidly escalating. Tenfold Kaioken. With each roar, his hands trembled fiercely, yet he persevered, managing to deflect Reg's energy sphere into the sky. Boom. The energy sphere erupted high above, resembling a magnificent firework, as billowing smoke cascaded downward, quickly dispersed by the howling northern winds. Strangely, despite a noticeable decrease in combat power, why is there now an increase? Sapali observed in surprise, her scouter readings climbing steadily. Excellent. Piccolo exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. I knew Wukong could protect the Earth. As the sound of the explosion echoed above, Sun Wukong charged at Reg, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Wukong unleashed a vigorous counterattack, his figure darting around Reg, landing a straight jab to his opponent's face. Wukong can't hold on much longer, Lin Chi remarked, noting Vegeta's clenched fist of dissatisfaction. Before Piccolo's joyful smile could fade, it froze on his face. Why? Kaioken. Lin Chi's gaze remained fixed on the fully unleashed Sun Wukong. Did I not mention the side effects of Kaioken? Vegeta looked at Lin Chi in confusion. Isn't it just a burden on the body? No, to be precise, Kaioken can double one's attributes. Piccolo corrected Vegeta. Lin Chi did not offer an explanation. Instead, he calmly inquired, what do you believe would be the physical burden of a tenfold enhancement of the Kaioken under the immense power of Super Saiyan 4 Goku? Lin Chi refrained from rebutting, his indifferent query directed at Piccolo. Aside from the burden that the Kaioken imposes on the body, how much do you perceive Goku's combat prowess has truly escalated? Piccolo pressed his lips together, finding it difficult to respond to that inquiry. Goku's strength in Super Saiyan 4 surpassed his own by a considerable margin, one that he could scarcely fathom. It hasn't doubled completely, at most. His power has increased by a third. Vegeta's cold remark left Piccolo in a state of disbelief. Just a third? Such a meager increment? Could it be that Vegeta had misjudged? Not only does the Kaioken consume vast amounts of stamina, but its duration is also exceedingly brief. A single punishing blow from the enemy could shatter the Kaioken state. A cat playing with a mouse. If Goku does not ascend to Super Saiyan 5, he won't last much longer. Lin Chi cast a dispassionate glance at Piccolo. It seemed inevitable that Goku would soon find himself at a disadvantage, perhaps even facing annihilation. As these thoughts settled, Goku's breathing on the battlefield grew increasingly labored, a clear sign of his rapidly depleting energy. Vegeta pursed his lips, squinting at the two combatants. Reg's fist landed squarely on Goku's jaw, causing his head to snap back, the disdain on his face only deepening. I had thought you could endure longer. But is this all you can manage? Goku, gritting his teeth in pain, summoned his resolve and delivered a knee strike aimed at Reg's abdomen. He was still fighting, but it appeared that his endurance was waning. Watching the arrogant expression on Reg's face through the crystal ball, Jebet God voiced his anxiety. What to do? Goku cannot win. The disparity is insurmountable. Why does Goku not transform into Super Saiyan 5 like Lin Chi? The old Kaishin clasped his hands behind his back, staring at the crystal ball with a puzzled expression. Indeed, why not? How infuriating. I never anticipated that Reg could find his way to Earth. Jebet God clenched his fist in anger, his gaze fixed intensely on the crystal ball. The old Kaishin stood, gazing into the distance with a deep sigh. It seems Earth is in grave peril. That said, even if Goku cannot transform into Super Saiyan 5, isn't Lin Chi still present? Perhaps he will intervene. Jebet God placed his hopes firmly on Lin Chi. If he remains inactive, then let Goku and Vegeta fuse. Gogeta would undoubtedly be able to defeat Reg. Once again, Goku was sent hurtling away by Reg, crashing into a thick mound of snow where he lay, gasping for breath. Huh? Who would have thought that there would be someone as formidable as Lin Chi? Although Goku was in a dire state, his spirits soared. In the distance, Vegeta rose to his feet, appearing considerably more at ease. This damned fool has been toying with us all along. Reg still retained a third of his strength. If he unleashed his full power, Goku might not withstand it. Lin Chi squinted as he surveyed the scene, observing Sun Wukong struggling to rise. He instantaneously moved to stand before him. Why haven't you transformed into Super Saiyan 5? He inquired. Sun Wukong, with a resigned smile, replied. It was Kakarot who mastered Super Saiyan 5. I cannot simply change at will. Lin Chi responded coolly. Well then, allow me to put an end to this. I have not surrendered yet. Sun Wukong, disregarding the pain in his chest, cried out as he fought to stand. This has gone on long enough. Lin Chi's indifferent gaze flicked towards Sun Wukong. Bulma is still waiting for us to return for dinner. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong realized he too felt hunger pangs. He instinctively touched his abdomen, soon hearing the protest of his stomach. Humph, so you are resorting to a tag team? Reg, disdainfully glancing at Lin Chi, who stood protectively in front of Sun Wukong, remarked, lowly Scion. I shall send you all to hell together. It matters not who falls first. With a sudden clench of his fists, veins bulged on Reg's body, and he trembled slightly. Feel the overwhelming despair of this power. It is time to reveal my true strength. What? True strength? Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched tight as he fixed his furious gaze on Reg. Damn it. Piccolo cursed, looking towards the still composed Lin Chi. Can Lin Chi defeat that guy? With a deep growl, Reg summoned a jet of fiery energy beneath him, his muscles swelling and veins protruding like roots. The energy that surged forth created a howling wind, suppressing the surrounding snow and wind. That guy's power. It must be a lie. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. The ground beneath them trembled, and distant snow-capped mountains crumbled, causing avalanches to rush down. The gale swept through, causing everyone's garments to flutter violently, forcing Vegeta and Piccolo to shield their eyes. This is unbearable. Sun Wukong struggled to keep his feet planted, fighting against the fierce winds. How can he be so powerful? This is beyond human. Sweat dripped from Vegeta's brow as he found himself at a loss for words. You've had ample time. Now it ends, Reg declared, raising his fist and leaping towards Lin Chi. This guy cannot withstand my blow. Is this the so-called pseudo-Super Saiyan 5? Lin Chi remained unfazed, even stroking his chin as he appraised Reg's incoming punch. While it was indeed a force that could overpower Vegeta, it still fell short compared to the true Super Saiyan 5 form. Contrary to Reg's expectations, Lin Chi was more than capable of withstanding the attack. Watch out! Sun Wukong shouted, helplessly witnessing Reg's fist approach Lin Chi. In an instant, Lin Chi transformed into Super Saiyan 5, calmly extending his hand to block Reg's strike. You are quite arrogant. Reg's confident demeanor faltered, his expression frozen in shock as he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, what on earth is this? With silver hair and a shimmering silver sheen to his body, Lin Chi appeared as if he were one with the pure white snow behind him. Lin Chi walked slowly towards Reg, exuding an invisible pressure that rendered Reg breathless, despite seemingly lacking any overt display of power. The absence of energy leakage only intensified the intangible weight pressing down on him. Truly, Lin Chi was formidable. Sun Wukong, having crawled out of the pit, gazed on with palpable excitement. You claim to be Super Saiyan 5. What does my Super Saiyan 5 signify then? Lin Chi scoffed as he approached Reg, seizing him and flinging him into the sky. Almost instantly, Lin Chi reappeared behind Reg, delivering a swift punch to his back. Reg, propelled from the air by the blow, plummeted towards the ground, a scowl etched across his face. Just as he neared the earth, he managed to regain his footing, muttering, I underestimated you. Lin Chi offered a faint smile, his gaze indifferent as he remarked, you're not as formidable as I envisioned. This taunt ignited Reg's fury. He bellowed and hurled an energy sphere at Lin Chi. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Chi casually released an energy blast in midair to counter Reg's attack. The two forces collided with explosive force, engulfing them in a cloud of smoke as they rushed towards each other to engage in combat. Boom. Lin Chi's speed surpassed that of Reg by a considerable margin. By the time Reg noticed Lin Chi, the latter had already launched a punch. Reg found himself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by Lin Chi's superior speed and strength. In just a few exchanges of blows, Reg was struck by Lin Chi's fist, sent hurtling backward and crashing through one mountain after another. Ultimately, he plummeted from the snow-laden cliffs, rising in fury. wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You bastard. Reg took a deep breath, his anger dissipating with each exhale, revealing a sinister grin. You are indeed formidable. But my power has yet to be fully unleashed. You have successfully provoked me. It appears today is destined to be your day of reckoning. I shall not only take your life, but also eliminate all of you disobedient wretches. Lin Shi's gaze grew colder, and he disdainfully regarded the overly confident Reg. You only know how to boast. No, this isn't mere boasting. It is an abundance of superfluous words. I find myself growing rather irritable listening to you. Since that is the case, Reg clenched his fists tightly and bellowed. Let me show you the might of the strongest warrior in the universe. You cannot defeat me. Lin Shi placed his hands on his hips, realizing that he too had become rather talkative like Reg. Haha. You still fail to comprehend the terror of my power. Reg laughed boisterously. Just watch the strength of my ultimate Super Saiyan. Reg roared once more, his fists tightening. His muscles swelled dramatically, even bursting his only pair of tight-fitting pants. Ah, how peculiar. His power continues to rise. Can his body withstand it? Piccolo expressed his doubts, glancing fearfully at Reg. Though his strength is increasing, I can't shake the feeling that it resembles the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta furrowed his brow and turned to Goku, who had instantaneously appeared beside him, asking, what do you think? Well, both speed and strength surpass the Super Saiyan 4 form significantly, but judging by the energy consumption rate, it won't last long. Goku replied seriously. Turning to Lin Shi with a sigh, I'm quite curious about how powerful Lin Shi truly is. You will find out soon enough. Vegeta chuckled wryly, gazing intently at the battlefield. Hey, Reg, you promised me. Subari, witnessing Reg's transformation, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead and immediately flew over. The earth trembled, and fierce winds howled, as Subari, with his weak battle power, struggled to approach the epicenter of the battle. Ah, Reg, you promised me. Subari was blown away, crashing into a mountainside. Humph. It is a privilege for you to witness the might of my transformation. Reg's muscles were now immensely bulked, and his hair had taken on a yellow-black hue. He gazed proudly at his hands, proclaiming, I shall name this Super Saiyan 5. Heh. Lin Shi could no longer restrain his laughter, provocatively addressing Reg. You dare claim this is Super Saiyan 5 before the true Super Saiyan 5? You are but a pretender. A fierce gale obstructed the swirling snow, and Lin Shi made the first move, charging at Reg. Their elbows collided, creating a sonic boom that rippled through the surrounding space, distorting it. What level of battle is this? Piccolo struggled against the gale, having retreated a considerable distance, yet still finding it difficult to maintain his footing. Chapter 51. Destroy Reg, a worthy defeat. How infuriating. Can he truly become this powerful? Vegeta crossed his arms before him, squinting intently at the clash between Lin Shi and Reg. In midair, the two figures flickered as they exchanged blows, their movements so swift that only afterimages remained, rendering the three spectators unable to discern their actions. The intensity of the battle left Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo in awe, the sounds of fists and feet colliding, the deafening explosions of energy, and the occasional flashes of light in the air created a chaotic symphony. Who would emerge victorious remained unclear. They could only sense the overwhelming power emanating from both fighters. Do continue to show off. Lin Shi landed a punch squarely on Reg's cheek. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi was gradually unleashing his own combat strength, making that punch exceptionally forceful and rapid. Ugh! Reg was struck as if by a cannonball, sent hurtling backward like a bullet. Swish! Reg's figure was nearly indistinguishable. Lin Shi grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the rare thrill of combat. In the next instant, he appeared behind the plummeting Reg, preparing to land another blow. Reg's reaction was not slow. Leveraging the momentum, he thrust his palm forward, summoning an energy sphere that shot toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi casually swatted the energy sphere away, unleashing a powerful gust that swept through the surroundings. The fierce aftermath of the battle even affected the ground beneath. Even the swirling snowflakes from the raging north were dispersed as the energy sphere detonated upon the silvery expanse, revealing the charred soil beneath. Lin Shi distanced himself from Reg, floating in the air, facing each other from afar. A gentle smile of delight graced Lin Shi's face as he contemplated the conclusion of this battle. After a meal, he would embark on a journey through time to seek out the hybrid Saiyan, Jaiko. With thoughts racing, Lin Shi felt his speed and strength surge once more, unleashing the full might of his Super Saiyan form. The ground trembled with increasing ferocity, and unbeknownst to them, the fierce winds and snow had ceased, leaving behind only the scarred earth and the pristine blanket of snow. It seemed you could no longer endure. Lin Shi's speed intensified further. Reg had not even a moment to register his astonishment before a powerful blow struck his abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony, a piercing wail escaping his lips. Lin Shi's fists were as formidable as a copper wall, making it difficult for Reg to withstand the onslaught. He scarcely had a moment to prepare before Lin Shi's fist rained down upon him like a relentless storm. Your so-called Super 5 is nothing but a farce. Lin Shi smirked, an intense fervor for battle surging within him. No, you are still too weak. Although he felt his own strength waning, he hoped to create a collision of power, yet this struggle fell short of distorting space. just a fraction away. If only Reg could endure a little longer. With great effort, Reg defended against Lin Chi's brutal punches, gritting his teeth in fury. Ah, I will win. I must win. His rage propelled his trembling arms to finally push Lin Chi's fist away. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he unleashed a powerful energy sphere, shouting, "Die." The energy sphere erupted forth, creating a tremendous shockwave that rippled through the surroundings, stirring the very winds and clouds of the realm. A furious tempest howled past, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if the planet itself mourned in silence. "Let us see if your energy holds up." Lin Chi clasped his hands together and countered with his own energy wave. A torrent of might surged forth, reminiscent of monstrous tidal waves, expanding outward in all directions. The ice and snow around them visibly melted, rocks shattered, and the ground cracked open. The energy emanating from Lin Chi's palms roared like a ferocious dragon. And as the two forces collided, the surrounding space warped dramatically. What? Reg stared in shock as his energy sphere was gradually pushed back. Gritting his teeth, he summoned more strength. Bick, drenched in cold sweat, shouted from the sidelines, "Enough. Stop releasing energy, or you will destroy the earth. Reg, cease at once. If the planet is obliterated, we shall all perish." Sapari also cried out desperately. "I told you I would win, and I shall." Reg continued to roar, even as his energy sphere was swiftly repelled. "Do you not feel something amiss in your body?" Lin Chi observed as the warped space slowly returned to normal. A deep disappointment flooding him. What? A perplexed Reg suddenly reverted to his original state, his muscles dramatically shrinking. A wave of intense pain followed, overwhelming him. This unbearable agony rendered Reg unable to muster any more strength. As his energy sphere was pushed back, Lin Chi's energy wave engulfed him entirely. A blinding white light exploded into the earth, shattering it as if heralding the apocalypse. The surrounding snow-laden landscape transformed into a vast crater, with dust and debris swirling chaotically. "Hey, Lin Chi, don't go overboard. The earth will be harmed." Bick gazed mournfully at the gaping pit. "Apologies, I got a bit carried away." Lin Chi replied without a hint of remorse, returning to the ground. Within the pit lay a battered Reg, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. "Kill him." Vegeta soared into the crater, his hand morphing into an energy blade, poised to strike down Reg. "Stop." Sapari rushed to intervene, shielding Reg from Vegeta's assault. "You cursed woman." Vegeta's movement faltered, nearly stabbing Sapari in the abdomen. "Get out of my way." "I will not." Sapari bit her lip, resolute in her defiance. "Humph." A low groan resonated behind Sapari, as a bloodied hand fell upon her shoulder. "Step aside, I have not yet lost." Reg, now a figure drenched in blood, struggled to breathe, swaying precariously as if about to collapse. "What?" Vegeta stared in disbelief, astonished that Reg could still stand after such an onslaught. But before he could fully grasp the situation, Reg fell once more, this time succumbing to unconsciousness. TSK, you truly cannot claim to have lost without reason." Lin Chi placed his hands on his hips and slowly approached Vegeta's side, observing the shattered state of his body, yet still managing to stand. "Humph." Vegeta let out a haughty snort, yet did not refute Lin Chi's words. Had he endured such torment, it would have been nearly impossible for him to remain upright. "Haha. Vegeta, I am now certain that this fellow is your brother," Lin Chi remarked cheerfully, his spirits high. Chapter 52, 3 years later. Layla and Jaiko look at him, protecting his wife. "Isn't that just like you?" Lin Chi teased. "Humph." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He feigned indifference as he glanced at Sapari. "Hurry and leave. Go back and eat." Lin Chi patted Vegeta's shoulder, called out to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, and intended to use instant transmission. "Don't come to Earth again, or I'll kill you." Vegeta shot a final glance at Sapari before soaring into the sky. He simply did not care for instant transmission. It was not about protecting his wife. As for how Sapari managed to depart with the gravely injured Reg, that was of no concern to him. At this moment, in Bulma's villa, aside from Piccolo leaning against a large tree in the courtyard with his arms crossed and eyes closed in repose, even Sun Wukong was in the dining room, indulging heartily with the others. "Damn it, that was my chicken leg." Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong's voracious eating speed. Before he could voice his disdain, he noticed the chicken leg before him had vanished. Sun Wukong had stuffed it into his mouth and looked up at Vegeta in confusion. "Huh? Fool." Vegeta suppressed the bubbling anger in his chest and continued to grab a large meat bun to eat. Bulma elegantly held a cup of coffee, glanced around at the others, and then looked at Lin Chi, who was devouring a roasted pig. "Did you really eat and then leave? What else would I do? Stay here and bask in your affection?" Lin Chi replied indifferently, returning his attention to his meal. "Are you planning to use the time machine to go to the past or the future?" Bulma inquired with curiosity. Lin Chi cast a faint glance at Bulma, choosing to disregard her presence. Are you leaving, Lin Chi?" Sun Wukong inquired, shifting the stack of empty plates before him. "Perhaps it is for the best." Vegeta murmured under his breath, continuing his meal. If he did not depart, he would struggle to maintain his long-held position as second in command. It would be prudent for him to return whence he came. After the meal, Lin Chi waved farewell to the group while holding the capsule containing the time machine. "Goodbye, everyone from GT. As Lin Chi's figure faded from their sight, Sun Wukong patted his stomach and looked at Vegeta, feeling somewhat bloated. Vegeta, let us go for a digestion session. With that, they departed to the realm of the Kaishin. When Lin Chi appeared, he found the old Kai standing before him with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly gazing at something in the distance, a lewd smile plastered across his face. The proximity between them made the old Kai swallow hard, awkwardly inquiring, Lord Lin Chi. Lin Chi disregarded the old Kai and instead approached the god Jebet, who was crouched on the ground, gazing into the crystal ball. Hey, stop watching Goku and the others fight. Find out where the West Kai is. Lin Chi spoke with indifference. Jebet wore a look of confusion. The West Kai? Layla? Didn't she die long ago during the Majin Buu incident? She did not die. Lin Chi interjected impatiently. At that time, she was merely on the brink of death. How can that be? I witnessed her being killed by Majin Buu with my own eyes. Jebet stubbornly maintained his viewpoint. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, directing a sharp gaze at Jebet. Fool. The old Kai could no longer bear it and hurried over to deliver a light smack to Jebet. Then took hold of the crystal ball. Allow me to check. Please wait a moment, Lord Lin Chi. The old Kai swiftly placed his hand over the crystal ball, channeling his Kai power into it. Soon, the scene depicting Son Goku and Vegeta sparring shifted to reveal the vast expanse of the galaxy. Then, the solemn-faced West Kai, Layla, appeared, seemingly observing something. Is it really the West Kai? Jebet exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at the crystal ball. How is this possible? She truly did not perish? What has she been doing all these years? Zoom out for a broader view. What can we discern from such proximity? She must be observing something. Disregarding Jebet's ramblings, Lin Chi issued his command with no hesitation. Yes, yes. The old Kai promptly moved aside, dismissing Jebet, and switched the image displayed in the crystal ball. Before them lay a desolate landscape, where the West Kai stood atop a mountain, while a young boy with striking white-purple hair and clad in a jade green and dark green martial arts uniform was seen throwing punches and kicks in midair. Jaiko. A faint smile curved Lin Chi's lips. As expected, Reg appeared, and it was only logical that Zyko would follow suit. But who is this fellow? Jebet felt his mind overwhelmed. Indicate the location. Lin Chi cast a nonchalant glance at the old Kai. North Galaxy, G63. That is the home planet of the frozen demon clan, Frisia and his kin. Bang. Listening to the words of the old Kai, Lin Chi cast aside the capsule. At present, Jaiko is undoubtedly not as formidable as he was during his time on Earth. He is somewhat stronger than the false Super Saiyan form of Reg, yet it remains insufficient. Thus, his gaze shifts towards the future. A time machine materializes before the three, and Jebet gazes upon it with curiosity, turning to Lin Chi and inquiring whether this is the contraption that Bulma had crafted. Lin Chi remained indifferent to him, stepping into the time machine and pressing the button to initiate the journey. He had no time to explain himself to Jebet. If successful, he would finally return to his rightful time. Beerus, prepare yourself. I shall soon challenge you. In the blink of an eye, the time machine activated. And 3 years had elapsed. He found himself still in the Kaishin realm, yet at that moment, Jebet was pouring tea into cups on the table, while the old Kaishin was engrossed in a swimsuit magazine, chuckling foolishly. Hiki. Lin Chi leaped from the time machine, marveling at how swiftly the scene had shifted. Just moments ago, the two had been staring blankly at the vanishing time machine. 1 year on the ground equated to a day in the heavens. He had traversed 3 years in the blink of an eye. Lord Lin Chi. Upon hearing the commotion, Jebet turned in astonishment to see Lin Chi emerging from the time machine. 3 years prior, he had sought to inquire about the West Kaishin. But after searching the entire universe without a trace, Lin Chi had now reappeared. Moreover, the young boy nurtured by the West Kaishin had grown increasingly powerful. One could only dread when he might unleash chaos upon the universe. After conversing with Son Goku on Earth, Jebet learned that such a being could indeed traverse time, akin to the so-called time ring. Now, they were left in uncertainty, unable to ascertain Lord Lin Chi's whereabouts, merely waiting with trepidation. One could only fear that one day, that Layla would conspire with Jaiko to commit some reckless act. Chapter 53. Jaiko, nothing more than this. Has anything transpired in these 3 years? Lin Chi cast a casual glance at the leisurely old Kaishin, presuming that nothing significant had occurred. Jebet was still lost in his thoughts, unresponsive. All appeared tranquil. The old Kaishin set aside his magazine and sipped his tea leisurely, just as that Layla had trained. Before the old Kaishin could finish his sentence, Lin Chi's figure vanished once more before their eyes. So, what exactly is Lord Lin Chi up to? Where had he been all this time? Jebet stroked his chin, perplexed as he glanced at the old Kaishin. Were they simply to disregard that Layla and that formidable child? How would I know? We cannot defeat them. Even Goku and the others stand no chance. The old Kaishin scoffed, dismissing the need for concern. Shall I take a look? Perhaps Lord Lin Chi is seeking them out. Jebet reached for the nearby crystal ball. Lord Lin Chi can even operate in a vacuum? Jebet curiously leaned closer to the crystal ball. The universe was eternally shrouded in darkness. Lin Chi scanned his surroundings. Confirming he was in the location described by the old Kaishin, he sensed the area briefly before vanishing once more. Is this the vicinity? Near the northern galaxy. On the home planet of Frisia, Lin Chi surveyed his surroundings. The night sky was eerily silent, with only the stars twinkling above, while the desolate earth lay barren below. Who goes there? Lin Chi's sudden appearance quickly stirred those within the nearby cave. Lin Chi curled his lips, illuminated by the faint starlight. As he gazed at the figure emerging from the cave, a person with white-purple hair clad in a green martial arts uniform. Following closely behind was a petite woman, Layla, the god of the Western realm. Ah, at last, I have found you. Lin Chi revealed an excited smile, descending gracefully to the ground. Who are you? Layla squinted, scrutinizing Lin Chi as he landed, quickly noting the tail behind him, a Saiyan. I have heard you intend to seek Son Goku on Earth? Lin Chi cast a nonchalant glance at Layla, yet his attention was predominantly focused on Jaiko. How could you be aware of our whereabouts? Layla frowned, her expression tinged with confusion. I have yet to finalize the day for our departure. No need to go anymore. Lin Chi looked at Jaiko. For I have arrived. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to Son Goku? How do you know him? Layla's vigilance intensified, her gaze towards Lin Chi brimming with hostility. Capture him, Jaiko. Their actions must not be impeded. Yes, mother. Jaiko's expression remained indifferent as he directed a casual energy blast towards Lin Chi. Lin Chi smirked slightly as he extended his hand to swat away the energy blast that was hurtling towards him, scoffing. Show me some real skill. Is such paltry energy meant to belittle anyone? The energy blast soared away, landing a short distance behind him, erupting into a massive crater and billowing smoke. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the earth. Gazing at the scene within the crystal ball, Jebet's eyes widened in astonishment. Why had Lord Lin Chi only now sought out the West Kai? Perhaps some matter had delayed him for 3 years. The old Kai glanced at the crystal ball, somewhat disinterested, and picked up a magazine to peruse. As for what could possibly hold him up for 3 years, it was of no concern to him. Layla looked at Lin Chi, shrouded in the swirling smoke, with disbelief. Who exactly are you? That is not the crux of the matter. I am merely here to find Sun Wukong's son Jaiko, Lin Chi declared, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. You actually know Jaiko is Sun Wukong's son? Layla exclaimed, her shock deepening. What else do you know? This man cannot be left alive. Your transformation, Jaiko, usually indifferent, now displayed a flicker of emotion. Gazing at Lin Chi in astonishment. Is that a Saiyan transformation? Sensing Lin Chi's overwhelming power, Jaiko turned to his equally stunned mother. Mother, did you not say I was the strongest being in the universe? The strength Lin Chi had just exhibited could easily surpass that of his so-called father in his Super Saiyan 4 form. You were born of the strongest warrior, and my divine genes undoubtedly, you are the universe's mightiest. Layla beamed with confidence. Is that so? Lin Chi shrugged, adopting a battle stance. To claim dominion over this universe, you must first defeat me. Humph. Do you think merely changing your hair color can vanquish me, Jaiko? Layla's expression darkened with malice. No one shall impede our rule over the universe. Jaiko, eliminate him. Faced with Lin Chi's silvery hair, Jaiko felt an immense pressure. He grinned maniacally. There is no one stronger than me. With a swift leap, Jaiko charged at Lin Chi. The speed was so formidable that Layla, attempting to retreat, found herself in a precarious situation, desperately dodging the hurricane generated by Jaiko's rush. I hope you do not disappoint me. Lin Chi impassively extended his hand to block Jaiko's punch. I hope you continue to make such grandiloquent boasts. Jaiko's fist was thwarted, but he quickly retaliated with another swift strike. Lin Chi smirked mockingly and followed suit with a punch. In an instant, their fists collided, and with a tremendous force, Jaiko was sent hurtling backward. Lin Chi gazed at Jaiko, who had been sent flying, with a cold smile. Unleash your true abilities. After stabilizing his form mid-air, Jaiko looked in astonishment at his slightly trembling arm. The opponent's strength was astonishingly great. One punch had sent him hurtling away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jaiko refrained from underestimating his adversary any further. With a fierce roar, he summoned considerable power, channeling the energy wave from his palm towards Lin Chi. Lin Chi remained utterly unfazed, suspended in midair, swiftly engulfed by the colossal wave of energy. As the explosion of energy subsided, the blinding brilliance faded. Humph, just a boastful individual. This is the nature of Saiyans, Layla remarked, observing the smoke-cloaked expanse. As the mist dissipated, Lin Chi's unscathed figure emerged. Merely a demonstration of his limited prowess. Is this all you've got? Jaiko seethed, gritting his teeth, and charged at Lin Chi, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches and kicks, each strike infused with his seething rage. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chi evaded with a detached demeanor, a mocking scoff escaping his lips as he delivered a merciless straight punch to Jaiko's jaw, sending him crashing back to the ground once more. Chapter 54. Insufficient strength. The ground was instantly transformed into a massive crater, with Jaiko awkwardly positioned at its center. Damn it. A roar erupted, causing the earth to tremble, the deafening sound reverberating through the air. A palpable aura of power surged skyward, with Jaiko rising slowly at its core. His martial attire tattered. His face bore numerous scratches, yet his breath remained unyielding, even intensifying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jaiko's eyes blazed with fury. You scoundrel! His gaze was filled with animosity and murderous intent, fixated on Lin Chi suspended in midair, his expression growing increasingly savage. In the distance, Layla, concealed behind the rocky outcrop, wore an expression of sheer horror, her eyes wide as she was oblivious to the cold sweat trickling down her brow. How is this possible? Jaiko should be the strongest. I shall make you aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath. Jaiko clenched his fists, a whirlwind of dust swirling at his feet, gradually rising from the cracked earth. Ha 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 ha. A streak of purple-black light hurtled towards Lin Chi, waves of collision force cascading outward. In the face of Jaiko's ferocious assault, Lin Chi remained unperturbed, calm and collected, as if merely engaging in a warm-up. Ugh! Jaiko cried out, struck squarely in the face by Lin Chi, once again sent flying. In that fleeting moment, as he was propelled backward, Jaiko aimed a single hand at Lin Chi, unleashing a wave of energy. TSK. Lin Chi regarded him with disdain, extending his hand to return fire with an energy blast of his own. In an instant, the collision of their powers ignited a cataclysmic explosion, a cloud of smoke billowing forth and enveloping the low sky. Jaiko, undeterred, charged toward Lin Chi once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Lin Chi's speed was unparalleled. As he observed Jaiko's attacks, his brows knitted tighter in concern. Was there truly no hope? The sight of Jaiko, perpetually at a disadvantage, filled Lin Chi with a sense of disappointment. Was he destined to be trapped in this temporal realm forever? As Jaiko plummeted to the ground, he pressed his hands against the earth, gliding along its surface, leaving a trail of swept rocks in his wake. Just as Lin Chi's despair deepened, Jaiko once again unleashed his power, soaring towards Lin Chi with a fierce punch. However, to Jaiko's dismay, he soon realized that he had merely struck at Lin Chi's afterimage. Lin Chi had already appeared not far from Jaiko, casting a mocking glance towards him. How disappointing it was to witness such a feeble display of strength. How could one claim to be the strongest in the universe? Infuriated, Jaiko let out a furious roar, his composure on the verge of shattering. Yet, he could not unleash his full power. His mother had warned him to conceal his abilities before reaching Earth. He was still too weak. Lin Chi, having lost his patience, pondered whether Jaiko's current strength truly represented his utmost capability. However, there lingered a sense that Jaiko still had reserves of power. Was he holding back out of caution? Lin Chi swiftly closed the distance between himself and Jaiko, launching a punch with such velocity that Jaiko was caught completely off guard. With a resounding thud, Jaiko had no opportunity to respond before Lin Chi's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending his body hurtling backward once again. Lin Chi pursued the retreating Jaiko, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that fell upon him like a relentless downpour. It was Jaiko's first experience of such a beating. Even during his past sparring sessions with Ace, he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. Frustrated and with pent-up emotions seeking an outlet, Jaiko seized the opportunity during Lin Chi's momentary lapse and retaliated with his own punch. When their fists collided, a chilling scream pierced the air, causing Layla to anxiously gaze upward, only to realize that the anguished cry belonged to Jaiko. In an instant, Jaiko was sent flying backward, his arm twisted grotesquely from the impact with Lin Chi, a clear indication that his bone had shattered completely. Lin Chi felt a sense of disappointment wash over him. Must he truly await Jaiko's arrival on Earth to witness any semblance of growth? Yet at that time, how much stronger could Jaiko possibly become? With a heart heavy with dissatisfaction, Lin Chi launched another fierce assault, delivering a powerful blow that twisted Jaiko's nose. Jaiko gasped in pain, instinctively reaching for his face as crimson blood began to flow steadily from his nostrils. Infuriated, Jaiko's wrath intensified, while Layla's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was this man, and how could he wield such formidable strength? As Jaiko fell victim to Lin Chi's relentless onslaught, each strike shattered the air, creating waves of turbulence that rippled through the surroundings. The ground trembled beneath them, and Layla clung desperately to the rocky wall to steady herself. The outcome of the battle was becoming increasingly evident. Jaiko's defeat was merely a matter of time, and his demise seemed inevitable. Each assault by Lin Chi inflicted a profound blow upon Jaiko, causing him to question the very essence of his existence. Jaiko, what are you doing? Unleash your full power, Layla shouted in frustration, witnessing Jaiko's continuous misfortunes. Since Mother has instructed so, Jaiko inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the flames of his fury, and clenched his fist as he roared. Ha! With Jaiko's bellow of release, waves of power erupted from within him, sending ripples through the air. Complete form, he declared fiercely. You wretched being. I shall make you understand what it truly means to be the strongest in the universe. Jaiko's muscles began to swell, and with each deep, resonant growl, his strength surged ever higher, an overwhelming aura sweeping across the desolate landscape. This latest surge of Jaiko's combat prowess reached a terrifying magnitude, but only Layla was engulfed in fear. Lin Chi gazed indifferently, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. Had his combat prowess truly ascended from nearly defeating Super Saiyan 4 to completely surpassing it? Jaiko's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear abruptly before Lin Chi, delivering a powerful punch. However, Lin Chi paid no heed to the attack, maintaining his calm demeanor as he lifted his foot with nonchalance. That seemingly gentle kick. Deftly dodging Jaiko's fierce blow, swiftly aimed for Jaiko's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Jaiko's eyes bulged as he coughed up blood, his entire body contorting into a shrimp-like shape. The force wielded by Lin Chi astonishingly distorted the entire space, causing the planet to tremble violently. Debris from the ground detached from its center of gravity and floated in the air, while Layla was swept away. In an instant, as he observed Jaiko plummeting from the sky, Lin Chi lost interest in the battle. It was futile. My unilateral power cannot induce a complete distortion of space. He hovered in midair, his brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 55. A's, Jaiko, a three-way battle. Layla swiftly approached from a distance. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at the silver figure in the air. Jaiko had been defeated? How could that be? He was her most perfect creation. They hadn't even sought out Sun Wukong on Earth yet. How could he have been bested? Allow me to send you on your way, Lin Chi remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Jaiko, embedded in the mountainside, as he gathered energy in his palm. Boom. Just as Lin Chi was about to unleash his energy blast, he was struck from behind by an energy sphere. As smoke rose, he coldly turned to assess the source of the attack. Ah, what a remarkable discovery. Ace, swaying his tail, materialized in the air. I have witnessed a powerful being capable of defeating Jaiko. Ace. Jaiko glared at the newly arrived Ace, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he leapt from the rock face. How had he been so thoroughly beaten? Ace disdainfully regarded Jaiko, who had flown beside him. My dear uncle. Ace, you must join forces with Jaiko to eliminate this detestable scoundrel, Layla shouted angrily, landing atop the mountain with clenched fists. Humph. Who do you think you are to command me? Ace sneered at Layla before shifting his gaze back to Lin Chi. You seem formidable. Hiki. Ace, son of Frisia? Hope ignited once more in Lin Chi's heart. If Ace and Jaiko were to ally, there might be a glimmer of hope. Jaiko. I shall heal your wounds. Layla, undeterred by danger, soared into the air, drawing closer to Jaiko. Lin Chi gazed calmly, offering a kind reminder to the battle-ready Azer. You cannot defeat me alone. I am far more eager to witness your collaboration. Oh, such bold words. Azer, dismissing Lin Chi's well-intentioned counsel, vanished from his position with a swift step. Who truly underestimates whom? I am not like that Jaiko fellow. Azer's voice echoed around as he reappeared before Lin Chi in an instant. With a devilish smile, Lin Chi's fist struck faster than Azer's own blows. This unexpected punch landed squarely on Azer's cheek, leaving him momentarily astounded. I hear your thawing period is 10 times that of Frisia? Lin Chi retracted his fist, reiterating his previous suggestion. I would much prefer to see the two of you join forces. You insufferable fool. Azer's expression darkened with annoyance, readying himself for an attack. Yet, Lin Chi had grown weary of this one-on-one skirmish. What he desired was the collaboration between Azer and Jaiko. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. You will come to realize that my suggestion is rooted in goodwill, rather than a slight against you. Lin Chi slowly narrowed his eyes, devoid of any roar. An immense surge of power suddenly erupted from his being, an invisible pressure soaring into the heavens. The entire planet was besieged by unimaginable force. The earth trembling incessantly, waves of ripples undulating through the air. What? Azer was utterly astonished, his form being relentlessly pushed back by Lin Chi's overwhelming aura. Unleash your full strength, or you shall perish by my hand. Lin Chi scoffed at Azer, a formidable blaze encircling him. Have you decided to join forces? Lin Chi cast a detached glance at Jaiko, who had nearly recovered thanks to Layla's healing. Damn. Azer turned to exchange a glance with Jaiko, despite his reluctance. In the face of life and death, a mere alliance, what could it signify? Evidently, Jaiko harbored similar sentiments, releasing a fierce roar as he summoned powerful energy once more. Perhaps due to his previous injuries, the activation of his Saiyan bloodline bolstered his strength significantly after his wounds. As soon as Layla finished healing Jaiko, she began to retreat, striving to distance herself from the heart of the battlefield. Ha! Ha! She gasped for breath, the intense pressure threatening to suffocate her, making retreat exceedingly arduous. Ha! Ha! As if sensing Lin Chi's might, Azer and Jaiko roared in unison, unleashing their formidable power. The ground cracked violently, the devastation wrought by their immense aura comparable to an apocalyptic event. In the next instant, almost simultaneously, the three figures sprang into action. Bang! 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 I refuse to believe that our combined strength cannot defeat this fiend. Jaiko unleashed a ferocious punch. Without hesitation, Azer charged towards Lin Chi, raising his leg to deliver a fierce kick. Lin Chi remained unfazed in the face of the two adversaries. He extended his hand to deflect Jaiko's punch, seizing his wrist and drawing him closer. Aze delivered a swift kick to Jaiko's abdomen, forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile. It appears your coordination leaves much to be desired. Lin Chi scoffed, observing as the two charged at him once more. The ground reverberated with the resounding clash of fists and feet, the speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye. Jaiko had gathered an energy sphere the size of a basketball in his palm, though seemingly small. The energy it radiated was enough to instill a tremor in those nearby. With Jaiko's fierce shout, the energy sphere hurtled towards Lin Chi, yet he remained completely composed, effortlessly blocking it with one hand. At that moment, Ace materialized behind Lin Chi, intent on a surprise attack, his punch executed with remarkable swiftness. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chi lowered his body to evade Azer's punch, simultaneously hurling the energy sphere he had deflected towards Azer. 3 streams of light flickered incessantly, and the sound of explosions echoed like firecrackers as the earth split open with gaping chasms, debris cascading relentlessly. Torrents of molten lava surged forth from the depths of the earth. The figures of the 3 were omnipresent, countless in number, their shadows intertwining amidst the boundless darkness of night, the air rippling with an ominous force that instilled terror. The apocalypse had arrived, heralded by the fierce clash between Lin Chi, Jiako, and Azer. Lin Xue was increasingly exhilarated. It was precisely this energy that must continually emanate. Otherwise, how could the fabric of space be distorted? Regardless of the time and dimension, as long as there exist destroyers and angels, anything is possible. Lin Chi's grip was like an iron vice around Azer's neck, a powerful restraint that was nearly inescapable. Azer struggled relentlessly while in the distance. Jiako unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Lin Chi. Ignoring the peril, Azer thrashed his tail, managing to loosen Lin Chi's hold just enough to break free. He quickly retreated, increasing the distance between them, but before he could stabilize himself, Lin Chi appeared at his back. At that moment, Jiako unexpectedly emerged behind Lin Chi, delivering a punch that caused Lin Chi to vanish again. The 3 of them, suspended in midair, exchanged blows and kicks, each refusing to yield. As the battle raged on, despite the fact that Azer and Jiako would struggle to contend with Lin Chi in a one-on-one confrontation, their alliance posed a slight challenge even to Lin Chi in his Super 5 form. The melee intensified, with thunderous lightning erupting from the darkened clouds above. The earth trembled incessantly as the planet seemed to approach its cataclysmic end. The very core of the world shifted violently, altering the landscape dramatically. Mountains cracked and subsided, while underwater peaks rose ominously. Tidal waves surged, and Layla had long since distanced herself from the battlefield, frantically operating her spacecraft, urging it to ascend swiftly. In the heart of the chaos, Azer and Jiako's synergy grew increasingly seamless, their initial missteps in coordination giving way to a fluid combat rhythm. Damn it, is he a monster? Azer exclaimed, frustrated by the fact that their relentless attacks had seemingly no effect. Drawing back, he and Jiako stood back to back, both slightly breathless. This was their final strike. With determination, Jiako nodded and clasped his hands together, gathering energy. Continuing like this would only lead to their defeat. They had to take a gamble. Their palms began to glow faintly, the radiance intensifying as they unleashed a powerful gust of energy that swept across the land, shaking the very fabric of the planet. The planet teetered on the brink of disaster, besieged by countless calamities. Fortunately, few souls inhabited it. Otherwise, the magnitude of their clash would have resulted in untold loss of life. As Layla's ship breached the atmosphere, she witnessed the planet's visage transform grotesquely, cracking and crumbling. Azer and Jiako combined their energies, a swirl of dark purple and azure blue, spiraling together into a colossal beam that surged toward Lin Chi. Come on, Lin Chi exclaimed, exhilaration lighting up his face as he launched his own energy wave. The 2 forces collided, the sheer might obliterating the surrounding rock and causing the once solid ground to levitate in chunks. The nearby sea boiled, steam rising ominously into the air. Space around them began to warp slowly, and seeing this, Lin Chi's smile broadened. He had finally awaited this moment. Lin Chi instantaneously transported himself to the minuscule black hole that had materialized before him. Although this black hole paled in comparison to the energy collision he had previously experienced with Beerus, it was nonetheless sufficient. As the energy beams from Azer and Jiako pierced through the atmosphere and descended into the cosmos, eventually transforming into stars, they finally exhaled in relief. The 2 exchanged a glance before turning their heads to another direction, simultaneously proclaiming, "We've eliminated him. This cannot be disclosed." With a huff, Azer and Jiako once again locked eyes, exchanging a knowing look before each turning away. As the planet gradually disintegrated, Jiako separated from Azer, laboriously making his way onto Layla's spacecraft. "Are you unharmed?" Layla exclaimed in surprise, rising from her pilot's seat. "There is no time to waste. Let us depart for Earth at once. We must avoid any prolonged uncertainties." Upon entering the temporal black hole, Lin Chi was engulfed by a sensation of dizziness, with everything before him appearing distorted. Alas, such a formidable force of distortion was beyond even the capacity of Lin Chi in his Super 5 form to withstand. Ultimately, he succumbed to the overwhelming sensation and lost consciousness. In the boundless darkness, Lin Chi perceived what seemed to be the flapping of wings from some bird. Flap. What is that dreadful sound? The call of that bird is truly unbearable. Lin Chi felt an unbearable noise ringing in his ears, intensifying his headache. He rubbed his head and sat up, exclaiming in frustration, who was making such a racket? Upon waking, he was greeted by the sight of an incredibly familiar, yet somewhat strange, elderly figure. What in the world? Old Kaishin, what are you doing here? Lin Chi stared at the old Kaishin, who was busily grooming a yellow bird, utterly bewildered. Had he not left the GT timeline? Or had he entered a new GT altogether? How did you end up here? The old Kaioshin appeared not to recognize Lin Chi. Yet there was a sense of familiarity in his demeanor. He flashed a grin he likely believed to be warm, though it came off as rather lecherous. It was the time bird that found you unconscious. Time bird? Lin Chi squinted at the creature before him, which indeed had a rather unappealing appearance. Is this the time bird, old Kaioshin, or the Kaioshin of time? Surrounding them, the courtyard ceiling was adorned with countless clock parts. This should be the time nest, right? What business does an old Kaioshin have here? Lin Chi inquired, his brow furrowed with indifference. The old Kaioshin withdrew his hand from the bird and placed both hands behind his back, scrutinizing Lin Chi with an expression that suggested he was taken aback. You seem to know quite a bit, he remarked. Indeed, I am the god of destruction of time, Lin Chi replied. A slight smirk gracing his lips as he gathered destructive energy in his palm. It appeared this place was no longer the original GT world. That is good. But not so good, as it is filled with chaotic magic. The old Kaioshin's wrinkled face twitched as he was about to speak when commotion erupted from a distant path. Humph. The anomalies in history must certainly be linked to Tawa and Mira. A bright, youthful voice exclaimed excitedly. Oh dear. Are the scrolls about to change again? What will happen to Trunks? Ha ha ha. Let us take it slow. After all, we have no better options. As they turned the corner, Trunks awkwardly smiled while dealing with an exuberant young girl bouncing around him. Calm down, will you? The little girl, sporting short chestnut red hair, pointed ears, and dressed in Kaioshin attire, stood with her hands on her hips, scolding in a hilariously exaggerated manner. Kaioshin of time, Kuranoya. Trunks, Goku. Let us get moving already. Kuranoya urged, persistently nudging the two. Goku, clad in the distinctive red uniform of the Time Patrol, with his golden staff slung over his back, turned, puzzled. Aren't you coming along? Please, do you want to exhaust me? I haven't slept in 3 days. Gathering you all, moving through time, altering training periods. Oh, old Kaioshin, you're here too? Goku, seemingly oblivious to the earlier conversation, greeted the old Kaioshin with a cheerful grin. Chapter 57, The Dark Demon Realm. Tawa and Mira, who is this? Trunks asked, somewhat taken aback, glancing at Lin Chi, bewildered by the presence of an unfamiliar figure. Lin Chi, he replied, nodding slightly in a simple introduction. I'm Goku. This is Trunks. Goku smiled at Lin Chi. Are you a Saiyan too? Lin Chi turned his gaze towards the tail swaying behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, and I am acquainted with you. Eh, you know me? As he approached, Sun Wukong pointed at himself in bewilderment. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Kuranoya looked at Lin Chi in utter astonishment. Didn't you invite me to join the patrol team? Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at Kuranoya. This individual appeared youthful, yet in reality was as ancient as that lecherous old Kai, having lived for millions of years. Really? Kuranoya tilted her head, her finger resting on her lips as she fell into contemplation. I've been so busy, my mind is in a haze. Could there have been such a thing? Oh, let us not dwell on the minutiae. When we have the chance, let us spar. Sun Wukong said, his eyes sparkling with interest. I sense great strength in you. Hey. Hurry up and correct history. Kuranoya quickly dismissed Lin Chi's membership in the patrol team, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Let us set off. She began to push Wukong and Trunks along, urging them to hurry. Suddenly, a black circular portal materialized in midair, and one after another, Sun Wukong, Lin Chi, and Trunks dove into it. Kuranoya, that individual claimed to be the god of destruction of time. Old Kai's gaze subtly lingered on the black hole through which the three had departed. Kuranoya rubbed her forehead, letting out a sigh, uncertain if it was the time bird that had returned. The time bird fluttered in midair, its head tilted. Never mind, what we need most right now is manpower. Kuranoya swiftly turned and departed. I hope there is not too much connection with the Dark King. Old Kai gazed at the swirling time bird, releasing a deep sigh. The three emerged from the black hole, suspended in the air, gazing at the desolate landscape reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. This place feels familiar. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, a sense of recognition washing over him. This is Kuranoya's ability, the power to traverse countless timelines. Trunks quickly noticed something on the ground not far away. It was Super Saiyan Goku being choked by Frieza. We're on Namek. Lin Chi marveled, surveying the surroundings, where the dark Dragon Ball was embedded in Frieza's chest. Frieza? Why is that guy still alive? Sun Wukong followed Trunks' gaze. And there is another person who looks just like me. The dark Dragon Ball? It certainly exudes an ominous aura. Trunks' brows furrowed deeply. Why hadn't the god of the Kais mentioned this detail? Sun Wukong, filled with wonder, finally grasped a bit of understanding under Trunks' explanation. We are in the past. We are here to prevent the distortion of history. Lin Chi listened expressionlessly as Trunks descended from the sky, delivering a punch to Frieza, who had a firm grip on Goku's neck. Frieza, momentarily taken aback by the presence of another fighter on Namek, seized Trunks' arm and hurled him into a nearby rocky outcrop. The Super Saiyan Goku, having regained his composure, was also surprised to see another version of himself kicking Frieza away from the air. He was astonished, wondering, is there another me? However, the Super Saiyan Goku quickly accepted the existence of this alternate self, and together they executed a seamless combination of attacks against Frieza, who was under the control of the Dark Dragon Balls. Lin Chi remained suspended in midair, arms crossed, observing intently as his mind replayed the pertinent narrative. If all went according to expectation, this should be from the Dragon Ball Heroes saga, specifically the Dark Demon Realm arc. An era rife with magic, which starkly contrasts with the Saiyans' physical combat prowess. The storyline here likely involves the Supreme Kai of Time, Quitela, and Trunks uniting to vanquish the Dark Demon King Mechikabura. How intriguing. I wonder where Bardock is at this moment. Lin Chi smirked, gazing down at the increasingly intense battle below. Yet, the fervor of this conflict pales in comparison to that of the GT Warriors. While Dragon Ball Heroes may have devolved into an absurd display of power akin to a fleeting series, it undeniably captivates the audience. The collaboration between Super Saiyan Goku and Son Goku, coupled with Trunks' stealthy ambush, successfully dislodged the Dragon Ball embedded in Frieza's chest. However, how could the Dragon Ball possibly be parasitic upon Frieza? Trunks mused aloud to Son Goku. Meanwhile, a shadowy hand silently reached down from the ground to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Lin Chi found himself beside Sun Wukong and Trunks, gazing at the figure across from them who clutched the dark Dragon Ball Tawa. With her flowing white hair, enchanting figure, eerie light blue skin, crimson eyes, and pointed ears, she was indeed striking. Tawa, a scientist from the Dark Demon Realm, was the sister of the Demon Realm King, Beerus. Behind her stood the artificial being she had created, Mira. Mira bore a striking resemblance to Tawa, differing primarily in gender. These two eventually produced a son familiar to all, Fu. One cannot deny Tao's ingenuity. She crafted an artificial husband and bequeathed the world a son who was truly a force to be reckoned with. As for the Dark Dragon Ball, I shall graciously accept it. Tawa wore a triumphant smile. Indeed, this is your doing. Trunks fumed as he charged forward, intent on stopping them. With a flourish of her magic staff, Tawa conjured a black hole behind them, exclaiming, "Let us go, Mira." Damn it. Trunks was momentarily halted by the power of the demon god, yet he struggled to rise and unleashed his energy wave. Sun Wukong, standing nearby, remained still. Having never encountered these two before, his expression one of confusion. Just who are our enemies here? Super Saiyan Wukong was even more perplexed, utterly bewildered throughout the ordeal. With a thunderous roar, the mighty energy wave was released, and Mira leapt in front of Tawa to shield her. The artificial being met her fate. As the black hole gradually closed and vanished, Lin Chi scoffed. How amusing. I've stumbled upon a melodramatic romance channel. He turned to the still bewildered Sun Wukong. Why didn't you stop them? They are our adversaries. Huh? Sun Wukong tilted his head, gazing at Lin Chi in confusion. You know they're the enemies? Aren't you just like me, experiencing this time patrol for the first time? I possess more knowledge than you realize. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. This matter traces back to a time long past. The story began in such a manner. Super Saiyan Wukong glanced at the incapacitated Frieza on the ground. Could we perhaps postpone this discussion? Is it really that ancient? Sun Wukong paid no heed to the fallen Frieza, his eyes widening in curiosity as he awaited Lin Chi elaboration. To him, Frieza posed no threat whatsoever now. Chapter 58, Time Patrol, new members at that time. The Supreme Kai of Time, Quitela, and the Demon Realm Supreme Kai, Mechikabura, were both candidates for the position of the Supreme Kai of Time. Lin Chi spoke, drawing the attention of the Saiyan Goku, who was eager to interrupt. Although he could not hear the peculiar conversations of these strange individuals, it did not deter his inherently curious nature. Trunks pursed his lips, a frown marring his features as he approached the two, quietly joining them in listening to Lin Chi recount ancient tales. However, Mechikabura, a figure of dubious morals and grand ambitions, sought dominion over the entire universe's timeline. He conspired with several subordinates, including sorcerers, to target the time birds. That incessantly chirping yellow bird? Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. The time bird possesses the ability to create the universe's timeline, as the god of time has informed me. Trunks chimed in agreement. Eventually, Korinoya discovered and defeated him, sealing him within the rifts of time. Oh, it sounds incredibly formidable. One would never guess such power could reside in such a young girl. Goku marveled once more. Trunks, intrigued, glanced at Lin Chi and asked, Where did you hear this? I have never heard the god of time mention it. No need to inquire. I am rather well versed in the lore of Dragon Ball. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze to the struggling Frieza on the ground. This was his first encounter with such a situation, an unexpected turn of events. We must hurry back through the portal to report to the god of time. Trunks urged Lin Chi and Goku. But Goku pointed at the still trembling half of Frieza on the ground. He is not dead yet. History has been corrected. We cannot linger. Trunks insisted sternly. Meanwhile, Lin Chi had already flown to the black hole's entrance, dismissing it as merely a black hole. Rather than a time portal, is it merely about correcting history? What of the Dark Dragon Balls? So what exactly is our purpose here? Saiyan Goku glanced disdainfully at the fleeing trio, casting a critical eye at Frieza on the ground. Please, I beg you, save me. This is an eternal classic scene. Upon returning through the time portal to the Nest of Time, Korinoya eagerly grasped the scroll of time and turned to Trunks, declaring, I have found it. This time, it concerns 2 locations. Has history shifted once more? Trunks immediately leaned closer to the scroll, examining it intently. Is our next adversary formidable? Goku scratched his head in confusion. He felt as though he were merely a bystander in this role as a patrolling guardian. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at the noisy trio, pondering the formidable nature of the demon gods. In typical circumstances, they could traverse numerous convoluted paths, their power barely reaching the level of Super Saiyan 4, particularly in terms of combat prowess. Undoubtedly, the most irksome aspect must be their magic, which, while inferior to that of angels, remains rather bothersome. Speaking of which, the Kaishin of Time, Quitela, clearly does not exemplify the qualities of a competent patrol captain, as evidenced by Son Goku's bewildered and perplexed demeanor. To thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of the Dark Arc, one must begin from the very beginning, otherwise one risks remaining as lost as Goku. The information previously relayed to Son Goku was merely the most simplistic version, as the underlying content is considerably more complex. This ultimately ties into the existence of the Dark Demon Realm. The Dark Demon Realm is a distinct and unique temporal space created by Mechikabura during his interminable imprisonment. In fact, prior to becoming the Demon King, Mechikabura was a sorcerer in the realm of the heavens, one who wielded magic, akin to the likes of Beerus. Although such beings can be compared to angels in a manner similar to that of elves, their power cannot possibly be equated with that of angels. From the historical records, Mechikabura unearthed obscure truths, and in his pursuit of dark power, he departed with a considerable number of sorcerers. Among his early followers were Demigra, Putin, and Guldo. After acquiring the dark power, he then set his sights on the power of time, leading to the explanations Goku received, as well as the creation of the Time Patroller. The Time Patroller that later accompanied Fu was indeed Mechikabura's creation. Quitela preemptively ascended to the position of Kaishin of Time, thwarting Mechikabura's ambitions and sealing him within the folds of time. Following the demise of the Dark Realm's leadership, a few of his subordinates began to assert their dominance within the Dark Demon Realm. Naturally, Demigra's loyal followers aspired to assassinate the Kaishin of Time, but ultimately failed and were sealed as well. With the absence of even the monkeys in the Dark Demon Realm, various lesser creatures emerged to claim kingship, leading to the return of the familiar Demon King, Beerus. However, Quitela was not one to be trifled with. Throughout her lengthy existence, she relentlessly pursued and hunted down demons. Subsequently, following the events involving the demon Majin Buu, the fallen Beerus plunged the Dark Demon Realm into chaos. At this juncture, Beerus' sister, Tawa, took it upon herself to shoulder this immense burden. Faced with a lack of power, what was she to do? She was, after all, a prodigious scientist of the demon realm, which led to the emergence of the artificial being, Mira. Tawa not only commanded a portion of the Dark Demon Realm's forces, but also utilized the Dark Mask to control Bardock, thereby altering history on multiple occasions. As for how Tawa accomplished this feat concerning Bardock, Lin Chi admitted his own confusion, as he too found it difficult to grasp. Nevertheless, it was simply a necessity of the narrative. Following the incident with Trunks' time machine, the Time Patrol under Kaishin Quitela was established. I believe you can conveniently split into two teams for your departure, Quitela proclaimed with an exceedingly serious countenance, gesturing toward the scroll with a pointed finger. Lin Chi's wandering thoughts were abruptly anchored back, as the Dark Demon Realm came into being, though it seemed he had strayed somewhat off course. You too, with a modicum of experience, shall accompany me, providing protection along the way. Trunks, you shall team up with the newly arrived squad. Kuranoya swiftly organized the arrangements. Trunks appeared utterly bewildered. Where were these new team members? You speak of the strongest. Trunks, do you not regard me as the mightiest in your eyes? A figure descended the stairs on the second floor, exuding an air of arrogance with his words. Father? Trunks was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a profound sense of embarrassment as he turned to question Kuranoya. Chapter 59. Affection. Why must your own kind engage in conflict? Hey. Did you inform father that my condition for summoning Mr. Goku is that he is the one I believe to be the strongest? Kuranoya, resting her hands behind her head, feigned ignorance and audaciously began to whistle. Vegeta has arrived as well? Sun Wukong, unfazed, clenched his fist in excitement. Thus, let us hasten our departure. Lin Chi was indifferent. It would indeed be peculiar if Vegeta did not arrive under such circumstances. As for strength, aside from the hairless cat, only Whis and Beerus could compare. He was merely here to witness the spectacle. Naturally, he could not voice his helplessness regarding the magic at play. After all, during his studies with Konik, he had never encountered any form of magic. Furthermore, throughout the vast cosmos, no one dared to engage with the realm of sorcery. It seemed that sorcerers had become an exclusive emblem of the dark magical realm. Was it due to a betrayal of the Grand Minister? Listening to Kuranoya speak of two locations, it was likely that they were peculiar historical sites resulting from the imminent emergence of the Dark Dragon Balls. Ultimately, this was all thanks to Tawa's unwavering loyalty. Yes, her fidelity to Mechikabura. Tawa, for reasons unknown, discovered Mechikabura ensconced within a black egg. Those familiar with Dragon Ball heroes would recognize this as the handiwork of the troublesome Demigra. In his quest to eliminate the Time Kaishin Kuranoya from 75 million years ago, he and Tawa repeatedly altered the timelines, resulting in a distortion of time and space. Thus, Mechikabura managed to escape the confines of time. However, such an escape required considerable energy, leading him to become a mere black egg. Hidden within the dark magical realm, Tao located him and successfully awakened him. Coincidentally, a Dragon Ball creator appeared in the dark magical realm. Whether this individual was indeed Dondi from Namek remains uncertain. Unfortunately, during activation, an accident occurred, scattering the Dragon Balls across 7 distinct timelines. Tao acquired the powers of the demon god from Mechikabura, and naturally, with the boss emerging, the underlings followed suit. As for the time Kaioshin Kuranoya, as an old rival, she could not stand idly by. She sensed the disturbance in the timelines. Consequently, Trunks was captured and forced into servitude, followed by Son Goku's involvement. Previously, the Dragon Ball that had parasitized Frieza on Namek was the first Dark Dragon Ball. Humph, Kakarot. Do not think you can grow stronger all by yourself. Vegeta scoffed, filled with pride. Who is this fool? Vegeta quickly noticed Lin Shi standing silently nearby. His gaze filled with disdain. Another Saiyan? Humph, he does not seem impressive at all. Useless. Heh. Lin Shi offered a dispassionate smile, clenching his fist at his side and swinging it towards Vegeta. Bang. An unsuspecting Vegeta was struck in the cheek, stepping back in shock. He looked at Lin Shi with astonishment, his teeth clenched in rage, cursing the audacity of this scoundrel, daring to attack the noble Saiyan prince. Adjust your attitude. Lin Shi disdainfully shook his hand, looking at Vegeta with contempt. What right did he have to act so grandiose without any real power? In the previous GT world, to be frank, he had to lower his stance and beg for assistance to protect the Earth. I will kill you. Feeling humiliated, Vegeta roared in fury. And as he shouted, a jet of fiery aura ignited beneath his feet. Even less impressive than the GT timeline, Lin Shi did not regard Vegeta at all, refusing to even glance in his direction. This fool simply needed a lesson. A good beating would put him in his place. Dad, please don't do this. Trunks, positioned between Vegeta and Lin Shi, took on the role of peacemaker, attempting to mediate. Step aside. Otherwise, I will strike you too. Vegeta, furious and clenching his fists, charged at the obstructing Trunks. Come on. Lin Shi stepped forward, pushing Trunks aside, releasing a fraction of his battle power. Indeed, he is incredibly strong. I long to spar with Lin Shi. Son Goku, who had been excitedly watching, widened his eyes, eager to engage. Hey, let me join in the sparring too. With his loud shout, he leaped towards Lin Shi. In an instant, chaos erupted. The powerful aura swept through the area, intertwining and sending the time scrolls on the table flying. Hey, what are you all doing? Kuranoya shouted angrily at the three engaged in battle. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the time nest seemed to be ravaged by a hurricane. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Lin Shi tore the roof off, appearing amidst a whirlwind of clock parts suspended in the air. The fierce clashes, high-speed movements, and the blurring of lights left Kuranoya and Trunks below in disbelief. Damn. My time nest. Kuranoya roared, frantically tugging at her hair. Appropriately, the time birds perched in the tree flew to Kuranoya's shoulder and chirped. Time, time. Huh. Vegeta bellowed, seizing an opportunity while Lin Shi was engaged with Son Goku, launching his fist forward. Lin Shi calmly deflected Sun Wukong's punch with his elbow, swiftly twisting his body backward as Vegeta's flying kick soared to the opposite side. Kakarot, you fool, do not interfere with my battle against him. Vegeta shouted in exasperation, gathering energy in his palm and launching it toward the two. With a resounding explosion, the energy blast erupted, and amidst the billowing smoke, the sound of Sun Wukong's cough echoed. Cough, cough. Vegeta, where are you aiming your attack? At this moment, Lin Shi swiftly appeared behind Vegeta, swinging his fist with fervor. Take that. Vegeta, infuriated, plummeted from midair but quickly regained his composure, charging once more at Lin Shi. The smoke in the air had dissipated, and Goku, exhilarated, clenched his fists and soared towards Lin Shi. The three beams of light intertwined in the sky once again, accompanied by the sounds of colliding fists and feet, punctuated by sporadic bursts of energy. Stop it. Trunks shouted anxiously, desperately attempting to mediate. Yet, the three combatants above were caught in a whirlwind of excitement, their fervor escalating with each exchange, utterly oblivious to his pleas. Humph, to speak plainly. Neither of you is my match, Lin Shi remarked nonchalantly, fending off the joint assault of his opponents. Chapter 60, A Game of Tag. Cell, and B, why don't you fuse? I know Cronoa possesses the Patera earrings. Enough. You two, cease this at once. Cronoa's forehead throbbed with veins as she extended her hands, unleashing divine power into the air. Time stop. I can't move. Goku's foot rested on Vegeta's elbow, while Vegeta's fist hovered just inches from Lin Shi's cheek, and Lin Shi's knee was poised against Goku's abdomen. The three were frozen midair, their bodies immobilized as if time itself had been forcibly suspended. Of course, if he were to unleash more of his fighting power, Lin Shi believed he could break free from Cronoa's temporal hold. Yet, in truth, it was utterly unnecessary. It was merely a playful skirmish, devoid of any real stakes. Humph. What is the meaning of this? Cronoa scolded, hands on her hips, addressing the trio suspended above. As members of the Time Patrol, you are meant to work together against the forces of the dark magic realm, not bicker amongst yourselves. Get down here and prepare for your mission, or I shall send you back and bar you from any further assignments. Then let time resume. Goku exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His tone resigned. Humph. Vegeta continued to huff defiantly. As long as no one provokes me, I generally adhere to the rules. Lin Shi interjected, offering a way out of the tension. The three descended from the air, and Cronoa glared at them with disdain. If you continue to fight, I will not let you off lightly. Before you leave, allow me to impart one more piece of information, Cronoa declared, placing one hand at her cheek and saluting with the other. We are the Time Patrol. Trunks and Goku mimicked Cronoa's gesture, joining in the salute. Lin Shi and Vegeta exchanged glances, then turned away with a scoff. How childish. Lin Shi shrugged, refusing to partake in such a peculiar display. Hurry and take me to some historical site. Don't force me to reconsider. Vegeta shot Lin Shi a cold glance, his demeanor aloof. Then don't come at all. No one is insisting you stay. Lin Shi retorted scornfully. Enough, enough. Let us all tone it down a bit. Goku interjected, unable to comprehend the intensity of their animosity. Humph. Lin Shi snorted, pondering why he found this version of Vegeta so irksome despite their identical appearances. Hey. Before embarking on a mission, you must strike this pose. Cronoa began her tirade again upon noticing Lin Shi and Vegeta's lack of cooperation. Trunks, I cannot stand your father. Cronoa shouted angrily, turning her ire towards Lin Shi. And you, Lin Shi? I'm sorry, just don't be angry. Trunks quickly apologized for both of them, attempting to smooth things over. In the end, Cronoa, still fuming, opened the portal through time and space. A black hole appeared, and Vegeta eagerly flew into it, followed closely by Trunks. With the two having departed, Cronoa opened another black hole. Goku, Lin Shi, you two follow me. Lin Shimon casually followed behind Wukong. Although the Demon Realm arc did not have an anime adaptation, it was represented in manga and even video games. Given that its release was not too distant in memory, Lin Shimon recalled it vividly. If Trunks were to follow the original storyline, it would involve Cell being parasitized by the Dark Dragon Balls. So, it remains uncertain whether there are external developments in the plot, though such possibilities seem slim. The proud Vegeta is hardly one to cooperate. Earlier, the two subordinates of Mechikabura, the sorcerers Garib and Putine, were enough to give Vegeta a run for his money. Nevertheless, in his eyes, they were merely minor characters. Of course, one must avoid casting any peculiar spells. Primarily, he was eager to witness Cell, now a host of the Dark Dragon Balls. TSK, that was. Stuck at the entrance of the black hole, Sun Wukong's body trembled, and he looked in astonishment at the figure below. Hurry up and get out. Don't block the entrance, Lin Shimon urged, having come to realize who had been parasitized. Satan's good buddy Bu. More precisely, it should be Majin Bu. I'll handle it. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, his body still slightly quivering. Leave Bu to me. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Sun Wukong dashed towards the diminutive Bu on the ground, as if Lin Shimon were vying for him. With an instantaneous release of formidable power, Sun Wukong's fist had yet to make contact with Bu when the latter opened his mouth to unleash an energy ball. Just as Sun Wukong dodged the energy sphere, Bu had already appeared behind him, delivering a punch aimed at his head. Sun Wukong leaned back, evading the attack, and retaliated with a swing of his fist at the airborne Bu. The two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, exchanging countless blows in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong seized Bu by the ankle and flung him away, sending him crashing down to the earth. The tremendous force sent tremors through the ground, with clouds of dust billowing upwards. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, gathering energy at his waist, where a vast power coalesced between his hands, then directed it towards the gaping pit below. Came. Ha. Boom. The smoke had yet to dissipate when a powerful surge of energy struck the pit where Bu resided once more. Another explosion erupted, causing the already sizable crater to expand further, the ground sinking as spiderweb-like fissures spread across the land. Lin Shi gazed indifferently at the ongoing battle, uncertain of when it would cease. A staggering energy dispersed the surrounding smoke, clearing away the debris with a sweeping force. Hiya! Little Bu soared rapidly from the pit, ascending into the air, his body erupting with astonishing power amidst his continuous roars. What of Kuranoya and Trunks? Lin Shi inquired, arms crossed, casting a glance at Kuranoya. Let me check. This is not good. Trunks is in danger, Kuranoya exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. She seemed quite anxious, offering no further explanation as she hastily dashed into the time-space portal. Lin Shi followed closely behind and soon beheld the unconscious Vegeta cradled in Trunks' arms. Trunks then produced the Patera earrings and affixed one to Vegeta's ear, resulting in the emergence of the fused being, Vegex. In Chapter 61, the Colossal Monster Cell, Vegeta, who previously could not withstand even a single attack from Gyuribi, was now rendered obsolete by the formidable Vegex. With a mere wave of his hand, Vegex could likely obliterate Gyuribi without effort. As long as these two demonic entities refrained from unleashing any dark magic, victory was assured in mere moments. However, Putine proved to be quite meddlesome. The parasitic Dark Dragon Balls had only augmented Cell's strength slightly, yet Putine further infused him with demonic and dark energies, transforming him into the colossal monstrosity known as Cell, a creature towering like a great mountain. Vegex and Gyuribi found themselves reluctantly compelled to unite temporarily. intent on vanquishing the gigantic cell. Vegex. Lin Chi smirked, speculating that the duration of their fusion must soon be drawing to a close. As Lin Chi had predicted, just after the defeat of the colossal cell, and with the Dark Dragon Balls rolling away, the fusion of Vegeta and Trunks was rendered ineffective. Humph. Giribi swung his immensely large iron hammer toward the two, who were now powerless and seated on the ground. Their alliance had merely been a response to dire circumstances. Bang! Lin Chi instantaneously dodged the strike, and with a clenched fist, he delivered a powerful blow to the abdomen of Gu Lei Bai. The tremendous force caused a splatter of azure blood, and with that singular punch, he pierced through Gu Lei Bai's midsection. How is this possible? Gu Lei Bai's body slowly toppled backward. Who are you? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, contemplating that, in terms of combat prowess, he should be more than capable of effortlessly defeating Meiji Capra. After all, the strength of that individual was merely something that Trunks, having attained the status of a god among Saiyans, could vanquish. Was it sealed? Ah. That fellow seemed to possess an infuriating immortality. Was it an inherent trait or a later acquisition? Gu Lei Bai. Picking up the Dark Dragon Ball from the ground, Puting stared in utter disbelief at the demise of Gu Lei Bai. How vexing. She swiftly leaped into the black hole. Such a formidable adversary was beyond her capacity to withstand. As long as the Dragon Balls were secured, everything would be fine. You two return, I shall assist Goku. Lin Chi disdainfully flicked the blood from his hands and leaped once more into the black hole he had previously traversed. Having observed the spectacle for far too long, it was rather inconsiderate to leave Goku to bear the burden of Bu, who was infested by the Dark Dragon Balls. All alone. How infuriating. What is their aim in collecting the Dragon Balls? Trunks furrowed his brow, clenching his fist in anger. The Dark Dragon Balls? Korinoa scanned the surroundings, her gaze finally settling on the disheveled Trunks. They were taken. Trunks uttered as he helped Vegeta to his feet, relaying all pertinent information regarding the Dragon Balls to Korinoa. What? They can grant wishes. Fulfill any desire. Korinoa's fist tightened in response. How infuriating. If that's the case, they must have already collected two. Humph. We can simply reclaim them later. Although Vegeta was struggling to stand, he continued to rant. How infuriating. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Korinoa sighed in resignation, blaming herself for not recognizing it in a timely manner. As Lin Chi emerged from the Black Void, he discovered that the entire realm was teeming with soldiers from the Demon Realm. There was even an enormous spaceship. Descending from the vessel was the Demon King, Depura. Without uttering a word, Depura unsheathed his 3-meter-long sword and soared down, intervening in the battle between Kid Bu and Goku. He aimed a kick at Kid Bu while brazenly proclaiming, "In this timeline, you have truly taken care of me. Allow me to torment you first before reclaiming the Dark Dragon Balls." As he spoke, Depura's massive sword cleaved through Kid Bu, and then he directed his gaze towards Goku. The patrol squad, such bothersome flies, causing us no end of trouble. Humph. Now let the one empowered by the demon god bring an end to you. Depura declared menacingly, launching an assault on Goku. His 3-meter sword wielded with ferocity, Goku found himself momentarily cornered after battling Kid Bu. Oh dear. This is quite perilous. Goku exclaimed, astonished by the boulders behind him, severed by the blade's energy. Depura's bravado never lasted long, even with the power of the demon god. He was not utilizing it effectively. Kid Bu had already silently appeared behind him, his viscous form transforming into liquid, enveloping Depura. In an instant, Depura was absorbed, giving birth to the demon god Bu. Seizing Depura's sword, Bu donned Depura's cloak with a cheerful demeanor, performing a celebratory dance. How vexing. Save Lord Depura. The surrounding soldiers of the demon realm, brimming with valor, charged at Kid Bu. With a single hand raised, a brilliant explosion of energy erupted, rendering the area desolate in a heartbeat. Not a single soldier remained. Kid Bu then turned his bloodthirsty gaze towards the only individual left on the battlefield. The 3-meter sword now in his possession, as he swung it towards Goku. Goku narrowly evaded the oncoming sword swing. How vexing. Bu was growing increasingly powerful. Need assistance? Lin Chi called from atop a mountain, observing Goku's increasingly desperate dodges. As time passed, Goku became ever more beleaguered, the exhaustion rendering him unable to continue. After yet another dodge, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. At that moment, Lin Chi intervened, even in his normal state. He could disarm an opponent, effortlessly blocking Kid Bu's massive blade. Phew, are you all right? Korinoa approached, bringing the severely injured Vegeta and Trunks with her. Those individuals have been relentlessly collecting those dark orbs, clearly of great importance to them. Oh dear, Vegeta, you look quite disheveled as well. Goku quipped, unaware that he was merely mocking himself. Shut up. I was simply careless. Vegeta shouted in embarrassment, clenching his fist in fury. In the midst of battle, Lin Chi was far superior to Kid Bu, who was entirely suppressed. Aya! Kid Bu roared in increasing rage, akin to a wild beast. His attacks on Lin Chi became more ferocious, yet Lin Chi remained unfazed, dodging effortlessly. Each strike from Kid Bu was easily evaded by Lin Chi. Ugh! Kid Bu gritted his teeth, anger seemingly bestowing him with greater strength. Boom, boom, boom. Kid Bu unleashed an astonishing display of power, yet Lin Chi remained impervious. Lord Supreme Kai, grant us the Patera earrings. Goku exclaimed, filled with determination as he reached out towards Korinoa. Chapter 62, Vegeta vs. Demon God Buhum. Although Kuranoa was puzzled, she nonetheless removed the Patera earrings from her ears and placed them in Goku's hands. What do you intend to do? Goku did not respond. Instead, he turned to Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta, let us fuse. What are you thinking? Get lost. Who would want to fuse with you? Vegeta shouted in indignation. Goku, however, remained undeterred, promptly placing the earrings on his ears. Don't you want to engage in battle with such a formidable Bu? Or perhaps, against that ridiculously powerful Lin Chi? Mr. Goku, perhaps we should let Lin Chi defeat Bu instead. Trunks expressed his disapproval. None of you can move now. Exactly why we need the Patera. Goku exclaimed eagerly, looking at Vegeta. Vegeta snorted, taking the earrings and placing them on his ears. Determined that this would be the last time. Once adorned with the Patera earrings, the two were drawn to one another like magnets, a brilliant light flashing momentarily. Vegeto, make your entrance. Hey, Lin Chi, let me take charge. As Vegeto emerged, he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His untamed, free-spirited aura surged forth, propelling him into the air and joining the fray between Lin Chi and Kid Bu. Lin Chi observed as the fist of little Bu was thwarted by Vegeta, and he remained unfazed, smiling gently as he remarked, very well. However, after we vanquish it, let us engage in a duel. With a wicked grin, Vegeta deflected the kick from little Bu, placing his hands on his hips while a terrifying energy began to coalesce in his palms. A powerful wave of force surged outward, causing Kuranoa and Trunks to raise their hands to shield themselves from the fierce gale. The formidable little Bu, already a challenge for Lin Chi, now found himself confronted by Vegeta, which only amplified his malevolence. His gaze grew increasingly ferocious as he swiftly traced a dark portal before him. Having absorbed Dubra's essence and memories, he was now intent on locating the next Dark Dragon Ball. Although he was not entirely adept at wielding his unique demonic powers, he was confident in his ability to execute a temporal displacement. A torrent of energy was unleashed towards little Bu, resulting in a thunderous explosion upon impact. Amidst the billowing smoke, little Bu had already vanished into the black hole, evading capture. Damn it! Vegeta exclaimed, extending a single hand to rapidly unleash an energy blast, dispersing the smoke. Yet, the spot where little Bu had stood was now devoid of his presence. What just happened? Kuranoa gasped, her eyes wide with horror as she covered her face with trembling hands. He escaped, and the Dark Dragon Ball is gone. My heavens! Witnessing Kuranoa's descent into despair, Trunks rushed to comfort her, urging her to remain calm. Please, calm down, Supreme Kai. How can I stay calm? If Majin Bu is taken by them, they will possess 3 Dragon Balls. Kuranoa was utterly distraught. Is the Dark Dragon Ball truly that significant? Lin Chi remarked coolly, casting a dismissive glance at the frenzied Kuranoa. Did you not assert that our mission was to rectify historical inaccuracies? Let them be. In midair, Vegeta snorted disdainfully and beckoned to Lin Chi. Come, let us battle. Very well. Lin Chi ascended into the air, facing Vegeta from a distance. Observing her Time Patrol squad member in such disarray, Kuranoa crumbled further, sinking to her knees and clutching her head, tears welling in her eyes. It's over. Everything is in chaos. Unperturbed by Kuranoa's frantic state, Lin Chi and Vegeta engaged in silent communication through their gazes, signaling that a monumental clash was imminent. The towering flames of energy swayed with the wind as Vegeta surged forward towards Lin Chi with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in disbelief. Lin Chi remained completely unperturbed, exhibiting not a single change in expression. With a swift bend of his arm, he effortlessly deflected Vegeta's punch, initiating a counterattack. The two figures danced through the sky in a rapid exchange, so swift that Trunks below could only watch in wide-eyed astonishment. Even the nearly frantic Kuranoa gradually settled into a calm, her gaze fixated on the fierce battle unfolding before her. The battle between Lin Chi and Vegeta transcended the heights of human imagination. With merely a flick of their wrists, their moves seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens and the earth. How formidable, truly formidable, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chi instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta and delivered a powerful kick, sending him hurtling through the air. Although Vegeta's eyes registered the attack, his body could not keep pace, and he crashed into several mountains before finally coming to a halt. As he struggled to rise from the debris, Lin Chi showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his palms. The air was filled with thunderous explosions, as immense clouds of smoke obscured a portion of the sky. Hey, stop. You might end up altering history, cried Kuranoa, her voice filled with alarm, but the two combatants were oblivious to her concerns. Beneath the billowing smoke, a fierce roar erupted, and a powerful surge of energy dispersed the haze as Vegeta charged toward Lin Chi. I didn't expect your strength to be formidable, Lin Chi remarked with admiration, meeting Vegeta's punch head-on. The two engaged in yet another fierce skirmish, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they flashed across the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta smirked, becoming increasingly exhilarated by the fight. His form vanished from Lin Chi's sight, only to reappear high in the sky. He launched a formidable energy sphere downward towards Lin Chi, who countered with his own Kamehameha wave, the two energies clashing in a fierce tug-of-war. These two brutes. Kuranoa watched in exasperation, feeling powerless against the overwhelming might of Lin Chi and Vegeta. As the fierce battle raged on, time gradually wore on, signaling the approach of its climax. It seems you're nearing your limit. Lin Chi's relentless assault grew increasingly rapid, and Vegeta sensed he was starting to falter. This is bad. Vegeta felt the pressure as he gazed at Lin Chi's advancing punch, and his body began to glow. In a flash, Vegeta split into his two forms, Vegeta and Goku, causing Lin Chi to halt his fist, landing first on the ground. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at the troubled Kuranoa, pondering what was weighing on her mind yet again. Were we speculating where Majin Buu might have fled? Trunks was engaged in a myriad of conjectures. Chapter 63, Red-Haired Shamel. The Death God. Could it be possible he returned to the demon realm? After all, he had absorbed the demon god. The descending Son Goku, rarely tapping into his imagination, pointed with his index finger and remarked, "Is that even plausible? Wouldn't that be akin to delivering ourselves right to him?" Vegeta, who had also landed, mercilessly doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. "Is that so?" Son Goku, his breath slightly hurried, turned to the group and inquired, "Do we have any Senzu beans? We might face other adversaries shortly." "None." Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly. "Other foes?" "Just that red-haired one," Lin Chi mused, as the image of that individual began to materialize in his mind. An underling from Demigra. Where could Majin Buu possibly be headed? Kuranoa fell into her distress once more. "In any case, he is not here. I can no longer sense his presence." Exhausted, Son Goku slumped onto the ground with little regard for appearance. Just as the group was lost in thought, a voice resonated from nearby. "Hiki, I might have an inkling." With the emergence of a black hole, a red-haired youth stepped forth, wielding the demon goddess exclusive magical staff, a smile dancing across his face as he gazed at the others. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, realizing that his thoughts were indeed manifesting in reality. It appeared that Demigula, the demon sealed within the rift of time, had sensed the resurrection of Mechakapura. This summer, a loyal confidant of Demigula was undoubtedly involved. Yet, it was rather amusing that Kuranoa had failed to collect even a single Dragon Ball, only now grasping the significance of the Dark Dragon Balls. Was it not a tad too late? "Who are you?" Trunks turned warily, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What are your intentions?" In response to Trunks' inquiry, Summer remained unfazed, calmly articulating, "I harbor no particular intentions. I simply believe that you all may still have some utility for me. Whether you believe me or not is of no consequence, rather. It is hell that is poised to unleash endless turmoil." Summer's words lingered in the air, inexplicably heightening the tension among those present, with the exception of Lin Chi. Lin Chi listened with indifference, aware that he had now become an additional self. The original narrative was undoubtedly destined to veer off course. Even if it did not, it would be twisted regardless. After all, he had never had the chance to encounter the malevolent waves of hellish thoughts in the previous GT timeline. Now that such an opportunity presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away without experiencing it? Meanwhile, Kuranoa pursed her lips, seemingly deep in contemplation, before finally gritting her teeth and making a decision. "Goku, Vegeta, I wish to transfer your injuries onto myself, allowing you to accompany Lin Chi to hell. If there are any Dark Dragon Balls, you must seize them. They already possess two." Kuranoa spoke with utmost seriousness, addressing the three individuals. "No." Shamel replied with a wicked smile. "Previously, Mechakabura personally obtained another one from a different location." "What?" Kuranoa's eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched in anger. "Damn it. Could it be the one from Buu? It shouldn't be. Buu has just escaped." Trunks shook his head, convinced that it was not Buu's Dragon Ball. Lin Chi raised his brow, pondering whether it was that peculiar fruit eater, Darius. Was he not vanquished by the Dark Mask King? To his surprise, Mechakapura had personally intervened, signaling a resolute intent to claim the Dark Dragon Balls. "But what of me?" Observing the trio assigned to him, Trunks voiced his confusion. Kuranoa glanced at the battered Trunks and insisted, "Once you have healed, return me home. There is no need for unnecessary interference." Lin Chi surveyed the still-seated Son Goku and the leaning Vegeta. "I can manage alone. That won't do. In case something goes awry, more people can provide mutual support." Kuranoa vehemently shook her head, determined to follow her plan. "Let us depart, Redhead." Lin Chi directed his gaze toward the silent Shamiel standing nearby. With 3 Dragon Balls in their possession, the remaining 4 included one belonging to the fleeing Buu, another from the Evil Thought Wave, and one likely in Shrag's possession. The final Dragon Ball was already in their hands, held by Broly. Though indifferent to the Dark Dragon Balls, Lin Chi found himself inexplicably eager to engage in a battle against the formidable Mechakapura. Yet, he recognized the necessity of contemplating what could possibly vanquish magic. He must challenge the adage that only magic can defeat magic within the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, had he ventured into the Dark Demon realm merely to witness the magical displays of others? "Hey, Lin Chi, you scoundrel." Kuranoa fumed, stamping her feet as she watched Lin Chi follow Shamio through the time portal. "You disobedient fool, scoundrel. What shall we do now?" Son Goku, weary, turned to Trunks. "I am quite hungry. Let us return to the time nest first, regain some strength, and then venture to hell." Trunks sighed in resignation, attempting to persuade Kuranoa gently. "Hell, Countless lights and shadows intertwined above the scorched earth, where innumerable vibrant spheres floated. The air crackled with energy as the second form of evil thought wave clashed with Super Saiyan 2 Goku. Suddenly, atop a high mountain, two figures emerged, Tawa wielding a magical staff, and Shulum, brandishing a scythe of death. The demon Shulum, a subordinate of Mechakapura, was also the god of death. Yet to Lin Chi's eyes, he remained insignificant. This is not the time to observe the unfolding of history, Tawa declared, raising her staff to unleash dark energy from the magic sphere toward Goku. Injured and weary, Goku could not withstand the onslaught of energy attacks and swiftly reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to his base form, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and in peril. Is this the one who absorbed my brother? Tawa eyed the evil thought wave coldly. Shulum smirked, not quite, but this fellow is indeed one of our targets. He seems valuable for harvesting. As Shulum's gaze shifted to the ground, a small minion emerged. Go, death minion, and incapacitate that fellow. Yes. The minion donned a death mask, charging boldly toward the evil thought wave. However, it was unfortunate that after 2 exchanges with the evil thought wave, the minion was unable to prevail. Humph. It appears your subordinates are rather lackluster, Tawa mocked coldly. What a waste of my time. Dispose of him swiftly, then seek the one who absorbed my brother. Are you ordering me to act? Though Shulum retorted, his scythe was already in motion. With a sweeping arc, a black energy blade hurtled toward the evil thought wave, severing it in half. The minion, caught in the fray, turned back in disbelief. Shulum, my lord, it is best not to speak when one is to be harvested, Shulum replied, his expression icy and disdainful. It is truly pathetic. You cannot even handle a mere minion. As Shulum's scythe struck the ground, his demeanor shifted to one of elation as he caressed the back of his head. Ah, how delightful it is to rid myself of obedient subordinates. Standing nearby, Tawa's lips twitched imperceptibly. No wonder this fellow remained in hell. He seemed genuinely unhinged. Amid Shulum's raucous laughter, the fallen evil thought wave fragmented into countless particles, reassembling elsewhere. Enraged, the evil thought wave gritted its teeth, its form now wielding a 5-meter-long greatsword. What? It did not perish, but rather has grown stronger. Shulum exclaimed, astonished. Tawa glanced at the Dragon Ball embedded in the evil thought wave's chest, explaining apathetically, that is the power of the Dark Dragon Ball. Regardless, we need only to eliminate this creature. Shulum charged forward, scythe raised against the evil thought wave. The clash of blades echoed as scythe met sword, dust and debris swirling in the chaotic exchange. As their attacks proved evenly matched, the evil thought wave unleashed its special technique, the dimensional black hole. Shulum observed the black hole with curiosity, quickly realizing its implications. Through the dimensional rift, the evil thought wave's fist appeared just 3 centimeters from him. As the fist opened into a palm, an energy blast surged toward Shulum. The explosion enveloped him in smoke, yet he emerged unscathed, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty grin. However, his smile faltered as the evil thought wave activated the dimensional black hole once more, striking Shulum from behind. Thud, thud, thud. The fists rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving Shulum scrambling to evade, the dimensional black hole rendering the evil thought wave's onslaught nearly unavoidable. Shulum's scythe swung ever more rapidly. Just as the battle reached an impasse, Lin Chi, accompanied by Shamiel, arrived at another mountaintop. So this is hell. Lin Chi surveyed the desolation. The earth was a dark brown, the sky a riot of colors, and the air thick with ominous, swirling spheres. Has Bu not yet arrived? Could it be that he has come too early? That is Shulum. Shamiel grimaced as the remnants of battle and the ongoing skirmish came into view. This Dragon Ball must not fall into their hands. Below, Shulum, engrossed in combat, soon noticed the newcomers, their faces somewhat familiar. Humph. Shamiel, how did you end up here? More meddlesome beings have arrived. Regarding Summer, Tova still held a lingering impression. Gritting her teeth, she urged Shulum. Hasten to eliminate that malevolent wave, Shulum. Above them, a black hole materialized, its swirling form gradually expanding in eerie silence. No one seemed to notice. Not even Lin Chi, who was aware of the unfolding narrative. Oh, red hair, your name is rather difficult to remember. Lin Chi cast a casual glance at the standing Summer, finding red hair easier to recall. Summer, however, was unfazed. Fixated on the dark dragon orb embedded in the chest of the malevolent wave, indifferent to its name, their priority was to prevent its acquisition. You scoundrel. Why are you allied with the Time Patrol? It appears you have indeed betrayed Lord Mechakapura. Tova seethed with fury. Huh, if I claimed we merely crossed paths by chance. You certainly would not believe me. Summer directed her staff at Tova. In any case, we must deal with you. As Shulum's expression grew more serious, his scythe became increasingly formidable. Seizing the moment, he swiftly struck the malevolent wave's chest, dislodging the dark dragon orb. The malevolent wave's form shattered into fragments, lying motionless on the ground. The orb rolled several times, but no one moved to retrieve it. Tova, meanwhile, had flown to Shulum's side, her gaze fixed menacingly on Lin Chi and Summer. A fierce battle among the four seemed imminent. You handle Tova. I am not fond of engaging with women. Lin Chi discreetly gestured to Summer, opting for the one wielding the scythe. All right, but do be cautious of Shulum's abilities. Summer acquiesced to Lin Chi's suggestion, twirling her staff to unleash dark energy aimed at Tova. Tova, not to be outdone, matched the speed, and soon their dark energies clashed violently. As Xiao Lum leapt above Tova, Lin Chi propelled himself towards Xiao Lum, the Grim Reaper. Huh, how amusing. Lin Chi's speed was remarkable. He would not allow the Grim Reaper's scythe to touch him. After all, this was an attack meant to harvest souls. The battle raged on, sending ripples through the air as the fierce combat commenced. But just then, the black hole in midair fully opened, and something resembling a mass of flesh surged forth. Though it appeared small, its speed was astonishing, leaving the onlookers unable to react before it enveloped the dark Dragon Ball. The four individuals noticed it, but it was evidently too late. Immediately after, a figure leapt from the black hole. Majin Buu had arrived. Cursed be it. Tawa glanced at the emerging Buu, instantly realizing that her brother had been absorbed by this creature. Buu's swift, unexpected movements allowed him to successfully seize the second Dragon Ball. I should have remembered this fiend. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Shamel's forehead. It seemed she should have summoned Vegeta and Goku earlier. Majin Buu displayed a triumphant grin, raising the hand that clutched the Dragon Ball high, while below, the body of Evil Buu transformed into a viscous mass rushing towards him, with a swift motion. Evil Buu was absorbed. As Buu's form began to change once more, the onlookers were taken aback. Lin Chi reacted swiftly, disregarding Zayulyamu entirely. As he propelled himself towards the airborne Buu with a decisive leap, Zayulyamu followed suit, soaring after him. Observing the two descending rapidly from above, Buu merely waved his hand, causing a massive rift to materialize behind him. In Chapter 65, Mutated Slag, the Fusion, it became evident that the amalgamation of two dark Dragon Balls bestowed upon Buu an unfathomable surge of energy, rendering him a formidable entity known as the Demon God Buu of Malevolent Thoughts. Thinking of escape? Lin Chi paid no heed to Zayulyamu trailing behind. Instead, he leaped into the fissure after Buu. As the rift contracted, Zayulyamu dove in as well. Tawa, witnessing this, scoffed audibly and followed suit towards the rift, declaring, Shamel, Lord Mechikabura will not forgive you. As Shamel showed no concern, trailing closely behind Tawa as they both entered the rift. With the crack vanishing, the entire realm of hell appeared eerily desolate, save for the unconscious Goku lying motionless on the ground nearby. Meanwhile, back at the Time Nest, Korinoya swiftly assimilated a new patrol member, the bespectacled Gohan. Vegeta and Goku remained in the Time Nest, recuperating from their injuries. Trunks and Gohan set off towards the final historical anomaly requiring rectification, Earth, the city where Slag had manifested. As Gohan prepared to whistle at the colossal Slag, a formidable rift tore through the sky, with Majin Buu leaping forth from it, wielding Dobra's 3-meter-long sword, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Slag. Is that Majin Buu? Gohan pondered, uncertain of the identity of the figure that had emerged. Trunks, however, was visibly astonished, questioning how that individual could appear here. Well, what an unexpected turn of events. Lin Chi emerged from the rift, surveying the suspended figures of Trunks and Gohan. The bespectacled Gohan. Tisk, it's Nobi Gohan. Hiki. More orbs keep appearing. Zayulyamu pursued Lin Chi closely, brandishing his scythe and launching an assault. The two quickly became entangled in a fierce skirmish, leaving countless afterimages in their wake, moving too swiftly to discern who was pursuing whom. Bang, bang, bang. Tawa also emerged from the rift, her gaze fixed on the towering Slag, a jubilant smile gracing her face. It seemed she was poised to seize the last 3 Dragon Balls in one fell swoop. Humph, I won't let you succeed. As the rift shrank further, Shamel poked his head out. Is this becoming increasingly thrilling? Trunks clenched his fists at his sides, realizing all adversaries had converged in one location. You too, find a way to ensure they do not acquire the Dragon Balls. Shamel aimed his staff at Tawa. Tawa bit her lip, her mind racing with thoughts. It was now just her and Zayulyamu, while 3 factions contended on the battlefield, the menacing Majin Buu, the patrol team, and the insufferable Shamel. To secure the 3 Dragon Balls and rescue Dobra was no simple task. Let us create a bit more chaos then. Tawa raised her staff high, directing it towards Slag, releasing a torrent of energy. The swirling black mist surged into Slag, significantly amplifying his power. The mutated Slag emerged. Damn it, Tawa has gone too far. Trunks furrowed his brow at this turn of events. The mutated Slag grew even larger, devoid of reason, rendering Trunks and Goku as insignificant as mere mosquitoes in comparison. Under Tao's control, Slag launched powerful energy spheres towards Trunks and Gohan without hesitation. Boom. In a sudden shift, Shamel, engaged with Tao, altered his course towards Trunks and Gohan. Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently intensifying his attacks against Zayulyamu, determined to eliminate him swiftly before. Not even the demon god of malevolent thoughts could be a concern if Trunks and Gohan struggled against the mutated Slag, even with Shamel's assistance. It would be an arduous battle. Lin Chi let out a fierce roar as he transformed into his Super One form, vanishing from the line of sight of Zayulyamu in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, he appeared above Zayulyamu, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his wrist, exclaiming, "Take that." This cursed scythe was nothing but an impediment to his performance. With a resounding crash, Zayulyamu felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing him to involuntarily release his grip, and the scythe slipped from his hand. My scythe. In this opportune moment, Lin Chi unleashed a powerful kick, sending Zayuliram plummeting downwards. As he fell rapidly, Zayuliram attempted to stabilize himself, yet the force of the descent was overwhelming. Even the Grim Reaper, devoid of his scythe, is not particularly formidable. Lin Chi closed the distance to Zayuliram, letting out a derisive laugh as he swiftly swung his fist once more. Zayuliram sought to evade, but the relentless force emanating from Lin Chi left him utterly defenseless. You scoundrel. Lin Chi's attack speed became increasingly swift and fierce, with every punch accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air. Xiao Lu Mu found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating, his condition quite pitiful, intermittently punctuated by cries of anguish. Bang bang bang. Within the dilapidated structure, explosions reverberated repeatedly. Even when Xiao Lu Mu picked up his scythe again, it proved largely ineffective. It appeared that the victor had already been determined. On the other side, as the smoke from the explosions began to dissipate, Shamal lowered his protective barrier. Haha, splendid. Magic lad, you have truly been a great help. Otherwise, we would have sustained severe injuries. Sun Wukong exclaimed, beaming with gratitude towards Shamal, who had shielded them from the onslaught. If it were solely up to us, we would have certainly faltered. I did not do it for your sake, Shamal retorted, visibly annoyed by Sun Wukong's attitude. You two, quickly devise a way to deal with this behemoth. With that, he returned to face Tao once more. You, who learned to manipulate dark energy from Putin. There is much more than you can imagine, Tawa proclaimed with a smug smile. Raising her magical staff once again, the clash of magical energies resumed. Faced with the colossal Shrag, Trunks found himself at a loss. What to do? I have thought of a brilliant idea, Sun Wukong declared, removing his glasses and grinning at Trunks. Trunks, let us fuse. First, we must synchronize our energies. We can do it, Trunks. With that, Sun Wukong closed his eyes. Is that possible? Trunks pondered, uncertainty flickering in his mind, yet he too closed his eyes, realizing this might indeed be their only option. As their energies reached a harmonious equilibrium, the two began an unusual dance of fusion. Fusion, huh? Chapter 66. Wukong Trunks, a triangular conflict. The fusion would last only 30 minutes, thus, we must act swiftly. Wukong Trunks, a rather makeshift name, clenched his fists and gazed at the immense Shrag. Due to the stark difference in their sizes, Wukong Trunks' punch landed on Shrag's arm. But the creature barely reacted, completely disregarding the attack as it bore down on Wukong Trunks. It's too large, I can't inflict any damage, Wukong Trunks thought, attempting to distance himself from Shrag. However, even with his massive size, Shrag's speed remained undiminished, and Wukong Trunks was struck and sent flying. Damn it. Wukong Trunks soared back into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Shrag. This time, Shrag reacted, but the damage was akin to mere tickling. Wukong Trunks was treated like a bothersome fly, as Shrag swung its massive arms, attempting to grasp him. With his back against the wall, Wukong Trunks drew his one-handed sword. What to do? How to defeat this giant? Here we go, Lin Chi shouted, crossing his arms and delivering a powerful blow to Xiao Lu Mu's abdomen. Xiao Lu Mu's body curled like a bullet discharged from a chamber, hurtling away. While his combat prowess was indeed lacking, he was exceptionally resilient. Was it due to magic? Lin Chi's gaze swept the battlefield. Wukong Trunks was still locked in combat with the mutated Shrag. TSK. Why were Sun Wukong and Trunks able to fuse successfully? Are their strengths truly comparable? Yebi Fan, considering his desire to become a scholar. His power has regressed to a level similar to Trunks. It's not entirely implausible. Noticing that Tawa and Shamal were still at an impasse, Lin Chi's attention shifted to the ominous presence of Majin Bu hovering above, seemingly waiting to reap the spoils. That despicable creature, I shall eliminate you. Meanwhile, from beneath the rubble, Xiao Lu Mu emerged once again, battered but undeterred. TSK. I'm tired of playing with you, Lin Chi remarked, as a faint purple glow emanated from his palm. Destruction. The seemingly inconspicuous lavender energy shocked Xiao Lu Mu the moment it made contact, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? How? Before he could finish his thought, he disintegrated into countless particles, scattering through the air. It seems that the God of Destruction's technique is indeed the most convenient and effective. What? Tawa and Shamal both gasped in astonishment, simultaneously distracted, unaware that a dimensional black hole had formed behind them, with hands reaching out to grasp them from the void. Lin Chi had no intention of kindly reminding these two adversaries, but he could not resist the meddlesome nature of Wu Fan Ku. Be careful, Wu Fan Ku shouted, alerting Shamal. Both Shamal and Tawa reacted swiftly, evading the sinister grasp from behind without needing to turn around, observing the relentless assault from the dimensional black hole unleashed by Little Bu. Lin Chi clenched his fists, targeting Little Bu with determination. Next, it would be your turn to face retribution. How infuriating. Watching Lin Chi charge towards Bu, Tawa gritted her teeth in anger. 2 Dragon Balls were at stake, along with her brother Depura. How could she possibly recover them now? Just as Lin Chi deftly dodged the attacks from the dimensional black hole, closing the distance to Bu, an unexpected event transpired. Secret technique, tornado. With this low shout, the entire realm was engulfed in a tempest that seemed to emerge from nowhere. The fierce wind swept up countless fragments of stone and dust from the ground, instantly blinding everyone present. obscuring their vision. The tornado's expansion soon ensnared the colossal shrag in its eye, as if a veil of smoke was being dispersed. A Dragon Ball was clutched in the hand of a newly appeared man, who smirked, "Umph. This is the true power of the demon god. What is happening?" Wu Fanku exclaimed in bewilderment, crossing his arms before him to shield against the storm. It was Salusa. Why had this fellow arrived? Shamel tightened her grip on her staff in fury, trying to snatch my prey. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes as he instantaneously teleported in front of Bu. However, confronted by the sorcery of the demon god, within the vortex, Bu's form was being pulled away by the tempest, vanishing at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, only 2 dark Dragon Balls and the unconscious Tapura remained. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chi reached out to seize one of the dark Dragon Balls. Just as he intended to grasp the other, Tao's staff aimed at him. Dark hand. Black energy coalesced into claws, reaching past Lin Chi to snatch the dark Dragon Ball and Tapura. Another dark hand lunged toward Lin Chi's arm, which held the Dragon Ball. Damn, is this an attempt to pilfer right before his eyes? Lin Chi instinctively unleashed a wave of energy towards the dark hand. But the energy wave merely passed through it and soared into the distance. Damn magic. Lin Chi felt a twinge of frustration. Hadn't he Dragon Ball always favored hand-to-hand combat? Encountering magic was simply troublesome. Destruction. With his other hand, Lin Chi quickly executed a destructive technique, dissipating the dark claw before him. Perhaps the power of destruction could withstand magic. Could it be that the overwhelming force of destruction suppressed the magic? It seemed he would need to experiment further. What a vexing academic conundrum. They needed to flee. Xiao Meyer watched as Salusa carved a black hole and leapt into it. The enemy showed no inclination to linger. Haha, what a pity. Tawa, clutching 2 Dragon Balls, followed closely behind Salusa, hastening to the time-space portal. As the black hole closed and vanished, Lin Chi felt a sense of failure for the first time. Hey, you red-haired one. Couldn't you have stopped him just now? Lin Chi glanced down at Xiao Meyer, his expression one of exasperation. Aren't you a demon god too? You just stood there and watched? Salusa is the most formidable demon god beneath Mechikabura. What could I possibly do? Xiao Meyer ungraciously shifted the blame. Huh? Gohan XS lowered his hands, surveying the devastation below. Where was the colossal shrag? What about the dark Dragon Balls? Gohan XS flew before the irate Lin Chi and Xiao Meyer, pouring fuel on the fire. Here. Lin Chi tossed the 1 Dragon Ball he had managed to snatch to Gohan XS. Is this the only one? Gohan XS caught the Dragon Ball, examining it closely. It was indeed black. Chapter 67, The Dark Dragon Ball, controlled Broly. The dark power within it was truly potent. They took the rest. Xiao Meyer rolled his eyes. He would have a hard time explaining this to Demigra when he returned. This loss was hard to swallow. I'm leaving. Lin Chi cast a fleeting glance at Gohan XS, contemplating leaving a message. You should return and inform Kuranoya that the Dragon Balls of Mechikabura are nearly gathered. What? ISNT, there's still one left to collect? Gohan XS's eyes widened in shock. They had already secured the last one. Return and have Kuranoya find my location. Perhaps we may cross paths again. Whoosh. As Lin Chi's words fell, his figure vanished before Gohan XS and Xiao Meyer. You. What about you? Gohan XS turned to Xiao Meyer, eager for his opinion. Yet Xiao Meyer paid him no mind. With a grasp of his staff, he stepped into the black hole. In the core of the dark demon realm, upon the elevated throne sat the aged and withered Dark King, Mechikabura, extending his hand to gaze down at Tawa and Salusa. What do you suppose would happen if we used the dark Dragon Balls for brainwashing? Mechikabura revealed a chilling smile. As his words echoed, the sound of chains clanking resonated ominously from the shadows. Beneath layers of chains stood a towering figure, the final Dragon Ball embedded in its chest. Broly, donning a mask of darkness. Tawa, what do you think? Noticing Tawa and Salusa kneeling below without responding, Mechikabura called out to Tawa. Let me observe your mastery over demon god power. Yes, Lord Mechikabura. Tawa replied respectfully, then turned his gaze to the unshackled Broly, his staff manifesting. This is the great expectation bestowed by Lord Mechikabura. Tawa swung his magic staff, unleashing countless black energy beams that enveloped Broly, entering his body. The dark Dragon Ball embedded in Broly's chest began to emit a dim glow. A roar erupted as the chains surrounding Broly quivered violently, breaking apart as he struggled to rise. Broly's imposing figure emerged before all, his robust muscles and formidable physique radiating boundless energy, the resulting shockwave fierce and overwhelming. It appeared that controlling this being solely through demon god power was exceedingly challenging. Salusa leaped beside Mechikabura, expressing his awe. Indeed, such an intriguing energy. His own power is continuously escalating. Mechikabura supported his chin with one hand, responding. Paragus. Tawa murmured as an elderly figure emerged from the shadows. Broly's father. Paragus now wore a black eye patch, evidently under control as well. Broly, be still. Lord Tawa is amplifying your power. Maintain your energy stability. Paragus commanded coldly. Father. As if hearing Paragus's voice, Broly calmed slightly. Yet his massive form continued to tremble, clearly enduring immense pain. At this critical moment, everything seemed to unfold in an instant. Lin Chi, utilizing the residual energy left by Tawa, materialized in midair. He cast his gaze upon the 3 individuals below, a cold smile curling upon his lips, as the pent-up frustration within him found a splendid outlet. Broly, Kakarot has arrived. With that resounding declaration, Broly, who had only just settled down, ignited like a firework doused in alcohol, exploding into a furious frenzy. Rot, who is that? The dark-masked king, standing behind Mechikabura, exclaimed in astonishment at this sudden shift. Is it the Time Patrol? Silisa's brow furrowed in confusion, pondering how this individual had arrived here. With Broly's roar, the dark mask he wore cracked under the strain of his unleashed power, a fine fissure appearing as if it could no longer withstand the intensity. Damn it, Kakarot. Broly was completely engulfed in a rage-fueled rampage. And before Tawa could even raise her staff, Broly's fist was already upon her. Observing the impending blow, Tawa could only evade with haste. Boom. The colossal fist generated a powerful gust, crashing into the ground and creating an immense crater, while the surrounding terrain was marred by countless fissures. Along with this tremendous sound, a significant fragment of Broly's mask shattered, falling to the ground and revealing his bloodthirsty left eye. This is bad. Tawa swiftly soared into the air, her heart racing as she stared at the fallen mask pieces. How could she face Mechikabura if he witnessed her failure to manage even this minor task, especially with Purin, who always mocked her? Hurry and subdue him, Tawa commanded Paragus, who stood by, merely gaping in shock. Yes, Paragus, beads of sweat on his forehead, cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Stop, Broly. Cease your assault. If this continues, you. Before Paragus could finish, Broly swung his fist, striking him squarely in the cheek. Boom. The blow caught Paragus off guard, causing him to spit out saliva as his body spun in the air before crashing down to the ground. Damn it, this guy's combat power is steadily rising. Seeing Paragus's futile attempts, Tawa had no choice but to charge forward herself. Hey. Lin Chi hovered in the air, hands on his hips, watching indifferently. Broly has always been so formidable. Tawa, being a woman and not much of a warrior, merely an amateur sorceress, could hardly withstand a few of Broly's punches. Even though she was dodging rapidly and utilizing considerable demonic power. In a state of disarray, Tawa leapt into the air once more, increasing the distance between herself and Broly. She panted lightly. This monster is simply insatiable. Broly again charged towards Tawa, while the controlled Paragus reluctantly attempted to intervene. However, this time, he was not so fortunate. Broly, in his rampaging state, struck with merciless ferocity. Boom. Paragus, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent tumbling into a nearby black hole, the mask he wore also cracking, clearly indicating his loss of control. Chapter 68, Do Not Always Call Me Kakarot. Remember my name. Yet, he remained in a berserk state, devoid of any rationality. Broly. Alas, after successfully completing a brainwashing, he was sent hurtling into the void of time? Silissa lamented, watching Paragus disappear into the black hole. No matter, let the dark-masked king pursue him. Mechikabura replied dismissively. Those who can be successfully brainwashed are not powerful, while the powerful cannot be brainwashed. Oh, what a headache. Silissa glanced at the departing dark-masked king, then at Mechikabura's less than pleased expression, and tentatively proposed, Should I also go after him? Enjoy the spectacle. Mechikabura rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Lin Chi, who remained suspended in the air. If Tawa fails, is there not another ready to take her place? Broly, now devoid of a target, found Paragus out of the equation and Tawa gasping for breath in a corner. At this moment, only Lin Chi lingered aloft, and Broly's gaze swiftly turned toward him. Kakarot. Broly's blood-red eyes fixated intensely on Lin Chi, and with a swift motion, he leapt into the air, launching his fist towards him. Lin Chi crossed his hands before his chest, and as he received Broly's punch, he realized he had made a grave miscalculation. The impact of that fist felt as if a colossal mountain were crashing down upon him, causing Lin Chi to be propelled backward. Amidst the billowing smoke, he pushed aside the massive boulders from the pit and rose to his feet, clicking his tongue in astonishment. This fellow truly lives up to the title of a legendary Super Saiyan, and he hasn't even transformed yet. Lin Chi remained vigilant, unleashing a powerful roar as he entered his Super 4 form, blocking Broly's swift kick with a punch. As Broly's attack missed its mark, Lin Chi ascended above him, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Broly's neck. It had been quite some time since he had adequately warmed up, and encountering Broly was indeed a rare opportunity. Sensing the impending danger, Broly instinctively crouched, evading Lin Chi's strike. Observing the fierce clash between the two, Tawa seized the moment to catch her breath. She rose, casting a cold gaze at Lin Chi. The Time Patrol. How bothersome, indeed. You know Kakarot, don't you? Why do you harbor such animosity toward him? Lin Chi taunted while fending off Broly's relentless punches. The name Kakarot echoed repeatedly from Broly's lips, yet his attacks grew increasingly fierce. Do you wish to see him? That Saiyan Kakarot whom you despise. Lin Chi smirked, his lips curling with mockery. Aya. Broly howled, his energy surging explosively, generating an overwhelming pressure that manifested as countless whirlwinds, lifting debris into the air. Kakarot. Broly aimed his hand at Lin Chi, now suspended in the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated in the sky, enveloping the scene in a thick cloud of smoke. Lin Chi appeared before Broly unscathed, leaving Broly somewhat bewildered. Even in his current irrational state, he realized that the person before him was someone he could not easily shake. Kakarot. You have made a lasting impression, so remember my name. Lin Chi grasped Broly's wrist, effortlessly lifting and flinging his massive form away. The Saiyan, Lin Chi. Cack. Broly crashed into the uneven ground, once more creating a crater upon impact. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he turned to Lin Chi. Rot. Lin Chi. Rising to his feet, Broly let out another primal roar, his fury evident as he bellowed Lin Chi's name. Gazing into those crimson eyes, Broly charged toward him. Lin Chi seized his fist and retaliated with a sweeping kick. Boom. Lin Chi gazed upon his seemingly unassuming legs. Yet they possessed an immense power as he delivered a forceful kick to Broly's chest. The colossal Broly was sent hurtling backward, carving a deep groove into the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Broly was repelled and embedded into the wall, debris cascading down around him. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. Realizing that his efforts to tease Broly had not been in vain, he had indeed remembered his name. The Cursed Patrol Team. Tawa furrowed her brow in deep concern. Could it be that Broly was at a disadvantage? Tawa aimed her staff once more at Broly, who was struggling to emerge from the wall, unleashing the power of the demon god to impose the most potent brainwashing upon him. Kill him, Broly. A surge of black energy rushed into Broly's body once more, and he felt Tawa's energy control weighing heavily upon him. In a fit of rage, he roared and directed his fierce gaze towards Tawa, swinging his powerful fists toward her. With a resounding crash, Tawa was forcefully slammed against the wall by Broly's tremendous punch. And in that moment, her demonic power was nearly depleted. Tawa found herself in a state of disarray. The markings of the demon god on her face began to fade, and the dark energy surrounding her was continuously leaking away. She had reverted to her original form, that of a being from the demon realm. Broly's blow had rendered Tawa momentarily unconscious. Hey Salissa, look at this. Tawa is utterly useless. Purting, one of the two women under Mechikabura, who had never held Tawa in high regard, immediately switched to a mocking tone. Salissa could only respond with a silent sigh. Casting a bemused glance at Purting standing beside him. Women. Lin Chi gazed indifferently, observing as the residual demonic energy of Tawa slowly coalesced and formed a humanoid figure. From within this entity emerged Mira, who positioned herself protectively in front of the wall-bound Tawa. Wasn't that fellow a creation of Tawa? Sarissa's expression shifted from one of silence to astonishment. Was it not said that the Time Patrol had obliterated it? Puting also appeared taken aback. Could it be that another was forged? Tawa. Gazing at the disheveled Tawa, Mira's countenance was decidedly grim. Behind her, a pair of black wings unfurled, dissipating into mist that enveloped both Tawa and Mira, like a cocoon. Puting remarked to Sarissa, what is intended here? Lin Chi felt a twinge of curiosity, although magic appeared rather distasteful. Its augmentative effects were not to be underestimated. Without a shred of rationality, Broly unleashed a torrent of indiscriminate attacks. He swung a punch at the cocoon, which trembled slightly before dissipating, revealing Ultimate Mira. With striking white hair and an upper body cloaked in white fur, he bore a resemblance to a Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 69, Ultimate Mira, a triumvirate clash. His battle prowess had escalated to the levels of a Super Saiyan 4 at full power. A testament to the meticulous craftsmanship of the scientist Tawa in creating this artificial being. Is this a fusion? Ultimate Mira. Lin Chi regarded the scene with indifference. Instigating women to brawl was inherently unseemly. True combat required the presence of men. Broly again hurled a fist toward Ultimate Mira. Mira, with an expression of grave solemnity, intercepted the colossal punch with his elbow, asserting, Tawa, I shall protect you. From the second floor, Puting derisively commented, is that a fusion? Tawa has merged with the androids enough. Just watch quietly and do not disturb Lord Mechikabura's entertainment. Salissa warned with a hint of exasperation. Humph. Puting huffed defiantly but complied. Falling silent, Ultimate Mira gazed at the dark Dragon Ball embedded in Broly's chest, then at the shattered mask he wore, should the brainwashing fail. The only recourse would be to reclaim the orb. It seemed to be shaping into an intriguing scenario. Lin Chi crouched low, fist clenched, forming a triangular standoff with Broly and Ultimate Mira. The warm-up battle had fully ignited. There was nothing quite as invigorating as close combat. Kakarot Broly. Broly cast a bloodthirsty, chilling smile at Lin Chi and Ultimate Mira. With that, the three combatants sprang into action. Broly swung his fist towards Ultimate Mira, who retaliated with an energy blast directed at Lin Chi. In an instant, Lin Chi appeared behind Broly, and the three-way melee was imminent. After unleashing the energy blast, Ultimate Mira crossed his arms defensively against Broly's assault. The explosion of the energy blast sent smoke billowing as Lin Chi struck from behind Broly with a swift kick. Broly, alert to Lin Chi's presence, retracted his fist and evaded the attack. Ultimate Mira launched another energy blast, aimed straight at Lin Chi. The three figures darted in a chaotic dance, exchanging blows while immense energy orbs detonated upon impact with the ground. Amidst the explosions and swirling debris, even the very earth trembled beneath them. In midair, Lin Chi delivered a fierce kick to Broly's abdomen, propelling him rapidly toward the ground. Below, Ultimate Mira waited, launching a punch at Broly's descending back. Although it appeared as though they were cooperating, the very next moment, Lin Chi confronted Ultimate Mira directly. An energy sphere erupted from Ultimate Myra's palm, hurtling towards Lin Chi, who deftly kicked it away. The sphere redirected towards Ultimate Mira, who narrowly avoided it, only to find Broly poised with clenched fists. Ultimate Mira was struck by Broly's punch and then by Lin Chi's descending kick. With a series of powerful blows, Ultimate Mira was driven deep into the earth, and Broly turned his attention back to Lin Chi. As their fists and feet clashed, they ascended from the ground into the air, where Lin Chi unleashed an energy blast towards Broly. The explosion roared to life, engulfing Broly in a cloud of smoke and debris, causing the ground to tremble with the aftershock. How delightful, truly delightful. Mechikabura clapped his hands in applause. Salusa wore a peculiar smile, remarking, "As long as you are entertained, my lord." Hearing this, Lin Chi's expression soured. Were they merely being toyed with like monkeys in a zoo? Lin Chi's gaze turned icy as he cast a glance at the entangled forms of Ultimate Mira and Broly. It seemed that this battle must be resolved swiftly, otherwise, he would become merely a Saiyan monkey in the eyes of others. Ha! Lin Chi let out a roar, transforming into the Ultra 5 form as he navigated through the swirling energy orbs. With thick clouds of smoke enveloping the earth, he surged towards Super Mira and Broly. Bang! 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 The aura enveloping Lin Chi grew increasingly intense as his combat prowess continued to surge forth. With each punch he struck, the very fabric of space began to warp. His fists and feet moved with astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers, including Meichi Capra, utterly astounded. As the smoke dissipated, the center of the battle fell into a profound silence. With a crack, the Dark Dragon Ball detached from Broly's chest and rolled to Lin Chi's feet, while Broly lay unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Super Myra's fusion had also come undone. Clutching Tawa, Mira appeared significantly distressed. Kneeling on one knee and warily glancing at Lin Chi, he could hardly believe the prowess of this formidable opponent. The Dark Dragon Ball. Lin Chi, with an indifferent demeanor, bent down to retrieve the Dark Dragon Ball that lay at his feet. Meichi Capra, Lin Chi remarked as he tossed the Dark Dragon Ball, which was caught by Salusa, who had appeared before Mechikabura. Lin Chi raised his head proudly, gazing at the formidable Meichi Capula. "I am quite eager to witness your peak prowess." Bah, mere platitudes. The pinnacle of Meichi Capula is but the strength of a god among Saiyans. At most, his magic might hold some intrigue, but magic, too, demands stamina for its execution. Alas, even if you were to grant me this Dragon Ball. Meichi Capula's eyes fell upon the Dragon Ball held by Sarusa, his words laced with implication. "I still lack one more Dragon Ball." "Ah, that is of no concern to me." Lin Chi shrugged slightly, responding with indifference. After all, when he had acquired the Dragon Ball, he had already bestowed it upon Trunks, hadn't he? Was it intentional? Certainly. For he remained uncertain of the extent of Meichi Capula's magical prowess. Soon, Lin Chi's figure, as abruptly as it had appeared, vanished from the sight of the crowd. Puting. "Sarusa, the final Dragon Ball rests upon your shoulders." Meichi Capula's fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the throne, following a brief silence. He cast a cold glance at the two individuals standing nearby, resolute in his determination to seize the last one. Indeed, when Lin Chi's figure reappeared beside a meteorite, he gazed at the colliding energies and sighed, lamenting his tardiness. "Alas, I have missed the chance to meet Bardock. Did he perish alongside that dark Vegeta?" As for returning, Lin Chi furrowed his brows, contemplating the massive meteorite. "If I return, that little girl Kuranoa will undoubtedly demand I protect the Dark Dragon Balls. However, I yearn to witness the magic of Mechikabura at its zenith." Chapter 70, Lin Chi's Demise. The Dragon Balls in hand. To aid justice or to assist tyranny? Never mind. I shall remain vigilant, hoping for a glimpse of the peak of magic. Lin Chi's form vanished once more. In the time nest, Trunks and Kuranoa examined the Dark Dragon Ball, which lay nestled in a wooden box at the center of the table, their expressions grave. "Is this truly the Dark Dragon Ball? It emanates an unsettling aura," Trunks remarked. "If we secure this one, they cannot take it from us." Kuranoa exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. "Indeed," Trunks echoed, his spirits lifted. "If they cannot gather the Dragon Balls, their wishes are futile." Sigh. Goku mused, rubbing the bandage on his forehead. "Lord Kaishin, cannot you expedite our healing? How long must we endure this slow recovery?" Vegeta, leaning against the wall, snorted. "Those wretched foes will surely feel my wrath." "Humph. You think I do not wish for that?" Kuranoa retorted, visibly displeased. "My abilities have limits. Healing is not my forte. You expend my energy excessively." "Is time truly your forte?" Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Kuranoa. "You appear utterly useless." Cursed. Kuranoa clenched her fists, quickly halted by Trunks. Observing the commotion, Gohan looked bewildered at the group. "May I return? There are still some materials I have yet to study." "Fool. In the face of a cosmic event that could alter all of history, you speak of unstudied materials." Kuranoa's forehead throbbed with veins, her fist tightening as she glared at Gohan. "Studying leads to no salvation. Do not react so harshly. Please, Lord Kaishin." Trunks, sweating profusely, attempted to calm her. "Humph. I shall seek out a new patrol member." Kuranoa huffed, only to realize Lin Chi had yet to return. "How peculiar. Where is that defiant fellow? Has he encountered trouble?" "Are you referring to that Scion Lin Chi?" Outside the courtyard, a sinister female voice suddenly echoed. Dreadful. How did those fiends infiltrate the time nest? Vegeta abruptly uncrossed his arms and hastily approached the door. Goku followed closely behind him, asking, what were they called again? Pertin. Kuranoa glared menacingly at the sky, her expression darkening. Following her lead, Gohan and Trunks shared wary looks. Ah, greetings. Pertin playfully stuck out her tongue, wielding her staff as she addressed the group at the entrance. Lin Chi has perished. Hurry and hand over the Dark Dragon Ball, or else you shall all meet your demise. Pertin's staff began to emanate dark energy. Do not compel me to act. What nonsense are you spouting? Trunks gasped, staring at Pertin in disbelief. Lin Chi, how could he possibly be dead? He is so powerful. Who could withstand our Lord Mechikabura? Pertin scoffed, her gaze subtly scanning Kuranoa's residence. You lie. Gohan shouted in protest, his fist clenched in anger. Trunks, we must fuse. Vegeta, we also. Goku turned to speak. But before he could finish, Vegeta had already launched himself at Pertin. Ha! Vegeta yelled, swinging his fist. A clash between foes ignites fierce emotions. How naive of you to challenge me with such feeble strength. Pertin swiftly evaded, her eyes cold as she unleashed her demonic power through her staff. Bound by energy, Vegeta could not even struggle as he emitted a chilling scream. Ah, Papa. Vegeta. Goku watched in horror as Trunks and Gohan leaped into the air, striking at Pertin. I shall join in. Kuranoa, on the ground, extended her hands towards Pertin, invoking a time freeze. Hey, I cannot move. Goku found himself suspended mid-air, frozen in his punching stance. Do not direct that at me. Trunks and Gohan's strikes against Pertin proved futile, as Vegeta continued to wail in agony, bound by her dark powers. Pertin dodged swiftly, her expression laced with contempt. Ha. With your meager abilities, you dare oppose Lord Mechikabura? Ha. Goku, filled with rage, materialized before Pertin and aimed a strike at her taunting visage. However, unexpectedly, his fist met the blade of Salusa, who had appeared to intercept the blow. Ouch. Goku grimaced, clutching his throbbing hand. Did I succeed? Pertin smirked, glancing eagerly at Salusa. Salusa offered no reply, instead retrieving the Dark Dragon Ball and smiling at Pertin, indicating their departure. That Dragon Ball. Kuranoa's eyes widened in shock, recognizing it as the one on her own table. With a sudden rift, Pertin and Salusa vanished. Kuranoa trembled, collapsing to her knees, cradling her head in despair. I have been outmaneuvered. How could I be so foolish? What shall we do? Trunks and Gohan exchanged glances, both at a loss for ideas. Observing Vegeta plummet from the air, Trunks called out anxiously, Papa. Goku caught Vegeta and gently set him on the ground. Vegeta, are you all right? Coughing, Vegeta managed to sit up, wiping blood from his mouth. Humph. I shall have my vengeance. Humph. You are all utterly useless. A black hole opened in the air, and Shamal emerged, staff in hand. Shamal? Kuranoa glared, her teeth gritted in frustration. Why did you not appear sooner? Humph. No time for idle chatter. Hurry, pursue them. The staff of Shamal radiated a brilliant light, casting not a single glance at Kuranoa. The portal of time and space materialized, and Shamal was the first to soar through it. I must follow. Vegeta struggled to rise, supported by Trunks, and made his way towards the portal, determined to confront that wretched woman. Chapter 71. Arise, Dark Shenron in the Dark Demon Realm. Hiki. First, I must extend my gratitude to my beloved subordinates. Thank you for gathering the Dragon Balls for me. From the throne upon the high platform, Mechikabura delivered his speech. The moment of resurrection for the Dark Demon Realm has finally arrived. The creator of the Dark Dragon Balls approached slowly, speaking with reverence. Now, Master Mechikabura, the ceremony begins. Arise, Dark Shenron, with the thunderous call. Many of the remaining demon gods lifted their gazes towards the transformation of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls emitted a faint, dark glow. In this critical moment, Tao produced her staff and looked at Mechikabura with utmost seriousness, requesting to engage in battle. Those fiends have arrived. Lin Chi stood indifferently in midair, listening to Tova's words, his peripheral vision sweeping towards the grassy area not far from the core of the demon realm. The Time Patrol team, led by Kuranoa and accompanied by Sun Wukong, had quietly arrived. Truly troublesome adversaries. Tova swiftly leaped into the air, gazing down at Sun Wukong and his companions with a commanding presence. I absolutely refuse to allow you to disrupt the ceremony. The Dark Demon Empire's army mobilized to confront the enemy. With Tova's command, a throng surged forth like a swarm of ants emerging from their nest, rushing towards Kuranoa and his group. Aha, Trunks. Let us fuse, exclaimed the new member of the patrol team, Sun Goten, like an exuberant child calling out to Trunks. Fusion, ha! A flash of light heralded the emergence of Gotenks. He crossed his arms before his chest, inhaling deeply, and in response, countless specters resembling him sprang forth. Super Ghostly Demon Wind Fist. Youth version. A multitude of ghosts charged into the fray, and upon contact with the Dark Demon Empire's soldiers, a cacophony of explosive sounds ensued. Boom, boom, boom. Billowing smoke rose, and in the endless dark sky, vibrant fireworks erupted. This is a realm beyond the grasp of time. Let us engage in a grand battle. Kuranoa declared, invigorated, as he raised his fist and shouted. Hee, I was waiting for such a declaration. Sun Wukong bellowed, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, not to be outdone, also ascended to Super Saiyan 4, leading the charge into the enemy's ranks. Behold my Big Bang attack. Shamal watched, utterly speechless. Despite their might, they were merely relying on energy spheres, while a pattern of demonic runes appeared upon his face. And he raised his magic staff high, summoning a colossal black hole in the sky. The black hole generated a significant pull, drawing many soldiers of the Dark Empire into its depths. Oh, truly an impressive sorcerer. Son Gohan gazed upward, marveling at the immense black hole. Shamal let out a dismissive snort, feigning an air of coolness, yet inwardly he grappled with bitterness. The onset of Demon God mode was immensely taxing on stamina. Observing the Dark Empire soldiers being decimated in mere moments, the remaining demon gods grew anxious, clamoring to battle alongside Mechikabura. TSK, these fellows are utterly useless. Purton's expression darkened as he witnessed the soldiers of the Dark Empire meet their grim fate. Salusa, perplexed, turned to Tova and queried, "Isn't that the red-haired Shamal who vanished from that group?" He has been aiding the Time Patrol all along." Tova's expression was not particularly pleasant, but soon a subtle smile graced her lips. "Yet they are ultimately a step too late. You have truly worked hard." Mechikabura revealed a smile of satisfaction. Soon, his desires would be fulfilled. Suspended high above, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the apex of the core. At that moment, the radiance of the dark Dragon Balls grew increasingly brilliant, and an extraordinarily grotesque and bizarre dragon materialized in the sky. "Gatherer of the 7 dark Dragon Balls, speak your wish." The pitch-black dragon, with a fearsome visage, spoke in a chilling tone. As its jaws opened and closed, one could distinctly see its sharp teeth. "Please grant me Mechikabura," Mechikabura exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he raised his staff high, shouting fervently, "The pinnacle of power." "No problem. However, it may take a bit of time," the dark dragon replied. The latter part of that statement nearly diminished the dragon's grandeur entirely. Lin Chi observed expressionlessly, then turned to glance at the valiant group led by Sun Wukong, muttering in bemusement, "Is it the dragon's incompetence, or is Meiji Capula truly formidable? It seems we must invest some time." "Hey, is that the dragon?" Sun Gohan exclaimed in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "It's enormous." Sun Gotenks echoed, equally astonished, noting its size dwarfed that of the Earth's dragon. Furthermore, it was significantly larger than the core tree of the Dark Demon Realm. Kuranoa shouted to rally the spirits of the patrol team. "Charge forth. Until Meiji Capula's wish is fulfilled, we still have a chance. Do not give up until the very end." Sun Gotenks unsheathed his sword and soared into the fray. Vegeta and Sun Wukong, now in their Super Saiyan 4 forms, were the first to engage in combat against the remnants of the Empire. The ensuing battle was a chaotic tableau of conflict. Flames raged, smoke enveloped the area. To put it simply, the Dark Empire's army resembled an overwhelming tide. The patrol team was no less formidable, clashing blades with fierce momentum. The heart of the Dark Demon Realm was engulfed in a tempest of blood and smoke, a life-and-death struggle fraught with peril. Each warrior soared into battle, confronting their fated adversaries. Dapla faced off against Sun Gotenks, and as they clashed, Dapla, in his demon form, launched a powerful kick at Sun Gotenks. "Ah!" Sun Gotenks cried, hurtling backward but quickly regained his composure as the time for fusion approached. Sun Goten and Trunks exchanged glances. "Has it really been half an hour already?" Sun Goten blinked in disbelief, lamenting the swift passage of time. "There's no turning back now," Trunks said, drawing his sword as he focused on Dapla. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, both feeling somewhat out of their depth. Lin Chi couldn't help but think of Majin Buu when he observed Dapla. Chapter 72. Time Patrol Team vs. Dark King. Lin Chi scrutinized the combatants, noting that this group of demons seemed rather lackluster. Although each faced their corresponding foe, the encounters bore a resemblance to the original storyline. Kuranoa had already breached their defenses and was charging toward the Dark Dragon. Shamal and Tawa engaged each other, having previously battled to a standstill. Super Saiyan 4 Goku was holding his own, but he was pitted against Meiji Capula's strongest subordinate, the Demon Sarusa. This confrontation was likely to be a tough challenge. Vegeta, still recovering from his previous encounter with Poutine, was not in optimal condition to sustain a prolonged fight, even in his Super Saiyan 4 form. As for the remaining characters, Yabitin and Mira, Lin Chi held little hope, given Yabitin's reputation. The Time Patrol team was struggling to withstand the onslaught, and thus Lin Chi braced himself for the full display of Meiji Capula's might. "Come on, young warriors," he encouraged with a faint smile, observing the patrol team laboring in battle. "Trunks, I've got this," Sun Goten declared as he kicked Dapla downwards. Turning to Trunks, he urged, "Go assist Lord Kaioshin." "Understood." Trunks nodded, swiftly departing as he noticed Kuranoa being obstructed by several soldiers of the Empire. With Trunks gone, the pressure on Sun Goten intensified, making his situation increasingly precarious. "Damn it, you won't escape." Dapla surged upward, intent on pursuing Trunks. But Sun Goten would not grant him such an opportunity. He unleashed a ki blast, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Vegeta, regaining his footing, wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring furiously at Poutine. "A woman should act like a woman. What else with this dodging and playing around?" Hiki, better than your muscle-brained antics. Poutine retorted playfully. Her staff, swirling as a torrent of dark energy, surged toward Vegeta. Vegeta evaded the energy blasts, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his breath quickening. Boom. Goku threw a punch at Sarusa, who deftly blocked it and seized Goku's arm, flinging him away. You are quite strong, Goku remarked, halting midair and gazing eagerly at Sarusa. Sarusa grinned ominously, acknowledging that that's what everyone says. With that, Sarusa charged at Goku, wielding his staff and unleashing his formidable demonic power. Goku, not one to underestimate his opponent, instantly teleported behind Sarusa, kicking forcefully. Sarusa reacted swiftly, retracting his staff and crossing his arms to block the strike. Goku's gaze flickered towards the increasingly beleaguered Vegeta, and he intensified his assault. His punches rained down upon Sarusa, who could only defend against the overwhelming force. Thud. Goku's fist finally broke through Sarusa's defenses, striking him squarely in the face. As Sarusa was sent reeling, Goku rushed forward to shield the tumbling Vegeta. Vegeta collided against Goku's back, gritting his teeth in pain. My energy. Are you alright, Vegeta? Goku asked, glancing sideways. Let us fuse. If we delay further, we may not be able to aid Lord Kaioshin. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression steely. Let us do it. Huh? You think that's so easy? Sarusa and Poutine combined their efforts, raising their staffs to disrupt Goku and Vegeta's fusion. Vegeta, frustrated, dodged again and shouted at Goku, this is impossible if we can't fuse. Here. Goku suddenly tossed a gleaming object to Vegeta. Clang, catching the pot air earring. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. How do you have this? Hiki, I asked Lord Kaioshin for it before I left. Goku said sheepishly, scratching his head. Humph. Seems you're not entirely brainless. Vegeta smirked, donning the earring on his left ear. As the Potar's magic took effect, Goku and Vegeta were irresistibly drawn toward each other. Their forms merged, emitting a brilliant light. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had arrived, with a surge of energy crackling around him. Vegeta wore a confident smile as he charged toward Poutine and Sarusa. Let the battle begin, swiftly evading the powers of the demonic gods. Vegeta resembled a butterfly gracefully dancing amidst a blossoming garden, untouched by the foliage. With unparalleled speed, he appeared before Sarusa in the blink of an eye, delivering a rapid punch. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing limbs and explosive energy as countless streaks of light zipped past, colliding and then separating once more. Unbeknownst to them, Dabra had guided Goten to the battleground of Gohan and Mira. Dabra intercepted a punch aimed at Mira, urging her, quickly assist my sister. I shall handle these two. Understood. Mira responded, observing the brothers Gohan and Goten breathing heavily back to back, as she took flight towards the central conflict. Truly. Shamal felt his demonic energy waning, especially with Mira hastening to support Tawa. This only strengthened his resolve to depart. This was as far as he could go. Although the plan to seize the Dragon Balls had failed, he had at least prevented the complete resurrection of Mechikabura. With a thud, Tawa's magic pierced through Shamal's illusion. As she glanced back at the arriving Mira, reporting that rascal Shamal has fled. Forget it, we must first obstruct the Supreme Kai of Time. She admonished the other demonic gods. Hurry and eliminate these foes to protect Lord Mechikabura. Indeed, let us swiftly vanquish the enemy and assist Lord Kai, Gohan added. Offering words of encouragement. Chapter 73, Stand aside, Trunks. Understood. I will heed my brother's words. Goten steadied his breath, nodding firmly. Meanwhile, Trunks, carrying Kuranoya, was intercepted by the masked king. Damn it, Trunks, hurry, we have no more than 20 seconds. Kuranoya urged as Trunks charged forward to sweep away the adversaries. Alright, it's time to go all out. Trunks roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Not engaging in prolonged combat, he focused solely on advancing rapidly. Unleashing his utmost speed as Super Saiyan 3 Trunks surged towards the Dark Shenron. The path cleared. Kuranoya's feet touched the ground of the central platform. Before Trunks could utter a word, the Dark Shenron swung its massive claw, sending Trunks flying. Trunks. Kuranoya cried out in concern. I'm fine. Trunks reassured her, even as he was sent reeling. Receiving his response, Kuranoya turned her gaze, noting that Mechikabura was still absorbing energy from the Dark Shenron, recuperating to full strength. Fortunately, as long as they could interrupt this process. Before Kuranoya could extend her hands, Lin Chi descended before her, blocking Mechikabura's figure. You all have arrived. Lin Chi? You're still alive. Kuranoya exclaimed joyfully, her eyes brimming with tears. Thank goodness, you're safe. Lin Chi gazed at Kuranoya, who appeared to have narrowly escaped calamity, finding himself at a loss for words. The young girl expressed concern for his well-being, while he yearned for Mechikabura to return to its prime glory. Yet, why could he not let go of this hope? Let us restore Mechikabura to its former splendor. Lin Chi murmured, casting a glance at Kuranoya. What are you babbling about? Kuranoya, her tears still glistening on her cheeks, stared at Lin Chi with incredulous shock. Are you still one of us in the Time Patrol? How can you utter such words? Trunks, who had hurried back, furrowed his brow in skepticism, questioning Lin Chi's intentions. I wish to face him in battle. Lin Chi's indifference began to waver, yet he stood resolute before Trunks and Kuranoya. I never imagined you would turn against each other, god of time. Mechakapura, enveloped in a radiant aura, scoffed. Mechakapura. Kuranoya's pupils dilated in alarm. He must not be allowed to regain his full strength. Lin Shi, step aside. You have no comprehension of Mechakapura's formidable power, Kuranoya implored. Fine. Lin Shi replied with unexpected ease, turning to behold the dazzling light ascending into the heavens. At this moment, Mechakapura was on the verge of regaining his peak state. From within the brilliance, his triumphant laughter echoed. Ha! It is too late. Not necessarily. Kuranoya retorted, extending her arms toward Mechakapura. Do you intend to wield the power of time? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his delay had been in vain. As Mechakapura neared his prime, Kuranoya unleashed the power of time, her form rapidly transforming. In an instant, Kuranoya matured from a young girl into a graceful maiden. Her hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. She radiated an extraordinary brilliance, intricate patterns of time manifesting behind her. I had hoped to refrain from using this power, but in order to confront you, the energy I have accumulated must be expended. I will, Kuranoya declared. Her hands aimed at Mechakapura, summoning all her strength to thwart his ambitions. Lin Shi. Meanwhile, Trunks leapt into action, tackling Lin Shi to the ground. Lin Shi offered no resistance. He silently gazed at Mechakapura, surrounded by countless fragments of time, the labyrinth of time created by Kuranoya. Hey, Kuranoya. Seal me away as well. No matter what, I must confront Mechakapura. Lin Shi truly yearns to engage in a confrontation with this Dark King. To witness firsthand the so-called most formidable magic of the Dragon Balls, pondering if there exists a means to vanquish it. You shall forever drift alongside me, beyond the passage of time. Mechakapura. At this moment, the Dark Shenron also languidly began to speak. Your wish has been granted. Countless components were gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness. Lin Shi beheld within the devouring darkness a robust and towering figure. It was Mechakapura. Rejuvenated and at the zenith of his strength. You, this band of scoundrels, the Time Patrol. As the confines of the maze of time gradually contracted, Trunks rose from atop Lin Shi. Lord Supreme Kai. At that moment, the Dark Shenron transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, darting off in various directions. Trunks. Kuranoya pressed her lips together, stifling the tears welling in her eyes, and turned around with a stiff smile. Please take good care of the Time Bird. Lord Supreme Kai. Trunks' anguished howl pierced the air. A blinding radiance enveloped the surroundings, so dazzling it compelled one to instinctively shut their eyes. It felt as though an eternity had passed in a single glance, yet it seemed but a fleeting instant. When Lin Shi opened his eyes, he beheld a sky composed of clockwork components. Had Kuranoya truly led him into the labyrinth of time? Before his smile could fully bloom, he noticed Vegeta hovering nearby. Not far off was Son Goku, with Trunks above him and Gohan below, alongside the creator of the Dark Dragon Balls. Was that not Dondi? Son Goku, bewildered, caught Dondi as he fell from the air. Lin Shi's foot lightly touched the ground as he gazed at Sun Wukong, who lay prostrate. Have we returned to the nest of time? How peculiar. Where's Lord Kaishin? Sun Wutian, equally bewildered, surveyed those around him. Lin Shi, you're alive. With this exclamation, Trunks swiftly approached Lin Shi, seizing him by the collar. What have you done, you scoundrel? Vegeta interjected, his brow furrowed, reprimanding him coldly. If it weren't for your interference. Trunks vented his fury. Lord Kaishin would not have. Observing Lin Shi's impassive demeanor, Trunks realized his outburst was unwarranted. He clenched his teeth and released Lin Shi's collar, dashing towards the house. Inside, the scattered scrolls of time lay in disarray, and Trunks stood there, dumbfounded. It's gone. The Dark Demon Realm has vanished. Chapter 74, Demon God, Demigra Vegeta, arms crossed, cast a cold glance at Lin Shi, questioning, what on earth transpired? Lin Shi, fraught with anxiety, replied, Kuranoya has sealed herself and Mechakapura along with their group outside of time. He felt exasperated. He had mentioned the need to seal them too. Was it not possible to have a confrontation with Mechakapura? If he emerged victorious, Kuranoya would return safely. If he lost, what was he thinking? Would he ever lose? What about that red-haired sorcerer? Sun Wukong glanced toward the courtyard. Was he sealed as well? That brat is merely a subordinate of Demigra. Who is a traitor? Lin Shi's irritation grew with each thought. Those individuals are not on our side. You aren't on our side either. Trunks, having set down the scrolls, emerged with an icy glare directed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was taken aback by Trunks' reaction. Has he come to despise me? After summoning everyone over, Trunks produced several shards of crystalline time, stating, these are remnants of time crystals left behind from various eras. Due to the urgency of the situation when we ventured to the Dark Demon Realm, Lord Kaishin entrusted me with their safekeeping. Please, take these to return to your original era. Trunks' voice was somber, his mood even more dismal. I have no need for such things. Vegeta, having secured his bandages and donned his patrol uniform, coldly rejected the offer. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow but did not reach for the object. It would be utterly disgraceful to do so at this moment. Indeed, it is unnecessary. Sun Wukong echoed, his body wrapped in bandages, yet his voice remained robust. More than this object, I am far more concerned with how to defeat those fellows. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly and declared, I too wish to engage those adversaries once more. We must determine a victor. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, grinning with excitement. Yes, we must lend our strength to the supreme Kai of time. Son Gohan chimed in enthusiastically. Even if we all return. Do you plan to secretly go and rescue the supreme Kai of time alone? Son Goten said with a grin, resting his hands behind his head. After all, whether you fight alone or we fight together, it is still a battle, is it not? Lin Chi, what do you say? Son Goten nudged the silently pensive Lin Chi with his elbow, urging him to redeem himself. What nonsense? Lin Chi replied coldly. Casting a glance over the gathered crowd, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. My goal has always been to have a showdown with Mechikabura. Everyone. Trunks' voice faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. All right. Swallowing his emotions, Trunks tightened his fist and proclaimed loudly, together, we shall rescue the supreme Kai of time. We are the Time Patrol. As Trunks finished speaking, Lin Chi turned his gaze towards the clockwork components above in the courtyard. Mechikabura is sealed. Hence our next target must be Demigra. This fellow must surely be stirring restlessly. Has he emerged from the rifts of time yet? Thus, the group remained temporarily in the time nest, training and sparring together. Time flowed slowly, and during Trunks' search for Cronoa, a fortnight passed unnoticed. The courtyard was alive with the incessant circling of the time birds. Lin Chi leaned against the tree trunk, a blade of grass between his teeth, lost in thought as he gazed skyward. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten engaged in a spirited spar, while Vegeta and Goku practiced their skills not far off. Beneath the tree, Gohan sat cross-legged on a low table, absorbed in his books, scribbling notes and mumbling to himself about odd functions. The origin is symmetric, where F, X, X. Symmetry about the y-axis, and the concept of integrals. Suddenly, Lin Chi jolted upright, pointing with the grass in his mouth to the sky. A black hole materialized, from which emerged several figures, including the demon Demigra, who had once betrayed the Dark King Mechikabura, along with his secretary Rabble and the familiar Shamel. Magic boy? Gohan looked up, adjusting his glasses as he greeted them warmly. Long time no see. Where have you been? How infuriating. You truly are not on our side. Trunks clenched his fists, anger coursing through him at the sight of Shamel. He felt the sting of betrayal. TCH. These individuals come and go as they please. Vegeta expressed his displeasure, directing a scornful glance at the trio. Goku tilted his head in confusion, asking, red-haired one, who are these people? Shamel, standing aloof behind Demigra, offered no response, casting a disdainful glance at Goku and the others. Humph, why should I answer your questions? You people remain so inefficient. Damn it. Trunks fixed his gaze intensely on Demigra, who had once declared his ambition to dominate the world. Targeting the throne of the Kai of Time, this posed a significant threat. Humph. Demigra, gripping his staff, surveyed the group with cold eyes, ultimately settling his gaze on the time bird perched on Lin Chi's shoulder. Hand over the time bird. You shall not have it. Trunks replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejecting the demand. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at Demigra, pondering whether this individual had come seeking the time birds or perhaps to propose an alliance. Although the circumstances remained unclear, they were indeed adversaries, correct? Sun Wukong turned to Trunks and inquired. Indeed. Trunks replied with a vehement nod. Heh. Sun Wukong let out a hearty laugh, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form, leaping into the air, and charging towards Demigra with a clenched fist. If they were enemies, then defeating them was the only course of action. TCH. Vegeta also erupted with a fierce roar, not yielding in the slightest, and joined the fray. Let me take the lead. Everyone was brimming with excitement. Son Goten exclaimed, turning to Trunks, shall we join as well? The imminent battle left Lin Chi utterly speechless. Had Demigra, the treacherous demon, received news from Shamel? He had managed to escape the confines of time once more. Indeed. With Mechikabura sealed away and the Kai of Time's fate uncertain, the patrol team was left without leadership. What an opportune moment for vengeance. Failing to seize the chance to claim the power of time from the time birds would be a grave miscalculation. Chapter 75, the patrol team and Demigra's alliance. He reached out to smooth the feathers of the time birds, who had been cooped up in the nest of time for over half a month. Surely, they were quite restless. When it was his turn, he too would relish the opportunity to engage in a grand battle. However, his interest was still waning. He longed to confront Mechikabura in his prime. After all, given the power levels of the demons he had previously vanquished, their combat abilities were rather mediocre, easily bested by destructive techniques of the same tier. That accursed Kuranoia, why had he not been sealed away in the time labyrinth alongside him? He could have finished the fight and had Kuranoia return him to his own timeline. How splendid that would have been. The time birds seemed to sense something, flapping their wings, uncertain of where they wished to fly. Sun Wukong, who had soared into the air first, found himself unable to confront Demigra, as his aide, Rabble, stood in his way. What is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the seemingly insignificant object, akin to a conductor's baton, deflect his punch with ease. Meanwhile, Vegeta sought to seize the moment, preparing to strike at Demigra, while Shamel raised his staff, unleashing his demonic power. TCH. Vegeta veered off course, confronting Shamel. Do you wish to challenge me? Underneath the great tree, Son Gohan hastily gathered his books, sighing in relief. As long as the books were unharmed, what a stroke of luck. Hey, this is bad. An elderly Kai rushed towards them, trembling as he clutched a scroll of time, the time bird fluttering atop his shoulder, chirping anxiously. Time, time, Elder Kai? Lin Chi smirked, glancing at the Elder Kai. What calamity has befallen us? Could it be that the Dark Demon realm had emerged? The wait had been excruciating. What is it? Son Gohan, initially eager to join the fray, inquired of the perspiring Elder Kai. Something has occurred. The Dark Demon realm has once again broken free from the time labyrinth. Sun Wukong halted his assault, while Shamel's eyes widened in shock. Demigra stared incredulously at the Elder Kai on the ground. What did you just say? He had not even laid a finger on the time birds, and already Mechikabura had reappeared? The corners of Lin Chi's mouth lifted slightly higher, surprised by the rapid development. Was it truly possible to have such a change in just half a month? He had anticipated a much longer wait. It appeared that Meiji Capula's strength was indeed formidable. However, what were these individuals doing here? The old Kaioshin squinted as he gazed at Demigra, dismissing the previous matters from his mind. What did you just say? Demigra, disregarding everything else, descended swiftly before the old Kaioshin, reaching out to grasp his throat. Humph. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them as he positioned himself in front of the old Kaioshin. You shall not act so recklessly. Demigra scrutinized Lin Chi, ultimately suppressing his inner displeasure. He threatened the old Kaioshin, demanding to know what was happening. It wasn't that he did not wish to confront Lin Chi, rather. Lin Chi's nonchalant demeanor left him unable to gauge his strength. The old Kaioshin was somewhat bewildered but still understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed that the Dark Demon realm had resurfaced, likely orchestrated by Meiji Capula and his associates. Had they all escaped from the Maze of Time? The others in midair ceased their skirmish and descended to the ground. This was serious. Sun Wukong pondered, stroking his chin. Trunks, however, appeared anxious. What now? What about Lord Kaioshin? Do you know if she is safe? I'm not certain, but I believe the Kaioshin of Time is likely unharmed. The old Kaioshin replied, tossing the time scroll in his other hand to Trunks, who was now on the ground. It seems you will have to endure further trials. As Trunks unfurled the scroll, Lin Chi leaned in to observe. This is Earth, he mused. Could it be that Meiji Capula has restored his former power, causing the Maze of Time to collapse? Or perhaps Kuranoya has been subdued, and he was compelled to unravel the Maze of Time? Both scenarios were plausible. So, what lay ahead? Would they venture into a parallel dimension, perhaps a GT world, or would they directly assault the Dark Demon realm? Lin Chi silently rolled his eyes, feeling as though he had emerged from the GT dimension, yet somehow remained ensnared within it. What shall we do now? Sun Wukong cast his gaze upon the group. Momentarily at a loss for direction, Lin Chi observed the pensive expressions of those around him and spoke with indifference. Let us first proceed to the location indicated on the scroll. Who among you possesses the confidence to confront Mechikabura at its zenith? Even Lin Chi himself could not guarantee a safe retreat for everyone during a confrontation with Mechikabura's magic. Thus, it would be prudent to avoid entering the Dark Demon realm altogether. Demigula, however, held a contrary opinion, urging, let us join forces. Is it not possible for our two factions to collaborate? Presently, he had already turned traitor, and should Mechikabura eliminate the Temporal Patrol, it would go without saying that he would face retribution for his betrayal. At this juncture, they could only temporarily ally with the Temporal Patrol. Neither side could afford to falter lest they be obliterated. Trunks, listening to Demigula's words, appeared somewhat swayed, tightening his grip on the scroll. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at Trunks, reflecting that if they proceeded in this manner, they would merely serve as a feast for their adversaries. After all, the formidable Mechikabura would not idly witness his demonic subordinates exhibiting such pitiful strength. Moreover, wasn't there a similar occurrence in the original narrative? Even if the two factions combined their forces to invade the Dark Demon realm, they would inevitably retreat in disgrace. There truly was no need to recklessly seek suffering. Humph. Then why don't you take the lead? Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Lin Chi, crossing his arms as he regarded Demigra with contempt. After much contemplation, Trunks ultimately resolved to embrace the responsibilities of Kuranoya. Let us first investigate the cause of the historical anomalies. The emergence of the Time Scroll-S map signifies a change in history. The remaining members positioned themselves behind Trunks, and witnessing the seamless cooperation of the Time Patrol, the old Kaioshin felt immense satisfaction. And what are these three individuals? Goku pointed towards the three Megula still standing nearby. We shall accompany you. Demigra's expression darkened as he regarded Trunks and his companions. After all, the three of them were no match for Mechikabura's formidable forces. Chapter 76, once again GT. Still under control, the proposal was viable. A temporary alliance might very well lead them to the source of the historical disturbances, where those demons could be lurking. The old Kaioshin also deemed this approach feasible. Lin Chi was rather indifferent. Aside from the opportunity to engage with Meiji Capra, he took everything else in stride. If he were to venture into the Dark Demon realm, he would only contend with the formidable boss. As for Trunks and the others, their fates were of little concern to him. If he could save them, he would. If not, that was simply beyond his control. Adults must bear the responsibility for the paths they choose. So, I entrust you with this. The old Kaioshin waved goodbye with great eagerness, declaring that he would take care of the Time Bird. Farewell. Lin Chi cast a cold glance at Demigula, recognizing his remarkable adaptability. Though he was hardly a commendable character, unbeknownst to the others, everything unfolded as Lin Chi had foreseen at that very moment. Mechakapura was issuing commands that would bring immense humiliation to Kuranoa. Kneel. Furthermore, he had utilized the dark powers to corrupt Kuranoa, transforming her into a member of the demonic pantheon, while simultaneously augmenting the strength of the other demons. The combat prowess of Mechakapura's subordinates had ascended to new heights. Meanwhile, led by Trunks, the Time Patrol appeared in the desolate city. As for Demigula and his cohort, they had vanished without a trace upon their arrival. Lin Chitsai paid no heed to them as he gazed upon the ruins of the dilapidated buildings, a locale both familiar and foreign. One could not help but ponder whether his past self had ever inhabited this very timeline. The devastation before him was indeed harrowing. From which era of Earth did this desolation arise? Sun Wutian surveyed his surroundings and inquired of Trunks. Before Trunks could respond, Sun Wukong detected a powerful presence of combat emanating from a distance. An intense energy was clashing nearby. Vegeta was the first to leap into the air. And what unfolded before his eyes was the fierce battle between Gogeta and the Super One-Star Dragon. Their exchanged glances confirmed it. There was no doubt. They had entered the GT timeline. Lin Chi surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of himself. It seemed he had not ventured into that particular GT timeline. Oh, is that not our combined form? Sun Wukong approached Vegeta, shielding his brow with a hand as he marveled at the sight. That proud and unrestrained smile. Imbued with unwavering confidence, yet devoid of ostentation, Vegeta, remain vigilant. Those demonic entities will surely manifest soon. Lin Chi, in an unusually cheerful mood, offered this caution to the boisterous Sun Wukong. In the distance, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent the Super One-Star Dragon hurtling into the ruins of a building, causing Trunks to furrow his brow. Although the battle raged fiercely, the peculiar anomaly within the historical continuum remained a pressing concern. What could possibly be amiss? Before Trunks could further ponder this, a large group of familiar faces materialized behind him. Under the influence of dark forces, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Mr. Satan, and Xiao Fang emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, they launched an assault on the patrol squad, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Smoke billowed, and debris flew in all directions. Lin Chi shrugged, as he had already stated. Look. What is happening on the ground? The suspended figure of Vegeta halted its movements, curiously gazing down at the earth below. Here it comes. Lin Chi waved away the smoke, directing his gaze towards the space behind Vegeta. Target identified, engage. A sinister female voice suddenly echoed. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, a black hole silently emerged behind him, and the experimental subject Fan launched a punch at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta retreated, narrowly evading Fan's strike. The adversary before him was an oddly proportioned little figure clad in black trousers, with countless tendril-like strands of hair atop its head, reminiscent of the snake-haired Medusa from Greek mythology. After failing an initial ambush, Fan quickly executed a backflip, distancing himself from Vegeta. To Vegeta's astonishment, Fan's arms suddenly elongated, seizing both of Vegeta's hands. Hey, what's going on? Who are you? Your hands can stretch? Vegeta, clearly bewildered by this new enemy, struggled to comprehend the situation. Below, Trunks was also grappling with his own existential crisis. Watching as a doppelganger of himself reached out. Is this me from this timeline? Controlled Trunks, with his palm facing the patrolling Trunks, began to gather energy, preparing to attack. Trunks. Vegeta attempted to intervene, only to find controlled Bulma standing before him. TCH, damn it. Faced with his beloved wife, Vegeta was evidently rendered powerless. In that moment, everyone found themselves in a passive predicament. Others were similarly preoccupied. Goku and Gohan faced off against a menacing Chi-Chi and Xiao Fang. The patrolling Goten exchanged blows with his controlled counterpart. Trunks gritted his teeth, continuously dodging attacks, while Lin Chi appeared to be the only one unfazed by the chaos. You all have been controlled in this timeline. His gaze swept across the surroundings, quickly fixing on two figures atop the ruins. Tawa. Depura. Tawa, holding a staff, wore a chilling smile, while Depura brandished a 3-meter-long sword. As expected, I sensed the dark energy earlier. Trunks dodged yet another energy blast from the controlled Trunks, turning to follow Lin Chi's line of sight. Have these guys managed to escape as well? The Dark Empire, Demigula, lurking in the shadows, narrowed his eyes and spoke to the figures of Rabel and Shamel standing behind him. Let us observe for now, and we shall act when the opportunity arises. Trunks shouted, demanding answers. How did you escape? What have you done to the Supreme Kai of Time? Humph. Tawa flashed a beguiling smile. Rest assured, the Supreme Kai of Time is currently in an unprecedentedly favorable position. Damn it. Trunks clenched his teeth, unwilling to believe her words. Though we intend to avoid drawing your attention, Tawa cast a furtive glance at Lin Chi, speaking with a hint of indifference, should you interfere. Depura interjected, lifting his massive sword, casting a disdainful gaze at the patrolling team below. What a perfect opportunity to test my newfound power. At that moment, Vegeta had closed his eyes, mercilessly knocking Bulma unconscious before gently setting her aside. Goku, cradling the unconscious Chi-Chi, approached Vegeta, while Gohan laid Xiao Fang beside Chi-Chi and Bulma. Chapter 77. Fusion, Vegeta Goten knocked out his controlled counterpart with a punch, while Trunks rendered his other self unconscious with the back of his blade. The group stood united, gazing upward at Towa and Depura atop the ruins, assuming a battle-ready stance. Let us commence our warm-up. Depura swung his massive sword downward, cleaving the earth in two and revealing an unfathomable chasm. What kind of power is this? Trunks stared at the long crack extending by his feet, utterly astonished. Even more shocking was the sight of his controlled self being bisected. Unbelievable. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. It was merely a light swing. Depura had already lunged forward, wielding his 3-meter-long sword toward the stunned Vegeta below. The speed was astonishing, leaving little room for reaction. Instinctively, Vegeta crossed his arms defensively, uncertain if he could withstand the blow. Just as Lin Shi prepared to intervene, Shamel emerged from the shadows, summoning a barrier with his staff to deflect Depura's attack. Crack! Crack! Yet, within mere seconds, Shamel's barrier began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly. Counterattack! Rabel, show them our might. Demigula commanded coldly, gripping his staff. Understood. Rabel, with an air of aloofness, tapped her baton, and as she waved it, a flurry of star-like formations appeared, retracing the path of time, the trajectory of moments. Rabel unleashed a counterattack that propelled the energy back toward Towa and Depura, who swiftly evaded. Quick, dodge Towa! Due to the momentary warning, Depura's evasion was slightly delayed, resulting in a graze on his shoulder. As blood trickled down, Depura gritted his teeth in fury. You damn pests! Traitors of the dark magic realm, Demigula's army. Emerging from the shadows, the three figures of Demigula glared coldly at Towa and Depura in the distance. Vegeta released his grip, clenching his teeth as he directed a fierce glare at Rabel. Just a mere woman. Will such absurd tactics become the norm in future battles? Impressive. Is this magic as well? Gohan remarked with wonder as he observed Rabel's ability to rebound attacks. I knew I was the strongest, Rabel boasted, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her ample chest. At this point, I believe your strength is insufficient to contend with Mechikabura. Rabel cast a cold glance at Gohan, arrogantly asserting, from now on, you shall follow my lead. Time patrol. Heh. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, sensing her intent to command them due to their perceived weakness in battle. She has already begun to dictate our actions. The group exchanged puzzled glances at Rabel, the usually aloof and prideful girl, now speaking more than usual. Do not look at us with such skepticism. You wonder why we would assist you. Demigula chuckled derisively. There is no need to concern yourselves, as you are merely convenient pawns, are you not? You fiend. Cold sweat dripped down Vegeta's face, finding her tone thoroughly infuriating. Then let me assist you in becoming powerful henceforth. Rabel gently tapped his baton in the palm of his hand, exuding an air reminiscent of a class teacher. Become stronger? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at Rabel. You possess such remarkable abilities? Indeed. You are truly a magical beauty. Sun Gohan chimed in from the side. Now, first you, and you. Rabel's baton pointed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. A frown marred Vegeta's features, his displeasure escalating. Conversely, Sun Wukong nodded excitedly. Is it really that simple? I have no objections. Yet, he cast a wary glance at Vegeta, uncertain if he would comply. TCH. Vegeta's body quivered slightly as he clenched his fists tightly at his sides. In that moment, memories of the dark demonic beings he had faced under the command of Mechikabura flooded his mind. Is it truly possible to become powerful? Vegeta turned to Rabel with a serious expression. If it is indeed feasible, then I shall agree. Wait. Sun Wukong's head was filled with countless question marks and exclamations. Vegeta actually agreed? The fusion dance that filled him with such embarrassment? Could it really be done? Vegeta? This is fusion. We need to perform those specific movements. Sun Wukong hesitantly began to ask. Shut your mouth and stop rambling. Vegeta bellowed angrily, interrupting Sun Wukong. Kakarot, hurry and strike the pose. Just as the outside investigation suggested, his pride is indeed formidable. Rabel murmured quietly to Shamel. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not doing this to cooperate with you. I am employing this method solely for the sake of power. A faint blush appeared on Vegeta's cheeks as he assumed a pose he found utterly humiliating, voicing his dissatisfaction loudly. Kakarot, hurry up. We first need to synchronize our energy. Sun Wukong replied leisurely, observing Vegeta's awkward grin. Could this be considered a suboptimal strategy? Strengthening our side S power? Lin Shi stepped closer to Demigra, his tone cold as he inquired. This is unavoidable. In the face of Mechikabura and his ilk, our strength is insufficient. Demigra responded, surprised that Lin Shi had initiated a conversation with him. In the time patrol, you alone evoke a sense of profound mystery. Who are you really? Who I am is inconsequential. It is the pursuit of profit that constitutes an everlasting bond. Lin Shi replied with a faint smile, his words ambiguous. Join our ranks. I hold great expectations for you. Demigra felt a sense of camaraderie forming. Lin Shi looked at Demigula with a playful gaze. Well, you must yield your position to me. He chuckled softly. Demigula let out a faint laugh but fell silent, for it was utterly inconceivable for him to serve as Lin Shi's subordinate. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed Mika Kapura. Chapter 78. Tova's Fin. Dark Gita Lin Chi paid no heed to the situation. He turned his attention to the merging forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He had no intention of engaging in frivolous banter with Demigra, who was astute and devoid of any discernible allegiance. Shamal, be vigilant and ensure they are not disturbed. With Lin Chi silent, Demigra directed his command towards Shamal. As Vegeta and Sun Wukong interlocked their pinkies, a blinding brilliance enveloped them, resulting in the emergence of yet another Super Saiyan for Gogeta. In the midst of this devastated cityscape, only the battle between the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta of this timeline and Fin persisted. The Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta unleashed the Kamehameha wave toward the airborne Fin. The velocity was so astounding that Fin had no chance to evade. His hands trembled as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. A colossal explosion of energy engulfed Fin in a radiant glow, thick smoke billowing forth, suspended in midair. Dubra's expression grew increasingly grim. Had Fin failed? Moreover, if Demigra allied with the patrolling forces, it would bode ill for us. Should we retreat for now? Tao proposed, eyeing the swirling smoke, but Fin has yet to be defeated. As the smoke dissipated, a somewhat disheveled Fin emerged. A bloodthirsty grin adorning his face as he vanished from midair and reappeared behind Gogeta. Gogeta, quick to react, bent his legs and ducked to evade Fin's fist. He then launched his counterattack, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Fin's cheek. With a resounding impact, Fin, undeterred, bent his arm and blocked the strike with his elbow. Albeit underestimating Gogeta's strength, Fin was propelled backward by Gogeta's force, his feet skimming the ground and leaving 2 furrows in his wake. My dear Fin. That was indeed a golden opportunity. Tao observed the skirmish on the ground, her smile growing increasingly sinister. Sensing something amiss, Fin charged at Gogeta once more. This time, before Fin's fist could connect, Gogeta had already appeared behind him, delivering a powerful downward kick. Fin bore a triumphant expression after absorbing the blow. He retaliated with a punch aimed at Gogeta's abdomen. The impact sent Gogeta hurtling backward, creating a massive hole in a crumbling building. Following Fin's strike, he too had vanished from his previous location. It appears we may have obtained what we desired. Observing the hole Gogeta had created, a tall figure emerged. Evidently Fin, who had absorbed this timeline's Super Saiyan for Gogeta. Excellent. Dobra's demeanor improved slightly as he glanced at Fin on the ground, instructing. Let us return and bring that specimen with us. Understood. Just as Tao raised her staff, Fin revealed a menacing grin. Wait, brother. Tao looked at Fin, who was extending his long tongue, declaring that he wished to test his battle prowess. What? You can comprehend this creature's intentions? Dobra's lip twitched, commending his sister. The illustrious dark scientist. Go forth, Dark Gogeta. Tao smiled indulgently. Meanwhile, the merged Gogeta of the Time Patrol rotated his arm, inquiring of Robble, what comes after the fusion? How do we become stronger? Is it by defeating those 2 demons in midair? Not quite. I believe your task is to collect the Dragon Balls. Specifically those belonging to the creature hiding in that hole. Robble pointed his command staff at the Super One-Star Dragon, who had been previously kicked into the ruins by this timeline's warriors. The mage and Kakarot sought the 7 dark Dragon Balls embedded in the chest of the negative energy-infused Super One-Star Dragon to fulfill a wish. Such a convoluted explanation. Gogeta mused, albeit grasping the direction Robble indicated. I see. I still wish to engage the demons in battle. Let us conclude this swiftly. Gogeta performed some warm-up stretches. You insolent wretch. How dare you look down upon me? The Super One-Star Dragon, who had been lurking, was incensed. Was he being underestimated? I'll annihilate you all. You wretched monkey. Just as the Super One-Star Dragon finished his threat, Fin surged forward, his iron-like fist colliding with the dragon's cheek. With a resounding crash, dust and debris filled the air, leaving Gogeta momentarily stunned. Ugh, that despicable creature. The Super One-Star Dragon struggled to utter, trapped beneath Fin's fist. With Fin's release, the Super One-Star Dragon's form dissipated into the ether, the Dragon Balls scattering amidst the rubble as smoke enveloped the area. Gahahaha. Dark Gogeta, with his revoltingly long tongue, erupted into raucous laughter. It was merely a single punch. The observing Sun Goten widened his eyes, trembling in fear. Robble could not help but exclaim, truly unexpectedly powerful. Lin Chi cast a casual glance, recognizing the unparalleled strength before him, far more formidable than the mere sorcery wielded by the magical beings. What vexed him was the fact that they could all manipulate magic while he and his fellow warriors remained utterly incapable. Curiously, where was Gogeta from this timeline? Trunks, equally perplexed, surveyed the area. He had previously been engaged in battle with this creature. It had absorbed him. Perched atop a large stone, Lin Chi remarked nonchalantly. Do you not sense the essence of Gogeta emanating from that monster? Allow me to test this creature. The patrolling Gogeta smirked with excitement, propelling himself towards Fin. The Dark Gogeta, having been absorbed by Fin, soon found himself clashing midair with the patrolling Gogeta. On the ground, Robble, wielding a command stick, was not idle either. She cast a sidelong glance at the worried Son Gohan. Would you like to lend a hand? After all, I possess the ability to unlock your potential. Consequently, the remnants of scrap metal in the ruins, under her guidance, transformed into a machine capable of unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Chapter 79. the chaos of Super Saiyan 4 Gohan and 2 Gogetas. However, since this was the GT timeline, Lin Shi did not regard Robble's creation of such a device as particularly impressive. With the successful activation of Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, he was exhilarated. Wow. Truly an extraordinary sorceress. Clenching his fists, he reveled in his Super Saiyan 4 form, gazing upwards at the battle between the two Gogetas. The Dark Gogeta. Licking his lips in anticipation, eyed the patrolling Gogeta just as he launched an energy sphere, striking the Dark Gogeta. As the smoke dissipated, Gohan leaped into the fray, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the Dark Gogeta. The skirmish between the two Gogetas rapidly escalated into a chaotic three-way brawl with Gohan's involvement. Witnessing Gohan's newfound strength in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Robble smiled with satisfaction. Now this is the fighting spirit you should possess, Gohan. In midair, with Gohan's support, they began to gain the upper hand against the Dark Gogeta. Their combined fists collided with the Dark Gogeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a bullet. As the Dark Gogeta regained his composure and dove back in, the air was filled with swirling winds and flashing lights. The ground erupted in pits and clouds of smoke, with cracks resembling spider webs spreading across the battlefield. The ruins of the city were on the verge of becoming a basin. This is turning into a farce. Lin Shi sighed, resting his hands behind his head, lazily yawning. His boredom intensified as he waited for the opportunity to engage with Mechikabura's magic. Having squandered ample time in the process, sorceress, may I give it a try? I wish to transform like my brother. Son Goten approached Robble, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is it possible? Father, your fusion has a time limit. So let me create an opportunity for you to defeat him all at once. Gohan reappeared, brimming with determination. Hey. Before Gogeta could respond, Gohan unleashed an even greater combat prowess. His hands crossed at his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Dark Gogeta. With a fierce shout from Super Saiyan 4 Gohan, a tremendous energy erupted from his being, ultimate magic flash. The Dark Gogeta was instantly blasted away by the overwhelming energy. Observing Gohan's fervor, Gogeta was reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, rapidly gathering energy at his waist for the nuclear explosion Kamehameha. What a striking name. Lin Shi glanced at the astonished onlookers, but ultimately, it's of little consequence. As the smoke cleared, the Dark Gogeta remained unscathed, and just as Gohan prepared for another attack, Gogeta exposed the Dark Gogeta's ruse. You deliberately allowed yourself to be absorbed, didn't you? The Dark Gogeta, standing on the ground, revealed a sinister grin as a layer of skin peeled away from his forehead, unveiling the original Gogeta's visage. Oh dear, you actually figured it out. The Dark Gogeta chuckled, adding, I must commend myself for this. Even I was surprised to encounter another version of myself, and I simply wanted to test my mettle against you. His smile grew increasingly radiant. This fight is truly exhilarating. Haha, I feel the same. Gogeta replied, grinning widely. Huh, what is happening? Super Saiyan 4 Gohan hovered nearby, utterly bewildered. With a roar from the Dark Gogeta, he extracted Fin's life force, turning to the equally confused Fin, as well as Tawa and Dabura nearby. My apologies. Even though you've taken over my body, I remain just as formidable. This exceedingly narcissistic declaration incited Fin to grit his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself helpless against this timeline's Gogeta. Observing Fin's ineptitude, Dabura, hovering above, coldly remarked, what a useless being. Tawa, let us depart. I had intended to bring the entire specimen back. Tawa lamented. Then let us go. My brother's wounds require tending. TSK. You come and go as you please. Lin Shi finally stirred, rising from the stone and brushing off non-existent dust. Demigra appeared before Tawa and Dabura, a cold smile on his lips, such a rare opportunity. Let us engage in battle a little longer. Dabura, blood still dripping from his shoulder, glared at Demigra with fury. Demigra, you traitor. Looks like you're in quite a state. Allow me to put an end to this. Demigra grinned sinisterly, as his companion, Shamel, raised his staff. There's no way I will let you succeed. Tawa brandished her staff towards the two adversaries. Just then, Shamel's magical energy struck Tawa's staff, sending it clattering to the ground, her expression nearly frozen. Cease your futile struggles. To confront Mechikabura, Demigra has preserved a considerable amount of magical power. Thus, my apologies. I have no desire to expend my precious magic on you minions. Demigra's palm began to gather the power of the demon god. Vanquish. Before Demigra could finish his sentence, Lin Shi's hand pierced through Dabura's chest, disdainfully regarding Demigra and Shamel. You two are just full of empty chatter, wasting time. Do you not know that villains often perish due to their verbosity? As Lin Shi withdrew his bloodied hand, Tawa turned in shock to see Dabura, trembling and with a gaping hole in his chest. Brother, what a detestable fiend. Tawa hastily picked up the fallen staff, retreating to distance herself from Lin Shi. TSK. Now he's cautious. Lin Shi disdainfully glanced at Tawa, pondering whether her demise would hinder the appearance of Frisia later on. As Lin Shi hesitated for a fleeting moment, he suddenly found himself immobilized. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if everyone had been rendered motionless. What could be the cause? Tova wore a perplexed expression, acutely aware of her own inability to move. Was time itself suspended? How infuriating. My body. 1T respond. Lin Chi was caught behind Dapula, glancing furtively at the newly arrived Kuranoya and Puting, desperately attempting to break free. Yet, he distinctly sensed that. Chapter 80, The Power of the Gods. You are an angel. This was no mere triviality as before with Kuranoya. Lin Chi sought to liberate himself, realizing it would require time, as he exerted himself. Veins began to bulge on his forehead. What a useless fellow. Tova, you ought to kneel in gratitude for my life-saving grace. Puting appeared above Tova, exuding an air of triumph. The god of the kings is being controlled. Trunks' body trembled incessantly. He yearned to escape the confinement. The echoes of the past words from the god of time resonating frantically in his mind. It is the stillness of time, freezing a moment. Puting made a face at the crowd, seizing a rare opportunity. Let us eliminate them. Huh? From a pile of rubble emerged, clutching a bag as he searched for Dragon Balls. What is going on? With a swift motion, Rabble darted to Demigra's side, while Lin Chi broke free from the shackles of time, swinging his fist towards Kuranoya. This fellow. Puting was taken aback, hastily grabbing hold of Kuranoya and conjuring a protective shield with her staff. Lin Chi's fist struck the protective shield, causing it to merely tremble. Damn it! Lin Chi gritted his teeth, preparing for another assault when Tova's long-anticipated magical attack swept towards the crowd. In this situation, aside from him who could evade, the others were doomed. Rabble's conductor's baton swung energetically as he shouted to everyone present, "Do not move. The connection has been established. Time-space technique, force transfer." As the energy engulfed them, the adversary before them diminished in size. Trunks gazed vacantly, his eyes filled with resentment. With a thud, they materialized in an uncharted safe location, and Rabble joyfully raised the bag in his hand, flaunting it towards Demigra. Hee hee. As expected of me, I have even found the Dragon Balls amidst the ruins. Indeed, I am the most formidable. You weren't hindered by the constraints of time? Lin Chi observed Rabble with curiosity. This secretary was no ordinary individual. Perhaps it is because I was situated farther from you. I was not within the area of stasis. Rabble handed the Dragon Balls to Demigra. This is my stroke of good fortune. Phew, I thought we were on the brink of death. Sun Goten exclaimed, rising and taking a deep breath. How infuriating. How infuriating. Trunks pounded the ground with his fists, lamenting the fact that the Supreme Kai had been subdued by them. What should we do next? A cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. If he was not mistaken, Tova's recent attack had obliterated the earth. No, I believe it has nothing to do with luck. Rather, take a look behind you. Upon receiving this revelation, Lin Chi cast a scornful glance at Rabble. Behind Rabble, Xiao Fong also opened her bewildered eyes, gazing at the crowd. Am I dreaming? Mr. Gohan's daughter? Trunks looked at Xiao Fong and then at Sun Gohan. Xiao Fong. Sun Gohan was equally astonished. How had Xiao Fong ended up with them? This is terrible. How did I end up bringing her along? Rabble clutched his forehead, his tone laced with distress. A journey through history's battles? After a brief explanation from Sun Gohan, Xiao Fong stared incredulously at the crowd, exclaiming in disbelief. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. This description is indeed quite apt. You grasp concepts so swiftly, Xiao Fong. You are truly remarkable. Sun Wukong displayed an appreciative smile as he gently ruffled Xiao Fong's hair. Thus, grandfather has grown larger, and Uncle Vegeta has regained his youth. Xiao Fong exclaimed joyfully. I too wish to join you on your adventurous battles. Lin Chi furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the generational hierarchy was somewhat convoluted. How could I have been so negligent? What a disaster. Observing a child bouncing about, Rabble felt a twinge of headache. Sun Wukong settled upon a relatively clean rock and gazed at Rabble, asking if it was still possible to return. Did you not notice Tova's attack? Her historical existence must have vanished. Shamel rolled his eyes, articulating a harsh truth. Thus, yet another member was added to the patrol team, completely devoid of combat prowess. Xiao Fong, do you wish to summon the dragon? Lin Chi turned to observe Demigula's movements. He was seen retrieving all the Dragon Balls from a pouch and placing them on the ground, whereupon he extended his hand, absorbing the dark energy emanating from them. Now, let us discuss the subsequent actions. Demigula's expression turned grave as he addressed those present. Shamel, take the time patrol team to the Dark Realm. You wish to make a wish with the dragon for the power of light? Lin Chi interrupted Demigula, his gaze icy. Such a beautiful thought. You, Demigula, whose expression was exceedingly grim, did not comprehend Lin Chi's words. The power of light can be granted to anyone. But do not entertain the notion of claiming both powers for yourself. Lin Chi smirked, for light and darkness have always been mortal enemies, have they not? As his words lingered, the patrol team appeared utterly perplexed, while Rabble and Shamel exchanged wary glances with Lin Chi, poised to strike at Demigula's command. You seem unable to discern your position. A frenzied murderous intent flickered in Demigula's eyes as he fixed a steely gaze upon Lin Chi. Who, I wonder, truly fails to see their position? Lin Chi retorted, his martial attire billowing without wind. His hair transformed to a silvery hue, and an aura of divinity enveloped him. You, the power of the divine? An angel. Demigula's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. I am far more than a mere angel. Lin Chi's expression grew increasingly indifferent as he cast a blank glance at Demigula. Are you prepared? Have you grasped your position? With that, Lin Shi turned to the members of the patrol team, asserting that they should heed his directives. Who among you desires the power of light? What is that? Xiaofang tilted her head, voicing the collective confusion. It may be that Mechikapura possesses immortality, making his demise improbable. Lin Shi mused, glancing at Demigula. Was it not the case that the god of time merely sealed him away before? Thus, to seal him again, several powers must converge to restrain him, such as Demigula's power of darkness, the divine power, the temporal power of the god of time. Lastly, the power of light. Chapter 81. Rescue Kuranoya. Let us proceed. Then let us bestow it upon Trunks. Sun Wukong quickly made a recommendation. After all, he was the captain of the patrol team. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, letting out a soft snort, yet offering no rebuttal. I have no objections. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, entirely oblivious to the discourse of the others. What is this light and darkness nonsense? It seems irrelevant to true strength. I too support Trunks. Sun Wutian raised his hand high in agreement. Trunks, you are amazing. Xiaofang, surprisingly, demonstrated her understanding by refraining from causing a ruckus. Demigula attempted to speak, but found himself silenced again and again under Lin Shi's murderous gaze. Summon the dragon. Lin Shi glanced at Trunks, revealing his disinterest in the dragon. He needed to guard against Demigula potentially turning against them, yet fortunately, Demigula seemed to be quite perceptive. As the Dragon Balls dissipated, everything fell under Lin Shi's orchestration. One final command. Demigula, enhance everyone's strength using your dark power. Lin Shi casually stroked his fingers, his voice cold. Very well. Demigula's expression darkened, gritting his teeth audibly. Facing Lin Shi was daunting enough. Even against the Dark King Mechikapura, he had little chance of victory. After Lin Shi unleashed the realm of the extreme state, Demigula dared not utter a sound. Observing Demigula's reluctance to engage in trickery, Lin Shi felt quite satisfied. Excellent. Now Shamal, lead everyone forth to the dark magical realm. Thus, even if he could not contend with Mechikapura's magic, the others would possess sufficient capability for self-preservation. All right. Demigula nodded at Shamal, who looked to him for guidance. He had underestimated the Time Patrol team. He had never anticipated that an angel would be concealed among them, which explained their usual composure and sudden lethal strikes against numerous demon gods. Could it be that the angel had also noticed his subtle maneuvers? Had the permissions regarding angels been loosened? Lin Shizai paid no heed to the chaotic speculations surrounding Demigula. The plot had lingered long enough. It was time for the grand antagonist to make an entrance and engage in the final confrontation. Demigula and his two companions, along with the Time Patrol, reappeared on the grassy expanse not far from the heart of the Dark Demon Realm. Ah, is that tree-like structure the lair of the Dark Lord? Xiaofang quickly noticed the towering core. It was her first glimpse of such a sight. Magnificent yet grotesque. Truly remarkable. The young sorcerer. Sun Wukong remarked as he tucked his glasses into the pocket of his chest. Sun Wukong, already brimming with excitement, urged, let us move swiftly. Has a barrier manifested? Robble squinted at the enormous protective shield enveloping the core. Lin Shi cast a cold glance, pondering whether it was merely a barrier. It seemed that his prior slaying of numerous demon gods had led to this. Otherwise, there should have been the boundaries set by Mechikapura, and those 7 gates that must be breached to access the core of the Dark Demon Realm. Clearly, the enemy was also on high alert. Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze icy as he stared at the massive protective shield. It felt terrifying. Goten looked at his hands, realizing he had not attained the Super 4 form like his brother. Had they truly reached a point where they would confront the demon gods directly? Demigra disdainfully glanced at Goten before addressing Trunks, demanding, bring forth that item. What item? Trunks asked, bewildered, looking at Demigra. Humph. The one that harnesses your light power to forge the key sword. Demigra's forehead visibly tensed with veins, specifically designed to seal the Dark Demon Realm. Oh. Trunks closed his eyes and slowly reached for the one-handed sword strapped to his back. As he grasped it, the sword underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling a component of a clock. Staring at the sword in his hand, Trunks was taken aback. Is this truly the key sword? From now on, it will rely on your light power. Demigra remarked, a complex emotion surging within him as he gazed at the sword. This sword can dismantle the barrier. Hurry. The great battle was imminent. Shamal tightened his grip on the staff, his expression grave as he looked toward the core of darkness. All right. Trunks grasped the key sword, and at that moment, everyone's movements halted, their expressions frozen in the previous instant. Lin Shi struggled to lift his head, gazing upward where Kuranoya hovered, hands outstretched toward them, controlled by the Dark King, the god of time. Lord Kaishin. Trunks, holding the key sword, called out. It's me, Trunks. Lin Shi observed in astonishment that Trunks was capable of movement, seemingly due to the sword in his hand. Time had not, in fact, frozen. Kuranoya, akin to a marionette under external control, spoke in a flat, icy tone. Is it due to that sword? It appears I must unleash more of the power of darkness. As she uttered these words, an energy resembling a pointer emanated from her palm and shot toward Trunks, who was on the ground. Pointer of time. Lin Shi furrowed his brow as he gazed intently, straining to clench his fist. However, Time remained suspended, and even if he were to regain movement, it would be excruciatingly slow. Truly, an infuriating spell. Trunks was struck on the arm, which grasped his sword, by Kuranoa's energy attack. Yet he did not relinquish his grip. Instead, an odd expression crept across his face. He beheld the scene of the Supreme Kai of Time compelled to kneel by Mechikabura within the labyrinth of time, as well as the moment when the Supreme Kai of Time was ensnared by Tao's dark power. Lin Shi observed the fluctuating emotions of Trunks, who seemed ensnared in an endless fury. How infuriating. Unforgivable. Tears welled in the corners of Trunks' eyes as he recalled the anger and humiliation he felt when compelled to kneel before the Supreme Kai of Time. He raised the key sword in his hand and leaped into the air, declaring, Mage and Capra, vanish, eternal darkness. Key sword. In an instant, Trunks' hair cascaded down to his waist, surrounded by a myriad of fiery auras and dazzling flashes of lightning. Super Saiyan 3, Trunks. His form shot through the air like a released arrow, trailing a luminous glow as he charged towards the Supreme Kai of Time, aiming his sword at Kuranoa. Countless beams of light enveloped Trunks, surging towards Kuranoa. Chapter 82. The chaos begins, the fall of gods and demons finally able to move. After unleashing his destructive power, Lin Shi clenched his fist tightly, gazing up at the radiant brilliance above. Indeed, the essence of youth suits a young man well. Trunks' key sword struck the center of Kuranoa's forehead, unleashing a torrent of dark energy from her body. My dark power is fading. The light dimmed, reverting to the form of the young girl, cradled in Trunks' arms. Supreme Kai of Time. Trunks murmured softly. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down Kuranoa's cheeks, her frail form radiating deep remorse. There is no need to apologize, Supreme Kai of Time. You have done your utmost. Trunks offered a gentle smile. Oh, how tender-hearted Trunks is. Xiao Fong clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. TSK. After regaining his mobility, Vegeta crossed his arms and turned his gaze elsewhere. Lin Shi strolled over to Vegeta's side, remarking, Your son possesses quite remarkable skills. He has even captivated the god of time. Vegeta, with an expression of disdain, retorted, In terms of status, my son is also a noble prince. Lin Shi smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. Even the noble Saiyans could ascend to divinity, rendering the concept of gods rather unimpressive. My body is mobile again. Sun Wukong performed a chest expansion exercise, his face alight with joy. Following this, Demigra, wielding his staff, gazed toward the heart of the dark core, marking the true commencement of the battle. Sun Goten observed Trunks descending from the air, cradling Kuranoa, and a teasing smile spread across his face. Well done, Trunks. It seems that thanks to the recovery of Lord Supreme Kai, we are all able to move again. That protective shield is shattered. Xiao Fong pointed toward the distant core, where the barrier shimmered like breaking glass, pieces cascading down. Amidst the scattered lights, the demons they had previously encountered surged forth. Battle. Lin Shi swiftly adjusted himself, assuming a combat stance. In the blink of an eye, the enemy appeared in midair, casting a disdainful gaze upon Demigra and the members of the Time Patrol below. Xiao Fong, quickly find a place to hide. Sun Gohan yelled urgently, glancing to his side. Yet, there was no trace of Xiao Fong. She had distanced herself, concealing herself behind a far-off rock, peeking out cautiously. She silently cheered for Sun Gohan and the others, urging them onward. For Lord Demigra, Rabble was the first to leap into the air, confronting Tawa. To protect our history. Even the somewhat fatigued Kuranoa did not forget to support her allies. Humph, you wretched woman. At last, I have the chance to end you. Vegeta glared coldly at Poutine across from him. Ha. Uncle, you must be quite unpopular with women this way. Poutine stuck out her tongue, raising her staff to unleash a torrent of dark energy. You truly never learn, do you? Are you seeking another bout with me? TCH. My affairs are none of your concern, you insignificant brat. Vegeta deftly dodged the energy blasts, striving to close the distance to Poutine. Poutine, wielding her staff to release dark power, continually distanced herself from Vegeta, appearing quite confident this time. Of course, this time, I am brimming with energy. The clash between the sorceress and the warrior erupted once more. Below, Sun Wukong and Salusa engaged in combat, though it was hardly a true confrontation, as Sun Wukong merely launched a ki blast. With a wave of Salusa's hand, a gust of wind redirected the ki blast back towards Sun Wukong. Bang! The moment the ki blast collided with Sun Wukong, it erupted violently, and as the smoke cleared, a disheveled Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, still standing. On the ground, for figures remained, Kuranoa was ever vigilant, ready to provide assistance. Trunks gripped the ki sword, awaiting the arrival of Mechikabura. The only ones remaining still were Lin Shi and Demigra, alongside Shamel, who held his staff at the ready. Observing Sun Wukong's plight, Lin Shi crossed his arms, his expression tinged with irritation. Thus, I find magic exceedingly distasteful. After this grand battle, few who wield magic will remain. Demigra seemed to ponder something. Lin Shi cast a peculiar glance at Demigula. Could it be that this fellow has uncovered something? Soon, you shall comprehend the reasons behind my betrayal of Mechikabura. Noticing Lin Chi's strange gaze, Demigula turned his eyes skyward, his words laden with helplessness and sorrow. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly, as he surprisingly discerned the sorrow within Demigula's voice. Huh. In midair, Sun Wukong let out a roar, propelling himself towards Salusa, eager to close the distance for a melee confrontation. Alas, Salusa offered no such opportunity. Approach me? Not a chance. Fraudulent tempest. A swirling storm of sand erupted from the sword held by Salusa. Sun Wukong struggled against the fierce winds, unable to maintain his balance, resorting to crossing his arms before his chest in a desperate attempt to withstand the gale. Ugh, I cannot even move freely. In my tempest, you shall be reduced to countless fragments. Embrace your demise. Salusa charged at Sun Wukong, sword in hand, declaring, Let us see whether you will be torn asunder by the storm or slain by my blade, you traitor. Tawa cast a scornful glance at Robble, who wielded her conductor's baton. With her control, the monster Fin re-emerged. Initially, Robble held a slight advantage against Tawa's demonic powers. Now, with the addition of Fin, who possessed the genes of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Robble found herself in a precarious position. Yet, she valiantly employed her magic to fend off Fin's relentless assault. Who is the true traitor here? You are not much better off than I. Shamel, assist Robble. Demigula commanded coldly, observing Robble falter. Yes, as Shamel soared into the air, a towering figure charged towards him. Oh, it was the raging Broly. Relentless in his pursuit of Shamel, unleashed from his prison. Cockroach Shamel occasionally glanced back, casting magical attacks that barely scratched Broly. TCH, how did this brute escape? Lin Chi smirked, swiftly leaping into the air to intercept Broly. Chapter 83. The Great Boss. Mechikabura. The most conventional battle unfolded between Mira and the brothers Gohan and Goten. Fury, fists, and kicks defined their genuine hand-to-hand combat, yet they remained warriors facing warriors. All were in a state of normalcy, as the ultimate adversary had yet to appear. They needed to conserve their strength. Thus, even the combined efforts of Gohan and Goten against Mira resulted in a prolonged stalemate. Mr. Goku, I shall aid you. Trunks, witnessing Goku's struggle against the storm, could not restrain himself and propelled towards Goku. With Trunks' intervention, Salusa was momentarily distracted, allowing Goku to seize an opportunity for retaliation. Kamehameha. Upon entering his Super Saiyan 4 form, Goku gathered energy at his waist, directing his attack at the pursuing Salusa, who was channeling dark energy against Trunks. What Salusa gasped, staring incredulously at the energy sphere hurtling towards him. Your ally in an instant. Goku teleported, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder, grinning at Salusa. This is not an issue at all. Salusa, bewildered and astonished, felt an array of complex emotions dissipate in the brilliance of the Kamehameha wave as it approached. An explosion reverberated, capturing the attention of numerous combatants, who beheld the dazzling light engulfing Salusa. Subsequently, the weakened Salusa plummeted to the ground. Salusa Poutine watched in disbelief as Salusa fell. He was the mightiest subordinate of Lord Mechikabura, and the first to be defeated. Humph. It seems I must hasten as well. Vegeta smirked at the still-dazed Poutine. Daydreaming in battle is hardly advantageous. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta's speed surged as he swung a powerful punch at Poutine's petite face. Bang! The chaos was overwhelming. Demigula cast a glance at Kuranoya beside him. But Kuranoya paid him no heed, fixated on the conflict unfolding around them. Devastating demonic energy intertwined with dark power, flickering forms of light, and countless explosive energies. Occasional sounds of fists and kicks colliding added to the tumult. Lin Chi intercepted Broly, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed him. Do you remember me, Broly? Broly's eyes blazed with a crimson hue. He instinctively opened his mouth to respond, but abruptly halted. Lin Chi. Transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, Lin Chi faced the frenzied Broly with an air of confidence. In the blink of an eye, they were locked in a fierce melee, exchanging blows with astonishing speed that forced bystanders to retreat. Broly let out a thunderous roar, launching a fist as large as a cauldron towards Lin Chi. Before Lin Chi could defend himself, Son Goku appeared, using his elbow to block Broly's attack. Are you stealing my fight? Lin Chi frowned at the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Have you finished yours? It ended too quickly. I didn't even get to enjoy it. Let me take care of Broly. Goku flashed a grin over his shoulder. As if hearing Goku's voice, Broly roared once more, cock-a-rote. Lin Chi shook his head helplessly and returned to his normal state, stepping back beside Demigra. Look over there. The battle is nearing its end. Demigra pointed towards a distant mountain. Poutine lay disheveled on the ground, while a proud Vegeta stood nearby, hands on his hips, coldly observing the unconscious Poutine. Humph. I've shown great mercy. At least I didn't mar that somewhat decent face of yours, Vegeta remarked before surveying the area and diving into the fray against Broly and Goku. The three engaged in a chaotic brawl, carving out a small arena. Mira. When Tawa saw Mira struck by the combined Kamehameha of Gohan and Goten, she abandoned Robble and rushed over. After catching Mira, Tawa glared at the figures on the ground and the airborne combatants. Why? I can't believe it. Is it really just my test subject Fin still fighting? That Broly guy is indiscriminate in battle. The remaining demons lay scattered in the forest, breathless and defeated. Damn it. Though reluctant, Tao understood the situation. A black hole materialized behind her, and she fled with Mira. Under the combined assault of Robble and Shamel, Finn found himself severely restricted, embroiled in a desperate struggle. I wonder, where is Mechikabura? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Lin Chi shot a dispassionate glance at Demigra. Is it possible that you've sworn allegiance to him again? Demigra snorted, fixing a serious gaze on Lin Chi. Do you think I would be that kind of person? Indeed, Lin Chi replied without hesitation. Just then, Finn, sensing something, vanished from sight. All that remained were Vegeta, Goku, and Broly, caught in a tense aerial standoff. That's rather inconsiderate. Just as Demigra was about to elaborate on Lin Chi's unwavering stance, a colossal hand materialized in the air, hurtling towards them. In an instant, an explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke billowing and shattering nearby rocks. Demigra's staff, along with Shamel and Robble's magic, combined with the energy from Cronoa and Trunks' key sword, barely formed a protective shield to withstand the blow. It wasn't that Lin Chi remained inactive. Rather, his outstretched hand summoned a localized force to shield a group of individuals. Ultimately, their magical barrier far surpassed his. Mechikabura, you have finally arrived. As the smoke dissipated, a radiant smile graced Lin Chi's lips. At last, the moment had come. The most formidable man, has he come with despair? Demigra's expression soured, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Lin Chi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but soon his attention was drawn to Trunks. Look, it's the Dark King. Vegeta and Goku distanced themselves. I'm the newly emerged antagonist. Chapter 84, Super Saiyan 6? It's been a while since I last utilized it. In that moment, Trunks, wielding the key sword, surged towards Mechikabura. The energy of light flaring brilliantly. Bang! The metallic clang echoed as Mechikabura effortlessly deflected the key sword with a mere fingertip. The light energy had no effect on him whatsoever. TSK. The key sword, how utterly dull. Mechikabura scoffed. He grasped the key sword and, with a flick of his other hand, sent Trunks flying. Trunks! Vegeta shouted, watching Trunks plummet towards the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Dust and debris swirled violently, all from a single strike. You damn bastard. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Mechikabura. The latter dismissed everyone with disdain, lowering his head to examine the key sword. So it can't be destroyed? What a troublesome item. It cannot remain in your possession. With that, Mechikabura hurled the key sword away. Bang! Vegeta, having reached Mechikabura, swung a punch, but with another flick of a finger, he too followed Trunks' trajectory. Like a bullet, he was sent flying, and Lin Chi sprang into action. He teleported to catch Vegeta, entering his Super Saiyan 5 form, and in the process, knocked out the rampaging Broly. Hey, the battle isn't over yet? Son Goku observed as his fist had yet to connect with Broly, only to find the man before him tumbling towards the ground. Vegeta snorted dismissively, not even glancing at the two as he hastily descended towards the crater where Trunks lay. Mechikabura. Lin Chi once again teleported in front of Mechikabura, clenching his fist and taking a combat stance. Upon seeing Lin Chi, Mechikabura's previously indifferent expression turned serious. His gaze brimming with intensity. Lin Chi suddenly unleashed a formidable power, a silvery aura swirling around him. At this moment, we have waited long enough. Humph. Mechi Capula scoffed disdainfully, proclaiming that no one could defeat him. Lin Chi ceased his idle chatter and swung his fist towards Mechi Capra. A sentiment I have heard echoed by many. With a resounding thud, a howling tempest erupted as Lin Chi's punch was intercepted by Mechi Capra. Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he said that he was merely contending with Trunks' Saiyan God battle power? He had already unleashed 3 layers of strength in his Super Saiyan 5 form, capable of effortlessly annihilating Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Damn it. The power levels in Dragon Ball's narrative have become exceedingly absurd, haven't they? How could such might possibly be withstood? Son Gohan, cradling Xiao Fong, shouted in astonishment as he braved the raging tempest. Son Goten also raised his hands before his chest to mitigate the force of the wind. It was truly terrifying. Do you wish to become my subordinate? Mechikabura retracted his hand, glancing at his slightly trembling arm, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Lin Chi's foot moved. With an upward motion, he kicked at Mechi Capra, a scornful smile gracing his lips. I have heard many utter such words before. This kick propelled Mechi Capra backwards, his form crashing against the core's rocky wall, creating a substantial hole. The sound of crumbling stones echoed as Mechi Capra reached out to grasp the shattered wall, his gaze icy as he looked towards Lin Chi. You do realize that this could provoke my ire. I'm not angry, merely a tad exhilarated. Lin Chi grinned, a look of excitement illuminating his face. In an instant, his figure abruptly vanished before Mechi Capra. When he reappeared, he was already swinging his fist towards Mechi Capra's cheek. Caught off guard, Mechi Capra emitted a low gasp as he rose from the new breach, his palm coalescing dark energy. A massive force infused with boundless dark power surged towards Lin Chi, who likewise gathered destructive energy in his palm. Let us see how this unfolds. Lin Chi smirked, observing the clash of their energies. The tremendous force caused the surrounding air to explode, giving rise to ceaseless howls of wind. In the end, the destructive prowess of Lin Chi's technique prevailed. Faced with his own inadequacy and Lin Chi's renewed assault, Meiji Capra hastily summoned dark energy for defense. Dark barrier. Lin Chi's fist struck against the barrier conjured by Meiji Capra, causing the protective shield to merely tremble momentarily. Bang! Lin Chi struck once more. Yet he could not breach Meiji Capra's defenses. Your magic has not disappointed me. Lin Chi smirked, his aura surging intensely around him, becoming increasingly ferocious. The waves of energy swept through the air, causing the very ground to tremble in response to Lin Chi's low growl. His aura shone more brilliantly, with the outer layer radiating a spectrum of colors. What is this power? On the quaking earth, Xiao Feng clutched tightly to Sun Wukong's trousers. Fearing she might fall. This power, can it truly be human? Kuranoya's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. TSK. Vegeta's fist clenched tightly at his sides, his nails digging into his flesh. How astonishing. Is this also a transformation of the Saiyans? Sun Wukong supported the unconscious Broly, marveling in wonder. The power within Lin Chi surged incessantly, directly shaking the entire realm of the dark magic world. Countless colossal beams of light ascended from the ground, with Lin Chi suspended at the very center, his orange hair flowing without a breeze. He raised his hands, gazing indifferently at Meika Kapura within the protective barrier. It has been a long time since I have harnessed this form of energy. Let me witness whether your magical defenses can withstand pure strength. As Lin Chi transformed into his Super Six form, his punch shattered the barrier of Meika Kapura. The howling wind from his fist rushed towards Meika Kapura, sending him flying. Meika Kapura plummeted from the core, and as the smoke dissipated, he quickly steadied himself. Gazing in terror at the elevated Lin Chi. Cursed. Meika Kapura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Invoking the demon god summoning technique, the various demon gods that lay unconscious on the ground appeared behind him in response to his call. Just wait. I will grow even stronger. Meika Kapura declared fiercely. What does this guy intend to do? Below, Sun Wukong was utterly perplexed. This is bad. He aims to absorb the dark powers of the demon gods. Demigula's eyes widened in alarm. Chapter 85. Quickly stop him, the Dark King. Meika Kapura is doing this. Hurry. Stop him. Rabble shouted anxiously towards Lin Chi above. Hey. Lin Chi revealed a disdainful smile, his expression calm as he looked at Meika Kapura. Very well. I shall await your next move. Meika Kapura's hand tightened into a fist, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Chi, full of silent fury. I apologize. Meika Kapura. My lord, just as the half-conscious Sarusa opened his eyes, his words laced with remorse. Puting's fingers twitched slightly, and she too awoke to offer her apologies, the time patrol having grown stronger than before. It's all right, after all. Your tasks have already been fulfilled. Meika Kapura smirked, his lips curling in amusement. My loyal subordinates, you have truly worked hard. Now, become my power. And live eternally in darkness. As Meika Kapura spoke, the dark energy within him spread forth, engulfing the demon gods behind him. Puting and Sarusa were instantly enveloped by this energy. No, you wretched old man. Puting's eyes widened in despair as she attempted to struggle, but she was utterly powerless. How repulsive. No. Accompanied by their anguished screams, they were drawn into Meika Kapura's being. The power of time. In the hands of Meika Kapura gathered the temporal energy that only Kuranoya possessed. As nourishment for the power of time, it still lacked something. Let us go. We must flee. Sensing Meika Kapura's gaze upon him, Demigula shouted loudly to Rabble. Lin Chi, this fellow, actually refrained from stopping Meiji Capra. What on earth is he up to? Is he intent on destroying the alliance? In the blink of an eye, the three swiftly vanished, diving into the black hole to escape. Meiji Capra, watching Demigula flee, let out a cold snort, casting a covert glance at Lin Chi. Just wait. Is the next step upon us? I shall return for you. With a flourish. Meiji Capra boldly declared, hands clasped before him, channeling the power of time and unleashing it upon the crowd, freezing their very moments. TSK. Lin Chi's tail swayed behind him, observing Meiji Capra attempting to retreat into the black hole, an inexplicable sentiment akin to facing a domestic wolf. Want to leave? Have you sought my opinion? With a swift gesture, Lin Chi unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the black hole, truly believing this would end here? The tremendous force distorted the black hole into nothingness, restoring the fabric of time and space. You. Meiji Capra gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Glaring fiercely at Lin Chi. Are you seeking the time bird? Lin Chi taunted, his words dripping with derision. How naive of you. Just as Meiji Capra sought an opportunity, a black hole materialized not far behind him. Lord Meiji Capra. Tao emerged from the black hole, accompanied by a significantly transformed Finn. Tawa, has the experiment been completed? Meiji Capra inquired coldly, glancing at Tawa. Yes, many warriors' DNA has been inscribed within various histories, granting formidable power. This is Finn's ultimate form. Amidst their exchange, the ultimate form of Finn surged toward Lin Chi, declaring, your strength, it appears to be unrecorded. I shall defeat you and replicate your abilities. As countless dark energies erupted from Finn's hands, Lin Chi shot him a glare, get lost. In an instant, the overwhelming energy detonated, engulfing Finn's form entirely. The character, having appeared for merely a second, was utterly vanquished. Lin Shi cast a frigid glance at Meiji Capula, his impatience growing palpable. "What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" he queried, exasperated. Meiji Capula, furrowing his brow, clenched his fist, causing an overwhelming surge of dark energy to erupt from the figure behind him. "Tova, this is Lord Meiji Capula," Tova exclaimed, taken aback. Struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Meiji Capula's actions, Lin Shi swung his fist, using the force of his palm to dispel Meiji Capra's absorption control over Tova. He still needed to wait for Tova to give birth to a Frisia. How could he allow Meiji Capra to succeed? With the severing of the dark power, Tova also comprehended Meiji Capra's intentions. Was he attempting to make her vanish? To merge with her? "Meiji Capra, my lord." Xiaofang gazed at Sun Wukong with wide eyes, a sorrowful expression on her face, questioning whether they were not companions. Companions? Tova looked down at Xiaofang. Who? What use is such a thing as companionship? Meiji Capra disdainfully surveyed the few individuals below, viewing them merely as expendable resources for absorption. "What I seek has always been power alone." As Meiji Capra's voice rose, a mixture of temporal and dark energies manifested in his palm. The surrounding time and scenery transformed into energy, which Meiji Capra consumed. "No, this is bad. We must move quickly." Korinoya's complexion turned pale, filled with urgency. He was devouring all parallel worlds with his own abilities. I feel like I'm being drawn in." Xiaofang clutched onto Sun Wukong, who was desperately resisting the overwhelming suction. "Hold on, Xiaofang. Hold tight." Sun Wukong and Vegeta both grasped the legs of the unconscious Broly. "TCH. I don't need your reminders." Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins. Crack, thud. The earth began to fracture, with the broken rocks instantly swallowed by the dark abyss. Trees were uprooted, and towering mountains splintered apart. Such a nuisance. Lin Shi instantly teleported, gathering everyone together. The energy in his hands rapidly expanded, enveloping them all. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous suction created a whirlwind, hurling trees and rocks against the unyielding barrier. How terrifying. Xiaofang's eyes brimmed with tears at the apocalyptic scene before her. Phew, that was close. Sun Wukong sat on the ground in a most unceremonious manner, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. How did I end up protecting Tova as well? Trunks frowned slightly, offering a mild critique. Betrayed? What are those? Vegeta looked up at the endless void. Scenes, as if captured in photographs, appeared in the dark sky, heading toward Meiji Capra's being. Chapter 86, Lin Shi. Defeat of the Dark King. It resembled a plot unfolding in a film, then freezing, disappearing. Was that history? Sun Wukong stared blankly at the sky. Was it time? It's over. Korinoya's hands trembled. Meiji Capra was absorbing time. If this continues, the world will vanish. Haraha. High above, Meiji Capra laughed maniacally, preparing to deal with you annoying trash. Disappear obediently. Before Meiji Capra's arrogant words could fully escape his lips, Lin Shi had already appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Meiji Capra's form was sent crashing to the ground, his hands bracing against the earth as he slid backward. TSK. Veins bulged on Meiji Capra's forehead as he retaliated with a magical energy blast aimed at Lin Shi, utterly futile. Lin Shi swiftly evaded, his figure in the boundless darkness resembling a firefly dancing gracefully. Dazzling light streaked across the air as he elegantly dodged the incoming magical projectiles. It appears that your attacks hold little effect on me. Lin Shi felt he had shattered the strongest myth of the Dragon Ball magic. As long as he remained unscathed by the magic, no harm could befall him. However, he could still inflict physical pain upon Mechikabura. Lin Shi revealed a bloodthirsty grin as he swiftly closed the distance to Meiji Capra. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi unleashed a flurry of punches upon Meiji Capra, akin to a relentless downpour. Though these strikes inflicted no significant harm, they were sufficient to evoke an indescribable pain within him. Let me behold how long your time-absorbing body can endure. Lin Shi summoned an energy blade from his palm and charged at Meiji Capra. One slash pierced through Meiji's chest. Yet with the rapid restoration of time, his chest was restored to its former state. After several attempts, Meiji Capra arrogantly proclaimed, "Your attacks are futile. No matter how I am injured, I can regenerate eternally." His laughter echoed with hubris, proclaiming, "I am an immortal being." Ha. Is that so? A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Shi's mouth as he gathered a powerful violet radiance in his palm. He had absorbed time, allowing his body to regenerate continuously with the energy of time. Observing the battle between Meiji Capra and Lin Shi, Kuranoa's expression darkened considerably. Does this mean we can never defeat him? Xiao Fang hid behind Sun Wufan, her face laden with worry. All we can do is hope for our strength. But the key to victory? Kuranoa pondered, stroking her chin in distress. Lin Shi possesses the power of the divine, my power of time, combined with your light and dark powers. Trunks furrowed his brow in concentration. Let us join forces to assist you, though we are powerless regarding the dark energy. Sun Wutian chuckled as he scratched his head. After all, he could not contribute much. Finding something as a small task should be feasible. I will contact Demi. Gula. Kuranoa's words trailed off as she gazed blankly into the sky. Lin Shi's destructive energy enveloped Meiji Capra, and as his body disintegrated, time restored him, only for his form to collapse once more. Cursed energy, what sorcery is this? Wait for me. I shall return. For time will ultimately be mine to command. The restoration granted to Mechi Kapla by time began to falter against the overwhelming destructive energy. And eventually, his body succumbed to Lin Chi's annihilating force. Sigh. At that moment, Lin Chi could no longer maintain his Super 6 form and plummeted from the sky. Damn it. The expenditure of destructive energy is far too great. Did we win? Sun Wutian gazed in disbelief as he watched Lin Chi fall, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lin Chi has vanquished him? Kuranoya blinked in astonishment, utterly shocked. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. The Time Patrol has triumphed. Trunks' smile gradually spread as he proclaimed the defeat of Mechi Kapla, the Dark Demon Realm King. As he shouted this declaration, Sun Wutian and Xiao Feng quickly clasped hands and began to twirl joyously. Yay. Are you not a bit premature in your celebration? Lin Chi, supported by Son Gohan, cast a cold glance at the jubilant crowd. In this void of darkness, were it not for this environment, he would not have unleashed such formidable energy to warm up. Wait. Does this mean we cannot leave? Xiao Feng halted her movements, surveying her surroundings, her expression quickly turning somber. The world has ceased to exist, for the history of the Time Archive has been absorbed by Mechi Kapla, and thus it has been utterly annihilated. Kuranoya lowered her head, her voice growing increasingly faint. Why is it like this? Xiao Feng's voice cracked with emotion, and she soon broke into tears. What? Must we live endlessly in this eternal darkness? Just then, a swirling sound resonated above their heads, as the Time Bird flapped its wings and grasped the old Kaishin below. I found you. As the melodious call of the Time Bird echoed through the endless dark, it erupted in a radiant burst of light. The brilliance intensified, compelling everyone to shut their eyes and shield themselves. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves within the original nest of time. Surrounding them were flowers and grasses swaying freely in the wind, and the sky was filled with countless clock gears. Has it been restored? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Have we returned? Hee. The old Kaishin placed his hands behind him. Indeed, this is the ability of the Time Bird, temporal correction. Wow, this is wonderful. Xiao Feng once again took Sun Wutian's hand. However, Trunks turned his gaze towards the unconscious Tawa and Broly, pondering. What shall we do about these two? Eliminate them. Before Kuranoya could speak, Vegeta had already summoned an energy sphere in his palm. Just then, a black hole appeared above them, and Mira dove down, scooping up Tawa and rushing back into the void. In the center remained Mechi Kapla, flanked by the dark demon gods, Giribi, Pudding, Salissa, Shilu, and Depura. Chapter 87. Farewell. Return to one's own time. The speed was astonishing, seamless in execution. So swift. Sun Wutian gazed in bewilderment. Mira moved like a shadow, darting back and forth before vanishing. He fled. Vegeta's energy remained unspent as he turned his attention to the still unconscious Broly. Then let us eliminate this fellow. Hey, why not just send him back to his own time? Sun Wukong interjected, arms outstretched to block Vegeta. Humph. That guy is always in a berserk state. Returning him would only create more trouble for others. Vegeta insisted. Xiao Feng, hands on her hips, looked at Son Gohan. What is my dad's time like? Can I go see it? It should be fine. I'll ask the Grand Kaishin in a moment. Son Gohan replied as he donned his glasses and opened his backpack resting under a tree. Tao has been rescued. Trunks turned to Kuranoya. What shall we do next? We shall eradicate the remaining forces of the Dark Demon Realm. Kuranoya raised her fist and swung it vigorously. Time Patrol. Let us go. Dark Gogeta. All right. Sun Wutian echoed, clenching his fist, but soon his demeanor fell. But can I rest for a bit first? Though I didn't exert much effort, the mental strain has been overwhelming. I wish to take a shower, have a meal, and then enjoy a good sleep. Haha. Grandpa, are you hungry too? Xiao Feng giggled as she ran from Son Gohan to Sun Wukong. Are you really leaving? Trunks stood before Lin Chi. Let us hold a farewell party for you. No need. Celebrate among yourselves. Lin Chi remarked with a gentle smile as he observed the raucous festivities in the distance. We will meet again soon. The next time we meet will be during the Frieza saga. It shall be a long while before that happens. So I want to linger for merriment. Besides, there are those who are still weeping and yearning for my return. Very well. Are you departing now? Trunks did not press further. Indeed. Lin Chi nodded. Kuranoya sighed, her body slowly levitating as the power of time was released. Beneath Lin Chi's feet, a starry array adorned with clock components materialized. He departed. Do remember to visit often. Sun Wukong waved at the vanishing Lin Chi, seemingly lamenting the loss of a formidable force. The old Kai gently caressed the Time Bird perched upon his shoulder. Sun Wukong, however, remained unfazed, urging everyone. Let us proceed to dine. I believe I could consume the equivalent of 80 cattle. Laughter echoed and gradually faded as Lin Chi traversed the corridor of time, where time itself twisted amidst a myriad of clocks. When Lin Chi re-emerged, he cast a sweeping gaze around him, finding himself suspended in the vastness of the universe. He floated in the vacuum of space, surveying his surroundings and attuning himself to the ambient energy before employing instant transmission. The seventh universe, a realm of divine essence. At the riverbank, was stood, gazing at the unyielding staff crown with a magical orb. The muffled laughter, stifled yet joyous, drifted into Lin Chi's ears at that moment. The moment Lin Chi appeared, was turned around, restoring his refined demeanor. Is it you? You returned so swiftly? What about Beerus? Lin Chi glanced around the exceedingly familiar surroundings, wondering if he had not strayed through time and space. Haha, welcome back, Wish chuckled. Covering his mouth with a hand, Lord Beerus has fallen into a deep slumber. Oh. Lin Chi responded faintly, just as he reached out to offer a farewell. A shadow suddenly lunged at him from behind. Lin Chi instinctively turned and seized the outstretched hand of his opponent, executing a shoulder throw with finesse. Thud. Ouch, that hurts. Quitela, who had been thrown to the ground, rubbed his arm, unsure whether his discomfort stemmed from pain or joy, tears brimming in his eyes. Lin Chi. You rascal. You. Welcome back. Lord Lin Chi. Conic, standing behind, flashed a warm smile at him. Indeed. I have returned. Quitela, Conic. Lin Chi replied with a gentle smile, extending his hand towards the seated Quitela. Wow. Once helped to his feet. Quitela enveloped Lin Chi in a tight embrace. I thought you wouldn't come back. It's been such a long time. Huh. Lin Chi, taken aback, turned to Conic and inquired. How long has it been since I left? Actually, not long at all. It's only been a month since your last battle with Lord Beerus, Conic promptly responded. Is that so? Did Whis mention that Beerus has fallen into a deep slumber? Lin Chi asked, pulling Quitela off him. Yes. Quitela, still teary-eyed, looked at Lin Chi with a quivering voice. Let us not fight anymore. Let us go home. He added, feeling wronged. I will never return to this ill-fated Universe 7 again. Kiki, as long as you're happy. Lin Chi chuckled, waving goodbye to Whis as he departed with Conic. After comforting Quitela for a while, Lin Chi took the opportunity to bid farewell to the two, citing a need for training. Remember to visit me often, and bring me some delicious food. Quitela waved a white handkerchief, continuously wiping away his tears. Quitela, mind your image. Conic admonished, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What about your dignity as a god of destruction? Chapter 88, to Universe 11, to conquer the flavor. Sigh. After watching Lin Chi's figure fade from view, Quitela quickly discarded the handkerchief, placing his hands on his hips as he turned to leave. These past days have been filled with anxiety. I haven't had the chance to truly enjoy myself. Didn't you just obliterate a dozen planets yesterday? Conic queried, puzzled. You returned quite cheerful and even had 2 extra bowls of rice. Shut up. I was worried about Lin Chi, which put me in a foul mood. Quitela retorted, turning back with clenched fists. Lin Chi claimed he was going to undergo training, yet, in an instant, he materialized in the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 4, casting a glance at Kur, who was solemnly observing the crystal ball while holding a teacup. Lin Chi greeted him. Kur glanced at Lin Chi and, with an air of arrogance, set down his teacup, entering into a mode of mockery. Oh, isn't this our candidate for the god of destruction? I heard you fell into a temporal black hole during your battle. I never expected you would return, TSK. Bang. Lin Chi's fist landed squarely on Kur's cheek, compelling him to close his mouth obediently. After swiftly retracting his fist, Lin Chi once again donned an innocuous smile, stating, I have come to inquire about a matter. The place of mud. Kur rubbed his cheek, finally showing some compliance. Who is the most formidable individual in our Universe 4? Who else could it be but you? Kur's forehead twitched with indignation. Do not pose such foolish questions to me. You possess power that surpasses Lord Kara. Who else could it be? Do you think strength is so easily attained? TCH. Be silent. Lin Chi cast a disinterested glance at Kur, voicing his displeasure. Stop your incessant chatter and teach me how to traverse the cosmos with instantaneous movement. That is a technique unique to the Supreme Kai. You cannot master it. Kur scoffed, resuming his condescending attitude towards Lin Chi, whom he regarded as merely a human. I simply detest your innate love for battle, merely an acquisition by Lord Katra from other universes. You have likely forgotten the sensation of my fists, which are as formidable as a cauldron. Lin Chi's lips curled into a chilling smile as he raised his fist. A bead of cold sweat slid down Kur's forehead. He watched Lin Chi's fist, struggling to swallow. I will demonstrate only once. Very well. Lin Chi lowered his fist and patted Kur on the shoulder, saying, why must it always come to this? You only behave when I give you a beating. Your arrogance is one thing. Do you forget that I, too, can wield the techniques of the angels and destroyers? After mastering the upgraded version of instantaneous movement, Lin Chi determined his first destination, Universe 11. Before departing, he adhered to his customary practice of delivering another thrashing to Kur. This fellow always presumed himself to be the lofty Supreme Kai. Exuding an air of superiority, he ought to take a moment to reflect on his true self. It would seem that only a good beating would instill some humility in him. The mightiest of bald heads, Jiren, the Joker Destroyer. Universe 11, here I come. Just as Lin Chi was preparing to utilize the advanced version of instantaneous movement, Katra and Conic appeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Lin Chi, did you not go off to hone your skills? Why are you here with Kur? Upon receiving the message from Supreme Kai Kur, Katra initially pondered the matter at hand, only to find Lin Chi once again assaulting Core. That scoundrel Core deserves it. Aware of Lin Chi's might, he still maintains his pride as a supreme Kai. Oh, Lord Destroyer. Lin Chi retracted his fist and casually approached Quitela's side. Isn't it more fulfilling to spar with Beerus? I merely came to ask Core if there are any challengers left. You know I have my limits. Lin Chi wore a faint smile, contemplating a venture into other universes for a challenge. While this fellow failed to adequately instruct him in the more advanced art of instantaneous movement. Is that so? Quitela, listening to Lin Chi's explanation, cast a cold glance at Core. Core, do you wish to be sealed by me, or do you aspire to elevate another god of destruction to power? He is merely a substitute, Lord Quitela. Core's words faltered, trapped in his throat, unable to escape. Konik also cast a frigid look at Core. Do you not realize that Lin Chi is like Quitela's own son? Though spoken softly, both Lin Chi and Core heard it. Yet they paid it no heed. Such daily occurrences had transpired for nearly 2 decades. Lin Chi, to which universe do you wish to travel? Quitela tugged at Lin Chi's arm, her expression one of indulgent affection. The 11th universe, it is exquisite. Lin Chi expressed with an excited smile. Shall I assist you in confronting him? He seems to be your second most disliked. Truly, my substitute, let us depart. At once. Upon hearing such considerate words, Quitela immediately fixed her gaze upon Core. You, transport us there immediately. Otherwise, I shall seal you. Yes. Core replied helplessly, wondering who he had offended. In the 11th universe, the realm of the god of destruction. Logically speaking, the god of destruction's domain in the 4th universe, where Lin Chi had once resided, could be deemed a savage abode, characterized by scorched earth and caverns. As for the 11th universe, it served to highlight the nature of a jester. A massive circus tent came into Lin Chi's view, adorned with countless ragged pieces of cloth haphazardly draped over the branches. The taste of exquisite beauty is quite extraordinary. Lin Chi turned to Quitela. Have you ever witnessed the true visage of exquisite beauty? No, from the very first encounter until now. I have not. Quitela quickly shook her head. Lin Chi was rendered speechless. Does that fellow not even need to wash his face? Just then, Margarita lifted the curtain with a smile, casting her gaze upon the gathering. The 4 followed closely behind her, entering the tent in an orderly fashion. Inside the tent, the contrast with the outside was striking. A large, deep green sofa dominated the center. Wei Mei, languid and relaxed like a boneless creature, sank into the sofa, surrounded by several clown-costumed maidens eagerly attending to her. Wei Mei, come, enjoy some grapes. Lin Chi observed with a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. While he lived in a cave alongside the mice, others were attended to in comfort. The malevolence of societal capitalism. Margarita returned to her position behind the sofa with an expressionless demeanor, seemingly desensitized to such circumstances. Quitela, the clown destroyer, disdainfully pushed aside a clown girl obstructing his view. Directing his contempt toward Quitela, what brings you to my Universe 11? Chapter 89, Replacements Against Replacements, Underestimating the Combat. Quitela raised a supremely confident smile, gesturing toward Lin Chi. My replacement? Oh, it's been years. You two have a replacement now? Wymide's expression grew increasingly contemptuous as he glanced at Lin Chi. Doesn't he seem impressive at all? Yet, he looks somewhat familiar. Margarita, go summon those 2 youngsters, Kay and Tipo. Wymide remained lazily reclined on the sofa. Wymide. I believe you misunderstood. It is my replacement who will engage in combat with you. Quitela's small tail wagged behind him, filled with enthusiasm. My replacement is capable of overpowering Beerus. Wymide expressed skepticism, dismissing the mouse's grandiose claims. Defeat those 2 youngsters first, then speak of such things. The wait was not prolonged, and within 5 minutes, Kay appeared with the seemingly younger Jiren and Tipo. Tipo still sported his distinctive mustache, unchanged since the Tournament of Power. Lord Wymide. Tipo, clad in his signature black and red bodysuit, greeted Wymide alongside Jiren. We are the Proud Warriors. What are your commands? Tipo maintained focus. Avoiding glancing at Quitela and his companions on the sofa, Wymide offered no explanation. Turning to Quitela, shall we battle here or elsewhere? Let us go to the void. Quitela instantly proposed this location, recalling the previous battle between Lin Chi and Beerus, fear evident in his voice. Must we venture there? It's merely childish play. Wymide remarked, yet stood from the sofa nonetheless. I'll accompany you. I have nothing better to do. The group arrived in the desolate void. Let us commence swiftly. Wymide turned to Tipo trailing behind, defeat him quickly. Understood. Tipo replied. Lin Chi, with a dispassionate smile, noted that the timing was still premature. Tupo's current combat prowess was akin to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Do you recognize me? Tupo addressed Lin Chi, his tone laced with arrogance. It seems the fame of our proud warriors has transcended Universe 11 and reached the entire cosmos. Is he already your replacement? Lin Chi inquired, looking toward Wymide, who was observing the unfolding scene. Sort of. Wymide responded with utmost indifference. Justice is merely his replacement. Noticing Lin Chi's slight frown, Wymide's expression grew ever more disdainful. Could it be that you were intimidated? Lin Chi was somewhat displeased. After all, the character Wei made up. Despite possessing lesser strength than Beerus, exhibited an air of arrogance that was quite irksome. It was no wonder that the prideful Quitela harbored disdain for this individual. Indeed, within the pantheon of gods of destruction, none were devoid of hubris. No. It could be said that every character in the Dragon Ball universe is imbued with an air of superiority. Lin Chi, do exercise restraint. Quitela provocatively smirked as he directed his gaze towards Waymeda, then cupped his hands around his mouth to amplify his taunt. Although Toppo's strength was commendable in Quitela's estimation, it remained trivial. Thus, if Lin Chi were to engage, it was assured that his opponent would be swiftly vanquished. Please, make your move first, otherwise, I fear you may not have the opportunity to act at all, Lin Chi remarked with an indifferent gesture, inviting his adversary to proceed. His interest was notably lackluster, as his primary pursuit had always been Waymeda. Even the current Jiren would scarcely pique Lin Chi's curiosity. The disdain that Lin Chi directed towards Toppo, coupled with his aloof demeanor, left Toppo feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. After all, he was the proud vanguard of the formidable Pride Squad, a future candidate for the title of Destroyer. In his usual pampered existence, who would not treat him with utmost reverence, addressing him as Lord Candidate? Yet, the individual before him utterly disregarded his presence. I do not require your leniency. The more Toppo pondered, the angrier he became, and he swiftly launched a punch towards Lin Chi. You said it. Then let us conclude this battle. Upon hearing Toppo's words, Lin Chi also threw a punch, almost simultaneously. Their fists collided, but the moment they made contact, Toppo was sent flying by Lin Chi's overwhelming strength. With a resounding thud, Toppo's figure was propelled backward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Reduced to a mere speck. Observing this, Quitela grinned widely at Waymei, placing his hands on his hips and laughing heartily. Ha ha, my candidate is the strongest. Quite intriguing. Waymei narrowed his dangerous eyes and turned to Jillian, instructing, Jillian, it's your turn to give it a try. Meanwhile, Makalita had already soared off in search of Toppo's figure. Hiki, to dare speak so boldly without any strength. Lin Chi chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Jillian, who stood before him. Please, allow you to make the first move. How infuriating. The return to Toppo, brought back by Makalita, wore a grim expression as he gazed at the distant figures of Lin Chi and Jillian. He had not anticipated that this youth would possess such terrifying power. Was it truly as simple as a single punch? In the depths of the infinite darkness, two opposing figures were enveloped by a swirling aura, reminiscent of the flickering flame of a matchstick. Jillian regarded Lin Chi with an impassive expression. The other stood there so casually, exuding an aura that betrayed no weaknesses. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at the vigilant Jillian, stating firmly, just so you know, I won't hold back. Neither will I. Jillian's expression grew increasingly solemn. Although he spoke with bravado, he could sense the formidable strength of his opponent. Even under normal circumstances, Lin Chi's displayed combat prowess surpassed his own by several magnitudes. After a prolonged pause, Jillian made the first move, propelling himself towards Lin Chi with remarkable speed, significantly superior to that of Tuapa. Whoosh! Jillian's punch met only air, as Lin Chi merely tilted his head slightly to evade the strike without shifting his stance. With each subsequent attempt by Jillian, the outcome remained unchanged. The impassive expression on Jillian's face began to crack under the strain of his relentless assaults. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Jillian unleashed a punch with unprecedented velocity, yet still failed to land a blow on Lin Chi. Haha, I told you, my candidate is the strongest. Observing the imminent victory, Quitela immediately began to taunt Waymei. TSK. Waymei's expression showed signs of cracking, particularly under Quitela's constant provocations, as he huffed in dissatisfaction. There's no rush. We've only just begun. Jillian hasn't even shown his true strength. Is that so? Quitela scoffed, continuing to watch the battle, eagerly anticipating Waymei's imminent humiliation. After several attempts, Jillian realized he was utterly outmatched by the individual before him, being sent flying by Lin Chi's punches. Chapter 90. A fierce battle. Only I acknowledge my strength. Rubbing his slightly numbed cheek, Jillian's lips curled into an excited smile. You're impressive. But how could I possibly concede so easily in battle? He was determined to become the strongest and earn his master's recognition. With a thunderous roar, Jillian erupted in a dazzling crimson aura, its intensity surging alongside his combat power. What a powerful presence. Quitela's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly dismissed it with a smirk. It's nothing extraordinary. Once again, Jillian was sent back reeling from another punch delivered by Lin Chi. He hastily executed a backflip to create distance between himself and Lin Chi. How about it? Are you convinced yet? This one-sided domination is unmistakable. Haha. Quitela laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Are you joking? Tuapo's incredulous expression reflected his astonishment at Lin Chi's overwhelming performance against Jillian. He truly is formidable. Even Makalita was taken aback, turning to Konik and asking, is he from your universe? Well, sort of, since he was recruited by Lord Quitela. Konik replied with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze gentle as it rested on the clash between Lin Chi and Jillian. If this is all the strength you possess, I suggest you concede sooner rather than later. Lin Chi Yue grew increasingly indifferent, continuously evading the increasingly fierce attacks from Jillian. It seems it is time to conclude this sparring match. Casting a glance at Jillian, who was gritting his teeth and relentlessly swinging his fists. Lin Chi Yue also noticed the fervent urging of Quitela. Lin, take him down, quickly. Quitela exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, shaking the silent god of destruction, Kor, beside him. Kor was on the verge of being shaken into unconsciousness, nearly foaming at the mouth. At this moment, you are no match for me, Lin Chi Yue asserted. Firmly grasping Jillian's incoming fist, his expression serious. When it comes to strength, I only acknowledge myself. Huh. Lin Chi let out a thunderous shout. His power surging forth as he unleashed a punch that reverberated through the air, causing Julian to stagger backward even before the blow connected. Was it merely the intimidation of his aura? Indeed. Wei Mei watched as Julian plummeted into an endless abyss, slowly breaking the silence. In a flash, Makalita soared down, rescuing Julian, who appeared to be significantly shaken. How is this possible? Tua Po's expression mirrored a pallet thrown to the ground, colors shifting in a chaotic dance. The opponent was merely filled with rage. Could this truly render the formidable Julian incapacitated? If given a few more years, he could very well surpass even the god of destruction. Yet, to think, he still lost. Haha, Wei Mei. It seems my substitute is indeed more powerful. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Quitela's smile grew increasingly smug. It appears you were not jesting after all. Wei Mei furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the still and unmoving Lin Chi. Now, he began to comprehend Quitela's air of triumph. Are you certain you came here to challenge me? Indeed, Lin Chi replied with a faint smile. So, Wei Mei, are you willing to accept my challenge? Humph. I hope you maintain such confidence when the time comes. In an instant, Wei Mei appeared before Lin Chi. Of course, what transpired moments ago was hardly even a warm-up. Lin Chi roared, entering his Super 5 form to block Wei Mei's formidable fist. Wei Mei's strike was merely a test. Almost immediately, he retreated, revealing a playful smile. Is this truly your full strength? No, no. Quitela interjected, releasing Kor and shaking his finger repeatedly. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of Lin Chi's power. After all, he is the one who defeated Beerus. Lord Quitela. It is unwise to perpetually weave such fabrications. Konik, supporting Kor, could no longer contain his objections. Lord Lin Chi and Lord Beerus have indeed fought. Yet no clear victor emerged. Is that acceptable? Humph, how could I possibly lie? It is true that Lin Chi is more formidable. Quitela glared at Konik with a displeased expression. Konik, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce, saying, Yes, yes, you have the final say. Both Topo and Jiren remained silent. While even Margarita gazed curiously at the two combatants engaged in battle. A faint purple aura enveloped Waimide, and his suddenly surging energy caused Lin Chi to squint slightly. Although he could not match that fellow Beerus, Waimide should not be underestimated. Energy flying cards, Waimide declared. His hand extended with a multitude of energy-infused playing cards nestled between his fingers. With a flurry of sounds, countless sharp cards surged towards Lin Chi, who evaded, leaving behind only a myriad of afterimages. As Lin Chi dodged, he did not forget to respond in kind, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Waimide. The sheer volume of his attacks far exceeded the flying cards. In an instant, smoke billowed and dust swirled, engulfing Waimide's form. Thus commenced the fierce battle. Two streaks of light intertwined and collided within the boundless void, their shapes indistinct, while the explosive energy blasts echoed with the sounds of fists and feet clashing. Impressive Topo's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the battle between gods of destruction? Can there really be such a disparity even among substitutes? TSK Quitela. Observing the dazzling battle smoke, spat in dissatisfaction. I can't shake the feeling that Waimide may be even more powerful than I am. Konik chuckled softly, glancing at Quitela. Lord Quitela, have a bit more confidence. Eliminate the notion of feeling. Drop dead. Quitela's forehead throbbed with veins, yet he soon broke into a joyful smile. But I have Lin Chi. He will restore my honor and redeem my face. Now, it was Konik who found himself at a loss for words. Behold the invincible fist of destruction. Waimide, sensing his own fury, swung his formidable fist toward Lin Chi. Lin Chi remained remarkably composed, his hands interlaced as he blocked the fist of Wei Mei. Are you a harbinger of chaos, the Joker? You still appear so smug. Wei Mei felt a surge of dissatisfaction, and his attack quickened once more. Did you not encourage my arrogance? Lin Chi remarked, extending his hand to unleash another energy blast. Wei Mei slightly tilted his head to evade, the energy orb soaring into the boundless void. He swiftly closed the distance to Lin Chi, intent on delivering a decisive strike. Lin Chi ceased to speak, turning to confront Wei Mei's fist, which only intensified Wei Mei's anxiety. How could a bona fide god of destruction be outmatched by a mere contender? Chapter 91, Time Machine, Journey to the Past. Destruction. Wei Mei's head was somewhat muddled, prompting him to unleash his destructive technique. I can do that too. Lin Chi casually released a comparable surge of destructive energy. The collision of violet energies erupted in a brilliant explosion, only to mutually dissipate amidst the dazzling purple light. Lin Chi's elbow had successfully deflected Wei Mei's assault, and once again, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. The energy waves unleashed by Lin Chi erupted with a resounding force, sending a flurry of playing cards soaring through the air. The figures of the two combatants flickered amidst the vibrant display of energy, creating countless afterimages, obscured punches, and kicks that were nearly imperceptible. Lin Shi, Quitela, amidst the swirling fireworks, shouted fervently with hands cupped around his mouth, urging, "Finish him. Hurry. Turtle. School. Energy. Attack." Huh. Lin Shi stood with his hands on his waist, unleashing a powerful energy while shouting triumphantly. Wei Mei, unfazed, enveloped himself in an energy shield for protection. Indeed. It is only at this level that I can truly relish the thrill of battle. The smile on Lin Shi's face grew increasingly radiant. What a sensation. It has been far too long since I experienced such exhilaration. As Lin Shi accelerated, the two figures collided repeatedly in the boundless void. Their melee combat and sporadically released energy bursts were as splendid as fireworks. The realm of nothingness began to tremble in response to the clash between Lin Shi and Wei Mei. Has even the realm been shaken? Makalita looked around in astonishment. Quitela, caught up in the excitement of the fight, swung his fist vigorously, uppercuts, left hooks, and sweeping kicks. The drowsy core, still on the brink of awakening, was sent crashing into a concealed area by Quitela's kick, letting out a pain cry. Howl. The last time Lord Lin Shi battled with Beerus, numerous star domains were devastated. Konik nodded, distancing himself from Quitela. He feared being caught in the crossfire, and standing too close made him feel as though he were lacking in intelligence. Torpo and Jiren remained oblivious, their minds entirely consumed by the battle, lacking any energy to engage in conversation. Destruction. Wei Mei's eyes blazed with fury. He couldn't believe he had to contend with a mere candidate for so long. You were growing impatient. Lin Shi swiftly dodged Wei Mei's strikes, occasionally retaliating with punches and energy waves. The overwhelming power emanating from Wei Mei was suffocating. He gritted his teeth in frustration. You. Lin Shi noticed that the spectator, Kara, was overly excited. He smiled broadly and thought, "Let us bring this battle to a close." How infuriating. You, wretched one. How could the conclusion of this fight be determined by a mere substitute? Lin Shi's silver hair began to transform into a vibrant orange, while the aura surrounding him grew increasingly intense. Even his combat prowess surged to new heights. Lin Shi's speed this time completely surpassed Wei Mei's comprehension. He looked at Lin Shi charging towards him in astonishment. How is this possible? You actually possess such immense hidden power? Ignoring Wei Mei's bewilderment, Lin Shi unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, as relentless as raindrops. Ugh. Even though Wei Mei wished to resist, he was still being pushed back, evidently outmatched by Lin Shi. Unexpectedly, Makalita swiftly appeared before Lin Shi, and the victor had already been determined. If this continued, the 11th universe's god of destruction would have nowhere to hide his embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi returned to his normal state and flew towards Quitela. Lord Quitela, are you satisfied with the performance? Absolutely, immensely satisfied. Quitela nodded fervently, clapping Lin Shi on the shoulder. How about we give all the gods of destruction a good beating? When Beerus wakes up, we can rub that hairless cat's face into the ground repeatedly. After all, he is my least favorite character. Lord Quitela, such behavior will draw the attention of certain individuals. Konik interjected disapprovingly, cautioning against being too ostentatious. The overexcited Quitela was doused with cold water, glancing somewhat disheartenedly at the bruised and battered Wei Mei. He. Now you truly are the fool. Wei Mei, draped over Makalita's neck as they flew back, angrily retorted, victory and defeat are natural. Next time. Who knows who will win or lose? TCH, a loss is a loss. What is there to argue about? Quitela placed his hands behind his head, exuding an air of indifference. Wei Mei grew increasingly irate, clenching his fists and seething. Quitela, why don't you fight me then? If I don't take you down, I'm not a god of destruction. Quitela merely whistled, casting a scornful glance at Wei Mei. You can't even defeat my substitute, and yet you wish to challenge me. You. Wei Mei was on the verge of losing his sanity, rolling up his sleeves to strike Quitela. Don't do that. Makalita and Konik immediately intervened, urging them to temper their words. Just then, Lin Shi threw out the time machine, drawing the attention of everyone present. What is this? Quitela, restrained by Konik and the pained Cole, scratched his head from a distance of half a meter away from Wei Mei. A peculiar technological artifact? Wei Mei clenched his fists, equally curious about Lin Shi's device. I just thought of something. Lin Shi entered the time machine, addressing Wei Mei. I've heard that Jieqing is a good friend of yours? Jieqing? Upon hearing that name, Wei Mei instinctively recalled the somewhat vague figure associated with it. What kind of friend? The one I dislike the most is his incessant chatter. Wei Mei scoffed disdainfully. When did Jieqing die? Lin Shi posed another question. Seems like it was around the time of the 31st year, 355,000,003. Wei Mei instinctively stated the time, lost in thought. Lin Shi's lips twitched slightly as he turned to glance at Konik. Konik wore an expression of understanding, indicating that the current time had advanced by 800 years and 7 months. Goodness. Lin Shi's lips twitched again. Had it truly been before the era of AI? Lin Shi gazed at the expressionless Jillian standing behind Wei Mei, inquiring, how old are you? Location? Lin Shi adjusted the settings on the time machine and turned to Wei Mei, asking. Wei Mei appeared somewhat bewildered, Yet such matters were hardly secrets in the 11th universe. Chapter 92. 800 years ago on the planet Buman, Jieqing and Jillian. Buman. Before Wei Mei could respond, Jillian soared to the forefront of Lin Chi's time machine. Why do you ask that? I wish to seek your master. Hee hee. Do you wish to meet him? Lin Chi flashed a mischievous grin, teasingly glancing at Jillian. Go. Without expressing any skepticism. Jillian placed his hand in Lin Chi's palm and squeezed himself into the time machine. He had awaited this opportunity for a full 8 centuries. Was that not sufficient? Even if it were merely a jest from Lin Chi, he was determined to give it a try. Lin Chi's lips twitched once more. He had merely posed a courteous inquiry. Did Jillian truly not comprehend the essence of politeness? However, now that the words had been spoken and the time machine had been activated, Lin Chi could not bring himself to retract the request. As the time machine vanished, Konik and Quitela exchanged bewildered glances. Kor's astonishment broke the silence, questioning whether they had just witnessed the flow of time. You mentioned visiting Jieqing, Wei Mei exclaimed, hands on hips, expressing dissatisfaction towards Quitela. Are you truly cavalier about the passage of time in my universe? Do you not fear discovery by the Grand Priest or the Omni King? And above all, you plan to see Jieqing without including me. Quitela was utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. Jieqing, Wei Mei sighed, gazing upwards into the endless void, recalling that notorious villain. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization as he swiftly turned to Makalita, disbelief washing over him. Meanwhile, Lin Chi and Jillian remained oblivious to Wei Mei's sudden epiphany. When the time machine reappeared, it transported them to a temporal juncture 800 years prior. Universe 11, the planet Buman. The landscape was desolate, with howling winds. And in the distance, remnants of structures hinted at the existence of a village. That place. Jillian's eyes glistened with emotion. It is where my master and I, along with a few others who vowed to vanquish the great villain, once stood. Is that so? Lin Chi responded, slightly surprised by Jillian's sentiment. He himself felt nothing in particular. If he had to articulate a feeling, it would merely be curiosity. Who exactly was the great villain responsible for Jieqing's demise? Lin Chi held a conjecture, yet he dared not be overly certain. Before they had even stepped into the village, Lin Chi and Jillian heard the delightful cries of a child, and upon directing their gaze, they beheld the figure of a young boy swathed in a coarse cloth robe. It seemed he was practicing his martial arts. That diminutive figure, with a bald head and enchanting, large, sparkling eyes, boasted skin as fair as snow. The little one energetically flailed his arms and legs, exerting himself with great determination. Jillian struggled to swallow, his hands trembling. It's you. Lin Chi glanced at the little fellow, and then at Jillian, a miniature version. Goodness, if it were a girl, wouldn't one wish to tousle that round? Smooth little head. Jillian. It's time for dinner. Come back quickly. A tall figure appeared before the distant house. At the sound of this call, Lin Chi noticed that Jillian's entire body quivered as the mini Jillian sprinted away. Master. That Master's voice. Do not be overly excited. Lin Chi murmured, patting Jillian on the shoulder. Should we go meet him? Or perhaps not. Jillian took a step back, appearing somewhat timid. Was this a case of homesickness? Upon encountering others, do not reveal our identities, lest we disrupt the course of past events. It's nothing of great consequence. After all, he is neither a Krona who governs time, nor a Kaioshin who remains uninvolved in worldly affairs. Lin Chi paid no heed to the complexities of the situation. The strength of Jillian was incomparable to his own. Should he encounter a true villain in the future, it would suffice to incapacitate Jillian. This would not hinder his pursuit of the authentic narrative of history. Lin Chi directly pulled Jillian to the front of the house and knocked on the door. The sound echoed, and the door was opened by a miniature version of Jillian, who timidly gazed at Lin Chi and Jillian. You. Upon seeing Jillian, the small Jillian appeared momentarily stunned, but soon reverted to a stoic expression. You are my kin. What? From within, the clattering of dishes was heard, and soon Jieqing rushed out. With a rugged exterior and weathered eyes, Jieqing was tall and muscular, his long hair tied back in a single ponytail, while his lower half was wrapped in animal hides. You. Jieqing's expression grew peculiar upon seeing Jillian. He glanced between Jillian and the miniature version. Come in. I apologize for the intrusion. Lin Chi naturally ushered Jillian inside. The four gathered around a square table, each taking a place, exchanging glances at one another, while the dining table remained modestly adorned. Lin Chi found himself at a loss regarding the wriggling items before him and how to proceed. Are you a relative of Jillian? This question from Jieqing finally broke the silence, causing Lin Chi to inadvertently spray the water he had just taken. Sort of. Jillian, unfazed, displayed a smile that was more sorrowful than any frown. You have come to take him away? Jieqing looked at the small Jillian, expressionless as he wiped his damp face with a rag. Do you wish to live with your kin? No, absolutely not. Both the large and small Jillian spoke in unison. Lin Chi put down his teacup and, with an air of nonchalance, spun a web of deception, declaring that they were merely passing travelers in search of a place to rest and rejuvenate. Jillian replied softly, nodding earnestly in agreement. I see. This child, ever since witnessing the tragic demise of his parents, had grown increasingly reticent. Jiaqing gazed at the miniature Jillian, his eyes brimming with concern. I had assumed that his kin would come to retrieve him, for their kind experience in exceptionally protracted childhood and adulthood. This child, alas. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Jillian's race competition had such formidable demihumans. He was quite capable of standing on his own. Jillian cast a glance at the miniature version of himself before swiftly redirecting his gaze to Jiaqing. He chuckled. Oh, really? Jiaqing shrugged, pondering what the future might hold. Thus, Jillian and Jiaqing engaged in a casual exchange of conversation. Lin Chi observed the miniature Jillian as he left the dining table, diligently washing the dishes before heading outside to resume his training. Jiaqing, how does your strength compare to Wei Mei's? Lin Chi clumsily disrupted the awkward atmosphere between Jiaqing and Jillian. My strength? Well, Jiaqing pondered momentarily, it might be roughly on par. But in a real fight, it's hard to say. Chapter 93, The Future of Jillian and the Past of Jiaqing, however. You actually know that fellow Wei Mei? Ever since he became the god of destruction, he has certainly learned how to enjoy life more. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chi remained silent, as he had assumed that the enigmatic Jiaqing would possess abilities that surpassed those of Wei Mei. Master, Lord Jiaqing, may I request your guidance? As the topic shifted, Jillian's hand, which rested upon his thigh, clenched into a fist. Guidance? Jiaqing inquired, gazing at Jillian with a hint of confusion. I sense that your strength is already formidable. Nay, I'm not strong enough. Jillian retorted without a moment's hesitation, only to realize the inappropriateness of his tone the next instant. Lowering his voice and bowing his head, his eyes shrouded in shadow, he confessed, I have not even earned my master's acknowledgement. I am not strong at all. Sighing, Jiaqing rose to his feet and placed a reassuring hand on Jillian's shoulder. Come now, let us not speak of guidance. Instead, let us engage in a friendly spar. Lin Chi also followed the two out of the room. If you cannot contend with him, why rush to seek torment? Do you long for the days of being beaten? Outside the house, the cold wind continued to blow fiercely, mingling with the delicate six-petaled snowflakes that fell incessantly. The world was cloaked in silver frost, a vast expanse of white earth, as if whispering tales of the world's purity. It has begun to snow. Lin Chi extended his hand, and as a snowflake descended, it melted away. He gazed into the howling north wind, where Jillian and Jiaqing faced each other from afar. Hey, Mini Jillian tugged at Lin Chi's pant leg. Are they going to fight? What did you just call me? Lin Chi grimaced, irritated. Had Jillian never learned any manners since childhood? Call me Big Brother. Big. Never mind. Casalin blinked her large eyes, while Mini Jillian cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chi, creating some distance between them. This is merely an exchange, just a practice match. Lin Chi remained unfazed, ruffling Mini Jillian's smooth head. Don't touch my head. I don't like it, protested Mini Jillian. Bang. Lin Chi and Mini Jillian gazed ahead, observing that Jialing and Jiaqing had already engaged. Jiaqing seized Jillian's fist, and with a swift lift of his leg, delivered a knee strike directly to Jillian's abdomen. The disparity in strength was evident. Jillian was no match for Jiaqing. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the vast expanse of snow. In an instant, the white snow erupted around him, enveloping Jillian's form in a flurry of white. Master is indeed formidable, Mini Jillian exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with admiration as he clenched his tiny fist in excitement. It seems you hold him in high esteem, Lin Chi remarked casually, his gaze shifting to the Jillian who was struggling to emerge from beneath the snow. At this moment, Jillian was still too young, lacking the immense power he would later exhibit at the grand tournament of strength decades hence. Against the current Jiaqing, he was undeniably outmatched. Damn it, Jillian muttered as he pushed off from the snow, charging swiftly towards Jiaqing amidst the scattered snowflakes. Jiaqing deftly blocked Jillian's punch with his elbow and interspersed his movements with occasional guidance. Stop rushing in blindly. Be aware of your surroundings. Sometimes your adversary is not alone. Absolute defense is essential. You must formulate an offensive strategy. Amidst the howling winds, the figures of Jiaqing and Jillian darted about at astonishing speed. Jillian was struck on the cheek and sent flying once more, only to find that Jiaqing had vanished by the time he attempted to retaliate. Your reflexes are too slow. Jiaqing's speed was remarkable. By the time Jillian regained his senses and turned, Jiaqing's fist was already heading towards his round head. With a series of rapid strikes, Jiaqing grasped both of Jillian's fists, spinning him around before launching him into the air. The exchange of punches and kicks between them was breathtakingly swift, eliciting occasional gasps of admiration from Mini Jillian. In the future, I aspire to surpass that individual, Mini Jillian declared, his fist clenched in determination. Lin Chi cast a fleeting glance at Jillian, displaying ambition, striving to surpass himself. With a rustling sound, Jillian was once again sent flying, his hand braced against the ground as he slid, carving a deep trench along the way, revealing the brown frozen soil beneath. Shedding the inertia, Jillian straightened his body, crossing his arms over his chest, and unleashed a fierce roar. Ha! The jetting flames of his breath blazed ever more fiercely, dispersing the surrounding cold winds, while shockwaves stirred the debris on the ground. Jillian charged once more at Jiaqing, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The clash of their powers resonated from the earth to the sky, and then echoed onto the distant peaks. The ground trembled slightly, and the very fabric of space seemed to warp as the aftermath of their battle continued to spread. In the end, with a resounding impact, Jillian was struck down by Jieching, collapsing into the snow-covered earth, unable to rise again. Are you all right? Jieching asked with a cheerful demeanor, approaching the struggling Jillian and extending his hand. You are even stronger than I imagined. You have grown immensely, Jillian. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chi felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, engaging in a brawl would undoubtedly expose everything. Never mind, he would not fall into this trap. Jillian refrained from offering assistance, struggling to rise on his own, his entire being in utter disarray, his form trembling slightly. Master, I am still capable of fighting. Enough, do not push yourself. Although your current strength is formidable, you cannot defeat me. Jieching encouraged, patting Jillian's shoulder. After all, I have lived for over 10,000 years. Jillian's countenance darkened, his hands clenched into tight fists. Yet, I still feel I have brought disgrace upon my master. Nonsense. You have not shamed me. Do you not now have companions? Jieching remarked, glancing at Lin Chi, who stood at a distance with his arms crossed. Sometimes, one cannot go far alone. One must understand the importance of teamwork. Jieching began his lengthy discourse. However, Jillian remained wholly absorbed in his feelings of inadequacy, unable to extricate himself. By the way, speaking of which, what became of me in your time? Did I surpass Wei Mei? Noting Jillian's continued introspection, Jieching decided to shift the topic. Well, it was merely a loss. How many times have you been defeated by me since childhood? Jieching patted the oblivious Jillian and walked towards the house, reflecting, you are becoming increasingly sensitive as you grow older. Sigh. I wonder how I will manage to shape you into this. It truly saddens me to think about it. It seems I must find a moment to hand you over to Tuao. Master. The miniature Jillian glanced at the departing Jieching and then at the still dazed Jillian, yearning to rise and pursue. Chapter 94. The Captured Little Jillian. A great villain emerges. What, Jillian? Is he not Jillian? Could that giant also share the same name? Master, your words are rather peculiar. What do you mean? Does that large fellow share my name as well? Lin Chi shrugged indifferently, perplexed by the inner turmoil of Jillian. Hey, Jillian, your identity has been revealed. As Lin Chi approached Jillian, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Behind the miniature Jillian, a black hole suddenly emerged. From within the abyss, a hand shrouded in darkness reached out, its sharp nails poised threateningly against the nape of young Jillian's neck. It seemed intent on seizing the little one. With a gasp, Jillian's entire body lifted off the ground, frantically flailing his short legs. The scene had unfolded. Countless astonishing exclamations erupted from Lin Chi's head as he swiftly turned to charge towards the menacing claw. The second to react was Jieching. Release him. The black hole continued to expand, and as the sinister claw extended, a tall man cloaked in darkness soon emerged. The man was enveloped in an ominous black mist, rendering even his towering figure completely concealed beneath the cloak. Aside from the ominous claw, nothing else was revealed, thoroughly shrouded from view. At last, I've caught you. Little one. The man in the black robe spoke with a voice as grating as glass scraping against metal. You certainly know how to hide, making me search so arduously. The master is quite displeased. Lin Chi intended to strike the man in the black cloak. Yet the villain had placed the miniature Jillian beneath the trajectory of Lin Chi's fist. Alas, Lin Chi was compelled to alter the course of his punch, grazing the snow-covered ground instead. How despicable. The nefarious gang? Jieching, enraged, swung his fist directly at the black-cloaked man's face. Release Jillian. A sinister smile emerged from beneath the black-cloaked man's mask as he clutched the small Jillian, disregarding the furious Jieching entirely. From the abyss behind him, countless figures clad in black robes began to emerge, each mirroring his appearance. Let them all be slain. As the black-robed men scattered, terrifying screams soon echoed throughout the village, accompanied by the sound of collapsing houses. A one-sided massacre. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of energy orbs reverberated through the air, fiery flames consuming everything that could burn in the snow-laden world. The flames of war spread, quickly enveloping the area in smoke. Witnessing the scene that transformed into a hellish nightmare in the blink of an eye, Jillian reacted instinctively, raising his head to unleash all his power. Full power state. Damn it, I shall bring justice upon you, villain. Jillian soared into the air, engaging in a fierce battle against the first black-cloaked boss that appeared. The black-cloaked man deftly evaded Jieching's incoming punch, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jillian flying. Such immense strength. Jillian clenched his fists, brimming with rage, and charged again toward the black-robed man. What grudge do you hold against Jillian's clan? Jieching interlocked his hands to block the black-cloaked man's punch, indignantly questioning. You wouldn't even spare a mere child. Their clan should never have existed in this universe. Rather, why do you protect him? The black-cloaked man chuckled chillingly. Just because of your so-called justice? Jieching attempted to retort, yet he was interrupted as the black-robed man presented the small Jillian, grasping him by the throat, directly in front of him. Jiaqing was again forced to halt his fist, resulting in the black-cloaked man kicking him into the snow. Below, Jillian's figure swiftly vanished, reappearing before the black-cloaked man, launching another punch. The black-cloaked man was equally unreserved, countering with a punch of his own. Astonished to find another little one like this. It seems I overlooked something. The two fists collided, and the less powerful Jillian was sent flying. As he was propelled backward, the defiant Jillian disregarded the small Jillian held captive by the black-cloaked man and unleashed a powerful energy orb. Stop! Witnessing the energy orb aimed at the miniature Jillian, Lin Chi retaliated with his own energy orb. Bang! The two energy orbs collided, erupting violently, and amidst the swirling smoke. Jiaqing swiftly lunged to rescue the small Jillian. However, the black-cloaked man was exceedingly vigilant, vanishing into the black hole behind him. With the disappearance of the black-robed figure, countless villagers in the nearby village suffered grievously. The sudden onset of chaos was as swift as its departure. Chase. Observing the vanishing black hole, Jiaqing propelled himself forward, leading the remaining villagers capable of action into the abyss. What are you doing? Lin Chi rushed to Jillian's side, delivering a sharp tap to his forehead. You will disappear too if you continue like this. I will not hesitate to face this villain, even if it means vanishing. Jillian's fists were clenched tightly, the strain evident as veins bulged on his forehead. In my dreams, I too wish to bring him to justice. Let us hurry and follow. Lin Chi felt a twinge of helplessness as he hastened toward the black hole. After Lin Chi and Jillian entered, the black hole behind them vanished. Before them lay an expanse of endless darkness, a biting cold wind, desolate land, and swirling sand. Where's this place? Lin Chi surveyed his surroundings in astonishment, proceeding forward, feeling as though he had arrived on another planet. At that moment, Jiaqing and the other villagers were nowhere to be seen. This place. Jillian's hands were clenched tightly at his sides, the intensity causing his knuckles to whiten. What is wrong with this place? Lin Chi turned to Jillian, who stood frozen in place, urging him to hurry and find Jiaqing. Don't dawdle. Their energy is fading. Just as Lin Chi prepared to take flight, he sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. Something is approaching. Boom, boom, boom. From the horizon, elongated protrusions emerged, reminiscent of a colossal earthworm writhing beneath the surface. The protrusions approached Lin Chi and Jillian at an alarming speed. What on earth is that? As Lin Chi slid down, the earth beneath him erupted, revealing a monstrous creature with a snake skull. How hideous! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chi unleashed an energy orb, obliterating the creature before him. Ugh! With a scream, the monster was reduced to countless pieces of flesh, while the severed tail continued to writhe in the ground. Chapter 95. Sacrifice, Justice, Demonic Beasts. As Lin Chi turned to urge Jillian, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of countless serpentine creatures from the earth below. What on earth are these abominations? He sensed no aura. Reluctantly, Lin Chi unleashed another energy blast. As the billowing smoke dissipated, the black-cloaked soldiers who invaded the Nether Star materialized around him. Those wretched fiends. Jillian roared in fury, charging towards the black-cloaked soldiers. Do not linger in battle. Hurry to find Jiaqing. Observing Jillian's rage escalating to the point of madness, Lin Chi instantly teleported to his side. Let us go. Lin Chi teleported once more, arriving at the location where Jiaqing and several villagers were situated. Jiaqing and the villagers were surrounded by a multitude of black-cloaked soldiers. Despite their considerable combat prowess, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. A relentless war of attrition. How unfair. Lin Chi gazed down at the throng of black cloaks. Master, Jillian, noticing a treacherous maneuver from one of the black-cloaked soldiers, dashed down to join the chaotic melee. On another elevated platform, flickering campfires illuminated the scene where the black-cloaked boss held up the struggling mini Jillian, as if conducting some ominous ritual. My lord, I have captured him. I beseech you for more power. Master, the miniature Jillian cried out desperately. Even during the death of his parents, he had never witnessed such a chaotic battle. Terror-stricken, he covered his big, expressive eyes. Release him. Shoving aside the black-cloaked soldiers before him, Jiaqing shouted furiously. What do you intend to do? Of course, it is a sacrifice. The black-cloaked boss's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement, the words dripping with malevolence. Great demon. I shall punish you. Jillian, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the black-cloaked man on the platform. Boom, boom, boom. What are you doing? Do you wish to harm Jillian? Seeing the energy blasts aimed at the black-cloaked man, Jiaqing leaped onto the platform, positioning himself directly in front of the black-cloaked figure. Countless energy blasts struck Jiaqing, and amidst the explosions, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Damn it. Witnessing Jiaqing's disheveled form crumpled in the deep pit, Jillian gritted his teeth and soared back into the fray. I shall take action. Lin Chi, unable to remain passive, swiftly appeared behind the black-cloaked man and delivered a powerful punch. However, before his fist could make contact, the villain once again used mini Jillian as a human shield. How can we possibly fight like this? Lin Chi felt a surge of anger. With mini Jillian in peril, the group felt increasingly constrained. And in the face of the relentless assault from the multitude of black-cloaked soldiers, several villagers tragically fell. You despicable fiend. Jiaqing clawed his way out of the pit, joining the fray. Almost everyone was intent on rescuing mini Jillian, but although the enemy's combat strength was lacking, Their numbers proved overwhelming. Like ants gnawing at an elephant, the relentless swarm impeded Jiaqing's advance. While Jillian's combat abilities were commendable, they were insufficient to turn the tide. Lin Chi was also reluctant to unleash an overwhelming surge of energy, for if his attack were too powerful, the mere aftermath could inflict harm upon Xiao Jilian. Ultimately, the result would not be a rescue but rather a detriment to him. The battle had descended into a state of deadlock, reaching a level of frustration that was almost unbearable. Upon observing the deadlock of the battle, Lin Chi chose to withdraw from the fray. Noticing that Jillian and Jiaqing were thoroughly delayed by the black-robed soldiers, he seized the opportunity when the dark-clad man let his guard down. In a flash, Lin Chi executed a teleportation to rescue young Jillian. At that moment, the boy, having been tossed back and forth incessantly, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing down at the pale and terrifyingly wan visage of the unconscious young Jillian in his arms, Lin Chi gently handed the person over to Jiaqing, urging, "You should go save the others in the village." Lin Chi Fei leapt in front of the man in black, blocking his fist that was aimed at Jillian. "This fellow is stronger than you. Let me handle this. I shall deliver justice." Jillian, consumed by anger, paid no heed to the words spoken. "They say you cannot defeat him." Lin Chi Fei was truly exasperated by the brashness of this impetuous youth. Before their exchange could escalate, two figures enveloped in dark mist appeared high above, accompanied by a mocking voice. "You have summoned me again. For what purpose?" That was. Jiaqing quickly gathered with the villagers, standing back to back as they gazed skyward. "Monsters, flee!" Witnessing the emergence of two beings shrouded in darkness, the villagers on the ground, who were desperately resisting the soldiers in black robes, succumbed to despair. They all turned to flee, utterly disregarding Lin Chi Fei and Jillian atop the platform. Some began to hurl insults at the miniature Jillian in Jiaqing's arms. "What do we have to do with confronting an evil army? Why must we march to our doom? Those are monsters." Monsters. To their astonishment, behind the embodiment of evil lurked monsters. It was a battle they could not win. Continuing down this path would only lead to more sacrifices. "My wife and children, my parents. He is merely a child. Let it go." "Jiaqing, perhaps we still have a chance to escape." "Jiaqing, you must be doing this on purpose, deliberately leading us to our demise. Just kill Jillian. That fellow will leave no path for us to survive." "Yes. I refuse to continue this. Kill whoever you wish." Observing the survivors abandon their weapons and collapse to the ground, they began to pressure Jiaqing to relinquish the miniature Jillian. Jiaqing's expression darkened. "Are you giving up? What of our comrades who perished before us? Can you justify their sacrifices? Shall we let them die in vain?" Jiaqing gazed incredulously at the villagers. "We vow to eradicate the embodiment of evil and save the innocent." As he watched the chaos unfold, with the villagers increasingly encircled by the black-robed soldiers, Jillian let out a cold laugh. "Look, those people have betrayed both me and my master yet again." "Monsters, indeed." Lin Chi turned his gaze toward the two figures amidst the dark mist, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. A villager at the forefront shouted furiously at Jiaqing, "We no longer wish to live like this. What wrong have we committed? Even if we defeat the embodiment of evil, can you still contend with the monsters?" Chapter 96. Control Jillian, the so-called justice. Must we continue to march to our deaths? They only desire Jillian. If we surrender him, perhaps they will spare us. Jillian gritted his teeth, looking at the miniature Jillian in Jiaqing's arms. "Master, just give in. I can disregard my own fate, but at the very least, you can survive. Had it not been for the burdens of my childhood, perhaps my master could have lived for millennia." "You." Jiaqing met the furious gaze of Jillian, whose expression had turned somewhat grotesque, and then glanced down at the miniature Jillian in his arms. His voice was heavy with exhaustion. "Jillian, you have disappointed me gravely. Are we not the champions of justice?" "Justice?" Jillian turned his gaze skyward, where the monsters that all feared loomed. "I am most curious about engaging in a battle with the monsters." Lin Chi's lips curled into a smile, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. "Monsters? Those slain by monsters cannot even be resurrected by angels. We can only hope for the Super Dragon Balls." Lin Chi tentatively unleashed his energy blast towards the two shadowy figures suspended in midair. With a resounding boom, the shadows remained unscathed, standing resolutely as the smoke dissipated. "My lord, it is them, the ones who have repeatedly thwarted our capture plans," exclaimed a nearby man cloaked in black. "Oh, how intriguing." The leading shadow revealed its fangs, turning to beckon the other figure. "Yes." The figure behind responded with utmost respect, conjuring a similarly dark scepter. A pitch-black orb of magic aimed at the agitated Jillian below. "This individual exhibits a wealth of emotional fluctuations, my lord. Let it be him." The leading shadow nodded, gazing down at the furious Jillian with a hint of amusement. "Master, why do you insist on intervening with them?" Jillian shouted defiantly at Jiaqing. "Strength is all that matters. Strength is justice." A moment later, the shadow's magical orb ignited with an eerie black mist, surging towards Jillian atop the platform. Enveloped by the swirling darkness, Jillian's anguished screams echoed, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his aura growing increasingly chilling. He wore a grotesque smile, questioning, "Am I still not powerful enough? What have you done to him?" Jiaqing, witnessing Jillian's drastic transformation, felt on the brink of madness. After painstakingly rescuing the younger one, now the older one was in peril. What a vexing turn of events. Hee hee. Watching your internal strife is quite entertaining. The leading shadow stroked its chin thoughtfully. Let the performance commence. Act now, boy tainted by demonic energy. The shadow wielding the scepter waved it dramatically. To mete out justice. In the pursuit of strength, Jillian charged towards Jieqing. As the dark mist around him thickened, his power rapidly surging. By the time he reached Jieqing, Jillian's fighting capability rivaled that of a fully powered Super 4 form. What in the world is going on? Lin Chi also sprang into action, disregarding the controlled Jillian, instead propelling himself into the sky. Hiding beneath the dark mist to watch the show. Let me unveil the true nature of this fiend. Lin Chi faced the two demonic entities from a distance, the frigid wind rustling through his garments. Oh, do you truly believe you can contend with me alone? Beneath the shadow stood another figure cloaked in black, adorned with a mask, who revealed a derisive grin. You do not appear to belong to this universe. How did you arrive here? Perhaps it would be wise for you to depart, for you are no match for me. Huh. With a low exclamation from Lin Chi, a radiant white flame enveloped his form, his hair transforming into a lustrous silver, embodying the essence of freedom. Is that so? Then let me demonstrate whether I am indeed your equal. Lin Chi took a step forward, swiftly charging towards the masked man, delivering a punch to the concealed mask. The masked man hurriedly raised his hands, crossing them in front to block Lin Chi's strike. What transformation is this? Could it be that a new combat race has emerged? Jieqing, in disbelief, turned his gaze towards the battle above. He had already placed Mini Jillian by the edge of a rocky cliff and, regaining his focus, began to engage in a serious fight with Jillian. Master, justice only requires the strongest. There is no need for companions. Jillian displayed a smile that was incongruous with his character, casting a cold look at Jieqing. Jieqing's expression grew heavy as he intercepted Jillian's punch. Jillian. No, you are not Jillian. I could not have trained such a disciple. Wake up, Jillian. Suspended in midair. Lin Chi glanced at the battle between Jieqing and Jillian from the corner of his eye, sking softly. That fellow is clearly not Jillian. Jillian does not possess such a wide array of expressions. He always wore that same expressionless face. That is the true Jillian. Are you watching that controlled individual? The masked man remarked once more, filled with amusement. We are not controlling him. Oh no, we merely stirred some emotions within him, amplifying them. And that is how he became this way. The creature in the mask chuckled merrily. Look, do you possess such emotions? Lin Chi withdrew his gaze, delivering a disdainful grunt as he swung his fist at the demon. Enough of the chatter, let us get to it. No matter who steps up to fight me, they shall not escape this fate. The man in the black robe seemed to exude an inexplicable excitement as he raised his hand to block Lin Chi's punch. What transformation is this? The villagers on the ground erupted into a new round of shouts. Who is he? I've never seen him. He is not one of us. He appears to be quite formidable. In the face of Lin Chi's powerful strike, a look of caution flickered across the black-robed man's face. Indeed, your prowess should not be underestimated. I could make you my subordinate. Your abilities are commendable, he proclaimed, attempting to recruit Lin Chi. Spare me your words. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can command me? Lin Chi retorted defiantly and charged towards the man in black. Meanwhile, on the ground, Jieqing was engaged in combat with Jillian, who seemed to be no match for Jieqing. In no time, Jillian was sent sprawling from a powerful blow, struggling to rise as he touched his numbed cheek. Truly my master, he thought. You need to snap out of it. Jieqing ground his teeth in frustration, unable to fathom how Jillian had turned out like this. Whom had he imparted his teachings of justice, love for peace, and unity? Chapter 97. The demon, surprisingly appears tasty. Jieqing moved swiftly, soon standing before Jillian, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang. Even with his enhancements, Jillian was caught off guard, sent flying by the impact. Master, I shall not hold back. Jillian steadied himself and charged at Jieqing once more. I must prove to you that powerful justice can be embodied by one person. Thus, the fierce battle commenced. The tremendous forces in the air and on the ground swirling like relentless hurricanes, sweeping across the desolate landscape. Bang. Lin Chi wore a stern expression as he mercilessly struck the masked man's face, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, the masked man shattered through layers of rock, becoming embedded within, undeniably formidable. Which universe do you hail from? As the debris cascaded down, the man in the black robe soared into the air once more, fixing his gaze on Lin Chi. Why should I disclose that to you? It's rather surprising that a mere demon possesses such knowledge, Lin Chi retorted, a cold smile playing on his lips. I am curious to uncover the true nature of this demon. With those words, the mask worn by the black-robed man swiftly fractured along with the surrounding fissures. Yet, as the mask fell, he quickly adjusted his black robe to obscure his visage once more, revealing only his bloodthirsty thin lips and a sinister grin. Hey, I am quite intrigued by your identity. Lin Chi chuckled softly, energy coalescing in the palm of his hand. Why did that man's smile evoke a sense of familiarity within him? What are you gazing at? In an instant of distraction, the black-robed man appeared behind Lin Chi, who hurriedly refocused and swung a punch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, grappling closely. Jillian, regain your senses. Jie Qing felt a sense of helplessness, unable to unleash his full strength against Jillian. He could only occasionally voice his concern, hoping to restore Jillian's lucidity. The airborne battle astonished Jie Qing. He never anticipated that the boy who always trailed behind Jillian would possess such prowess. Was Jillian's current state a consequence of the overwhelming influence from this boy? Their speed was astonishing. Jillian's fists tightened further, his muscles bulging with power. Righteousness. He tilted his head back, his eyes reddening with veins of crimson, filled with loathing for the wicked, the despicable demons. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze towards Jie Qing brimming with hatred. Why am I not strong enough? Why can't you acknowledge me? His furious roar, however, failed to sway the intense battle between Lin Qi and the demon. Jillian bellowed in rage, charging towards Jie Qing with his fist raised. The exchanges between them appeared ferocious, yet Jie Qing maintained a subtle advantage. Although he could suppress Jillian, he was at a loss on how to restore him to his former self. It seems I must first render you unconscious, Jie Qing declared, sweeping a kick toward Jillian. In a frenzy, Jillian calmly bent his arm, blocking the attack with his elbow. Seeing his kick thwarted, Jie Qing unleashed a punch toward Jillian's cheek. The force was not excessive, yet it still sent Jillian staggering back. Humph. Jillian appeared defiant, retaliating with a punch aimed at Jie Qing, only to strike at his afterimage. Meanwhile, Jie Qing had already maneuvered behind Jillian, transforming his swift punch into a knife-hand strike aimed at Jillian's neck. As Jillian's body weakened and he began to topple, Jie Qing sported a triumphant smile, catching the unconscious Jillian and resting him against his shoulder. Your master will always remain your master. Lin Qi also took note of the concluded battle on the ground. TSK, after all. The current Jillian is not the same as the one from the Tournament of Strength. It has been over 20 years since then. It seems quite reasonable that he cannot match Jie Qing. After placing the unconscious Jillian alongside the miniature version of himself, Jie Qing cast a subtle glance towards the sky. In the air, the contrasting figures of black and white continued to intertwine and clash, their rapid exchanges of punches and kicks dazzling to behold. The entire space resonated with the sounds of their explosive strikes, occasionally producing expanding circular shockwaves. The monster's face was forced upwards by Lin Qi's blows, its feet sliding backward against the snow-covered ground. Along the path, 2 deep grooves were etched into the earth, which trembled incessantly. Such formidable power. The aftermath of Lin Qi's battle with the monster was nothing short of catastrophic for this planet. The sky descended into an even deeper darkness. The scorched earth lay in ruins, and wisps of white smoke continuously erupted from the fissures of the ground. Haim. Ha. Lin Qi steadied himself, channeling energy into his hands at his waist, poised to unleash a wave of ki towards the man in the black robe. Stop. J.Q. shouted in desperation, shielding the small Jillian in his embrace, as he struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure descending from above. The immense force made each breath a laborious task. He could not continue this battle. This planet could not endure it. If it came to that, we would all perish alongside it. Lin Qi turned to gaze downward, where the earth appeared as a scene reminiscent of a hellish world. Smoke wafted through the air. The ground was fissured, and countless enormous craters marred the landscape, while black-robed soldiers howled and dodged in despair. Even the initial black-robed boss had vanished without a trace. The earth continued to crumble, as terrifying waves of residual energy recklessly ravaged the planet. Haha, are you afraid? The demon revealed a sinister grin. Hovering above Lin Qi, its fist raised for a devastating blow. Let this planet perish alongside you. Bang. Lin Qi was hurled into the rocky embrace of the snow-capped mountains. A flicker of annoyance igniting within him. How infuriating. He had once thrived in the vacuum of the cosmos, as he had clandestinely sent Quitela and Conic to the 7th universe in search of Dragon Balls for wishes. Yet now, with so many lives at stake, did he have the luxury of time to allow them to queue up and hold hands for a game of instantaneous movement? One blast from the creature, and they would all meet their demise. Chapter 98. Inescapably approaching death's clutches. This won't do. That won't do. From the onset of the battle, restraining the diminutive mini Jillian, to now witnessing the planetary consequences, it was impossible to engage in a proper fight. How maddening. You cowardly, hideous creature who dares not show your face. Lin Qi, usually composed and serene, now betrayed a flicker of fury. This accursed being truly had a knack for manipulating the hearts of others. Lin Qi charged once more towards the monstrous being, sweeping low in an attempt to topple it. If that is the case, then I shall simply obliterate you. A faint purple glow emanated from the palm of Lin Qi. What? The creature was momentarily taken aback, though it reacted swiftly, trying desperately to evade. Nevertheless, the black mist enveloping its form was still tainted by Lin Qi's destructive energy. To his astonishment, it appeared to be a being capable of destruction. Could it be a harbinger of destruction itself? However, it felt different. Could it possibly be a candidate for some deity of destruction? The inky mist gradually dissipated into the air, revealing the countenance of the man in black robes to the onlookers. Lin Qi was somewhat taken aback. He had initially anticipated this figure would be delectable. He had already prepared to cast a scornful gaze, only to find that it was not the case. Had he misjudged everything? Was it not akin to the scenario in Universe 7, where Beerus commanded Frieza to eradicate the Saiyans and annihilate planet Vegeta? Was this not the same? You are a monster? Lin Chi found himself uncertain as he gazed upon the tall man whose visage had been revealed. That chilling, bloodthirsty grin. Those crimson lips, if adorned with a clown's visage, they bore a striking resemblance to a god of destruction, like the one he had encountered before. Could this figure truly be a monster? Jia Qing also looked astonished, though he felt more bewilderment than anything else. It bore a striking resemblance to the previous deity. Yet the aura it emitted was entirely incongruent. How vexing. The monster, taken aback, swiftly enveloped itself once more in black mist. Since you have glimpsed my true form, I can no longer spare you. You must perish. An evil energy radiated from its being. As countless tendrils of black mist surged towards the individuals below, both the robed soldiers and the villagers brought by Jia Qing found themselves ensnared by the encroaching mist. As the dark vapors infiltrated their bodies, they rapidly aged, contracting until they resembled mummies. What is happening? Lin Chi hastily summoned a protective shield, isolating the black mist beyond its barrier. Jiren. Observing the reactions of those around him, Jia Qing conjured a barrier to protect both himself and the diminutive Jiren. Yet, the barrier merely held back the encroaching mist by the narrowest of margins. The tendrils that had absorbed the black-robed soldiers and villagers burst forth, resembling mummified figures, and surged towards Jia Qing. How infuriating. Just as Lin Chi prepared to act, the shadowy figure wielding the staff, who had remained passive until now, materialized before him. Humph, do not think of saving them. The staff was raised high, unleashing a magical assault upon Lin Chi. You can wield magic. Are you of the dark demon realm? Lin Chi was taken aback, swiftly dodging while retaliating with destructive energy. Yet, the opponent's speed was astonishing. All of Lin Chi's efforts were deftly evaded. Crack. The protective shield surrounding Jia Qing faltered against the monster's misty onslaught, unable to withstand for more than a few seconds. Crack, crack. Countless shards of the barrier sparkled and shattered, cascading before Jia Qing. Boom. A torrent of black mist surged towards Jia Qing, enveloping him in an instant. Meanwhile, the miniature Jiren, who had just regained consciousness, witnessed a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. Master, no. Monster. Unable to endure the sheer intensity of the moment, the tiny Jiren cried out before collapsing back to the ground, unconscious once more. Jia Qing. Lin Chi's movements faltered as he was struck by the magical energy, plummeting rapidly and piercing through the mountains along his path. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through a dozen rocky outcrops, he became embedded in the debris. And as the stones tumbled, his form vanished from Jia Qing's sight. Jia Qing. Lin Chi's indifference shattered completely at this moment. Before him, Jia Qing lay as a mere husk, his aura so faint that it teetered perilously close to the brink of death. Lin Chi was momentarily at a loss for words, especially with the unconscious Jillian lying beside him. After eliminating you, these two individuals would serve as our finest subjects for experimentation. Haha. Two shadowy figures descended before Lin Chi, with the leading creature laughing maniacally. Lin Chi clenched his fists, positioning himself protectively in front of Jia Qing. Come on. To the death. Am I truly afraid of you? Just as the shadow behind the creature raised its scepter, it suddenly glanced upwards. My lord. Those two have arrived. Move. With the leader of the monster's command, the two figures abruptly vanished from Lin Chi's sight. Damn it. Lin Chi blinked, realizing they had fled. In an instant, two figures reappeared in the air, the latecomers Wei Mei Da and Ma Kalita. Jian Qing. Wei Mei Da looked down, astonished by the chaos below. Particularly, he noted Jian Qing, who knelt behind Lin Chi, teetering on the brink of death. Jian Qing. Wei Mei Da struggled to swallow, his eyes widening as his hands trembled slightly, descending to touch the now lifeless form of Jian Qing. Wei Mei Da. I never expected to see you before I die. Jian Qing's parched lips moved, his voice barely a whisper. Master Wei Mei Da. Ma Kalita landed softly behind Wei Mei Da, uttering a quiet exclamation. Surely, Master Wei Mei Da won't lose control now? The monsters have always been a lingering threat in his heart. Monsters. Wei Mei Da's hand, which had reached out to touch Jian Qing, retracted abruptly, clenching into a fist. Damn those monsters. Is this the fate that befalls those who protect such a wretched species? Wei Mei Da cast a malevolent glance towards the unconscious mini Jillian. Humph. Jian Qing, you scoundrel. You've become addicted to this protection. When did you take in that giant? Hey, I'm on the verge of death. Jian Qing managed a weak, sorrowful smile. You still dare to hold this against me? Ah, why did you even pick him up? Wei Mei Da suppressed his anger, letting out a sigh. Some races are far too uncontrollable. You really don't need to force yourself to ensure their survival. Chapter 99. Damned fate. Wei Mei Da's roar. Jian Qing mustered another smile. Perhaps it is this damned fate. Lin Chi listened intently, yet found himself ensnared in a fog of confusion, unable to grasp the full extent of the situation. The depths of the matter were profound, likely entangled with the forces of destruction. How absurd fate is. Even as a harbinger of ruin, I am powerless to resurrect you. Wei Mei felt herself on the brink of madness. Ah, but it matters not. I have lived for millennia and should be content. The presence of Jia Qing grew fainter, the words he uttered becoming increasingly labored. It is truly pitiful. This innocent child, he has suffered far too much. Would you care for him on my behalf? Who would take care of your child? Wei Mei clutched her head, her voice rising in furious protest. You are his parent. It is your duty. If you neglect him, I shall end his life, and theirs. Tears brimmed in Wei Mei's eyes, yet she resolutely held them back. You wretched being. Ever preaching unity and righteousness, yet you fail to inform me, daring to confront this demon. What purpose then does my role as the destroyer serve? Wei Mei knelt before Jie Qing, clutching her head, a sight that pained Makalita, who stood behind her. It appears that the death of an age-old friend has inflicted a heavy blow upon her. Even now let us bid each other farewell with grace. Lin Chi could hardly tolerate Wei Mei's obstinacy. Silence. You who hail from another universe. I have yet to hold you accountable. Wei Mei's icy glare turned towards Lin Chi. TSK, how arrogant. Lin Chi scoffed at Wei Mei's obstinacy. How ungrateful. Young one, take him back. There is no need for him to endure my departure once more. This matter should not involve you. Jie Qing's voice, frail and weak, expressed gratitude towards Lin Chi, assuring him that Wei Mei would not hinder their exit. Whatever you say goes, but have I consented? Wei Mei seethed with frustration. Hey. You are on the verge of death. Why concern yourself with those irrelevant to you? Gritting her teeth, Wei Mei shot an angry glance at Jie Qing. But in her eyes, he appeared as though he could vanish with the slightest breeze. Wei Mei Jie Qing struggled to lift his head. Yet his frail body could scarcely manage even that simple motion. You stubborn fool, even in death, you remain obstinate. Wei Mei shouted, her hands grasping at her wig in a fit of rage. I despise you most of all, forever spouting justice and unity. Do you not realize how repulsive you are? Conceal your hypocritical kindness. If you wish for these two to live, then you must survive. Hung Fu would help you care for a child. Watching as Makalita gently cradled Mini Jillian, Wei Mei's fury intensified. Hey, Makalita, did I permit you to hold him? Put him down. I absolutely refuse to care for this detestable child. I loathe children. Wei Mei Makalita gazed at the raging Wei Mei with a complex expression. Jie Qing has lost his breath. Wei Mei panicked, her words tumbling out in disarray. I will kill you, wretched creature. Demon, what fighting race, what defense? He could not find the words, and ultimately fell silent, staring blankly at Jie Qing, now lifeless before him. Hey, don't leave without a word and die. Did I allow you to perish? Wei Mei suddenly grasped Jie Qing's shoulders, shaking him frantically. Jie Qing awakened. I shall not take care of your child. Jie Qing, you fool, your actions may cost me my position as the destroyer. Wei Mei's fists pounded the ground in a frenzy, transparent liquid cascading onto the earth. I shall no longer be the destroyer. I will join you in defending justice. Do not die, her cries echoed across the ravaged landscape, and to her astonishment, blood-red snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. Master Mini Ji Lian opened his large, sorrowful eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks as he clutched Makalita's arm, choking back sobs. Woo-woo, master, come, let us return with him. I will find a way to resurrect Jie Qing. Without sparing Lin Chi or the unconscious Ji Lian a glance, Wei Mei delicately lifted Jie Qing's lifeless form and addressed Makalita. Their figures appeared hurried, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Before leaving, Wei Mei cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chi, signaling that some matters should remain unspoken. TSK Lin Chi disdainfully observed Wei Mei's hasty retreat, pondering the superficiality of their so-called friendship. Was this emotional display truly so fleeting? Lin Chi felt that this temporal journey had been an oppressive experience. What on earth is happening? Just as Lin Chi lamented his predicament, the dazed Ji Lian regained consciousness. The villain? The demon? Finally awakening from his stupor, Ji Lian sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings warily. Oh, have you returned to your senses? Lin Chi regarded the now lucid Ji Lian with surprise. Is he dead? Ji Lian's hands clenched tightly at his sides, his anger palpable. I'm still not strong enough. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. He longed to throw his head back and howl in frustration. What on earth was this farcical annual performance? Finally, he managed to utter a single word, patting the shoulder of the sullen Jillian, whose demeanor seemed to darken with each passing moment. Lin Chi then produced a time machine, gazing at the increasingly despondent Jillian, and could not help but inquire, Jillian, shall we embark on another journey? The second time. He should be able to grasp the unfolding narrative and save Jie Qing. No. Jillian coldly rejected, striding towards Lin Chi's time machine. Lin Chi sat in the exceedingly crowded time machine, feeling a profound sense of frustration. He wished to retract his earlier statement, even if Jiren desired to revisit the past. It was futile. The power source of the time machine was nearly depleted. It seemed that this journey had unveiled the truth behind Jie Qing's demise. Yet the number of enigmas had only multiplied. Why did that monstrous entity resemble a clown devoid of makeup? Setting aside the question of Jie Qing's fate, why did those creatures seek to annihilate Jiren's race entirely? What could be the underlying motive? Chapter 100. Some matters cannot be rushed. They even appeared to regard them as subjects for experimentation. This reminded him of Beerus, who similarly led to the extinction of the Saiyans, yet allowed a few young Saiyans to survive. The depths of this situation were far more intricate than they appeared. For instance, when Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, how was it that Goku managed to escape unnoticed? Frieza's brother, Cooler, claimed he witnessed it. Could Frieza truly have overlooked such an event? Moreover, the similarities between the essence of Frieza and that of the monsters were striking. What secrets lay behind the god of destruction? Suddenly, Lin Chi found himself reluctant to continue as Quitela's candidate. Beerus fixated on the god of the Saiyans, while Frieza targeted the Super Saiyans. Now a monstrous entity had emerged, focusing on Jiren's race. Even within Dragon Ball Super, the entire universe appeared to be scrutinizing Goku. Had Goku become a mere experimental subject for the Grand Priest? His thoughts were becoming increasingly chaotic. However, the time machine had now returned to its original timeline. In the Void Realm, 1 minute after the time machine's departure, Quitela and Konik, along with the essence of Makalita and a lingering Topo, remained suspended in their previous location. The essence had just turned to glance at Makalita, disbelief etched on their face. Before the words could escape, Lin Chi's time machine materialized before everyone once more. Jiren, did you see Jiaqing? The essence inquired anxiously, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He recalled why Lin Chi had seemed familiar. It was because he had traversed back in time. Jiren's countenance remained grim. He did not respond to the essence's question and instead drifted silently to stand beside Topo. Hey, did you change anything upon your return? The essence's heart raced with trepidation. He yearned to elicit some answers, yet feared the possibility of confronting an unwelcome truth. After all, traversing the past was inherently a grave offense. Lin Chi cast a detached glance at him, returning the words he had previously uttered to Wei Maida, stating that some matters should remain unspoken. Upon hearing this, Wei Maida felt a moment of confusion, but it quickly transformed into realization. So that was how it was. Memories began to surge forth, leaving Wei Maida momentarily lost in thought. Were these two individuals attempting to rescue Jiaqing? Alas, it seems they were ultimately unsuccessful. Lin Chi, what on earth are you talking about? Quitela asked, bewildered, glancing between Wei Maida and Lin Chi. There was an unmistakable sense that something significant had transpired during Lin Chi's brief disappearance, something closely tied to Wei Maida. It's nothing of concern, Lord Quitela, Lin Chi replied, offering a gentle smile. There was no need to divulge the details regarding Jiaqing to Quitela. Oh, then shall we return? Quitela inquired, observing Lin Chi leisurely retracting the time machine, a hint of urgency in his tone. Lin Chi is truly remarkable and outstanding. It would be quite something if Wei Mei were to take notice of him. Observing the anxious Quitela, who was eager to leave, Wei Mei displayed a knowing smile and remarked to Lin Chi, young man, why not stay? I have many thoughts I wish to discuss with you. Alas, dream on. Lin Chi would never linger here. Upon hearing this, Quitela grew frantic. Protectively, he positioned himself in front of Lin Chi, shielding him from Wei Mei's insidious gaze. You think too much. Keep dreaming. I wasn't asking you, Wei Mei scoffed, hands on her hips, turning to the taciturn Lin Chi. So, what say you? No need. Some matters require time to unfold. Lin Chi gently shook his head, waving his hand at Wei Mei and her companions. What are you still doing here? Here, let us return. Hurry up and teleport us. Quitela clenched his fists, itching to strike. He placed a hand on Quitela's shoulder and glanced back at the ever-silent Jillian, who stood alone beside Tuapa. Jillian appeared unchanged, his expression still vacant and indifferent. Yet, in Lin Chi's eyes, he sensed a growing solitude in Jillian's demeanor, as if he were singularly focused on attaining strength. Quite frankly, this unfortunate lad seems to be cursed, destined to be a solitary star. Having already lost a close relative and now his master, Jiaqing, the emotional toll of accepting his master's death is not a small one. TSK. As Lin Chi and his companions vanished, Wei Mei cast a meaningful glance at the quietly standing Jillian. Shall we return as well? In Universe 11, the god of destruction's realm, Wei Mei once again sank languidly into the sofa, gazing up at the standing Makalita. What do you think? Should we also ask Kai for a time ring? There's no way he would give it to you. Makalita teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But I could steal it. Wei Mei flashed a wicked grin, fixating on Makalita. Forget about that. You'd be better off visiting Jiaqing. Pondering if there's a way to bring him back to life. Makalita, refusing to meet Wei Mei's gaze, retorted, over these past few centuries, I've searched, but found no trace of any magical creature. They seem to have vanished without a trace. Sighing, Wei Mei's expression dimmed. Even the magical creatures no longer seek Jillian. There are absolutely no leads. That guy, just like that. I still can't wrap my head around it. The one truly suffering is Jillian. I haven't seen you show much sorrow. Makalita's voice was tinged with exasperation as she glanced at a group of jester-like girls approaching. I'm merely seizing the day, lest I end up like Jiaqing. Wei Mei smiled, waving at the jester girls. After all, who can predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first? Makalita indicated her desire to cease conversing with Wei Mei. In Universe 4, the god of destruction's realm, a solitary table sat starkly upon the darkened ground, surrounded by 3 individuals, each wielding chopsticks to seize morsels from a bubbling pot. Phew. Lin Chi, what kind of hot pot is this? I could eat it endlessly, though it is a bit spicy. Hiss. But it's truly exhilarating. Quitela, beads of sweat dotting his brow, displayed a fearless demeanor as he hastily conveyed meat to his mouth. Hiki. Lord Quitela, it's been years, yet your tolerance for spice shows no signs of improvement. Konik interjected while grabbing a vegetable. TSK. As if you aren't sweating profusely yourself. Quitela shot back, his expression displeased, shoving another piece of meat into his mouth. Not at all. I don't find it spicy in the slightest. Lin Chi, what do you think? Konik surveyed the softly smiling Lin Chi. Lin Chi placed down his chopsticks and glanced at Konik's condition. Tell me, Konik, can you angels maintain the state of utmost ease on a daily basis? Indeed, it is an innate ability bestowed upon us angels. Look at me. I still struggle to achieve even a half step into that state. Quitela tossed his chopsticks aside, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, but he soon reconciled with it. Yet among the gods of destruction, few can truly master perfect ease. And you, being merely a candidate, are my pride. Haha. Is that so? Lin Chi stroked his chin, but I cannot sustain myself in a constant state of ease. This is not your flaw, rather. It is that you have yet to ascend to the next level of ease. Konik resumed eating, lifting a piece of vegetable to his mouth. The next level? Lin Chi inquired, perplexed. Isn't perfect ease already perfect enough? Of course not. Beyond perfection lies the pinnacle of excellence. Quite remarked nonchalantly, taking a bite and sniffing. However, that realm is scarcely inhabited, only Badoth and Weiss have reached it. Quite cast a disdainful glance at Konik. Why is it that my supervising angel isn't one of those two? Hiki, if you were dissatisfied with my supervision, you could request the high priest to replace me. Konik shot a cold gaze at Quitela. Or perhaps, replace you instead. Haha, just a jest. Quitela laughed heartily, picking up a piece of meat and placing it into Konik's bowl. Lin Chi pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The pinnacle of ultimate freedom, perhaps? Do you wish to learn? You could ask Weiss or Bardos for guidance. Quitela also set down his bowl and chopsticks, patting his prominent belly. Such trivial matters are merely a matter of speaking up. Before long, the three of them concluded their meal, all wearing expressions of contentment. At that moment, Konik leisurely wiped his mouth with a white cloth, yet Quitela seemed reluctant to let Lin Chi depart. Oh, having satisfied his hunger, Quitela donned his sleeping attire and pointed hat, claiming it was merely a brief period of cultivation. Sleep, sleep. Quitela stretched lazily and ambled towards his cave. However, not an hour had passed when Quitela, adorned with his pointed hat and loose nightgown, abruptly flung himself beside Lin Chi. Lin Chi. Wow, what is happening now? Lin Chi furrowed his brow, opening his eyes from meditation, gazing at Quitela with exasperation as he sensed another mischief brewing. Behind him, Konik wore a similarly bemused expression, realizing that Quitela must have had a dream about Lin Chi's departure. If I were to leave, it would be just that. I'm not dead. Lin Chi affectionately patted Quitela's small head. I may leave, but I will return. No, I dreamt that you had perished. You were gone forever, never to return. Quitela sniffled, asserting, you are my substitute. Oh, what manner of demise did I meet in your dream? Lin Chi inquired nonchalantly. Is that the crux of the matter? Quitela exclaimed, his eyes widening in indignation as he pointed at Konik. He stated, your scion lifespan barely reaches 200 years. Nearly 200 years. Lin Chi, with a sense of helplessness, reached out to scratch his slightly itchy ear, disturbed by the noise. Am I not your substitute? He mused. With my divine power, living for another 500 years is hardly an issue. Yet, that is still just 500 years. Perhaps I should report early and allow you to take on the role of the harbinger of destruction? Quitela sniffled audibly. Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback as he turned to Quitela with a serious expression. What about you? Will you die? Not at all. It's merely an early retirement. Quitela replied, gazing at Lin Chi with immense gratitude. You're so concerned about me. TCH. Lin Chi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had thought that Quitela would perish after relinquishing his position. I'm still young. I haven't had enough fun yet. How could I become a god of destruction? Don't they also have to achieve results? You should bear this burden. Quitela showed little reaction to Lin Chi's attempt to shirk responsibility. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then there's only one way left. What way? Konik inquired curiously, is there a solution to matters of life and death? I've heard that there exists something called the Super Dragon Balls in the universes of Kampa and Beerus. Quitela grinned foolishly at Lin Chi. Let's go find the Super Dragon Balls and wish for your immortality. The Super Dragon Balls are located in the 6th and 7th universes. Konik acknowledged that while the idea was promising, the execution would be somewhat challenging. Quitela, however, was utterly unfazed. With one hand on his hip and the other clenched into a fist, he declared, it's settled. That lazy Beerus is still hibernating. We certainly won't say anything. If he refuses, we can just restrain him. As for that fat cat Kampa, just let Lin Chi give him a good beating. Quitela, are you truly doing this for Lin Chi and not merely seeking to have him bully the other gods of destruction? Konik eyed Quitela skeptically, doubting his sudden eagerness. Why not simply find the Dragon Balls created by those Namekians and let Lin Chi live for a few million years? Quitela, feeling indignant, exclaimed, what are you saying? Lin Chi is my candidate. He deserves the very best. Hiki. Lin Chi affectionately ruffled Quitela's hair. This fellow, though somewhat unattractive, truly cared for him. Very well, let us act on our desires. Quitela, still clutching his fist, turned to Konik. Let us go, Konik. Lin Chi. Off to the 6th universe to seek the Super Dragon Balls. In the 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Fat cat. Quitela cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted several times. But the entire realm was eerily silent, not a soul in sight. Where has that guy gone? Quitela inquired. Hands on his hips, perplexed. Why not just ask? Lin Chi remarked, glancing at the scepter in Konik's hand. As the magic orb atop Konik's scepter illuminated, The three of them beheld a scene unfolding within. It seems they're on a desolate planet. Quitela leaned in closer. Where's that fat cat? What fat cat? Who are you calling that? A rather displeased voice came from the orb, revealing Kampa's pudgy face as he scolded. Chapter 102. Oh, Super Dragon Balls. May I borrow your power? With skin akin to Beerus, but several sizes larger, Kampa's rotund figure was unmistakable. His tail was also notably shorter, characteristic of a Manx cat. As Kampa stepped back, a woman with a silvery ponytail appeared, holding a red staff topped with a black gem. Clad in a forest green uniform, it was undoubtedly Vados. With her light blue skin and exquisite features, she exuded an exotic allure. This was Lin Chi's first encounter with Vados. "Conic, is there something you need from me?" Vados inquired with a cheerful smile. "It's Quitela. He thought to visit your realm of the gods of destruction in the 6th universe. But it seems you are all absent?" Conic explained with a grin. "You two wouldn't have secretly slipped into the 7th universe, would you?" Quitela narrowed his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Kampa in the orb. He had heard much from Lin Chi about Kampa's attempts to secretly collect the Super Dragon Balls. Though uncertain of Kampa's motives, Quitela was convinced that if he were absent, it was undoubtedly to pursue the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. TCH. As if I would sneak into the 7th universe. Kampa protested, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he defiantly retorted, "I came here openly." "Hiki. What about that planet not far from you? The one glowing with a yellowish light?" Quitela sneered at the scene in the orb. It was evident that Kampa was not adept at concealing his misdeeds. This. Kampa's forehead glistened with more sweat as he turned to Vados, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Can't you maintain a proper communication link? Now we've been discovered in our pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Are you addressing me?" "Lord Kampa?" Vados maintained her cheerful demeanor, though her eyes glimmered with menace. "It appears you still wish to reduce your food supply, correct? From now on, you shall only have water." Kampa recoiled slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow, attempting to appease her. "Please, Vados, can we negotiate?" Observing the humiliated Kampa in the orb, Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. What a pitiful fat cat. Every day, he encountered those LSPs proclaiming their desire to collect Vados, entirely neglecting her true nature. While she outwardly displayed deference to both Kampa and Whis, her greatest pleasure lay in teasing Kampa, making him uncomfortable at every turn. Her temperament was likely the most formidable among the angels. So much so that when she was irate, Kampa would ultimately acquiesce, as was the case now. Moreover, she kept a tight rein on Kampa, who never dared to retaliate. Poor, rotund Kampa, reduced to savoring the pinnacle delicacy of boiled bird eggs, often going without meals. Returning to the topic at hand. "Hey, how many have you collected?" Quitela redirected the conversation to the beleaguered Kampa and Vados. "May we borrow the Dragon Balls? Dream on. These are hard-earned treasures of mine. You think I'll just lend them out?" Kampa's previously amiable smile twisted into a fierce glare directed at the orb. "You damned rat. How dare you sneak into my domain? Oh please, you think you're as formidable as that guy Beerus?" Quitela, incensed by the blatant provocation, rolled up his sleeves. "Do you think you can take me on?" "Yo." Kampa's temper flared in response. "Vados, let us go. I'm going to teach that rat a lesson today." As the vision within the magic orb faded, Lin Chi turned to Quitela. "Are you truly going to spar with Kampa?" "Humph." Quitela, hands on his hips, swayed his slender tail, revealing a sly grin. "Just wait. You'll soon understand." Not long after, as the brilliant light streaked past the realm of destruction, Lin Chi beheld the return of Vados and Xiangpa. The two halted less than a kilometer away from them. Upon spotting Quitela, Xiangpa clenched his fists and dashed toward them swiftly. "Quitela, you!" Huff. Huff. Before he could cover 300 meters, he was already panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. "Hey, Vados. Why couldn't you land right in front of them?" Xiangpa groaned, hands resting on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Vados sauntered over to Xiangpa's side, casting a sharp, cold glance his way. "You're too overweight. It's high time for some exercise." "Is that the attitude to take towards the god of destruction?" Xiangpa began to grumble. Vados barely acknowledged him, elegantly gliding past. "If you don't lose weight, you'll end up as round as a ball." After Lin Chi stifled a yawn, Xiangpa and Vados finally approached their trio leisurely. "You fat cat, come and fight. Look at your state." Quitela scoffed at the out-of-breath Xiangpa. Huff, huff. Xiangpa didn't even have time to respond, collapsing onto the ground, focused solely on regaining his breath. "Vados, it's been a while. You've grown even more beautiful." Quitela, ignoring the prostrate Xiangpa, lavished compliments upon Vados. Vados smiled coyly, covering her mouth with her hand. "Hee. Lord Quitela, you are as sweet-tongued as ever. Is this the disciple you've taken? Seems like a promising candidate." The two engaged in formal banter, while Xiangpa finally caught his breath, dusting off his backside and standing up. He placed his hands on his hips, glaring at Quitela. "I will absolutely not give you any Dragon Balls." "Humph. Come at me. Am I afraid of you?" Quitela and Xiangpa began to bicker, as Conic joined Vados in casual conversation. "Is Lord Xiangpa hoping to make a wish? How many Dragon Balls have you collected? How would I know what wishes he has? It's a good thing if he moves around more. Haven't you seen how fat he is?" Vados glanced at her magic orb, swiped it lightly, and casually declared, "We've already gathered 5. So many? Konik shot a subtle glance at Quitela, who, no longer arguing with Xiangpa, turned to Beerus. Can you lend them to us? In your dreams, you're just dreaming. No way. Xiangpa shouted in dissatisfaction, spitting as he spoke. That is what I've worked hard to collect. Why should I give it to you? Then let us fight. Quitela disdainfully looked at the ranting Xiangpa. All right. The usual rules. Xiangpa turned to Beerus. Bring me that cherished item of mine. Is there even a usual rule for fighting? Lin Chi whispered to Konik. Can we still use weapons? Konik suppressed a laugh. Lord Lin Chi, you'll understand when you see. As Lin Chi cast a puzzled glance, a wooden table materialized before the group. Following the motions of Beerus and Konik's staffs, 2 plates were placed on the table, 1 on each side. On Xiangpa's side, there were several eggs, while Quitela's side held leftover hot pot ingredients and base from days prior. So this is what you call a fight? Lin Chi finally grasped the situation. Quitela laughed heartily, a look of disdain in his eyes. I knew it. You've got nothing but boiled eggs. What on earth is that? It looks like a mishmash of colors. Eating that one tea poison you, will it? Xiangpa scoffed in response. These are the most delicious bibbin bird eggs, discovered after a thorough search in our 6th universe. His proud proclamation left Lin Chi unable to look directly at him. Come, taste them. I guarantee that after one, you'll crave another. Ultimately, none from Lin Chi's side reached out for an egg, while Xiangpa devoured 3 in one go. Now it's my turn. This is hot pot. With a swift motion, Quitela swallowed in anticipation. The group was soon sweating profusely from their meal. Even Beerus was invigorated. Wait, leave some for me. Sure. It's quite tasty, isn't it? Quitela proudly nodded at Xiangpa, who was enjoying his meal the most. Will you lend me the Dragon Balls? Xiangpa's chopsticks froze mid-air, caught in indecision over whether to eat or not. Seeing Xiangpa's predicament, Quitela glanced at Konik, who continued to pull out unfamiliar dishes. Xiangpa grinned and readily replied, Okay, I agree. Haha, only 2 left. Quitela displayed a satisfied grin. Are the remaining ones in Beerus' universe? Indeed. Beerus cheerfully gathered all the food from the table. Hey, share a bit with me, Beerus. Xiangpa's chopsticks were still in hand, yet the table had vanished. Beerus flashed a spring-like smile, glancing at Xiangpa's belly. Lord Xiangpa, it's time to lose some weight. Sigh. At that moment, Xiangpa felt utterly despondent. Barbecue. Quitela struggled to stifle laughter, but ultimately erupted into guffaws. Well then, see you later. We're heading to the 7th universe. The 3 bid farewell to Beerus and Xiangpa, and upon reappearing, they had indeed arrived at the 7th universe. You delay Whis. While Konik and I go seek the Dragon Balls. Quitela promptly organized their actions. By the way, that guy Whis, like Xiangpa, loves delicious food. Quitela reminded them before they departed. Understood. Lin Chi responded succinctly. This matter was a well-known secret to him. Before Lin Chi ventured into the divine realm, he made a special trip to Earth and discreetly collected an abundance of culinary delights. Naturally, he would never resort to theft. Rather, he engaged in a mutually beneficial exchange. In the dwelling of Quitela, an abundance of treasures akin to diamonds and gemstones lay in abundance. In the 7th universe, within the sacred realm, he greeted Whis with a wave. Long time no see. Whis remained poised by the artificial lake, gazing at the magical orb atop his staff. Turning to Lin Chi, he inquired, What brings you here again? Where are Lord Quitela and Konik? They are not here, Lin Chi replied insincerely, spinning a tale about their endeavors in your universe. Seeking the elusive Super Dragon Balls. I have come to seek your wisdom regarding the pinnacle of the ultimate freedom technique. Lin Chi spoke as he placed a large bag of items onto the ground. Of course, I understood the nuances of human interaction. So I brought a few items to convey my goodwill. Upon hearing the phrase a gesture of goodwill, Weiss raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. This is instant noodles. These are potato chips, popcorn, hot dogs, cotton candy, hamburgers, fried chicken, and sugary sodas, red wine, beer, and ergwo too, barbecue, and crayfish. As Weiss listened to Lin Chi's introduction, his expression remained impassive. Are you attempting to bribe me with delicacies? Oh, and there's cat-related stuff, Lin Chi continued, unperturbed. These are cat treats, mint, cat food, and beef jerky, cat litter, and a cat bowl. Weiss lifted his staff, and with a wave, the large bag vanished. He rested one hand behind his back, revealing a gentle smile as he turned to Lin Chi. Please, no need for such formalities. Now, let us discuss matters regarding the state of ultimate freedom. Let's keep it simple, Weiss said, looking at Lin Chi. Show me your entrance into ultimate freedom. Thus, Lin Chi skillfully delayed Weiss's half-hearted insistence. Later on, Quitela and Konik found 2 more Super Dragon Balls. The group gathered in Kampa's realm of destruction. Gazing at the enormous Super Dragon Balls resembling planets in the sky, Kampa was brimming with excitement. What wishes do you intend to fulfill? Shall I shout them out? Just say it. Quitela, however, seemed indifferent, shrugging nonchalantly. After all, the majority of these Dragon Balls were collected through Kampa's hard work, so he could afford to let him have this trivial display. Come forth, eternal dragon. Please grant my wish. I want to prosper. Kampa shouted towards the sky, cupping his hands around his mouth like a trumpet. As the Super Dragon Balls emitted dazzling light, the beam of illumination dissipated, revealing the colossal eternal dragon before the crowd. Its immense form and radiant golden glow left Kampa in awe. So majestic, truly magnificent. However, in an instant, the group found themselves lifted off the ground, and the surrounding planets were effortlessly drawn into the eternal dragon's mouth. Speak your wishes, echoed the voice within the eternal dragon's consciousness, causing Kampa's legs to tremble. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kampa patted his chest in relief. I thought I was about to be devoured. Indeed. Who could have imagined the eternal dragon would appear like this? Quitela wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, also expressing astonishment. Chapter 104. The Eternal Dragon. Indestructible and immortal, have you truly never encountered the eternal dragon during your time as a god of destruction? Lin Shi asked, incredulous as he glanced at Kampa. What's so strange about that? Beerus chuckled, gazing at the eternal dragon floating in midair. The Dragon Balls are a creation exclusive to the Namekians of Universes 6 and 7. Moreover, the Super Dragon Balls crafted by Lord Salama are not something to be used lightly. Lin Shiyue was increasingly astonished, his curiosity prompting him to inquire whether there was a significant connection between Salama and the Namekians. Hiki. Vados chuckled softly, then fixed Lin Shi with a serious gaze. Some matters are best not known too early by a candidate. TSK. Lin Shi pouted, feeling somewhat disheartened by Vados' demeanor. Speak your wishes. The Eternal Dragon once again interjected, questioning whether this group understood the concepts of urgency and gravity. Had he summoned it merely to listen to their conversation? Hey, Eternal Dragon. Xiang Pa, resembling a simple-minded child, waved at the Eternal Dragon. What are your wishes? Let this person possess an immortal and indestructible body. Quitela disdainfully glanced at Xiang Pa, pointing at Lin Shi. If one is immortal and indestructible, does that not imply eternal life? Very well. The Eternal Dragon's eyes sparkled, a faint glow emanating from its gaze and enveloping Lin Shi, only to dissipate swiftly. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. With these words, the body of the Eternal Dragon spun before the onlookers, emitting a brilliant light before transforming into the Dragon Balls and scattering in all directions. The speed of this occurrence left everyone momentarily stunned. Was it truly that simple? Quitela's eyes continually scrutinized Lin Shi, murmuring in dissatisfaction, he hasn't even answered my question. Lin Shi, do you feel anything? Lin Shi gazed at his hands and shook his head, expressing, I feel nothing. Is this super dragon reliable? Quitela cast a dubious glance towards Xiang Pa. Upon receiving that look, Xiang Pa retorted, are you doubting our universe's specialty, the Super Dragon Balls? At that moment, Bardos swung her staff towards Lin Shi. Despite his swift attempt to evade, a deep gash was carved into his hand, causing blood to surge forth. Bardos, what are you doing? Quitela exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Bardos. After all, that was his family's candidate. Why did she suddenly strike? Damn it. Feeling the searing pain in his hand, Lin Shi rapidly ascended into his Super Saiyan 6 form, preparing to retaliate against Bardos. Yet, before the master of the Ultra Instinct technique, Lin Shi's speed seemed somewhat lacking. After all, Lin Shi's Super Saiyan 6 could only contend equally with someone of Beerus' caliber. Bardos, however, was even stronger than Whis, although that was a matter from a millennium ago, as Lin Shi swung his fists and lashed out with his legs. His attack seemed to dissolve into solitude. At that moment, Vados pointed toward Lin Shi's arm. Behold, with Vados' words, the gaze of the crowd shifted to Lin Shi's arm. There, the wound, still oozing blood, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its former state. This is a triumph. Quitela revealed a smile. Lin Shi's immortality has thus been achieved. Observing Quitela's joyous expression, Lin Shi felt a twinge of discomfort. In the world of Dragon Ball, he encountered a woman without a master for the first time, albeit an angel. An angel, yet still a woman. He had been bested by a woman. Well, this is splendid. From now on, I can rest easy. Quitela placed her hand on Lin Shi's shoulder. The long sleeves of his arm had been completely restored by Konik, and with her hands on her hips, Quitela cheerfully declared, Lin Shi, let us return. As for me, I shall not return just yet. Lin Shi cast a subtle glance at Bardos before addressing Kara, expressing his desire to continue his cultivation and master the pinnacle of ultimate freedom. Very well. Kara replied with unrestrained enthusiasm, choose whichever side you prefer. And do remember to return to Universe 4 to visit me. I shall return with Konik, Lin Shi affirmed. As Katra reclined with his hands behind his head, preparing to depart, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. When Beerus awakens, make sure to give him a good thrashing for me. And do notify me during the encounter. I wish to witness your triumph over him. Katra chuckled mischievously as he departed alongside Konik. Another year of waiting loomed ahead. Xiang Pa rose and made his way to his residence, resolving to indulge in a leisurely slumber for the year. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Shi turned his gaze towards Bardos, his eyes filled with determination. He was resolute in his intent to defeat her. What are you staring at? Have you developed feelings for me? Bardos inquired, perplexed. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Lin Shi hastily executed a teleportation to escape. Women, he mused, hoping they wouldn't hinder his striking speed. Thus, until he fully mastered the pinnacle of ultimate freedom, Lin Shi settled in the divine realm of Universe 7. During this period of leisure, Whis, too, developed a penchant for various exquisite cuisines, leading Lin Chi to frequent Earth increasingly. Naturally, in the Dragon Ball universe, the existence of senzu beans was indispensable for any journey. At this juncture, the issue of lacking senzu beans was simply non-existent. Lin Chi, during his inaugural visit to Earth, sought out the cat immortal for a substantial jar, one akin to a water tank. After all, it was still early, and the cat immortal had an abundance of celestial beans. He certainly could not allow the gluttonous Majir to benefit from such generosity. Earth. Lin Chi leisurely wandered through the bustling streets of Zhongdu, occasionally drawn to the murmurs of passers-by. Have you heard? The 23rd World Martial Arts Championship is about to commence. Indeed, it's a pity. I'm just a penniless fellow with nothing but a single pair of shorts, unable to afford a ticket. What does it matter? Watching it on television is just as good. Lin Chi gazed at the enormous screen on the street, where the date displayed was May 7th, 756. Indeed, it marked the occasion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Contemplating this, Lin Chi reflected that after the tournament concluded, Sun Wukong would surely wed Chi-Chi. With this thought, Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A feast awaited. Surely, the culinary delights of Baozi Mountain were abundant. Lin Chi's figure swiftly vanished from its original location, only to reappear at the entrance of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, the sky was gently drizzling. Standing at the entrance was a young woman holding an umbrella, her cascading blue hair framing her face, complemented by high heels and a form-fitting mini-skirt. It was the youthful Bulma. Chapter 105. Reminiscence. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Why are they so late? Haven't they heard of punctuality? Would it kill them to leave a little earlier? Bulma pouted under her umbrella, her delicate complexion illuminated by the soft rain. The hues of blue and violet in her hair only enhanced her beauty. Everyone else is waiting for their partners, yet here I am, all alone. Bulma's frustration grew as she vented her ire. You martial artists. In the distance, a dapper young man in a suit and sunglasses approached. Ugh, Yamcha, what are you yelling at me for? Those couples you mentioned are in a different league, you know? Goku and you are not in that kind of relationship. Yamcha shrugged helplessly, lifting the bag in his hand. I've been right here with you, buying you drinks, remember? Humph, you're hardly a saint yourself. Bulma continued her playful jibes, her gaze shifting towards Lin Chi, who stood nearby without an umbrella, impervious to the rain. Oh, that person is impressive. The rain doesn't even touch him. Yamcha also noticed Lin Chi, casting a disdainful glance before urging Bulma to move along. Don't look at him. That guy is surely just trying to show off. Look at him. Instead of being a decent person, he is trying to mimic Goku with a tail. Maybe his tail is real, just like Goku's? Bulma pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Hey. Lin Chi cast a cold glance at Yamcha. Who is truly the one showing off? Lin Chi casually picked up a small pebble and tossed it aside. In front of him, Yamcha, who was pushing Bulma, felt his footing give way and tumbled directly into a puddle. Bulma, how has your father, Dr. Brief, been lately? Lin Chi inquired without even glancing at his feet, stepping over Yamcha as if he were an afterthought. Bulma turned back, somewhat surprised. You know my father? Of course, Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, weaving a lie with ease. I collaborated with him on several projects during my childhood. I even worked with him on the Little Master robot when I was just 10. Initially skeptical, Bulma was instantly convinced by Lin Chi's words. That's impressive. I admired that robot so much back then. Damn it, don't step on me while you chat. Yamcha gritted his teeth, realizing that this guy was indeed trying to charm his woman. My apologies. Lin Chi lifted his foot with a casual air, his apology lacking any semblance of sincerity. It's all right. He must be overly excited to see me. After all, my dad often praises me as a genius scientist. Bulma assisted Yamcha in getting up. Lin Chi had no reason to dismiss her well-intended excuse. Indeed, your father remarked that you are a once-in-a-lifetime scientist, right? Bulma nodded in agreement, her expression one of pride. Just then, a taxi pulled up in front of them, and Master Rashi, clad in a suit, stepped out, followed by Old Turtle, who wore a matching red bow tie. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Master Rashi greeted eagerly, reaching out his hand to pat Bulma. You scoundrel, pervert. Bulma retorted, swinging her fist, who wants to see you? After receiving a light smack, Master Rashi observed the surroundings. Haven't those guys arrived yet? This remark reminded Lin Chi that after defeating King Piccolo, Sun Wukong had gone to the Heavenly Temple to train with the old god and Bobo. No. They probably won't show up until the very last moment for registration. Yamcha glared at Lin Chi with hostility, taking a handkerchief from Poir to wipe his suit. Who exactly are you? Didn't Ti just say? Lin Chi shot a disdainful glance at Yamcha. I am Lin Chi. If it weren't for his complete restraint of energy, merely exerting a fraction of his pressure would have been enough to obliterate Yamcha. How dare he act so brazenly before him? Hello, I am Wu Tian. But you may also refer to me as Master Rashi. Master Rashi was much more perceptive, warmly shaking hands with Lin Chi. It seemed that with the passage of time, one could discern much from the subtleties of life. It appears that at such a young age, your cultivation is quite remarkable. To control the rain, without letting it cling to you. Lin Chi's demeanor reflects the attitudes of those around him. and he quickly integrated himself into the group of Master Roshi and his companions. As the rain subsided, the deadline for registration approached swiftly. Lin Chi did not enroll, primarily because of his combat prowess, and secondly, he came to partake in the banquet hosted by Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. He was not there to wreak havoc, nor to meddle unnecessarily. As time passed, the expressions of Pu'er and Wulong grew increasingly anxious. Aren't you at all concerned? Wulong interjected, interrupting the conversation between Master Roshi and Lin Chi regarding martial arts insights. Concerned about what? Master Roshi inquired, looking at Wulong with confusion. About Wukong and the others. Wulong paced back and forth, his anxiety palpable as time was rapidly running out. There is no need to worry. The Wukong you speak of will likely arrive in just a minute or two, and his energy is approaching swiftly. Lin Chi softly spoke, attempting to soothe the little piglet. Lamenting its fate, what a pity, it's too old to eat. The texture must be terrible. No sooner had Lin Chi's words faded than a figure swiftly leaped towards the registration area. Whoosh! It darted past the crowd like a gust of wind. Upon a closer look, it was none other than Sun Wukong. Teacher Wu Tian, I would appreciate it if you could cover the registration fee. Following the staff of the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face. I have no money, Sun Wukong declared nonchalantly. His height having increased significantly since childhood, now standing at around 175 meters. Haha. Lin Chi chuckled at the scene before him, finding it far more entertaining than any anime or comic. The details, the reality. Who would have thought Sun Wukong remained as perpetually broke as ever? Unlike the martial arts tournament he had witnessed, the registration process spanned an entire day before the actual events commenced, with a deadline set for 4 p.m. Afterward, everyone sought places to rest. The organizers provided temporary accommodations, but meals were to be procured independently. Thus, Bulma boldly waved her hand and booked an entire hotel, which, despite its size, was hardly tranquil. The rotund Midra Binyu was among the crowd, and dinner concluded amidst a chaotic flurry. Shortly thereafter, the golden-haired Lanchi entered the hotel, accompanied by Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, the latter two looking quite unwell, with bandages wrapped around Tianjin Fan's chest. What happened? Krillin asked, astonished as he turned to Tianjin Fan. Didn't you go back to see your master? How come you're injured? The group looked expectantly at Tianjin Fan, who merely feigned nonchalance, saying, It's nothing. Just a minor injury, it won't affect tomorrow. By the way, this is Chapter 106, the quarterfinals, each distinct Lin Chi, unfazed by the evident change of topic, easily deduced the source of Tianjin Fan's injury. Here, take this magical herb. Lin Chi flicked a healing bean towards him. Snap. Tianjin Fan stared at the healing bean in his palm, his expression a complex mixture of gratitude and hesitation, remaining silent for quite some time. They've devoured all the food, so you two will have to make do with just vegetables, Bulma said with a resigned glance at the golden-haired Lanchi. That is all right. Tianjin Fan replied casually, eating without savoring the taste, glancing occasionally at Lin Chi. The night passed without a word. The following day, as Lin Chi anticipated a martial arts tournament rife with intrigue and fierce competition, he soon noticed Dumpling using his supernatural abilities to meticulously arrange the matches for everyone. Such blatant cheating, yet there was not the slightest hint of exposure. However, poor Dumpling found himself pitted against Midra Binyu, which hardly seemed fair. Midra Binyu was adept with a sword, yet weapons were prohibited in the tournament, while Dumpling could still utilize his powers. Ironically, it was this very ability that led to his downfall. Accustomed to relying on his powers, Dumpling had not honed his martial skills adequately, and in a moment of distraction, he was knocked out of the ring by Midra Binyu's punch. To Lin Chi, the other matches felt like mere formalities, hardly worth watching. Although Midra Binyu advanced, he soon faced off against Piccolo, and Lin Chi could not help but feel he had overestimated the capabilities of that insufferable fatso. Oh dear, I forfeit. I can't possibly defeat that monster. If I have the time to fight, I might as well return and enjoy a couple more drumsticks. Midra cowardly refused to step onto the stage, exclaiming, I only came down from Karen Tower for the feast. Once the top 8 were determined, it was mealtime. As a true foodie, Sun Wukong would not let such an opportunity slip by. The suited host, sporting sunglasses and holding a microphone, jested, Mr. Wukong. Now that you've grown up, how much do you eat? Our staff mentioned that in the previous 2 tournaments, you devoured all the prize money. Prize money? Haven't I always eaten for free? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, his expression innocent. Haha, it's fine. I have money. Bulma interjected, coming to Sun Wukong's rescue. Money is merely a piece of paper. Yet Lin Chi noted that Yamcha's expression was somewhat grim. There would be even graver expressions ahead. Before the finals commenced, several of Sun Wukong's companions, skilled in the Kamehameha technique, were summoned by the tournament host. What is this about? The crowd murmured, puzzled and bewildered. Everyone. The judge cleared his throat and addressed the audience with an unactivated microphone. Since the tournament began, the level of the world martial arts competition has steadily risen. It's akin to a tide lifting all boats. After the customary pleasantries, he got to the crux of the matter. In the previous tournament, had Mr. Jackie Cheung not intercepted Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha, it would have struck the spectators. Such risks are surely undesirable for everyone. Krillin, being one of the more astute individuals present, was the first to voice his understanding. So the judge means we cannot use Kamehameha? Not at all. We wish to request that a few of you, during the matches, take on the responsibility of protecting the audience. The judge quickly clarified his intentions. Without techniques like Kamehameha, the viewing experience would surely be lacking. We hope you can stand at the front of the audience during the match, and should any Kamehameha be unleashed, we would appreciate your assistance in blocking it. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The referee proved to be quite the remarkable individual, unexpectedly evoking a wave of childhood memories during his visit to Earth. Amidst the deafening cheers, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The final matchup, as anticipated, featured the half-robotic Tao Bai against Tianjin Fan. The battle unfolded as one might expect, with punches and kicks exchanged, culminating in a somewhat arduous victory for Tianjin Fan. The second match pitted Goku against Chi-Chi, a true testament to a romance forged in their youthful days, where fists and feet sealed their union. At that moment, the atmosphere among the spectators reached a fever pitch, with cheers and applause resounding endlessly. In the third match, Piccolo faced off against the noseless bald fighter Krillin. The Demon King made his presence felt, while Krillin, in a display of humility, offered himself up to the heavens, not in triumph, but in defeat. Aware of Piccolo's formidable prowess, Krillin stepped onto the stage with a mindset focused not on glory, but on avoiding failure. Lin Shi, having observed Krillin in their brief interactions, noted that his character was even softer than portrayed in the animated series. Consequently, Krillin entered the ring lacking his usual fervor, growing increasingly restrained, which prompted Lin Shi to frown in concern. Though Krillin's defense was impeccable, after countless exchanges, he failed to seize the initiative, starkly contrasting with his animated counterpart who fought with ruthless intent, as if sworn enemies with Piccolo. Hey, noseless bald fighter, where has your spirit of fiercely battling the Demon King gone? Lin Shi thought to himself, casting a glance at Master Roshi, who was preoccupied with admiring the ladies. He shouted towards the arena, what purpose does it serve to study under Master Roshi if you dare not retaliate against a formidable foe? Lin Shi's thunderous shout caused Klin on the arena to momentarily falter, retreating to widen the distance between himself and Pick. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he gazed at his own hands. Indeed, why? A sense of bewilderment and helplessness manifested on Klin's countenance. Memories of a Na'vi girl's smile and his time spent in the Doring Temple flooded his mind. Lin Shi squinted at the arena, observing Piccolo, who aimed to strike Krillin. He released a slight sigh, strategically targeting Piccolo's side. Countless exclamation marks appeared above Piccolo's head as his eyes widened in shock, his body trembling and paralyzed. In that moment, Krillin was lost in childhood memories, often bullied by his seniors due to his small stature. This led him to escape from the Dorian Temple, enduring hardships to row from distant Tokyo to Master Roshi's island, seeking to learn and grow stronger. Krillin's pursuit of mastery was driven by a desire for strength and the hope of being liked by girls. He reminisced about the serene mountain paths, filled with joyful moments shared with the farmer's daughter from the valley. His two seniors would make him fetch water, only to attempt to woo his countryside companion. Under the guise of sparring, they would often leave his face swollen, falsely accusing him of stealing their fruits. It was on one fateful night, after being thoroughly beaten, that young Krillin resolved to change his fate. He packed a small bundle and quietly slipped out of the Dorian Temple's door, embarking on the path of apprenticeship, ultimately finding true companionship among his current friends. Chapter 107. The Grand Finals. Endless dragging friend, you mustn't carelessly remind. The referee, under Lin Shi's gaze, struggled to swallow. What should I remind? Is it about techniques or strategies? Have I committed a foul? Lin Shi shrugged innocently in response. There. Isn't a foul, yet. Before the referee could articulate his stammering thoughts, Krillin roared, unleashing a remarkable aura. This was getting interesting. Piccolo, with a grim expression, looked down at Krillin, who barely reached his waist. Who was the one truly intimidated? Piccolo pondered, his gaze towards Krillin shifting as he felt a misguided sense of goodwill in his reminder, yet his expression remained terrifyingly fierce. Your skills are solid, but you lack assertiveness. You must dare to attack. Hearing Piccolo's taunts, Krillin clenched his teeth and fists, determined to take the initiative this time, charging at Piccolo with a punch. The two fists collided as Piccolo swiftly delivered another blow, yet Krillin, quick to respond, defended with his elbow. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. Not bad. Your defense is commendable. He surmised that this bald youngster must have received guidance from a master, perhaps the very one who had intimidated him moments before. The aura from that figure felt unfathomable. Otherwise, in terms of martial prowess, he himself was yet to match Krillin's solid foundation. However, Piccolo also realized that their training durations were worlds apart. As Krillin was knocked off the stage, Piccolo opted to hold back, wary of the aura from the earlier figure. The final match was set, the celestial contender versus Yamcha, with the latter's divine disguise needing no further elaboration. If Yamcha were to become a mere background character, who would not? After a brief intermission, the semifinals commenced. Tien Shinhan faced Son Goku, a rematch between the previous champion and runner-up. This was a highly anticipated encounter. With Tien Shinhan versus Son Goku, the referee, brimming with excitement, surely spoke for all who could possibly be unaware. These two competitors were not only the champions of the last martial arts tournament, but also the only heroes in the world capable of standing against the great demon single-handedly. Their clash promised to be spectacular. Let us await the unfolding drama. The audience erupted in deafening applause and cheers. On the stage, Son Goku and Tien Shinhan made their entrance, bowing to each other, readying for battle. Tien Shinhan revealed an excited smile, dismissing the need for a test of strength, knowing full well their respective abilities. Very well, let us begin with hand-to-hand combat. Son Goku grinned, eagerly accepting. Both charged at each other, colliding in the center of the arena. The intense melee was captivating, yet few could truly appreciate it, as most spectators remained bewildered, unable to see the flurry of punches and kicks exchanged. However, the cheers grew more fervent. The obscured yet palpable excitement was unlike any straightforward display of techniques, offering a refreshing experience for the audience. While many found the spectacle thrilling, some, like the referee below the stage, felt displeased. He still had to commentate. Thus, he approached Lin Chi, who had previously given ambiguous instructions to Krillin. Lin Chi found the referee rather amusing, instead of consulting Klin or seeking out Yamcha. He unexpectedly turned to the audience in front of him. Thus, Lin Chi took on the role of commentator, declaring that these two contenders were evenly matched. Tianjin Fan's fighting style was undeniably masculine and robust. He seldom evaded attacks, preferring to confront Sun Wukong head-on. During offensive maneuvers, he opted for direct assaults, either choosing to withstand the blows or launching fierce attacks. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, exhibited a more composed demeanor, not intentionally shunning confrontations. Yet he clearly dodged more often than Tianjin Fan. After delivering a thorough analysis, Lin Chi couldn't resist adding a remark, suggesting that their bout appeared rather frivolous. As his words echoed, the two fighters swiftly retreated, each claiming a corner of the arena. It was evident they recognized that a mere brawl would not yield a victor. The referee nearby nodded vigorously. How long would it take to determine a winner solely through hand-to-hand combat? At this rate, nightfall seemed imminent. Lin Chi glanced at the sun high above, noting it was still midday. The combatants on stage were already glistening with sweat, beginning to engage in mutual flattery. Truly, Wukong displayed remarkable stamina. Tianjin Fan, slightly breathless yet brimming with excitement, remarked, don't flatter me. Your techniques expend even more energy than mine. Wukong appeared in better condition, perspiring but not gasping for breath. After exchanging compliments, Tianjin Fan unleashed his ultimate move, the Four Symbols Fist. At that moment, the referee seized the microphone from Lin Chi, exclaiming, "Incredible! Tianjin Fan has transformed into four individuals. How is this possible?" Lin Chi shrugged, pondering who he should direct the question to, as he himself remained oblivious to the answer. Regardless, even his current prowess was insufficient. If one were to scrutinize the matter, it could only be attributed to the phrase plot necessity. Upon reflection, it seemed that Akira Toriyama had an undeniable penchant for foreign influences. Take, for instance, the Saiyans, the Namekians, and Tien Shinhan's three-eyed clan. Although Tien Shinhan's technique was indeed novel, it lacked substantial efficacy, perhaps due to his own limited perspective. It would have been far more advantageous to close the distance with Sun Wukong, utilizing the trio to obstruct all of his evasive maneuvers. The remaining one could have easily sealed off the upper path, rendering such convoluted strategies unnecessary. Furthermore, showcasing his third eye's ability to emit energy was rather superfluous. Dividing his strength into four parts was devoid of significance. A direct assault would have been far more effective. Lin Chi's interest waned thereafter, as the battle dragged on interminably, culminating in Sun Wukong's hard-fought victory. Then came the second match, where Piccolo faced off against the Supreme Kai. This segment bore a striking resemblance to the original text, serving as a nostalgic tribute to the animated series. Following a brief intermission, the final showdown approached, the fateful duel for the championship between Piccolo and Sun Wukong. As Piccolo ascended the stage, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his visage, likely contemplating his next course of action after defeating Sun Wukong. The clash between Sun Wukong and Piccolo proved to be even less riveting than that against Tien Shinhan. Chapter 108, depicting Sun Wukong's wedding feast, began with a touch of excitement as they exchanged a few energy blasts. However, after enduring a hit, Sun Wukong fell from midair, feigning defeat upon landing. As the referee commenced the countdown, Piccolo descended with a look of disdain, chiding, "What are you pretending to be dead for, Sun Wukong? Such a trivial attack means nothing to you. Ha ha ha. You certainly cannot deceive me." Piccolo's words barely left his lips when Sun Wukong nimbly rose from the ground. "This warm-up ends here," Piccolo remarked, eyeing the standing Sun Wukong. "There's no time to waste. It's time to determine the victor." "Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment." Sun Wukong grinned. The two combatants charged toward one another in perfect harmony. Yet their actions belied their words. They engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, thoroughly enjoying the spirited exchange. At this rate, unless dawn broke, they would remain at an impasse. Truly, the wait for this feast was excruciating. Lin Chi accepted the refreshments and popcorn handed to him by Master Roshi. Fortunately, he managed to witness the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, where Sun Wukong triumphed over Piccolo with a Kamehameha wave. As the competition came to a close, so did the martial arts tournament, with Sun Wukong securing the champion's prize of 500,000 zenny, which was promptly snatched away by Chi-Chi. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a throng of people meandered through the streets, while Piccolo stood atop a building, his cape billowing in the wind. This is quite agreeable. He suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him, a broad smile gracing his lips. Should I find myself troubled again? Pondering my actions post-world conquest, that will be 3 years hence. Until then, farewell. Lin Chi turned to the crowd, who seemed eager to disperse, and inquired, "Excuse me, have you all forgotten something?" The crowd, puzzled, glanced back at Lin Chi with expressions of bewilderment. Lin Chi cast his gaze upon Chi-Chi, who had been clinging to Sun Wukong's arm. Today is supposed to be a day of great joy for Wukong, isn't it? Shouldn't everyone celebrate? Ah. Right, Bulma finally realized and exclaimed, "We must celebrate properly. Let's head back to the hotel. It's on me." A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. However, Sun Wukong, who was the first to cheer, remained silent, looking down at Chi-Chi with a puzzled expression. Why do we need to have a meal for a wedding? Chi-Chi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ignored Wukong's question and turned to the others. But how can we do this? She still appeared as an innocent young girl, far from the unreasonable mother she would eventually become. Of course, it's our treat for the wedding. Chi-Chi thought about the championship prize money in her pocket, but realized it was far from sufficient. Once upon a time, her family had been quite affluent, yet now sensing Chi-Chi's dilemma, Bulma, with great understanding, reassured her, "It's all right. Don't worry. Just enjoy yourselves. I'm here to help." After a brief exchange between Bulma and Yamcha nodded enthusiastically and said to Wukong, "It's just a celebratory feast. You can certainly afford it. I'll book the entire hotel for you." As he spoke, Yamcha playfully draped his arm around the bewildered Wukong and led him away. Cheers filled the air, with everyone joining in the celebration, except perhaps Lin Chi, who remained contemplative. After all the time he spent, it was merely a banquet at a regular hotel. Yet, it was a rare occasion for Wukong's wedding. How many could see such an opportunity to partake in this joyful event? Lin Chi no longer felt conflicted. He rested his hands behind his head and followed the crowd. Meanwhile, Bulma held on to Chi-Chi, urging her to stay behind. "You all go ahead. We'll join you shortly." Then, she leaned in to whisper something in Chi-Chi's ear. Inside the hotel, Sun Wukong fidgeted awkwardly, tugging at his shirt collar. Dressed in a pristine white tailcoat, he stood in the lobby, visibly uncomfortable. "Looking sharp," Yamcha exclaimed, casting glances at Sun Wukong and beckoning Tang and Fan to join him. "You all should change into your groomsmen outfits. Let's not dawdle. We've already wasted enough time. And we wouldn't want the bride's side to be kept waiting." "Bride's side? What bride's side?" Sun Wukong asked, confusion etched on his face. "Of course. I mean your future wife, Chi-Chi's family," Yamcha replied. "All right. Everyone is ready." Pulu emerged from the changing room, followed by those clad in suits. "Oh, then let us depart," Sun Wukong declared, eager to run, but Yamcha quickly restrained him. "Be more composed. You can't just sprint in that outfit. Bulma has arranged several cars for us to drive." He pulled Sun Wukong back into place. After departing from the hotel and arriving at the location designated by Bulma, Chi-Chi, adorned in her wedding dress, climbed into the vehicle, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Back in the hotel lobby, the previous crowd had dispersed. Chi-Chi looked around in bewilderment. "Where's everyone?" "They've gone to prepare gifts. They'll be back shortly," a voice called out. Majiro B was still devouring the food on the banquet table. The group's absence was brief, and they quickly returned, each of them visibly exhausted, as if they had sprinted with unmatched speed. As the audience cheered, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong stood illuminated by the stage lights. Gazing at Sun Wukong in his immaculate tailcoat, Chi-Chi felt her face flush with embarrassment. "Wukong," she whispered, lowering her gaze, unable to utter another word. "Oh, this is my gift." Yamcha hurriedly approached the stage, presenting a beautifully wrapped small gift box to Chi-Chi. Logically, this should have been for Wukong, but I'll hand it directly to you instead. The gift box was diminutive, likely containing earrings, rings, or other small trinkets. "A ring?" Bulma noted as she saw Yamcha holding the small gift box high. She reached out and handed it to Sun Wukong. "I've already purchased this." "Wukong, there's a necessary procedure for marriage, the proposal." "Proposal?" Sun Wukong tilted his head, looking at Bulma with bewilderment. Bulma nudged the small gift box closer, insisting, "This is it. You must present the ring inside to Chi-Chi." Oh. For someone like Sun Wukong, who had never encountered such worldly conventions, this was utterly perplexing. He took the small gift box from Bulma, opened it, and promptly handed the diamond ring to Chi-Chi. "This is for you, Chi-Chi." Lin Chi's lips twitched in disbelief. He felt utterly speechless. This child was truly embarrassing for the Saiyans. "You fool, that is not how you present a ring." Blonde-haired Lan Chi had her gun aimed at Sun Wukong. "You need to kneel." "Huh." Sun Wukong seemed even more confused, but nonchalantly bent his knees and knelt on the floor. Chapter 109. Innocence and Peace, Training with Whis. What a fool. Bulma turned to Yamcha. "You, go up and show Wukong how it's done." "Me?" Yamcha was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself as he gazed at Bulma in disbelief. "Hurry." Bulma reiterated firmly. Yamcha appeared quite reluctant, repeatedly glancing at Bulma. Can't someone else do it? Bulma pointed at the others. Should I have the old man do it? Master Rashi seemed eager. Or the cat? Or the pig? Oolong was anxiously tugging at his handkerchief, while Pu'er was surrounded by a multitude of question marks. Shouldn't it be Lan Chi? Or Tianjin Fan? Or Dumpling? Or Krillin? Certainly not. That guy? Yamucha's expression was one of profound grievance as he pointed at Lin Chi, who was leisurely holding a cake. Lin Chi broke into a smile. Placing the small fork into his mouth while reaching back to touch his tail, playfully flicking it towards the crowd. As a Saiyan, he could only feign ignorance of Earth's customs. Very well. Yamcha resigned himself to the situation. With the enthusiastic efforts of Yamcha and Bulma, the wedding finally reached a successful conclusion. Lin Chi packed some desserts and, disregarding the jubilant crowd, intended to return to Vishnu. Just as he exited the hotel, he heard the voices of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi nearby. Beneath the twinkling night sky, the newlyweds sat on the grass of the hotel, with Chi-Chi resting her head against Sun Wukong's chest. Wukong, where do you think we should go for our honeymoon? Chi-Chi shyly inquired. Sun Wukong was still in a state of confusion. He wanted to ask what a honeymoon trip entailed, but felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. Where do you want to go? Chi-Chi casually asked, then began counting on her fingers the places she wished to visit. We need not rush. Let us not take the cloud, as it flies too swiftly. Instead, let us drive. Once we return home, we can open a martial arts school. With you as the world's champion, the business will surely thrive. Then, we shall have 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. What do you hope our children will do when they grow up? Sun Wukong found himself utterly unable to keep up with Chi-Chi's train of thought. Even Lin Chi, who stood nearby, was rendered speechless by the conversation. Are you even listening to me? Chi-Chi, noticing Sun Wukong's prolonged silence, began to grow irritated. Sun Wukong, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, replied, I am listening, it's just. Chi-Chi, how are children born? This question left Chi-Chi furrowing her brow in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, she wore a look of bewilderment and suggested, how about we return and ask Bulma and the others? Lin Chi shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming how rare it is to encounter such pure-hearted individuals in this world. After reflecting on this profound life philosophy, he utilized his ability to teleport back to the divine realm. Vis always stood by the artificial lake, gazing at the crystal orb atop his staff, seemingly lost in thought about whatever caught his attention. You're back? What delightful treasures have you brought me from your lengthy absence? Vis turned. His smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. However, upon Lin Chi presenting him with an assortment of rather ordinary sweets, Vis's enthusiasm waned, revealing his disappointment. Alas, I merely indulged in a bit of revelry. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, placing the treats upon a nearby stone pedestal. Vis remained unmoved, still standing there. Yet his staff was now tucked away. With his hands clasped behind his back, he bore an expression of utmost seriousness. Your mindset still fails to achieve complete tranquility. This is detrimental to your cultivation, let alone the aspiration to reach the pinnacle of mastery. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired. I believe my mindset is quite serene. Rarely does anything ruffle my emotions. If I were to become any more tranquil, one might as well suggest I take vows and become a monk. Moreover, if you are so composed, why do you remain so fervently devoted to culinary delights? Lin Chi observed Weiss as he approached the desserts, prompting his question. Heh. Weiss chuckled lightly, placing a hand before his mouth. His gaze piercing as he looked at Lin Chi. Would you care to engage in a duel with me? Is that permissible? The realm of divine might struggle to contain it, and it could very well awaken Beerus. Though Lin Chi spoke thus, his eyes shone with remarkable intensity. You needn't worry about that. Simply venture into the miniature dimension I have created. Without touching the desserts, Weiss grasped his scepter, which materialized in his hand. As he raised the scepter, a rift leading to an alternate dimension opened. In the boundless darkness, silhouettes of white and orange stood in stark opposition. Observing Lin Chi, adorned in an array of vibrant orange hues, Weiss stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of serene indifference. You are free to unleash your full combat prowess. Should you manage to strike me, I shall concede your victory. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, confirming the words of Weiss. You claim to have struck me? Did you employ the art of effortless mastery, or the pinnacle of perfection? What are your aspirations? Weiss, harboring a teasing intent, replied. I would wager it was effortless mastery. You may not even touch me. Lin Chi felt a surge of humiliation and ceased his idle chatter, propelling himself towards Weiss with a swift motion. This was an unabashed act of retribution. He had not even offered Weiss any exquisite culinary delights. And yet, he dared to criticize Weiss's penchant for fine food? As he closed the distance, Lin Chi exhibited no intention of restraint. His aura radiated fiercely, illuminating a small area within the realm of nothingness. The velocity of his advance created a force that violently disrupted the surrounding air. As Lin Chi's fist lunged directly at Weiss's face, faced with Lin Chi's merciless strike, Weiss merely leaned back slightly. This minuscule movement, almost negligible, allowed him to evade Lin Chi's blow. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chi swung his fist once more. Once again, his fist narrowly grazed Weiss's cheek, missing its target. Lin Chi swiftly retracted his arm and launched a ferocious barrage of attacks. The sound of impactful strikes echoed. Each punch was sharp and relentless. Yet none managed to connect with Weiss. Not even the hem of Weiss's clothing was disturbed. Let us see about that, Lin Chi muttered through clenched teeth, unleashing his full strength with a combination of punches and kicks. You must understand, every disparity in magnitude should be quantified. Weiss, with a jovial demeanor, still had the energy to impart wisdom. Magnitude? Lin Chi halted his sweeping kick, his expression one of utter confusion as he gazed at Weiss. Isn't combat power already beyond calculation? You refer to the moments when your combat prowess is both suppressed and unleashed? Weiss responded with a faint smile. Indeed, during suppression, one can sometimes engage with adversaries of lesser strength on equal footing. Yet, in truth, we often measure magnitude, rather than sheer combat power. Weiss waved his hand, casting a radiant glow from his staff. Chapter 110. Units of combat power and the passage of time. For instance, in the realm of ordinary life, we might prefer to assign a simple numerical value, such as 1. In the realm of nihilistic novels, one must achieve a threshold of 2 before ascending beyond the confines of mere existence, with quantities of 10,000 to billions culminating in a value of 3. Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback. This scale seemed excessively vast. If we continue in this manner, it implies that a battle between 100 million and 999 billion would occur within the same unit. Indeed, from our perspective, the unit is paramount. Your magnitude is akin to that of Lord Beerus, both resting at 10, which signifies the bridge to the abyss. I never intended to calculate such things. Lin Chi felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It is already remarkable for an individual to comprehend the concept of a trillion, let alone the units beyond that. Such isn't. In simple terms, the perfect transformation of a Saiyan into Super Saiyan 4 is approximately between 7 and 8, while your white-haired form hovers around 8 to 9. Weiss observed Lin Chi with amusement, choosing not to address the Saiyan's intellectual capacity directly. By this reasoning, a value of around 18 would denote an immeasurable number. Huh. So how powerful is the Grand Minister? Is it 18? Lin Chi clicked his tongue, astonished at how far he still had to ascend to reach the pinnacle of divinity. Not necessarily, for 18 represents the 18 universes. It is the epitome. Weiss gently shook his head, for I have never witnessed my father's full strength. Am I to transform into Super Saiyan 10 to attain such levels? Lin Chi furrowed his brow, beginning to calculate his combat power. Show me the value of your transformations, and I shall provide an accurate assessment. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you Saiyans can even reach 100. Weiss remarked, his interest piqued as he gazed at Lin Chi. From your base form to Super Saiyan 1, it is a 50-fold increase. Lin Chi responded, contemplating slightly. Super Saiyan 2 is 100-fold. And if we consider the peak, it would be 150-fold. I seldom utilize Super Saiyan 3, but I estimate it to be 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, with a base of 400 times and a limit of 600 times. Thus, your Super Saiyan 4 would be at least 8 times that of Super Saiyan 3, and at its peak, it could reach 16 times. What do you mean by transcending Super Saiyan 4? If Super Saiyan 5 is to be pursued, it could adhere to the laws of exponents, boasting a base of 638, for 100 times in its normal state, and at its pinnacle, it would reach the staggering figure of 937, 929, 266. Stop. Lin Chi extended his hand in a gesture reminiscent of Air Kong, his lips twitching incessantly. If I were to reach Super 7, how much would that entail? Could I possibly engage you in combat? Super 5 is 4.29496 billion. The norm stands at 703.68744 trillion. Roughly 100 quintillion times that of Super 7. The figures articulated by Weiss left Lin Chi feeling quite embarrassed. That won't do. But it is rather close. Weiss's smile, radiant and inviting, left Lin Chi feeling quite disheartened. Is it true that I cannot even rival Weiss at Super 7? Must I then strive for Super 8? Lin Chi felt an overwhelming rush of confusion as his mind swirled with a cacophony of numbers. As time passed, Lin Chi gradually regained his composure and once more assumed a fighting stance, clenching his fist. Despite the chaotic thought swirling within, his unwavering aspiration for strength remained resolute. Here I come, Weiss. A thunderous roar erupted as Lin Chi's spirit soared, unleashing a seemingly invincible straight punch directed at Weiss. As time flowed on, mastering his craft became Lin Chi's foremost priority. The affairs of Earth held little significance for him. Sun Wukong's growth was self-sufficient, with numerous masters guiding him along his path. It had been 5 years since Lin Chi last set foot on Earth, an expanse of time that had passed unnoticed. Indeed, the journey of cultivation transcended the constraints of time. Upon reflection, he found everything had changed. 5 years, a span neither excessively long nor particularly short, had seen Lin Chi achieve great mastery. Training alongside Weiss, he had progressed from being unable to touch even a hair on Weiss's body to now grazing the hem of his garments. Yet, Lin Chi's Super 6 form had stagnated for 5 years, showing no signs of advancing to the next stage, a fact he bore with patience. The path of cultivation hinged upon continuous growth, and perhaps, at some fortuitous moment, he might unexpectedly transition into Super 7. Of course, Lin Shi would never admit to feeling anxious. How could he, after enduring so much at the hands of Weiss, exhausting nearly half a jar of divine beans in the process? Such matters were best kept to himself. Having dined well, Weiss set down his chopsticks, surveying the table now strewn with remnants of the hot pot ingredients. You've grasped the lessons. Why not return to Lord Quitela? Returning would be rather dull. There are no formidable warriors emerging from Universe 4, and by remaining here, I at least have room for improvement. Lin Shi spoke, his speed in wielding chopsticks leaving only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the ingredients on the table had been thoroughly devoured, leaving not a trace of the hot pot broth. Furthermore, every year I return to bring him some items, and Quitela is pleased as well. You may choose to stay. But since you have mastered the state of complete ease, why not maintain it at all times? Weiss turned to Lin Shi, who remained in his usual demeanor, and voiced his confusion. It's simple, my goal is the path of the Saiyans. If I were to sustain the state of complete ease, wouldn't that merely equate to the norm of an angel? Lin Shi remarked while picking his teeth. Then what are you still learning? Weiss found Lin Shi somewhat perplexing. In my philosophy, there is a saying, having many skills does not burden the body. Lin Shi nonchalantly held a toothpick, unaffected by any semblance of decorum. After finishing his meal, Lin Shi patted his ample belly, contentedly inquiring, Did you ever secretly give some of the food I brought you to Bardos? What is the issue? She is my sister. Weiss responded with an air of unwavering calm, showing no signs of embarrassment. The things you give me are mine. How I choose to handle my belongings is not something I need to consult you about. Lin Shi pursed his lips, casually wondering how he had provoked Weiss. Wasn't he supposed to be the epitome of elegance? Very well, I shall continue my quest for culinary delights. Lin Shi stood up, brushing off his trousers, ready to depart. However, he noticed the magical orb atop the staff beside Weiss was pulsating with a bright light. Following Lin Shi's gaze, Weiss took the staff and activated the communicator, revealing the visage of Bados. My dear brother, I have some unfortunate news to share with you, but given the many favors you have bestowed upon me, I thought it only fair to inform you. Lin Shi, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer, but soon the visage of Bados vanished, revealing lifeless planets. Chapter 111, The Spirit Tree, Dales. Have you seen? In your universe, some planets have inexplicably lost their vitality. As Bados' words fell, the voice of Kampa chimed in, brimming with schadenfreude, ha ha ha. Let that lazy Beerus keep sleeping. What kind of bad news is this? I find it rather splendid. At least Lord Beerus does not need to deliberately destroy planets anymore. Weiss, exuding an air of indifference, rose and strolled towards the artificial lake, inquiring of the prophetic fish. Is there any relation? Nope, the prophetic fish, submerged in a crystal goblet, replied nonchalantly, its gaze fixated on the surface of the lake. Very well then. Bados, seemingly bored, promptly severed the visual. Weiss turned to Lin Shi, who was still leaning against the table, and asked, Are you not leaving yet? Heh. Lin Shi scoffed disdainfully and vanished with a burst of instant transmission. When he reappeared, he found himself on one of the lifeless planets Bados had mentioned. If he was not mistaken, Lin Shi hovered above the silent ground, soon noticing an enormous tree on the horizon, Dales, the spirit tree. The colossal tree from Dragon Ball, which absorbs the life force of planets, was indeed a singular concept. Could this be an opportunity for him to attain the Super Saiyan form? This was something he absolutely had to investigate. It might prove invaluable. Ultimately, Dales would still fall to Son Goku, becoming but a wisp of a soul. As Lin Shi utilized instant transmission once more, beneath the giant tree, Dales, clad in Saiyan armor and bearing an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, stared vacantly at the great tree. This planet is on the brink of death. It seems I must seek my next target. He sighed, gazing at the spirit fruit, hanging from the branches beneath the red, thorny protrusions. Dales, my lord, I have discovered another planet suitable for transplantation during my dealings with other civilizations. His subordinate, Armando, appeared not far from Dales, respectfully relaying the intelligence he had acquired. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept upon Dale's lips as he regarded Armando with intrigue. Really? After all, the requirements for planting the spirit tree are quite stringent. This is food for gods. An ordinary planet cannot provide such immense vitality. It requires a planet teeming with trillions of life forms. Yes, it has been repeatedly verified. This planet is located south of the northern galaxy, a world known as Earth. Armando knelt, continuing his report. We have ample time, my lord. It would take approximately 1 year to reach Earth. Dales gestured for Armando to rise, his smile deepening, and his mood improving significantly. Excellent. Once this spirit tree completely absorbs the planet's life force, there will still be 3 to 4 years left. At that time, I shall reward you with a spirit fruit. Thank you, Lord Dales, Armando exclaimed, elated. He had not anticipated that such intelligence would grant him a spirit fruit. What a windfall. Just as Dales and Armando exchanged satisfied glances, a gentle breeze rustled the branches of the spirit tree. The laughter that emerged caused Dale's expression to stiffen. Lin Shi stood not far from them, grinning broadly. Who are you? Dales rose, his face filled with wariness, fixated intently on Lin Shi. Lin Shi gazed at Darius, unable to deny the uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. It was almost identical. Bardock, everyone is questioning the fidelity of your blissful life with Jine. You are Darius, aren't you? Upon the abrupt appearance of Lin Chi, Darius's expression darkened considerably, and he cast a discontented glance at Amando and his subordinates. Before he could utter a word of reproach, Lin Chi interjected, stating, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Such matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is that I desire your spirit tree." Lin Chi cast a smile, which he deemed amiable, towards Darius, and then reached out to pat the enormous trunk of the spirit tree. Indeed, the spirit tree was remarkable. It seemed somewhat squandered in Darius's possession. Just look at the immense vitality concealed within the trunk, along with the spirit fruits hanging comfortably from the branches. Humph. If you desire my spirit tree, you must demonstrate your capabilities. Darius glanced coldly, and his subordinates swiftly encircled Lin Chi. He then looked at the detector he wore, which indicated a combat power of 100,000. With such a meager strength, Kakao, Dietz, Amando, and the Lacoste brothers formed Darius's formidable quintet. You wish to see my combat prowess? I can certainly oblige. Lin Chi revealed a playful smirk and unleashed a fraction of his power. 100,000. 200,000. Boom. Darius's detector shattered, and as the smoke cleared, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? Who are you? How can you be so powerful? More formidable than Frisia? Darius was utterly stunned, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Since the annihilation of planet Vegeta, he had not experienced such terror. Yet this individual before him made even Frisia seem insignificant. Relying on the spirit fruits, Darius's combat power had exceeded 1,000,000. But the mysterious figure exuding an unfathomable strength rendered the once formidable Frisia trivial in comparison. Frisia, that fellow, Lin Chi scoffed, entirely unconcerned. For he knew he would soon encounter him as the narrative progressed. A cosmic real estate mogul. Lin Chi's nonchalant demeanor sent a chill through Darius's heart once more. His expression turned exceedingly somber. Are you truly intent on seizing my spirit tree? Darius's voice resonated with a deep timbre as he summoned energy into the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, the members of the Darius Legion encircling Lin Chi also readied their fists for action. Lin Chi did not resort to violence. He merely released a surge of energy, which resulted in the demise of the 5 diminutive beings before him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Darius did not unleash the energy wave Lin Chi anticipated. Instead, he conjured an artificial moon. One might wonder, is Darius not a low-level scion? Yet he possesses the ability to create an artificial moon like the elites. It seems that everyone encounters their own unique adventures. Chapter 112. You shall not survive beyond 2 chapters. Disdain a brilliant radiance coalesced between Darius's hands, swiftly ascending into the heavens, where it expanded with a resounding explosion. Humph, await your demise. As I transform into a great ape, my battle power will multiply tenfold. As the dazzling light faded, a resplendent full moon illuminated the sky, shining as brilliantly as Earth's own moon. Lin Chi made no attempt to intervene. He simply stood beside the trunk, watching, indulging in the delightful performance of the jester. Lin Chi had almost forgotten that the Scions possessed this transformation, the Great Ape. Indeed, their battle power surged tenfold. However, for those who were not elite Scions, the transformation into a Great Ape came at a cost. They would lose their rationality and become irrationally ferocious. A cascade of light poured down, illuminating the surroundings. As Darius's body began to swell and expand, his protective suit was gradually being stretched, and dense black fur sprouted from his body. Accompanied by an aura of brutality and chaos, Darius's tail grew increasingly robust, while his head elongated and protruded, with teeth becoming ever sharper. In a fleeting moment, the colossal form that replaced Darius was an enormous, black-furred gorilla, towering over 20 meters high, thumping its chest and letting out a series of thunderous roars. Lin Chi stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the spirit tree, gazing up at the colossal ape with a sense of awe. Indeed. His combat power has indeed surged tenfold, from 1,000,000 to 10,000,000. Are you astonished? That is precisely the reaction I sought. To Lin Chi's surprise, Darius still retained some semblance of rationality as he swung his enormous fist towards Lin Chi. You shall perish, he bellowed. TSK. From whence does this confidence stem? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a playful grin, and in a single bound, he positioned himself atop Darius's fist. You believe that this transformation grants you the power to vanquish me? How absurd. The giant ape swung his other fist down at Lin Chi, yet once more struck nothing but air. Frustrated, he turned his head, seemingly in search of Lin Chi's presence, but in that fleeting moment, he seized a fruit from the branches of the spirit tree. After plucking one, Darius swallowed it whole, and immediately a surge of energy erupted from him, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. TSK. What a waste of a fruit. Lin Chi observed Darius's series of actions with a hint of dissatisfaction. His combat power has risen by 1/5. Darius quickly regained his confidence, unleashing energy blasts towards Lin Chi, who lay on the sandy ground. Boom. The energy blast struck the earth, erupting in a shower of dust and smoke. Ha. As long as the spirit tree's fruits remain, I am the most formidable being in this universe. The giant ape raised his hands high, occasionally thumping his chest. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Shi stood unscathed within the crater, dusting off his shoulders, and remarked, "What a disappointment. I was merely contemplating how to relocate the spirit tree. Moreover, in the spirit of the Saiyans, why not consider me your sovereign? I aspire to re-establish a Saiyan kingdom." "What?" The giant ape's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed incredulously at Lin Shi. Yet, his astonishment was not solely due to Lin Shi's words, but rather the realization that his formidable attack had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Lin Shi strode towards the colossal ape, his expression infused with a hint of youthful audacity. "It appeared that your hearing is rather deficient, wouldn't you agree?" Those whimsical words abruptly resonated by the giant ape's ear, while Lin Shi's shadow had vanished from the ground. Bang! Lin Shi gently lifted his foot, and this kick merely brushed lightly against the face of the colossal ape. Lin Shi had already ensured his strength was controlled, akin to the mere act of walking. Yet, that overwhelming force sent the giant ape hurtling backward, a gust of wind swirling around as the creature instantly shrank back to its normal size. Huh? Gazing at the lifeless and hollow-eyed Darius, Lin Shi found himself momentarily bewildered, disdainfully muttering to himself, TSK, is he truly so fragile? A mere lift of my foot, and he perishes? He had initially intended to spare this fellow's life, but alas, he had inadvertently struck him down. Another Scion lost. Sigh. His kingdom is now deprived of a formidable general. Well, perhaps in the future, I shall seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Having barely survived 2 chapters, Darius met his untimely demise. Lin Shi, unfazed by Darius's death, shifted his attention to the fruit of the spirit tree. Let me see what makes this divine delicacy so unique. Lin Shi reached out and plucked a fruit from the branch. Crunch, crunch, ugh. He spat it out in distaste, overwhelmed by a cloying, fishy flavor, reminiscent of someone who detests foul odors attempting to consume durian. Lin Shi swiftly discarded the fruit, briefly sensing that the enhancement of his combat power was merely in the tens of thousands. It was akin to bestowing a few $100s upon a billionaire. Would he truly care? The remaining effects offered a slight boost to his mental faculties, yet it was insubstantial. Ultimately, the increase in destructive power was negligible, akin to the tiniest fragment of a fingernail. Alas, it is best left unmentioned. I had anticipated something extraordinary. But it is no wonder this artifact only appeared in Dragon Ball Z, fading into obscurity in later stages. Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings for a week and ultimately resolved to employ the most straightforward approach, uprooting the spirit tree with sheer force. Utilizing teleportation with the spirit tree in tow, Lin Shi returned to the heights of the divine realm. He called out to Weiss by the lakeside. "I have brought you a gift to savor. The spirit tree?" Upon hearing his voice, Weiss tilted his head back, gazing at Lin Shi, who appeared as diminutive as an ant against the backdrop of the spirit tree. "This item is met with tremendous disdain from the angels. It is unpalatable to them. You ought to discard it post-haste. Is that so?" Lin Shi sighed, shouldering the spirit tree once more as he inquired. "Are you certain you do not wish to keep it? I could take it back for Quitela." "Go ahead. Seek something else," Weiss replied, lowering his gaze to continue his discourse with the prophetic fish. "It is truly baffling. While the gods express disdain, that rascal Dales treats it as a treasure." Lin Shi once again utilized his instantaneous movement, transporting the spirit tree to the realm of destruction in the 4th universe. "Quitela, I have brought you a specialty from the 7th universe." A specialty? Quitela, reclining lazily on a stone, suddenly sat up, glancing around before lifting his gaze. A tree? Quitela appeared bewildered, as this was indeed the spirit tree. Now it was Lin Shi's turn to be perplexed. Did everyone know about the spirit tree? Did Whis not inform you? This is merely some discarded debris left behind by the gods of destruction in their quest for ease. Quitela waved dismissively. "Destroy it. It merely takes up space, and could potentially affect the other flora." Lin Shi surveyed the entire rocky expanse, questioning where any flora could possibly be. Nevertheless, he summoned a violet glow from his palm, and under the force of destruction, the spirit tree gradually faded away. Scattered fragments fell upon the realm of destruction, and Lin Shi descended to the ground, meeting Quitela's affectionate gaze. After rummaging through his pockets for a while, he produced several lollipops. "Here, this is for you." Knowing your fondness for sweets, Quitela accepted the offering, expertly tearing open the wrapper and popping the lollipop into his mouth. "Did you enjoy your time in the 7th universe?" "It was quite enjoyable. There were many amusing things." Lin Shi nodded, settling onto a portion of the stone that Quitela had vacated. Lin Shi was indeed beset by contradictions and guilt. Logically speaking, he was a Scion born in the 7th universe, and the main narrative of Dragon Ball unfolded on Earth, a place that, in his inherent perception, was quite distinct. However, after being taken in by Kara, he had been treated exceptionally well, a fact Lin Shi was acutely aware of. Thus, as the upcoming Tournament of Power approached, Lin Shi found himself in a quandary regarding his allegiance. How should he choose sides in this conflict of nurtured foes? "Lin Shi, what are you contemplating so deeply?" Kara inquired, gently patting Lin Shi on the shoulder and raising his voice slightly. "Oh," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, forcing a smile as he rose to his feet. "It's nothing. Lord Kara, what else do you enjoy eating?" "Anything, really. I am not picky," Kara responded, extending one of the treats he held to the nearby Konik. Would you like one? Thank you, Lord Kara. Konik accepted the lollipop and then turned to Lin Shi. Master Lin Shi, has your ultra instinct reached its peak? Indeed. Thus, I have decided to take a break and explore. Lin Shi chuckled, waving goodbye to Quitela. See you soon. Whoosh. That fellow is truly fleeting. Quitela reclined once more, resting his hands behind his head, gazing into the dim sky. Ah, just now. I sensed his distraction. Has he encountered some trouble? Why doesn't he confide in me? Has he grown distant? Suddenly, Quitela sat upright, casting a mournful glance at Konik. Could it be that he has become too close to Whis? Konik, slowly peeling the lollipop wrapper, replied with exasperation, Lord Quitela, you tend to overthink. If you are bored, why not go and destroy a few planets? Ah, in the 7th universe, on Earth, in the year 761 of the age, it was May. Merely 5 months before the impending arrival of Raditz, Lin Shi found it exceedingly simple to seek out individuals on Earth. The countless times he had traversed back and forth gathering delicacies for Weiss were beyond enumeration. Arriving at Bulma's courtyard, the sky was somewhat dim. Yet the courtyard radiated with brilliance, as if it were still day, illuminated by dazzling lights. Lin Shi observed Bulma's mother, who was seated in the courtyard with a cheerful smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yamcha, who seemed rather lackluster. Their laughter resonated in the air, creating an atmosphere of carefree joy. Jack, let us set forth tomorrow. A sprightly girl with a strikingly short, blonde hairstyle and clad in a short-sleeved, combined romper made her entrance. Sister, you've only just returned. Bulma, following closely behind the blonde, shouted in dissatisfaction. The blonde, Bulma's sister named Thais, had forsaken a life of privilege to pursue her dream of becoming a science fiction writer, leaving home to work and experience life. Eventually, she encountered Jack, a character reminiscent of Ultraman. Jack stood at approximately 1.5 meters tall, with a stocky build and an eccentric tight-fitting suit, his expressionless face adorned with 2 featureless eyes. Together, they traversed various planets aboard a spaceship, gathering inspiration to become popular science fiction adventure novelists. However, novels inspired by Jack did not garner much acclaim. Indeed, aside from a few children, he was not particularly well received by the general populace. His most notable appearance was in the Moro arc. But did the Galactic Patrol make an appearance this early? It seemed he had little to no relevance even in Dragon Ball Super. Never mind. Lin Shi chose to disregard the scene and proceeded to seek out Brief. This individual was best left unattended. Ever since Lin Shi had met Bulma on Earth, he had been dragged into profound discussions about life with Brief, which had been a source of great embarrassment for him. Had it not been for his exhibition of artifacts from other civilizations, he might have been met with Brief's dismissive remark, leaving him socially mortified. From that moment on, Brief had relentlessly implored Lin Shi to bring him items from other civilizations. Lin Shi now felt as though he had become an intergalactic courier, delivering goods wherever needed. On a somewhat irregular schedule. What delightful treasures have you brought for me this time? Upon Lin Shi's entrance into his research lab, Brief immediately extinguished the cigarette he had been smoking. Lin Shi tossed a capsule, and amidst the smoke, a large iron box materialized. He approached and opened the lid, revealing a quantum laser cannon, capable of annihilating half the Earth. You can examine it, he declared. All right, go ahead and play with it yourself. Brief swiftly approached the box, waved a hand at Lin Shi, and then immersed himself in his research. TSK. Lin Shi cast a disdainful glance at Brief, who had turned a blind eye, and exited the research facility. Hey, Bulma, could you please order me some takeout? I need it packed to go. Upon finding Bulma, who was still engaged in conversation, Lin Shi quickly conveyed his request, adhering to the usual preferences of mild spice and no scallions. Initially, Lin Shi had intended to follow the original storyline, allowing Whis to directly ask Bulma for food, but Whis, with his inscrutable demeanor, remarked, the time is not yet ripe. What nonsense. The time is not ripe? It seems you are too proud to ask. Ah, Lin Shi, when did you arrive? Bulma exclaimed, as she was repairing a spaceship. She leaped down from the craft and pointed to the 2 individuals standing nearby. Let me introduce you to these 2. The one with blonde hair is my sister. You may have heard of her, and this is a member of the Galactic Patrol. What Galactic Patrol? Lin Shi inquired. I am a super elite among the Galactic Patrol. The super elite of the Galactic Patrol, Lord Gak. Gak soared into the air, executing a 360 spin at low altitude before landing on a nearby artificial hill, striking a pose he deemed exceedingly dashing. Lin Shi did not even glance at Gak, instead turning to Bulma to reiterate, 30 servings of boiled fish for takeout. Slightly spicy, without green onions, and make haste. The order has already been placed. Bulma swiftly retrieved her phone and began to tap away. Chapter 114. Would you like to join the Galactic Patrol? Yes. Once it arrives, have the robot deliver it to me. Lin Shi casually leaned against a tree trunk, closing his eyes to rest. Hey, I feel that my eyesight is quite remarkable. I noticed your abrupt appearance at Bulma's house. Gak, having nothing better to do, approached Lin Shi, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, what other skills do you possess? Would you be interested in joining our Galactic Patrol? Lin Shi's eyes opened wide, brimming with danger, as he cast a glance at Jack. Are there any formidable individuals among your Galactic Patrol? Indeed, our strongest elite, Mels. Jack replied, hands on his hips, his demeanor radiating pride as if the accomplishment were his own. Mels, the intern angel? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the prospect of accompanying Jack to spar with Mels. However, his interest was not particularly fervent. His gaze remained fixated on the slumbering hairless cat. Are there any other formidable ones? Lin Chi inquired. In terms of combat prowess, I am truly unaware. Jack furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, before proudly pointing to his own impressive height. But when it comes to stature, I certainly rank among the top 3. Observing Jack, who barely reached his shoulder, Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. How many members does your galactic patrol have? 36. Quite a lot, isn't it? Jack beamed with even greater pride, almost gloating. Strangely enough, Lin Chi envisioned a formation of galactic patrol members lining up, appearing on the roadside, the leader sporting a safety helmet and waving a small yellow flag. Hey, are you truly considering joining our galactic patrol? We don't accept those of average strength. Jack asked again, noticing Lin Chi's prolonged silence. How about joining forces to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the universe? It sounded rather intriguing. Before Lin Chi could respond, Yamucha, striding over with his hands on his hips, interjected. Yamucha, are you going to? Bulma exclaimed, having just leapt down after repairing the spaceship. If you wish to go, then gather everyone, like Goku, Krillin, and the rest. Yamucha appeared momentarily bewildered, his face a mask of confusion as he questioned Bulma. Why? I believe you ought to strive for self-improvement. Idling away with my mother and engaging in idle chatter won't suffice. Bulma glared with a hint of playful reproach. As she spoke, she swiftly dialed a number. Hello, Launch, are you still with Tien? Have Tien and Kaiatsu come to see me? Hello, Krillin? Come to see me. Master Rashi? No need to bring that lecherous old man. Hello, Chi-Chi? Could you send Goku over? Why is there a child's voice on your end? Bulma's efficiency was remarkable. Within a few phone calls, she had summoned everyone. Before long, several streaks of light dashed across the sky, and as the group assembled, after Bulma's brief explanation, they exchanged glances, perplexed by the notion of joining the Galactic Patrol. Even Piccolo landed on a nearby rooftop, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze at the assembly. I thought you all were coming together to discuss how to deal with me. Jack and Tai Si were utterly bewildered. What had started as a simple departure for the two had transformed into a gathering of many. As for joining, I have no objections. I have nothing else to do. Sun Wukong casually replied, resting his hands behind his head. Tien Shinhan, however, appeared more reserved. Addressing Jack with a question, what exactly does this Galactic Patrol do? Of course, we defend the peace and tranquility of the universe, combating evil. Yamucha stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, we are to combat evil and defeat villains like Piccolo. Those bad guys? Yamucha's words took a turn as he sensed Piccolo's penetrating gaze. Yet, Sun Wukong, with clenched fists, called out to the distant Piccolo. Piccolo, are you going too? Piccolo paid him no mind, standing proudly with arms crossed, gazing into the horizon, his cape billowing in the night breeze. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Piccolo was truly so formidable in the early stages. After all, he was indeed one of the top experts present. As for what adversaries one might encounter in the cosmos, Krillin gazed curiously at Dumpling. Hey, Tien, you must think this through. On the side, the golden-haired Launch expressed her dissent, remarking that those organizations operate under strict orders. What if their commands clash with your personal desires? You have only just managed to escape from Master Rashi. Even if the name Galactic Patrol sounds impressive, however. Upon hearing Launch's words, Tien hesitated momentarily, contemplating. Well. Lin Chi gazed at the crowd, who were engaged in a lively discussion, questioning why it seemed that more than just himself had been invited by Jack. How long until his takeout arrived? Impatiently, Lin Chi glanced at Bulma. 13 minutes. Bulma checked her phone and then reprimanded Lin Chi. Don't you think joining the Galactic Patrol is far more significant than your takeout? Not at all. Lin Chi dismissed her words with indifference. What nonsense. His takeout was for Whis, as well as for Quitela and Konik. Each of these individuals held a status that surpassed that of the Galactic Patrol. Even he himself was merely a candidate for the God of Destruction. In terms of power, he surpassed Beerus, who could teach the future Goku the Ultra Instinct, by an even higher echelon. After another round of discussions among the group, Tien Shinhan, as their representative, turned to Jack and declared, Mr. Galactic Patrol, we are deeply honored by your invitation. Jack, bewildered, stared at Tien Shinhan, wondering when he had extended such an invitation. Wasn't he just Lin Chi he had invited? Then Tien Shinhan continued, however, we would like to make our decision after gaining a deeper understanding of your organization. Although the Galactic Patrol was in dire need of expansion, it was not an organization that just anyone could join. Jack snapped back to reality, immediately adopting a proud demeanor. These individuals seemed to look down upon the Galactic Patrol. Whether you could join depended on an examination. Failing was not an option, and I would show no leniency. Not even if Tais herself intervened. An examination? Was it difficult? Yamcha furrowed his brow, asking with concern. If he failed, wouldn't he be embarrassed in front of everyone? Isn't that stating the obvious? Of course, it's difficult. Jack placed his hands on his hips, asserting. The Galactic Patrol is an organization comprised of the galaxy's elite. Listening to Jack's incessant babble, Lin Chi stifled a yawn and urged, enough with the chatter. Let us depart swiftly. After all, Bulma had a spacecraft at her disposal. In the original narrative, even the genius Bulma-S vessel took a staggering 339 years to reach Namek, let alone the Galactic Patrol headquarters. However, Lin Chi had been intermittently supplying Bulma with alien civilizations over the years, even if Piccolo's spaceship had never seen action. Yet, when it came to Goku's ship, Bulma and Brief were rather unceremonious. Ostensibly borrowing it but effectively claiming it as their own, dismantled and scattered. If Goku were to demand the ship back now, he would likely receive only a heap of parts in return. This was primarily due to Brief's concern for his two daughters. One was enamored with research, while the other adored galactic travel. Digressing, it was quite possible that Bulma's spacecraft was swifter than Jack's. Tien nodded in agreement, expressing, if I could battle formidable opponents, I wouldn't mind anything else. I share the same sentiment. As long as there are powerful adversaries. Gohan fervently concurred. Kaiatsa floated atop Tien's shoulder, solemnly declaring, wherever you go, Tien, I shall follow. Intriguingly, high above, Piccolo turned to observe the group. Musing that conquering alien worlds was far more exhilarating than subduing Earth. Should they bring Piccolo along? Krillin took a step back, feeling a bit apprehensive. We absolutely cannot leave this dangerous fellow alone on Earth. Bulma asserted, hands on her hips, decisively speaking for the group. She led everyone to a nearby spacecraft. The latest marvel of research. Wow, it's enormous. There's even space for training inside. Goku exclaimed, grinning widely at the massive, spherical vessel. Observing Tien and Kaiatsa together with the others, the blonde launch felt a pang of jealousy. She raised her gun, aiming it at Tien and his companions. Tien, are you planning to leave me behind again? She lamented, her eyes brimming with tears and an expression of profound grievance. Wait, Launch, don't get upset. No one said you couldn't T-com, right? Krillin quickly interjected, attempting to placate her. Oh, Launch replied, directing her gun at Tien, her tone fierce. What do you have to say for yourself? I have no objections. Tien stammered, taking a step back, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Ugh, such a violent human. It's better if they're eradicated. Jack murmured, eyeing the gun-wielding Launch. Then I'll inform Chi-Chi. Goku said. Seizing Bulma's phone to relay a few hasty words to Chi-Chi, brushing it off. Meanwhile, Bulma, brimming with pride, gestured towards the spacecraft, explaining. This ship has an internal diameter of 15 meters, providing ample space, and features an environmental simulation system. Yet, no one seemed to heed Bulma's introduction. The group had already begun boarding the vessel, eagerly exploring and marveling at its design. Lin Chi followed at a leisurely pace, while behind him. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, vehemently cursing, What happened to your manners? Can't you wait for someone to finish speaking? By the time Lin Chi had circled the spaceship, thick black smoke was billowing from the control room, and the control lever had been snapped in two. Sparks flew, occasionally accompanied by arcs of electricity. The crowd was engaged in a heated exchange of insults, each attempting to shift the blame, insisting that they had advised either him or Ties to pilot the craft. Yet others insisted on experimenting against their counsel. Lin Qiu cast a fleeting glance behind him before disembarking from the spacecraft, having inadvertently damaged it. None among them possessed the skill to operate the vessel properly. Young Master Lin Qiu, your delivery. At that moment, a robot approached. What? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she hurried into the ship, only to find chaos reigning within. Oh dear, I merely wished to experiment. Sun Wukong admitted, his head bowed in embarrassment as he gazed at the control stick, now reduced to a mere half. How could I have known it would break? Oh my, Yamcha lamented, unable to bear the sight, his hand pressing against his face in disbelief. You can't even drive a car. How could you possibly pilot a spacecraft? Lin Chi departed with a multitude of takeout bags, vanishing in an instant. These rascals are perpetually so boisterous. It seems that joining the Galactic Patrol is still many years away, barring any unforeseen circumstances. One can only hope they do not aspire to join the Galactic Patrol. Encountering the real estate mobile Frisia en route would certainly spell trouble. 3 months later, when Lin Chi returned to deliver high-tech gadgets to Brief, he learned of the subsequent events. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and his companions encountered no misfortune along their journey. They arrived at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol and participated in the assessments. Alas, not a single one of them passed the patrol's evaluations. Though it cannot be said that none succeeded, Krillin and Dumpling were indeed selected. However, Dumpling was unwilling to part ways with Tangent Rice, and Krillin, too, preferred not to remain in the patrol alone, thus the entire group returned together. Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly and casually inquired, Why haven't I seen Bulma today? Oh, she has gone to Master Roshi's island. I've heard that Goku is preparing a surprise for everyone. Brief once again lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Are you ordering takeout? Brief turned his chair towards the computer, asking, What shall we order this time? You decide. I have no idea what those guys at home want to eat. Lin Chi found a spot to sit and began perusing the magazine beside him, patiently awaiting the arrival of his takeaway. However, as he flipped through the pages, an unfamiliar aura suddenly erupted in the distance. emanating from the direction of Kame House across the sea. Goku's surprise. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Was it not still 2 months until Raditz' arrival? What? Brief, who was typing away at his keyboard, turned to look at Lin Shi, only to find his absence, with only the magazine lying discarded on the floor. He left. Are we foregoing the takeaway? The order was already placed. When Lin Shi finally reappeared, he was met with an all-too-familiar scene, Raditz confronting Goku and his companions, clad in distinctive battle armor. With a device over his left eye and flowing black hair, Raditz presented an imposing figure. That hair, indeed, was an undeniable contrast to Lin Shi's own. Is that little one your son, born of Earthlings? Raditz sneered as he gazed at the small Gohan cradled in Goku's arms. The device had scanned the gathered warriors, and Raditz felt the pressure mounting. Was it not stated in the reports that the fighters on Earth possessed power levels not exceeding 300? In truth, ever since Lin Shi's unexpected intervention, he had been periodically reminding the Z fighters that formidable adversaries awaited them in the future. This had inadvertently led to their combat abilities surpassing those outlined in the original narrative. Raditz's frustration grew as he glared at Goku, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, yet seemed devoid of the warrior spirit that should have been inherited. Had the pride of the greatest fighting race in the universe, the Saiyans, been discarded by you? Kakarot, what in the universe have you been doing? Has it truly been so many years, and you have yet to eradicate the inhabitants of this planet? Raditz's words dripped with accusation. Chapter 116. The news of the Super Saiyan Goku was utterly perplexed, as he could not comprehend Raditz's ramblings at all. Were it not for the menacing aura radiating from Raditz, the group might have mistaken him for another Saiyan like Lin Shi, inviting him in for tea. What are you talking about? Kakarot, you must have mistaken me for someone else, Goku mumbled, his expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, Raditz noticed Goku's tail was conspicuously absent. In the Temple of the Gods, the elder deity placed a seal upon me, declaring that keeping such a thing was perilous. Goku explained, still looking dazed. Raditz, hearing this, became increasingly enraged. Perilous? What nonsense! That is a technique that could multiply our power tenfold. His forehead throbbed with veins. But upon observing the combat prowess of those present, he forced himself to restrain his anger. Have you infiltrated this planet? Lowered their guard? Raditz mused, crafting a perfect excuse for Goku. The gathering warriors were increasingly confused. After all, this planet posed a considerable challenge for you. The intelligence division here must be utterly incompetent. Raditz continued, vowing to reprimand them upon his return, for there were indeed numerous individuals on this planet with power levels exceeding 500. It was utterly absurd that they had been classified as low tier. Your situation is somewhat understandable. Raditz clenched his fist, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. As your brother, I shall lend you a hand. Together, we can eliminate these pests. He glanced at the approaching Piccolo and queried the still bewildered Goku. With this newcomer, we might very well have the strongest fighters on this planet. Hey, Raditz, you're quite verbose, Lin Shi remarked, glancing at the clock inside through the window. How long are you going to keep talking? I still need to go back for my takeaway, he added. You should introduce yourself. It's rather impolite for a Saiyan to act in such a manner. Introduce? Raditz shot a cold glare at the suddenly appearing Lin Shi, smirking disdainfully. There's no need. Soon enough, you will all meet your demise. Another one has appeared? He must have flown in from a location unseen while I was conversing with Kakarot. As Raditz paused, he realized, turning to Lin Shi, wait. Did I mention my name to you? You are also a Saiyan. Raditz's gaze fell upon the tail behind Lin Shi, incredulous. How could it be? The Saiyan race should have been wiped out. How did you survive on planet Vegeta? Why did you not seek us out? Lin Shi's lips twitched slightly. Was this not something that should be uttered by Vegeta? Indeed. Yet, the universe is vast, and Saiyans undoubtedly still exist. Lin Shi wore a half-smile, recalling his previous encounter with Dales. Speaking of which, Broly was still grinding away on planet Vampa, so why were only Vegeta and the others left? Moreover, what purpose was there in seeking out Vegeta and his companions? To witness their humiliation as they endured a life of subservience beneath Frisia's tyranny? Lin Shi, unable to bear the puzzled expressions of those around him, decided to elucidate the matter directly. Raditz, along with Goku, the Kakarot I just mentioned, are brothers. He continued, the Saiyans are a warrior race from the cosmos. However, very few of them remain alive today. The Raditz before you, along with 2 others, are currently working under Frisia, the property mogul. Their routine task involves annihilating the inhabitants of targeted planets, subsequently selling them off at exorbitant prices. What? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze directed at Goku filled with incredulity. Goku, you Saiyans engage in such mercenary activities? That's rather unscrupulous. I thought you mentioned having only one deceased grandfather? Krillin nudged Goku with his elbow. I can't believe you have a brother. No wonder you resemble him so much, particularly with that rather disagreeable temperament. Huh? Goku remained oblivious, his expression one of utter confusion. I have a brother? I had no idea. I hit my head when I was a child. Lin Shi let out a weary sigh. Wasn't the crux of the matter that Frisia was a real estate magnate? Why then did he not prompt Kakarot to complete his task sooner? Faced with Lin Shi's elaborate explanations, Raditz found himself perplexed. Could it be that this fellow was also a Saiyan under Frisia's command? What on earth was being discussed? Even Chaozu appeared bewildered, increasingly unable to grasp the current situation. Lin Chi, are you Scions ultimately good or evil? The turtle hermit's sunglasses slipped down his nose. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If Lin Chi was indeed a malevolent Scion, Earth would be doomed. Is that true? Why didn't you inform us sooner? Krillin glanced nervously at Lin Chi. You're not one of those high-priced henchmen, are you? Haven't I already mentioned? There will be many formidable foes in the future. Lin Chi's expression was one of innocence. How could you all be so oblivious? I reckon it's only when enemies come knocking that you truly muster the courage to fight back. Am I right? Yamcha nodded, without Lin Chi's words. I would still be wandering aimlessly. Why should I remind him? I am not in Frisia's employ. Lin Chi appeared unfazed by the tense atmosphere as he turned to Raditz and inquired, by the way, Raditz, what is their combat power like? Raditz, inexplicably compliant, pressed the button on his scouter. You possess a staggering 1300? That green creature, Piccolo, is at 785, Kakarot stands at 720, the three-eyed monster has 700, the bald one. Krillin is at 650, and the little one, Dind, is 531. The old man, never mind, the rest are merely trash. After Raditz had read the numbers, he extended an invitation to Lin Chi and Sun Wukong, saying, come on, let us finish the task early so we can return. Although Raditz had felt some pressure earlier, he was not alarmed by such levels. With the addition of Lin Chi and Sun Wukong, conquering Earth would be as effortless as taking candy from a child. For this planet, where the average human combat power is a mere 5, these individuals were indeed remarkable warriors. Despite Raditz's invitation, Lin Chi remained still, and Sun Wukong did not move either, merely observing Raditz as he engaged in his self-directed soliloquy. Sun Wukong, in a state of bewilderment, turned to Lin Chi and wondered, is this guy really my brother? Has he ever sustained a blow to the head? His speech is so peculiar. It was evident that Sun Wukong was still processing the situation, while Lin Chi was somewhat taken aback by the combat power of the others, which had astonishingly more than doubled. As for Raditz's invitation, why would Lin Chi work for Frisia? A single blow to him would suffice. The scouter's display of his combat power was merely in a situation of complete suppression. Chapter 117. How to become a Super Saiyan? What does that number signify? Krillin looked at Lin Chi, curiously probing. It must be a technology unique to Frisia's army. That device can determine the target's location and measure the magnitude of their combat power. Lin Chi held a certain disdain for this contraption, deeming it quite superfluous, akin to the varying intensities of your feelings. Ever since the Frisia saga, it had become utterly useless, merely serving to dazzle onlookers and enhance the atmosphere. Oh, Krillin instantly lost interest, having initially thought it was some advanced technology. Meanwhile, Bulma remained enthusiastically intrigued, expressing her desire to study it further. Then seize it, exclaimed the golden-haired Launch, brandishing a machine gun aimed at Raditz. The attributes of a thief surged forth. Humph. Raditz cast a scornful glance at Launch, his cold laughter a silent mockery. Your detector can still communicate, I presume? It's likely still in contact? Lin Chi planned to bamboozle the other two before subduing this one. Let Vegeta and Nappa come to Earth for a visit. I know how to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, a secret capable of defying Frisia, such a tantalizing bait. That rascal Vegeta will undoubtedly come. It seems he has taken a significant step toward re-establishing the Saiyan Kingdom and reviving planet Vegeta. What? Amid Raditz's exclamations, someone far away at Frisia's headquarters also removed their detector. Lord Sorbet. I have heard. Astonishing news. The listener waved the detector in excitement, panting as they rushed. Sorbet, Frisia's steward, was diminutive, resembling a cartoon character in stature. Sorbet turned to his kneeling subordinate, squinting in confusion. You are. The listener suddenly remembered that Sorbet did not recognize him and hurriedly explained, I am the listener, tasked with monitoring Lord Raditz. Sorbet, after much contemplation, still could not recall who Raditz was, only learning that he was a Scion through the listener's explanation. What news do you bring? Sorbet inquired nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Lord Raditz has just arrived on a planet called Earth today. He has encountered the so-called legendary Super Saiyan. Once again, the same scene unfolded, as Sorbet hurriedly made his way to Frisia's chamber. Although the listener failed to grasp the main point, incessantly mentioning other Scions aiming to defy Frisia, he nevertheless caught the crucial phrase, Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet, Vegeta dodged a punch from the native inhabitants, swiftly launching an energy blast to eliminate them. Vegeta, I just heard from Raditz. Nappa, rushing from the distance, called out urgently to Vegeta. Bang. Before Nappa could finish his sentence, Vegeta hurled an energy blast towards him. In the midst of Nappa's astonished expression, the energy blast shattered the detector he was carrying. Nappa stared blankly at Vegeta. Vegeta simultaneously tossed his own detector aside, a gleeful smile gracing his face. You heard the news about the Super Saiyan too? Yes. Nappa nodded frantically, exclaiming in disbelief. I heard that there are Scions who know how to become Super Saiyans. Could he have transformed into one? Vegeta quickly regained his composure, pondering for a moment before asking Nappa, do you think it's possible he is deceiving us? After all, there are quite a few Scions aware of the Super Saiyan status. I don't know. Nappa, somewhat bewildered, crossed his arms in contemplation, but after a lengthy pause, he could not arrive at a conclusion. His mind was not adept at such reasoning. Instead, he turned the question back to Vegeta. Do you think we should go? Noticing Vegeta remained pensive, Nappa, feeling a bit hungry, approached the corpse of an alien, tearing off an arm to create an energy blast for cooking. Let us go. If he is lying, we'll kill that Saiyan. If it's true. Vegeta's lips curled slightly. Upon receiving the news, either he would submit to the prince or, after becoming a Super Saiyan, he would still eliminate him. As Vegeta spoke, he joined Nappa by the fire, tearing off another arm from the alien and placing it on the flames to roast. Soon, they would be able to defy Frieza. Let us celebrate first. Nappa devoured his meal voraciously, suddenly remembering something. Vegeta, since we can hear Raditz news, does that mean Frieza is also aware? Vegeta, unfazed, continued to eat nonchalantly, eventually stating, there is no need to worry. Those fools monitoring us, they have no clue what a Super Saiyan truly is. Vegeta quickened his pace, declaring, I suspect Frieza wouldn't want his incompetent subordinates to discover that he fears the Super Saiyan. Discarding the remnants of his meal, Vegeta scoffed, a cosmic emperor? Huh? If he had something to fear, would anyone still follow him? Oh. Nappa nodded in agreement, watching as Vegeta stood up, continuing to gnaw on the alien's arm. Hurry and finish the rest. Let us head to Earth. Vegeta took determined strides across the bloodstained ground. The Super Saiyan, Prince Vegeta, was on his way. Meanwhile, on Earth, after hearing Lin Chi's words, Raditz hastily disabled the communication function of the detector. What is this about becoming a Super Saiyan? Let us discuss that privately. The others, intrigued, perked up their ears, engaging in various speculations, knowing full well that something extraordinary was afoot. Kakarot, you too, why are you still standing there? Come over here quickly. Raditz, unwilling to waste more time, pressed on. With the mention of Super Saiyan, the urgency escalated. If Frieza received this information, it would spell trouble. Even if Vegeta and Nappa intended to come, given their distance, it would take at least a year. I want to go. But you can come. Lin Chi shrugged his shoulders, refusing Raditz's invitation. Killing Earthlings? That would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Better to have Raditz protect Earth. Raditz felt a surge of anger but soon accepted the reality. As long as Lin Chi did not intervene, he could still eliminate these Earthlings. Kakarot, what about you? Come quickly so we can eliminate these Earthlings together. Raditz turned his gaze towards Goku. Goku handed Gohan to Bulma, seemingly puzzled by the situation. You should count as our enemy, right? Chapter 118. The Night of the Full Moon. Awaiting the remaining Z warriors regarded Raditz with caution, aware of the enemy's overwhelming power, yet resolute in their vow to defend Earth. Just as in the story, a great battle was quietly set to unfold. Bulma, cradling Gohan, sought refuge behind Lin Chi. Lin Chi, why aren't you helping? If Earth perishes, how will you order takeout in the future? That is a valid point. Lin Chi nodded slightly, acknowledging Bulma's perspective. However, in an instant, aside from Piccolo and Goku, who were barely managing to fend off Raditz, the others fell before Raditz's might. Gravely wounded. I suddenly remembered something. Raditz, do you have any cultivation pods with you? Lin Chi suddenly appeared before Raditz, watching as his fist struck him. You actually know how to cultivate people. Are you truly not one of Frieza's army? Raditz, somewhat astonished by Lin Chi's speed, felt as though he was hitting something incomparably solid when his fist landed on Lin Chi's abdomen. Hey, Lin Chi, you can't do this. Sun Wukong exclaimed, retracting his foot in dissatisfaction. We haven't even determined a winner yet. Why did you intervene? After all, Sun Wukong had been eagerly anticipating an exhilarating battle against a formidable foe. If Lin Chi were to join, would that not render him irrelevant? Do you truly believe you can defeat Raditz? Lin Chi cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Had you not allied with Piccolo, you would have been defeated long ago. What is there to discuss regarding victory or defeat? Sun Wukong momentarily looked at Piccolo in surprise, and then fell silent. I'm asking you a question. Lin Chi remained unfazed by the kick aimed at him by Raditz. It was hardly more than a mere tickle. Raditz quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Lin Chi, and produced a transparent glass vial. Lin Chi gazed upon the seemingly ample bottle, estimating its contents would last a considerable duration. He turned his attention to the others behind him, who had recovered after consuming the magical beans. With a battle prowess of 1200, it presented an excellent opportunity for Goku and his companions to engage in practice. Very well, you shall obediently remain here to train with everyone, for in the future, the eradication of Frieza will undoubtedly rely on Goku. Lin Chi remarked, placing his hand upon Raditz's shoulder. He is your brother, a truly remarkable sibling. Raditz, however, wore an expression of disdain, utterly incredulous. Him? How could that be possible? This is a notification for you. Are you willing to comply? Lin Chi's hand resting on Raditz's shoulder shifted slightly, making him feel as though an immense weight had settled upon him. Fine. Raditz gritted his teeth, ultimately conceding. Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction, retracting his hand as he explained the method of cultivation. He then found a suitable spot and encouraged everyone to commence. Wukong. Vegeta's battle power is 18,000, while Boss stands at 6,000 to 7,000. 1 year from now, when you return to Earth, make sure to put in your utmost effort. Lin Shi no longer merely spoke of formidable foes in the future. He boldly named them and assessed their combat prowess. A year? To elevate everyone's fighting strength to 20 or 30 times its current level seems a daunting task. Master Rashi fell into contemplation. Perhaps the Supreme Kai might possess a solution. Din turned to the solemn-faced Tenshinhan. Don't worry, Tian, he reassured. They are incredibly powerful. Tenshinhan pressed his lips together, his voice trembling slightly. I'm not worried. I'm just a bit exhilarated. The concerns of what to do after conquering the world have diminished. Heh. Piccolo displayed a bloodthirsty grin, clenching his fists. However, Krillin was genuinely anxious, glancing at the varied expressions of those around him. Can we truly withstand two powerful Saiyans? Bulma, on the other hand, focused on the drowsy Gohan nestled in her arms. I'm more concerned about that real estate mogul. What's his name? Isn't he even more formidable? Yet before that, I must uncover the secret of the Super Saiyan. Raditz attempted to negotiate terms. Humph. Lin Shi's eyes shimmered with disdain. When Vegeta arrives on Earth, I shall reveal it to you. Raditz, frustrated, found himself in turmoil. Believing Lin Shi would readily divulge the information once he complied. You shan't expect any training. Raditz swiftly leaped into the air, leaving with a harsh declaration. Should we pursue him? Krillin asked, glancing between Goku and Lin Shi, uncertain. That fellow will return. Lin Shi surveyed the gathering, realizing the narrative had veered off course. He was somewhat reluctant to see Raditz meet his demise. The Saiyans were indeed a dwindling breed. The non-black-haired Nappa was a rarity among them. Once they triumphed over Beerus, he would restore planet Vegeta, reviving all the Saiyans. However, Lin Shi pondered, gazing at Goku and Bulma holding Gohan. The pivotal protagonist still required significant growth. Lin Shi stroked his chin, contemplating that he had not perished. Surely he could venture to the king of the worlds. There was no reason for the afterlife to require death for passage, exemplified by the existence of the Crystal Granny. At worst, he could take the time to teleport everyone there instantaneously. It was untenable to leave such a significant threat lingering on Earth. Lin Shi, you must confront that adversary. Bulma, observing Lin Shi's silence, urged him. Aren't you concerned he might wreak havoc on Earth? Indeed, another voice chimed in. Before you depart, you must deal with that menace. Yulong trembled in fear, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, which could determine the fate of the planet. Piccolo, furrowing his brow, echoed his concern. Lin Shi's musings were abruptly interrupted as he cast a teasing glance towards Piccolo. Why does the Demon King concern himself with Earth? He inquired. I am the Demon King, destined to conquer the world. If the world ceases to exist, what is there for me to conquer? Piccolo replied coolly. Within half an hour, the sky gradually darkened, and night descended. On the infinite horizon of the sea, a full moon emerged. A night of the full moon. Lin Shi stood on the small island, letting out a deep sigh. Indeed, it was unwise to become entangled with Sun Wukong and his companions too soon. When the narrative veered off course, it brought with it an overwhelming sense of frustration. If Sun Wukong did not grow stronger, how could there be any thrilling moments ahead? While Lin Shi was lost in contemplation, a powerful energy blast suddenly surged toward him, erupting with a force akin to a tidal wave. Master Rashi's humble abode was instantly obliterated, and from the shrouded smoke, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Krillin rushed forth, taking their positions behind Lin Shi. Master Rashi leaned on his cane, exhaling a cloud of black mist, his body trembling as he murmured, "My house." As the remnants of the building crumbled into ruins, the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. They had likely sought refuge elsewhere. Chapter 119, The Great Ape Raditz. Obey me. A massive shadow descended from the sky, clad entirely in dark armor, with blood-red eyes. Who else could it be but the transformed Raditz? Ah, it appears you have taken precautions. Raditz's voice boomed with an unmistakable resonance. He was oblivious to any sense of anger, believing that this group had preemptively prepared for his arrival. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Shi gazed at the great ape with surprise. You can actually control your rationality. What do you think? Do you believe I have spent all that time with Lord Vegeta for nothing? Raditz boasted with immense pride. Now, none of you are my match. You might as well comply with my demands. His blood-red gaze fixated intently on Lin Shi. Quickly tell me how to become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, however, wore an expression of exhilaration, his face flushed with excitement. Is this the pet of that person from before? Wearing the same armor? You truly do not know? Tien Shinhan exclaimed, somewhat bewildered as he turned to Sun Wukong. Having watched the duels from the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, he had assumed that transforming into a great ape was Wukong's unique technique. Krillin sighed silently, while Yamcha offered a resigned smile. They all had suffered at the hands of the great ape before. Now I am the most powerful. If you do not speak, I will obliterate you all. Raditz disregarded those with lesser combat abilities, arrogantly hovering in midair as he locked his gaze on Lin Shi. This is your final chance. Do you think you are clever? Lin Shi retorted, feeling that Raditz was merely embarrassing the Saiyan race's intelligence. We both share tails. My battle power exceeds yours, and I can transform into the same great ape. I could easily defeat you. What are you so pleased about? I know. Raditz bared his fangs, glaring menacingly at Lin Shi. With a swift motion, his massive hand seized Lin Shi. The other hand pinched Lin Shi's tail, declaring, if I remove your tail. How infuriating. Tian Shin unclenched his teeth in anger upon witnessing this scene. What should we do? The usual method. Cut off his tail. Yamcha scanned the surroundings in desperation. It's over. I didn't leave poor behind. Strike that moon. Master Roshi had already taken action. His hands poised at his waist, gathering energy to unleash a wave. After all, they were familiar with these circumstances. They had faced them before. As the great ape attempted to grasp his tail, Lin Shi smirked wickedly. You truly deserve a lesson. Lin Shi suddenly fixed his gaze upon the colossal ape before him. As the giant's grip loosened, it was sent hurtling backward, cleaving the ocean in two. With a thunderous roar, the sea surged upward, transforming into a torrential downpour. In an instant, Lin Shi vanished from his original position, reappearing upon the tip of the giant's snout, which was still in the process of being propelled backward. Do not provoke my wrath, lest I truly unleash my fury upon you. Be compliant. Would you like to learn the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan? And do you not wish to uncover how planet Vegeta met its demise? Do you know who the true enemies of the Saiyans are? The giant ape remained silent, completely absorbed in the astonishment of being sent flying by a mere glare from Lin Shi. It was absurd to be defeated so effortlessly by a mere look. Lin Shi gazed coldly as the giant ape collided with the rocky cliffs of the island. He remained suspended in midair, unperturbed. Coughing, the giant ape emerged from the debris, staring blankly at Lin Shi. Vegeta's planet. Was it not destroyed by an asteroid? Why do you bring this up? Foolish one. Do you comprehend why I have yet to end your life? Lin Shi looked down upon Raditz. Is it not because our battle powers are nearly equal? As he spoke, cold sweat trickled down Raditz's cheek. He looked up at Lin Shi, perplexed. What exactly are you trying to convey? Vegeta's planet was obliterated by Frieza. Lin Shi believed his words were sufficiently clear. If Raditz still failed to grasp the meaning, it would be best to eliminate him. Explanations were tiresome. Frieza. Indeed. This scoundrel fears us Saiyans. The time for the giant ape had seemingly come, gradually shrinking back into Raditz. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Raditz was not as foolish as he had initially perceived. If a planet were indeed on a collision course with Vegeta, the inhabitants would have already annihilated the asteroid long before impact. Clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, Raditz simmered with anger at the thought of that scoundrel Frieza. Once they uncovered the secret of the Super Saiyan, he would ensure Frieza faced dire consequences. So, what exactly brings you to Earth? Lin Shi descended before Raditz. By the way, how did you learn that Kakarot was on Earth? The Galactic Patrol provided the information. Is there a problem? Acknowledging Lin Shi's formidable power, Raditz became considerably more compliant. I came to check on Kakarot's progress on his mission and to bring him back to join our team in resisting Frieza. Heh. Lin Shi recalled that fellow Gak. Was this the mischief of that oddball? I will share everything about the Super Saiyan once Vegeta arrives, so you better behave. Lin Shi turned and leaped into the air. Come back with me and train diligently. All right. Raditz finally complied, flying closely behind Lin Shi. What could he do when he was outmatched? Much like being under Frieza's thumb, he had no choice but to endure. Do you truly know how to become a Super Saiyan? Spare me the chatter. You are blissfully unaware of many things. Lin Shi did not even glance back at Raditz. After taming the rebellious Raditz, Lin Shi's plans progressed smoothly, having Raditz train Goku and the others with the training pods. Once the pods were exhausted, Lin Shi led everyone to the North Kai for further training. Thus, Raditz successfully infiltrated the Earthling community, becoming a Saiyan residing on Earth. According to the original storyline, Lin Shi gifted Chi-Chi 10 million zeni, and young Gohan also joined their training. Raditz even grasped the essence of key perception and utilization. Now, all that remained was to await Vegeta's arrival, and Lin Shi chose to disregard Raditz for the time being. At the North Kais, even if Raditz sought trouble, he would have to consider the formidable power of the Kai with a battle strength of 3,500, not to mention the king of the underworld with a strength of 4,000. Raditz was remarkably well-behaved, likely due to experiencing his own power increase. Thus, Goku and his companions trained under the North Kai's guidance, occasionally traversing Snake Way to spar with those who possessed bodies in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Lin Shi returned from the North Kai, leisurely bearing 80 portions of various takeout back to the Divine Realm. Chapter 120. Kappa, you are a fat cat. Upon receiving Lin Shi's takeout, was eagerly began to eat. Each bite he savored, stroking his cheeks in delight. Delicious. How could such delectable food be so fragrant while Beerus remained blissfully unaware? Lin Shi surveyed the abundant feast before him but felt no appetite. Whis continued to eat, the Lord Beerus currently ensconced in a deep slumber, likely not to awaken for decades. Sighing quietly, Lin Shi picked up his chopsticks, feeling as though his body was on the verge of rusting. Once I finish eating, will you practice with me, Whis? Just as Lin Shi finished speaking, two figures appeared behind him. Oh, food. Kappa dashed forward, eager to grab something to eat. Previously, while they sought the Super Dragon Balls, they had spotted Whis communicating with Vados. Hearing of a table laden with food, why bother searching for the Dragon Balls? Simply come and indulge. For that, he had pleaded with Vados for quite some time. Kappa's wolfish demeanor and ravenous eyes indicated that life under Vados was rather austere. Lord Kappa, what about the etiquette I taught you? Vados' voice, trailing behind, grew noticeably colder. Beads of sweat formed on Kappa's forehead as he stood obediently by the table, hoping Whis or Lin Shi would hurry and hand him chopsticks. Sister, how fortuitous. Would you care to join me for a meal? Wisp beamed at Vados and offered her a pair of chopsticks. Simultaneously, Linchi handed chopsticks to Kampa, who immediately began devouring the food at a lightning pace. Indeed, that is quite bothersome, haha. After Wisp whispered something to Vados, her icy gaze fell upon Kampa. Lord Kampa, after you finish eating, I expect you to spar with Linchi. If you only eat without exercising, you will only grow fatter. Kampa froze, the piece of pork belly awkwardly suspended at his lips, unable to chew or set it down. Wouldn't that render the meal wasted? It would digest quickly, right? What did you just say, Lord Kampa? Vados' cold eyes narrowed, a chilling aura enveloping her. Kampa's eating speed increased dramatically, his hands moving so swiftly that only a blur remained. Then I must eat more. The majority of the 80 portions of takeout disappeared into Kampa's belly, and he patted his swollen stomach, larger than that of a late-stage pregnant woman. Let me rest for a moment. Burp. Kampa paused for nearly 2 hours under Vados' frosty gaze before reluctantly ascending into the air. Kampa, I'm not fat. Where do you see me fat? Come on. Monkey, let me show you how to fight. Kampa bared his teeth in the air, glaring fiercely at Linchi below. You actually want me to move? Do you not know that this is what I detest the most? Bang. In an instant, Linchi enveloped himself in a kaleidoscope of energy, manifesting in the air and delivering a merciless punch toward Kampa. What are you saying? Fat cat. Ugh. Kampa was sent flying but quickly steadied himself, clutching his nose, veins popping on his forehead. Ouch, 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 you insolent wretch. Is this how a god of destruction should be treated? It seems Quitela has been far too lenient with you. As Kampa hurled his fist with increasing speed, Linchi effortlessly dodged, his disdainful gaze inflaming Kampa's fury even more. Having vented his frustrations on Vados, he sought to unleash more upon me? How naive. Linchi even found time to tease Kampa amid his evasions. With a figure like yours, who could possibly be thinner? Fatty. Big fat cat. Chubby cat. How infuriating. Kampa's punches grew increasingly rapid, yet no matter how fast he struck, he could not graze even a single hair on Linchi. Linchi smiled slyly. It is precisely this kind of bullying. Bullying cats. No wonder Weiss always treats him this way. To seize the initiative in battle is truly exhilarating. Well then, my friend, it seems you are weary. Linchi wore a mischievous expression as he observed the slightly gasping Xiangpa. He deftly intercepted Xiangpa's punch with his elbow, and, with a swift kick, struck him squarely in the abdomen. Xiangpa's body immediately arched, resembling a ripe mantis shrimp. And he couldn't help but expel a considerable amount of bile from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, you're merely a substitute. What are you so proud of? The veins on Xiangpa's forehead became increasingly prominent. With a furious roar, he summoned a towering inferno of purple flames that enveloped him. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Bang, bang, bang. Linchi and Kampa clashed at high speed in midair, each collision sending ripples cascading throughout the surroundings. The sound of destructive energy erupted continuously in the sky, and the atmosphere was saturated with an aura of annihilation. Pervasive and inescapable. Lord Kampa, you are becoming increasingly ineffectual. As she observed each impact, Kampa was sent flying by Linchi's punch, prompting Vados to reflect. She cast a sidelong glance at Whis, who was also watching the battle with his head tilted back. Indeed, could it be attributed to his excessive weight and lethargy? However, that was not the sole reason. Whis smiled and turned to Vados before redirecting his gaze back to the sky. You see, Linchi's strength actually stands between Beerus and Kampa. The reason Lord Kampa is being utterly dominated is that he is fatigued. His stamina is severely lacking. As Whis' words resonated, Kampa was once again struck down by Linchi, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Ah, Kampa cried out in pain, his somewhat plump form barely stabilizing just before impact. Meanwhile, Linchi pursued him relentlessly, delivering another swift punch. Kampa's expression shifted dramatically as he twisted his body, unleashing waves of destructive energy against the oncoming Linchi. Humph, I shall obliterate you. Linchi smirked as he traversed through the destructive energy. Appearing before Xiangpa in the blink of an eye, he extended his hands and grasped Xiangpa's feet, exerting force to spin him around several times. Ah! Xiangpa screamed in alarm. Unable to stabilize himself amidst the rapid rotation, Linchi had already appeared behind Xiangpa, his hands crossed as he launched a powerful punch. Having suffered injury at the hands of Vados previously, could this be considered a means of reclaiming some debt? The ensuing skirmish hardly qualified as a battle. Xiangpa had completely devolved into a mere punching bag for Linchi. After delivering a critical blow, Linchi swept his foot and sent Xiangpa flying, only to vanish once more, reappearing directly before him. Another devastating strike ensued, and Xiangpa, relentlessly pursued and battered by Linchi, was devoid of the strength to even wail in despair. Enough. Vados swiftly leaped into the air, intercepting Linchi as he prepared to strike again. This is excessive. Chapter 121. Journey to Universe 6 in search of cuisine. Linchi, thoroughly exhilarated by the fight, found himself momentarily bewildered by Vados' intervention. What? Vados, noticing Linchi was overly caught up in the excitement, turned to Xiangpa, asking, Are you all right, my lord? She intended to deliver a mocking retort, but upon seeing Xiangpa's condition, she burst into laughter. Ha ha. Cough, cough. At that moment, Xiangpa's face was swollen and bruised. His eyes encircled with dark patches, and his expression a mix of grievance and rage. Bados, you dare mock me. My apologies, I simply cannot contain myself. Bados struggled to suppress her laughter, but it was futile. You all conspire against me. Xiangpa felt increasingly aggrieved, glaring fiercely at Lin Qi. This matter is far from over. Observing Xiangpa's grotesquely swollen visage, nearly obscuring his features, Lin Qi too stifled a laugh. I invite you to another feast. Akin to the delightful delicacies we just enjoyed, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with food. If there is, then it simply requires 2 meals. Then I shall forgive you. Xiangpa sniffled, nodding fervently. Lin Qi cast a sympathetic glance at Xiangpa, this unfortunate cat. In comparison to Weiss and Beerus, it is truly too easily deceived, exchanging a beating for a meal. Lin Qi instantly transported to Earth, and upon his return, Kappa had also returned to normal under the treatment of Beerus. My friend, you seem particularly adept at collecting exquisite delicacies. Our 6th and 7th universes share an uncanny resemblance. Kappa exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Qi. When you visit my universe, do help me seek out some culinary treasures. Having squandered time in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls, he mused, if only the finest delicacies could be obtained without relying on a wish from the Dragon Balls. With this fellow's assistance, I could turn the tables on Beerus, allowing him to experience true despair. Observing the myriad expressions on Kappa's face, Lin Qi was tempted to inform him that the Earth in the 6th universe might have long lost its culinary delights. However, he reconsidered. Remaining with Whis held little purpose, and Vegeta still had a year left on Earth. Lin Qi simply decided to venture into the 6th universe for some amusement. Very well. I can assist you in discovering culinary delights in your universe. However, prior to that, how about I challenge Bardos to a duel? Bardos, with an expression devoid of compassion, bluntly stated the truth, you cannot defeat me. Let us see about that. One must ascertain the extent of the disparity. Lin Qi replied with a faint smile. Adopting a combat stance, I have sparred with Whis numerous times. In a true battle, you wouldn't withstand even a single blow, if it's merely for fun. I see no necessity. Bardos once again declined. Let my brother accompany you. That should be sufficient. Her aloof demeanor incited a flicker of anger within Lin Qi. Yet he felt powerless against Bardos, who was unwilling to engage. Ultimately, he could not match Whis, and thus, naturally, he could not contend with Bardos either. Let us depart. Lin Qi said, glancing at the grinning Kappa. Kappa, increasingly satisfied with Lin Qi, believed there was a reason why Quitela treated him well. Overjoyed, Kappa was entirely absorbed in his own imaginings, oblivious to his previous thrashing. In his imagination, Beerus was kneeling at his feet, repenting and seeking favor, praising Kappa's delectable cuisine. The cat chuckled with a rat's cunning. Bardos, unrelenting, raised her staff and struck Kappa on the head. Bang! Lord Kappa, your laughter was exceedingly irksome, Bardos said with disdain, her words dripping with contempt. TCH. What a bothersome individual, Kappa muttered under his breath, interrupted from his daydream as he clung to Lin Qi's neck. Let us go to the 6th universe in search of culinary delights. What a truly enigmatic character. Bardos sighed in resignation, casting a glance at Whis to express her grievances. Look at this train of thought. He persistently squanders unnecessary time either seeking Dragon Balls or culinary delights. Compared to Lord Beerus, Lord Kappa is even more peculiar. It is truly beyond explanation. Sister, are you disparaging Lord Kappa? Was asked with a gentle smile, having heard Bardos's merciless mockery. Indeed, both brothers seemed to possess rather unusual minds. Have you not grown accustomed to it after serving them for so long? Sigh. Bardos sighed once more, slightly nodding as a farewell to Whis. In the 6th universe, on the planet Salad, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, 3 figures stood poised. Kappa looked at Lin Qi with a face full of skepticism. Is this truly the so-called culinary planet? The ground beneath them bore no trace of greenery, let alone any signs of life, starkly contrasting with the atmosphere Kappa had imagined for a food paradise. This is merely reconnaissance. Come, I shall lead you to the bustling areas. Lin Qi dove downward first. The 3 streaks of light traversed the sky swiftly, and in a mere moment, they arrived at the Saiyan base on the planet Salad, adorned in peculiar attire that made them stand out amidst the surroundings. Who are these 3? Where did they come from? The onlookers wore expressions of confusion and slight caution, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the trio. Look at that fellow. Also a Saiyan? Does he truly have a tail? Is this a case of atavism? Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the tail behind Lin Qi. Soon, the vigilance faded from the faces of the Saiyans, and they returned to their own affairs. An atavistic Saiyan was not to be trifled with. Who knew what noble lineage he might possess? Oh, how strange, a being from the 4th universe, yet sharing our 6th universe's race? Kappa remarked, observing the dispersing crowd, his gaze toward Lin Qi tinged with suspicion, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Where's the food? Where can it be found? With thoughts solely on food, Kappa intercepted a passing Saiyan, imperiously demanding, where are your culinary delights? Present them all. TCH. Lin Qi, witnessing Kappa's bully-like demeanor, helplessly covered his face. Kappa, allow me to handle this. After a brief yet fervent exchange with the Saiyan, Lin Qi led Kappa through the bustling streets. Food, food. Kappa, panting and fervently calling out for food, spurred himself on. Quite splendid. Bardos followed at the rear, her eyes gleaming with a hidden brilliance. What a splendid idea for weight loss. If one wishes to eat, one must traverse the path in search of sustenance. As Lin Chi led the way for a short distance, Kampa, growing impatient, was about to grab a Saiyan to inquire when he suddenly paused. I believe I smell something delectable. Kampa closed his eyes, his nose twitching. A series of enticing aromas wafted towards him, and his eyes widened in excitement as he turned to Bardos. Do you smell that? Chapter 122. Bardock opens a barbecue restaurant. Bardos, it smells incredible. Kampa wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Bardos's eyes also sparkled. She never expected that there could indeed be delightful cuisine in their universe. From now on, she could simply order takeout and no longer serve Lord Kampa's meals. Kampa, fueled by newfound energy, dashed toward a shop, coming to a halt as he gazed longingly at the golden roasted meat within. Is the fragrance I detect emanating from that meat? Kampa inhaled deeply, excitement lighting up his face. Bardos, I never imagined our universe could have such delicious food. This is it, without a doubt. Wait. Just as Kampa was about to seize the meat with his bare hands, Lin Chi stopped him, directing his gaze toward the figure with their back to them, slicing the meat. How much for the barbecue? Lin Chi asked the proprietor, whose crab-like head and familiar silhouette sent a shiver down his spine. The owner, upon hearing the voice, set down the oversized cleaver and turned around. Trade for goods. I do not accept currency. The familiar scar and gentle smile left Lin Chi in disbelief. Bardock. Lin Chi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the figure before him. Bardock, clad in protective gear, had donned an apron. Bardock had become a chef. Bardock had opened a barbecue restaurant. Whoa. Lin Chi staggered back a step in astonishment. Huh? I'm not Bardock. You must be mistaken. Bardock maintained a very official smile. It was unimaginable to encounter Bardock from the sixth universe in such a setting, in such a place. Lin Chi felt compelled to say something. Just then, another crab-headed figure emerged from behind the kitchen curtain. Father, have you finished cutting? My brother and I are eagerly awaiting the roast. Wukong. Lin Chi stared in astonishment at son Wukong, who was similarly clad in protective gear and donned an apron. Oh, you recognize someone from my universe? Standing nearby, Xiang Pa, bewildered by Lin Chi's backward retreat, inadvertently stepped on his foot and pushed him away in confusion. Bardos. He mentioned exchanging items for items. Xiang Pa, hands on hips, expressed dissatisfaction. In my own universe, I have to exchange goods just to eat? Once we're done, shall we destroy this planet? Bardos cast a cold glance at Xiang Pa. Then you won't have anything to eat next time. Oh, am I the kind of destructive deity who repetitively consumes the same dish? Xiang Pa retorted, swaggering into the inner area and taking a seat at the table. Bring me some roasted meat. I want it large. After the initial shock, Lin Chi felt numb. It was well known that the Saiyans of Universe 6 were advocates of peace. With no battles to engage in, they had turned their focus to other pursuits. Thus, Bardock ran a barbecue restaurant to sustain his daily expenses. Quite peculiar, indeed. All right, time to settle the bill. Bardock carried a platter of meat taller than himself into the kitchen, then promptly returned to the nearest table. Lin Chi tossed out a capsule, observing the substantial supplies that emerged. Were they sufficient? How much meat could be exchanged? TSK. Bardock beamed at the bountiful array of goods spread across the table and carried it into the kitchen. Sons, the generous master has arrived. Attend to him well. Yes, father. Upon hearing the faint voices from within, Lin Chi envisioned Wukong and Raditz cooking. What are you trembling for? Asked Xiang Pa, who was resting his chin on one hand. Waiting for the feast. It's nothing. Lin Chi reassured, feeling an unsettling calmness envelop him. The speed of service was remarkable. Lin Chi felt as though he were in a dream. Who on earth has ever witnessed Wukong and Raditz pushing a cart laden with roasted meat? This is the sixth universe. He is not Bardock, nor are they Wukong and Raditz. Lin Chi continuously self-hypnotized, utterly disinterested in food. Raditz was still training with Wukong on Earth, under the North Kai. Yes, Bardock perished defending planet Vegeta. What are you mumbling about? Aren't you going to eat? Xiang Pa's plate was already empty, and he now set his sights on Lin Chi's roasted meat. Meanwhile, Bardos, more refined, delicately sliced small pieces of meat with her knife and fork, savoring the exquisite flavor. Perfectly cooked. Oh dear. I previously thought the roasted meat at Beerus was a delicacy, but compared to ours, it's on an entirely different level. Xiang Pa swiftly seized Lin Chi's plate, stuffing his mouth with roasted meat, and after swallowing, he stared blankly at Bardos. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. However, Xiang Pa did not linger long, as a new round of roasted meat arrived at the table. The feast continued for 3 long hours, with Xiang Pa finally leaning against the table, contentedly patting his ample belly. Exquisite, he declared, a satisfied grin on his face, letting out an unrefined belch. Across the street, there was an ice cream shop, featuring an array of frozen treats fashioned from ice. Raditz, wiping his hands on his apron, approached the group and introduced that it's run by my mother. You all should give it a try. Xiang Pa, who had been reveling in his satisfaction, suddenly sparkled with excitement. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Of course. It's on par with my father's roast. Raditz affirmed earnestly. Lin Chi felt overwhelmed, as if everything was unraveling and no snowflake was innocent. Haha. Bardos,